When in need, tactical insertion. When wealthy, blanket firepower. You are all precious to the Lin family. Fewer casualties on the battlefield mean better outcomes for me, Lin Ji explained. I want everyone who comes to return safely. There will be plenty of opportunities for glory in battle. There's no rush. His words resonated deeply with the soldiers, who felt fortunate to have such a considerate leader. As when Qingyu's forces charged forward, avoiding the northern border army's fire, they were met with an unexpected sight. Countless short iron rods flying towards them, resembling split firewood. The enemy soldiers, initially baffled and amused, soon realized the deadly nature of these seemingly harmless objects. When Qingyu, too, felt a fleeting sense of victory, unaware of the impending doom. Chapter 508. First victory, Shangyuan army? Just as. However, the next moment, an unexpected situation occurred that no one had anticipated. The seemingly harmless short rods, upon landing, exploded out of thin air. The fragments that splintered off knocked the nearby soldiers to the ground, some even losing limbs in the blast. The thick stench of blood filled the air, and countless soldiers lay on the ground, wailing in pain. The once formidable Shangyuan army was instantly halted in their advance. It was only then that they realized the terrifying tactics of the northern border army. The seemingly innocuous iron rods possessed devastating destructive power beyond imagination. When Qingyu stood dumbfounded, the overwhelming stench of blood and the sight of countless fallen soldiers greatly impacting him. Simultaneously, the enemy's weapons, with their rapid fire rate, long range, and high accuracy, turned towards them. Black muzzles pointed at them. Fire! Another series of gunshots rang out, and every soldier at the forefront fell without exception. How could this be? When Qingyu stood frozen in place, the weapon symbolizing his rank as a general raised above his head but unable to move. He had never witnessed such a horrific battle scene. Even in past battles, there had been dire situations, but never such a one-sided affair. They hadn't even gotten close to the enemy. Moreover, even with archers deployed, Lin Ji and his men were out of range. It was futile. General, don't just stand there. Let's retreat quickly. We can still fight back if we return to the valley. If all these soldiers die here, we won't be able to answer to our superiors. The adjutant shouted beside him, his eyes filled with urgency. The Shangyuan army, always proud, had not suffered such a devastating defeat in 5 years. Now, upon entering the battlefield, they were completely suppressed by the northern border army and Lin Ji. Such a situation had never occurred before. Though the reason was unclear, the adjutant knew that as long as they could retreat to the valley, they still had a chance. The Kunming Valley had unique terrain. As long as they could hold the entrance, no matter how formidable the northern border army was, they would be at a standstill. If necessary, they could retreat north across the Liao River, still having a chance to return to Liuzhou. After calling out several times, when Qingyu finally snapped back to reality. Yes, retreat quickly. At that moment, a bullet grazed his arm, sending a surge of pain. The sword symbolizing his rank as a general fell to the ground. General? Retreat quickly. Everyone, return to the valley as fast as possible. He dared not linger, not even bothering to pick up the sword. The bullet had made him wary, instilling an uneasy premonition that if he stayed any longer, he might lose his life. In an instant, the once mighty Shangyuan army, along with the left-wing vanguard General Wen Qingyu, were in disarray, fleeing in disgrace. Meanwhile, Lin Ji, seeing the situation, gave the order. Cease fire. General, we should pursue them. If we kill Wen Qingyu, it will surely boost our morale. The deputy general was eager to see blood, as a warrior should be fierce. The battlefield was unlike any other place. It was a place of life and death, where only the strong survived. Don't chase the defeated enemy. Lin Ji waved his hand. According to the mysterious letter from the farmer, there might already be ambushes near Kunming Valley. If they were careless and pursued the enemy, they could easily fall into a trap, turning their advantage into a disadvantage. This was the essence of the ever-changing battlefield. Until the very end, no one knew who the true victor would be. Notify all soldiers to organize their equipment, clean up the battlefield, and check their weapons to ensure there are no malfunctions. Lin Ji ordered the army to rest and clean up the battlefield. All food, equipment, armor, and weapons were collected, including gunpowder, bullets, and even some reusable cannonballs. These were all scarce strategic resources that couldn't be wasted. The soldiers had to suppress their unsatisfied killing intent. However, today's battle must have a result, so they were not in a hurry. From the current situation, they held an absolute advantage. When the time came, wiping out the enemy would truly demonstrate their might. Meanwhile, in Coming Valley, Qian Shangyuan placed his hands on his precious sword, sitting at the main gate of the Qin family fortress, clad in battle armor, meditating with his eyes closed. The valley was quiet, and all soldiers were on high alert. General, 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 one has been defeated. A soldier rushed in, his eyes filled with urgency. Qian Shangyuan opened his eyes, filled with confusion. How is that possible? Didn't I tell him to lay an ambush? Earlier, there had been some commotion outside the valley, but the noise quickly subsided. Chen Shangyuan thought it was the northern border army realizing the situation and retreating. But it didn't matter. As long as they could hold Coming Valley, they would have the upper hand and be invincible. Now, how could he hear news of Wen Chengyu's defeat? As he was puzzled, Wen Chengyu, injured and covered in blood, was helped in by the adjutant. General, what happened? How did you end up like this? Chen Shangyuan's face changed drastically, his eyes filled with shock and disbelief. He found it even more inconceivable that under such circumstances, Wen Chengyu could be so severely injured. General, we underestimated Lin Ji. We thought we had a chance to crush the main force he led, but we didn't expect him to be so cunning and devious in his tactics. The Shangyuan army suffered heavy casualties. Wen Chengyu said with deep shame, truly not expecting such an outcome and feeling unable to face Chen Shangyuan. He had hoped to regain face in front of Chen Shangyuan, but now he had taken a big fall. What? You took the initiative to attack. Didn't I tell you to lay an ambush, and why did you go to meet the enemy head-on? Chen Shangyuan was furious. But at this critical moment of battle, even if punishment was due, it wasn't the time. You incompetent fool, I told you to be wary of Lin Ji, but you didn't believe me. Now you've ended up in such a state. General, it's not that I'm not strong enough, but I never even got the chance to fight them. Hashtag Chapter 509. Winning hearts over beats winning battles. After hearing the entire story unfold, Chen Shangyuan's eyes revealed disbelief. Although he cursed Wen Chengyu verbally and had not witnessed the events firsthand, he clearly understood the capabilities of his subordinate. In terms of martial prowess, he might not be a match for Lin Ji, but in leading troops, he certainly wouldn't have been defeated so miserably. Not even managing to face the enemy before being routed indicated that the opposing force's combat power far exceeded that of the Shangyuan army. However, Chen Shangyuan had fought against the northern border army before, and was well aware of their tactics and strength. Even if they had been resting for years, they couldn't compare to those who had been constantly fighting in the field. As you said, the weapons Lin Ji used were exceptionally peculiar? Yes. Wen Chengyu reluctantly nodded. He had never lost so badly before, especially with those magical short rods and terrifying firearms that could shoot bullets over 100 zhang away, making them impossible to counter. Chen Shangyuan frowned deeply. The situation seemed far more troublesome than he had imagined. Fortunately, Wen Chengyu's Shangyuan army only numbered 1,000. If the entire force had been under his command, the battle might have already been lost. He had no way to counter such a force. All right, quickly help him rest. Any serious injuries? Just minor wounds. Wen Chengyu shook his head resolutely, living up to his status as a general of the Shangyuan army. Notify everyone to be on high alert and not to leave the valley freely. Chen Shangyuan dared not take any chances. With such formidable weapons, they would hold the valley until reinforcements from Liuzhou arrived, launching a pincer attack. No matter how strong their combat power, it would be of no use. He also ordered his soldiers to strengthen the defenses of the valley, building the entrance's fortifications even higher. All of this was observed by Lin Ji. Young general, should we press our advantage and enter the valley now? We can catch them off guard, the deputy general said decisively, ready to lead the charge. Linji couldn't help but chuckle. You underestimate Chen Shangyuan too much. He's the general of the Shangyuan army. Of course, he'd be prepared. From his previous encounter with Wen Chengyu, Chen Shangyuan would certainly be on guard. The heightened fortifications showed their intent to hold out. Perhaps they were setting traps or preparing large crossbows inside the valley. Charging in would be suicide. Have all soldiers rest in place and send word to the strategist and General Ding not to act rashly. The deputy general blinked, full of confusion and disbelief. Young general, are you planning a protracted battle? This was problematic. The troops had brought limited provisions, barely enough for a few days, assuming the Shangyuan army's strength. Yet Linji seemed in no hurry to attack. A stalemate would not be good for the northern border army. Why the rush? Our provisions are limited, but theirs might not be much better. Plus, varying the pace and intensity is a basic strategy in warfare. Don't you know that? Linji raised an eyebrow. Before capturing a beast, you must tire it out. If we can absorb some of the Shangyuan army's elite, it will be a significant boost. The deputy general suddenly understood. The young general had this in mind. By weakening the enemy and strengthening themselves, a significant disparity in both manpower and morale would emerge. Also, select 20 fast runners from the army to scout the situation in Liuzhou City. Why? You're dense. How many troops are there in Kongming Valley? Liuzhou City likely still has tens of thousands. If they flank us, we won't even have a chance to retreat. Linji had to be cautious. The deputy general then took the order. Meanwhile, on the western hillside of Kongming Valley, Ding Yun and his 1,000 soldiers had been lying in wait for a long time without receiving any news, making him uneasy. The commotion at the valley entrance had alarmed him, but before he could descend to assist, the battle seemed to have ended. Now, as the sun set, he hesitated. Deploying troops at night would be problematic. Just as he was indecisive, a messenger arrived with Lin Ji's orders. What? Camp here for the night and even cook meals? Ding Yun's eyes widened. They were meant to ambush and flank the Shangyuan army. Cooking meals would reveal their position, rendering the ambush pointless. The young general said there will be no attack tonight. General Ding and his men can rest and wait for the right moment. What's going on? I can't make sense of the young general's moves. Ding Yun frowned, though he knew better than to question orders on the battlefield. On another front, the light cavalry led by strategist Yunlong also received similar orders. The accompanying deputy general was puzzled. Strategist, what is the young general up to? Didn't we plan for a swift resolution? Why this arrangement now? Yunlong pondered for a moment, understanding Lin Ji's intent. Brilliant. I didn't expect the young general to be so decisive on the battlefield, without hesitation. What do you mean? The deputy general asked, and the surrounding soldiers also turned their attention. You don't get it? Plans change. Before coming here, Xiao General indeed made arrangements to take Kongming Valley within a day. Although I don't know why Linji changed his mind, there must be a reason. Now, the young general is making us blatantly expose our positions to put pressure on the enemy. In warfare, winning hearts is superior to winning battles. With the Shangyuan army trapped in Kongming Valley, if they learn of being surrounded on 3 sides and don't want to fight to the death, they'll only have one way out, crossing the Liao River to the north. In that case, we can take Kongming Valley without lifting a finger. Hashtag Chapter 510. Sneaking attack at night? I'm not that despicable. On the battlefield, why do we need deputy generals? It's because the main generals are tasked with leading troops into battle. Deputy generals, on the other hand, are responsible for overseeing the overall situation and devising strategies. Those who can excel at both are capable of being a marshal. At the very least, they are a general, not just a mere commander. Currently, most of the northern border army has not been in the thick of battle for a long time, full of youthful vigor and brimming with killing intent, which is a good thing. But the biggest problem is that they might narrow their vision, seeing only the enemy, thus forgetting the true purpose of the campaign. Killing is always just a means. Only the benefits gained through war are the most fundamental reasons. Our original goal was to seize the empty Brightness Valley. Even if the Shangyuan army retreats entirely, it doesn't harm us, Master Yunlong spoke eloquently. If we can take the empty Brightness Valley without fighting, it would be 100 times beneficial to the entire northern border army. Those around him suddenly understood. Their eyes couldn't help but reveal admiration. I didn't expect that in just a few years, the young general's ability and command has become so unique. It's truly astonishing. Master Yunlong's eyes also revealed a profound expression. I thought he was just a pampered child growing up under General Lin's protection. Now it seems we all misunderstood the young general. His talent far exceeds our imagination. The deputy general couldn't help but sigh. Even if General Lin were here, he might not make the same changes as the young general. They are fundamentally different, Master Yunlong said meaningfully. And this matter need not be discussed with others. Even the soldiers of the Northern Border Army, to understand the subtleties here, would likely be extremely difficult. All right, inform all soldiers to dismount, set up camp here, and light fires. Be vigilant at all times. Keep watch day and night without interruption. Yes. Inside the empty Brightness Valley, everyone was on high alert, their expressions solemn. It was already night, yet no one dared to relax. The dark night with strong winds was the perfect time for killing and setting fires. The Shangyuan army, seasoned veterans, knew that this was the time to be most cautious. One must not let their guard down. Sneaking attacks at night were tactics the Shangyuan army had used repeatedly to great effect. Countless enemies had been defeated in this manner. Now, the Northern Border Army wanted to use the same trick in front of them. It was like showing off in front of an expert. Even Chen Shangyuan sat atop the Qin family fortress, sitting upright, eyes closed in meditation. Though it seemed calm, only those truly in the midst would understand how tense it was. General Chen. Flames spotted to the east. Prepare for battle. Chen Shangyuan's eyes snapped open, glowing with intensity. How far are they from the valley? Judging by sight, about 50 li. The reporting soldier bowed. 50 li? And they're already showing flames? Chen Shangyuan frowned. This was impossible. It was equivalent to prematurely exposing their position. Who would launch a sneak attack so brazenly? Utterly foolish. If it were anyone else, Chen Shangyuan would have burst into laughter by now. Such an operation was tantamount to self-destruction. But the one attacking him now was Lin Ji, and including today's loss to Wen Chengyu, he had already been outmaneuvered twice by the other party. In the past 5 years, no one had ever caused Qin Shangyuan such a big loss. So now, he felt there must be something strange about this. He never considered the possibility. Reconnoiter again. General, the enemy to the west has started a fire to cook and is resting in the woods. What? At this news, everyone present looked at each other, eyes filled with confusion. Several deputy generals and advisors felt utterly baffled. General, the Northern Border Army is too disrespectful to us, isn't it? In the face of a formidable enemy, they dare to light fires and cook, and so leisurely? Chen Shangyuan's brow furrowed deeply. This was not right. It was too abnormal. Perhaps this is all just an illusion. Lin Ji was known for his cunning. Chen Shangyuan had heard of this before. Seeing it today, it seemed true. But old ginger is still spicy. With such petty tricks, he wanted Chen Shangyuan to fall into a trap, which was wishful thinking. It's very likely that this is all intentional on the enemy's part. Reconnoiter for the truth. Yes. General, the enemy to the west has no intention of attacking. Report, flames have appeared to the east. The enemy's light cavalry is also lighting fires to cook. This left everyone present utterly bewildered. What's going on? Aren't they here to fight? But looking at the Northern Border Army's posture, it seemed like they were here for a picnic. In the middle of the night, instead of taking advantage of the time and terrain to attack, they were lighting fires and cooking? Is this battle even going to happen? Chen Shangyuan's brow furrowed deeply. The more it was like this, the more worried he became. General, now might be our best chance to counterattack. An advisor couldn't help but say. The enemy was off guard. If they counterattack now, they could surely inflict heavy damage on the enemy. Perhaps they could even find a way out. No, Chun Shangyuan pondered. The situation was too bizarre. And if Linji had set a trap, then going out now would put them in a very awkward and passive position. If they won, it would be fine. But if they lost? Not only would they lose the best geographical position of Empty Brightness Valley, they would also be unable to break through the encirclement. Other than waiting for death, there would be no other way. The enemy is trying to make us let our guard down. Tonight, everyone must stay at their posts. Anyone who neglects their duty will be dealt with according to military law. Chen Shangyuan issued the order expressionlessly. Everyone present realized that this would be an unprecedented hard battle. Who would have thought that the renowned Shangyuan army, one of the 4 elite forces of the Great Xia dynasty, coming to the northern border would end up in such a predicament? They were even forced to just defend their position. If it were before, they didn't know how many times they would have charged. In just one day, even some weak enemies had already surrendered. The night passed without incident. Dawn, as the eastern sun gradually spread across the land. Chapter 510. Sneaking attack at night? I'm not that despicable. Why do we need deputy generals on the battlefield? It's because the primary task of the main generals is to engage in combat and kill the enemy. Deputy generals, on the other hand, are responsible for overseeing the overall situation and devising strategies. Those who can excel in both roles possess the qualities of a marshal. Such individuals are often at least a general, not just a mere commander. Currently, most of the Northern Border Army soldiers have not fought in the field for a long time, making them full of youthful vigor and aggressive intent, which is generally a good thing. However, the biggest issue is that they might narrow their vision, focusing only on the enemy. Thus, they forget the true purpose of the campaign. Killing is always just a means. Only the benefits obtained through war are the fundamental reasons. Our original goal was to seize the Empty Brightness Valley. Even if the Shangyuan army retreats entirely, it doesn't harm us, Elder Yunlong explained eloquently. If we can take the Empty Brightness Valley without fighting, it would be of immense benefit to the entire Northern Border Army. Those around him suddenly understood. Their eyes couldn't help but show admiration. I can't believe that in just a few years, the young general's ability in commanding troops has become so unique. It's truly astonishing. Even Elder Yunlong couldn't help but show a profound look in his eyes. This is also surprising. I thought he was just a spoiled child growing up under the protection of General Lin. Now it seems we all misunderstood the young general. His talents far exceed our expectations. The deputy general couldn't help but sigh. Even if General Lin were here, he might not make the same changes as the young general. They are fundamentally different types, Elder Yunlong said meaningfully. This matter doesn't need to be discussed with others. Even the soldiers of the Northern Border Army would find it extremely difficult to understand the intricacies involved. All right, notify all soldiers to dismount and set up camp here, build fires, and stay vigilant. Set up a 24-hour watch, day and night. Yes. In the Empty Brightness Valley, everyone was on high alert. Their faces were solemn. It was already night, yet no one dared to relax. The dark night with strong winds is the time for killing and arson. The Shangyuan army, seasoned veterans, knew that such times required even more caution. One must not let their guard down. Sneaking attacks at night were a tactic the Shangyuan army had used repeatedly with success. Countless enemies had been defeated by this method. Now, the Northern Border Army seemed to be trying the same trick in front of them. It was like showing off in front of an expert. Even Chen Shangyuan was sitting atop the Qin family fortress, sitting upright and resting with his eyes closed. Though it seemed calm, only those truly in the situation would understand how tense it was. General Chun. Flames spotted in the east. Full alert. Chun Shangyuan suddenly opened his eyes. His gaze was intense. How far are they from the valley? Approximately 50 miles away, by sight. The reporting soldier replied respectfully. 50 miles? Flames already visible? Chun Shangyuan frowned. This was impossible. It was equivalent to prematurely exposing their position. Such a blatant sneak attack was idiotic. If it were anyone else, Chen Shangyuan would have laughed out loud by now. Such actions were suicidal. But the one attacking him now was Lin Ji, and including today's encounter with Wen Chengyu, he had already been outmaneuvered twice by him. In the past 5 years, no one had ever caused Chen Shangyuan such significant losses. So now, he felt there must be something strange about this. He hadn't even considered the possibility. Recon again. General, the enemy to the west has started a fire to cook and is resting in the woods. What? Upon hearing this, everyone looked at each other in confusion. Their eyes were full of bewilderment. Several deputy generals and advisors found it even more baffling. General, the Northern Border Army seems to be completely underestimating us. With the enemy at the gates, they dare to cook and relax like this? Chen Shangyuan's brow was furrowed. This was not right. It was too abnormal. Perhaps this is all an illusion. Lin Ji was known for his cunning tactics. Chen Shangyuan had heard of this before. Today's encounter seemed to confirm it. But old Ginger is hotter. To think that these petty tricks could trap him was wishful thinking. It's likely all a deliberate act. Investigate further. Yes. General, the enemy to the west shows no intention of attacking. Report, flames have also appeared in the east. The enemy's light cavalry is also cooking and resting. This left everyone present completely puzzled. What's going on? Aren't they here to fight? But the Northern Border Army's demeanor looks like they're on a picnic. Instead of attacking under the cover of night, they're cooking and resting? Is this battle even going to happen? Chen Shangyuan's brow was deeply furrowed. The more things were like this, the more worried he became. General, now might be our best chance to counterattack. An advisor couldn't help but suggest. The enemy was letting their guard down. If they launched a counterattack now, they could severely damage the enemy. Perhaps they could even find a way out. No. Chen Shangyuan pondered. The situation was too strange. And if Lin Ji had set a trap, then going out now would put them in an awkward and passive position. If they won, it would be fine. But if they lost, they would not only lose the best geographical position of the empty Brightness Valley, they would also be unable to break out. All they could do was wait passively. The enemy is trying to make us let our guard down. Tonight, everyone must stay at their posts and fulfill their duties. Any negligence will be dealt with according to military law. Chen Shangyuan issued his orders expressionlessly. Everyone present realized that this would be an unprecedented tough battle. Who could have thought that the renowned Shangyuan army, one of the 4 elite forces of the great Xia dynasty, would end up in such a predicament upon arriving at the northern border? They were even forced to defend their position. In the past, they would have charged countless times. In just one day, some weak enemies had already surrendered. The night passed without incident. Dawn arrived. As the eastern sunlight gradually spread across the land, the valley was eerily quiet. The Shangyuan army had all stayed awake all night. Their faces were haggard. Dark circles were evident. Even Chen Shangyuan, resting with his eyes closed, was extremely cautious. Any unusual movement would instantly wake him. Who could have imagined? This night would be so calm, so much so that it was unbelievable. General, what is the Northern Border Army up to? An advisor asked, puzzled. If their goal was to create confusion to find an opportunity to attack the valley, then why was the entire night so peaceful? If not, then this was even more bizarre. The Shangyuan army had all stayed awake for the night, their faces haggard, with dark circles under their eyes. Even Chen Shangyuan, in meditation, was extremely cautious. Any unusual movement would immediately wake him. Yet who would have thought? This night would be so calm, even making them feel utterly puzzled. General, what is the Northern Border Army up to? An advisor asked, puzzled. If they were trying to create a false impression to find an opportunity to attack the valley, why was the whole night so peaceful? If not, then this was even more bizarre. Hashtag chapter 511. Killing is a means, not an end. Was it really necessary to come to this empty and bright valley just for a picnic and sightseeing? Chen Shangyuan pondered deeply. Fortunately, there was enough food and water in the valley. Even if they were trapped here, there was nothing to fear. All right, since we've survived the night, at least we still have a chance now. Inform all the soldiers that from now on, no one is to leave the valley without permission. If the enemy dares to attack, we will act according to the plan." Everyone nodded. Military orders are as heavy as a mountain. They dared not disobey in the slightest. However, what no one expected was that for the next 3 days, everything was peaceful. The northern border army seemed to have moved in next door, engaging in battle with Wen Chengyu on the first day and then remaining completely silent. Not only that, but Lin Ji even deliberately sent people to deliver some food and water. However, no one dared to touch them. Who knew what tricks were hidden in these supplies? If poisoned, the consequences could be dire. As a result, the soldiers of the Shangyuan army gradually became restless. If they were only responsible for guarding the empty Bright Valley, they would not have been so anxious. But now, the enemy was outside, and the reinforcements were long overdue. With food and water depleting day by day, if this stalemate continued, they would soon run out of resources. Every day, the deputy generals and advisors would come to Chen Shangyuan to discuss the current situation. They even reminded him multiple times whether they should go out of the valley to fight, but Chen Shangyuan was not foolish. Initially, he indeed thought that Lin Ji was setting a trap to lure him in, but after 3 consecutive days, he began to waver. There were 2 possibilities now. Firstly, Lin Ji was still fishing with a net. A truly good hunter is always more patient than his prey. It was possible to wait for 3 days, or even 10 days or half a month. Chen Shangyuan once ambushed the Western Xia army in the northwest, staying hidden outside Yinmen Pass for nearly 12 days. Just when everyone thought the Shangyuan army had retreated, he suddenly struck, catching the enemy off guard. That was why Chen Shangyuan was suspicious. There was another possibility. Lin Ji wanted to engage in a protracted battle. Throughout history, the best way to besiege a city was not through force, but by waiting until the city's food and supplies ran out. Then the city would fall without a fight. However, the empty Bright Valley was well connected, and even if it was surrounded by the enemy on the south, east, and west sides, there was still the north, a direction for easy retreat. These doubts made Chen Shangyuan feel that the situation was too peculiar. That's why he decided to remain unchanged to cope with any changes. As for going out of the valley to fight, what would be the difference from committing suicide? Lin Ji's weapons were extremely strange and powerful, as proven by Wen Chengyu. Without clear information, Chen Shangyuan could not rashly act. Only by understanding both oneself and the enemy could one fight 100 battles without defeat. Those who only relied on bravery and recklessness often paid a heavy price. For example, 1,000 years ago, there was a hero who could lift a cauldron with one hand. How brave he was! In the end, he died without a burial place, not even finding his corpse. What puzzled Chen Shangyuan the most was that he had already sent people to Liuzhou City to mobilize troops. But now, nearly 7 days had passed, and there was no sign of any reinforcements. What was the situation? He did not believe that the Shangyuan army would betray him. The most terrifying aspect of the 4 elite armies was the absolute loyalty of each soldier. But now, trapped in the empty Bright Valley, no one came to rescue him? What did this mean? Inform everyone to conserve their strength. The food in the valley is enough for at least 10 more days. No one is allowed to be restless. Anyone who affects the morale will be executed without mercy. The surrounding advisors and deputy generals looked at each other, but there was nothing they could do. Outside the valley, the northern border army, divided into 3 routes, was enjoying themselves. Ding Yun and his men in the western forest were leaning against the mountainside, leisurely soaking up the sun. They even chatted and laughed. The bonfire behind them was never extinguished. If it weren't for the enemy in front, they might have been drinking and feasting. The light cavalry in the east had many people fishing and bathing by the Liao River. It was truly no different from a picnic. At first, some soldiers were restrained, but seeing their superiors not caring and not restraining them, they let loose. But whether on which side, vigilance was not relaxed. Sentries were set every 10 steps, stretching for dozens of meters, and any movement in the valley could be detected instantly. As for Lin Ji's side, they were living the most carefree life. They not only acquired some of the Shangyuan army's supplies, but also set up camp on the plain. During the day, They sang heartily, and at night, they roasted meat around the bonfire. Xiao Luo was enjoying himself immensely. Apart from a bit of boredom and loneliness, there was no dissatisfaction. Young General, it's been 3 days already. Are we really not going to do anything? The Deputy General looked at the scene before him, not knowing what to do. To be honest, he had been in the military for many years. He had followed Lin Tianhao for 10 years and had fought in over 100 battles. But he had never experienced such ease. Was this even a war? If they called in some courtesans and brought some fine wine, it would be no different from a victory celebration. There's no need to rush. Timing, terrain, and human factors are all essential. Besides, my father's tactics are outdated. Bravery and invincibility? Lin Ji smiled faintly. As a sales manager, he understood very well that to win over a client, sweet words and threats were indispensable. Of course, this could not be seen by the client. The most important thing was to win over the client through human relations. Just saying the product was good was useless. If the client didn't want to buy, they wouldn't buy. The same principle applied on the battlefield. Fighting bravely was like having a good product. It was indeed strong. It had advantages over anyone. But sometimes, if there was a shortcut, there was no need to waste troops. After all, they were all sons of the Central Plains. Mutual slaughter also consumed the vitality of the Central Plains. War, in fact, had no real winners. Whether victorious or defeated, what was invested and what was gained in this war could never be proportional. Lin Ji's reason for raising troops against the Great Xia dynasty was to secure some living space for himself. The death sentence of the Minister of War and Li Jingzhen was written on his forehead. If he didn't resist, he would really be waiting to be slaughtered? Secondly, Lin Ji did not like killing. If it weren't for being forced, why would he harm lives? Chapter 512. The enemy finally arrives. Discussing the situation with the Shangyuan army. The Northern Border Army soldiers have been stationed at the northern frontier with their old commander for 10 years, some growing from children to strong men, others from young men to retired veterans. They have endured hardships without any merit. And honestly, guarding the north is extremely monotonous and arduous. Can't we just die on the battlefield without even thinking about it? Considering multiple factors, Lin Ji chose this method. Like slowly cutting flesh without endangering life, each cut is extremely painful. Don't be impatient. We can leave anytime we want. Now the initiative is in our hands. We can fight or retreat as we please. Isn't that good? Lin Ji said calmly. He took a whiff of the freshly roasted rabbit in his hand. It smelled delicious. A bit small. Not fully grown yet. But young general, the Shangyuan army still has tens of thousands of troops in Liuzhou City. If their reinforcements arrive, we will be attacked from both front and rear, and may be in a difficult situation. The deputy general said with concern. He had no major doubts about Lin Ji's decision. A soldier's duty is to obey orders. This is even more true on the battlefield. Insubordination is a grave offense. The Northern Border Army is known for its loyalty and bravery. Previously, it was Lin Tianhao leading the troops. Now that Lin Ji is in charge, there can be no different treatment. What are you afraid of? Haven't you seen? Liuzhou City will not send reinforcements. Lin Ji said calmly. The deputy general's eyes showed shock. How could it be? That's one of the 4 elite armies of the Great Xia dynasty. As the main general, Chen Shangyuan is trapped here. How could Liuzhou City remain indifferent? Young general, how do you know? Nonsense. Didn't I send people to Liuzhou City to gather information? They report to me every half day for the past 3 days. Up until now, the gates of the Shangyuan army's camp outside Liuzhou City remain closed, showing no intention to march. Tell me, can these people fly over from the sky? Lin Ji raised an eyebrow. In fact, when he learned this news, he also felt very strange. It doesn't make sense. If there are divisions within the Xiongnu, that can be understood. After all, the Xiongnu are barbarians. They have little culture. Disagreements between generals are common. The clear example of Hua Luo and Jia Mu. If these two could unite like the Northern Border Army, the difficulty for Lin Ji to defend Meng County would increase tenfold. Where would there be a chance to breathe? But the Shangyuan army is different. One of the four elite armies of the Great Xia dynasty, their reputation is not just for show. Moreover, their battle records are impressive. These are facts that can be traced. That's why Linji finds it very strange. Even suspects if this is a deliberate move by Qian Shangyuan. But for 3 consecutive days, Liuzhou City remained indifferent, showing no intention to dispatch troops. So Linji made a bold guess. For whatever reason, Liuzhou City will not send troops. At least not in the short term. There's no need to worry. So they have ample time. The deputy general suddenly understood. So that's it. His eyes couldn't help but show admiration. Young general, I didn't expect you to be so bold and meticulous. It seems I am short-sighted. No need to flatter me. We just need to do our job well. Besides, our goal is to take Kongming Valley. Who says we have to annihilate the enemy? Linji said and the northern border army has no reinforcements. There must be a deadline. We can't let this situation drag on. Linji looked up at the sky. A gentle breeze passed. The grass shoots just emerging from the soil swayed slightly. The soldiers' clothes fluttered with the wind. The time should be about right. Linji patted the dirt off his hands. He threw the freshly roasted rabbit to the deputy general. Let the soldiers eat and drink well. In 2 hours, everyone will be ready to move. Also, pass this message to the military advisor and deputy Ding.
Yes.
In the northern border army. Although the soldiers had a carefree time for the past 3 days, they came back to fight. With the strong enemy still present, how could they enjoy themselves? Now, seeing that Linji is finally about to act, everyone moved quickly, almost at the fastest speed. They put on their equipment and tidied up. Each face showed fighting spirit. It seemed they couldn't wait to charge into the enemy, using the enemy's blood to consecrate their weapons. 2 hours later, everything was ready. Linji mounted his horse. 2,000 northern border army soldiers followed behind him in a grand procession. Although the number was not large, the killing intent was intense. Though millions block, I go forth. 2,000 men exuded the momentum of 20,000 troops. Their actions immediately caught the attention of the Shangyuan army. The sentry stationed at the junction saw this and quickly ran back to report. General, the enemy is here. Chun Shangyuan, who had been meditating with his eyes closed, suddenly shuddered. His face looked a bit unwell. These 3 days, his situation was not much different from his soldiers. He had trouble eating and sleeping, even unable to lie down to rest. He had sat here for 3 days and nights. Even his limbs had gone numb many times. Now, upon hearing the report from his subordinates, Chun Shangyuan's spirits lifted. Finally here, he felt even more fortunate in his heart. If Linji had endured any longer, he really felt he couldn't hold on. This is the biggest difference between the defender and the attacker. The attacker can control the tempo, while the defender can only concentrate on responding. Although in ancient times, the defenders seemed to have an easier time in battles. They just had to wait in fortresses and cities. But the reality is not so. Chapter 5:13. I'll give you a chance. Since they had no idea when the enemy would strike, and coupled with Linji's cunning and unpredictable nature as a commander, they had to remain constantly on high alert. The prolonged mental strain was a burden for anyone. It was like a tightly stretched rope. If not properly relaxed, it might suddenly snap at any moment. At this moment, upon learning that Linji was leading his troops forward, Chun Shangyuan even felt a moment of relief. Compared to this long and agonizing wait, he would rather hope for a straightforward and decisive battle, better than endless torment. Prepare the army. Although the soldiers of the Shangyuan army were exhausted, they all perked up at this moment. Finally, the time had come to vent their frustration. Who would want to miss such an opportunity? However, when they arrived at the entrance of the valley, they were stunned by what they saw. Linji stood at the forefront of his army, with countless soldiers behind him holding muskets. The dark muzzles pointed at the entrance. At the same time, enemies also appeared on the slopes of the valley. The light cavalry led by Yunlong the Taoist was also nearby, poised and ready, with each of their sweat-blooded horses swishing their tails and exhaling hot breath. It seemed they were also waiting for the battle to begin. What do you mean? Chun Shangyuan squinted his eyes. His gaze was filled with ferocity. It seemed he was, and previously, the Shangyuan army's ambush outside the valley had already been cleared, forcing the concealed soldiers to retreat back into the valley. This man was not only formidable in strength, but also had unique insights and strategy. Truly an unprecedented, formidable enemy, at least among his peers. Chen Shangyuan had never seen anyone who could remain so composed on the battlefield as Linji. How can it be nonsense? I came here with sincerity. Linji's lips curled up, and his chin couldn't help but lift slightly. That condescending posture carried a strong presence. It seemed he wanted to take the initiative from the start. But in fact, he didn't need to deliberately show it, because the Northern Border Army now truly held the advantages of time, place, and harmony. General Chen, there is no deep enmity between us, and we don't necessarily have to reach this point, do we? Isn't there a chance for reconciliation? Linji said meaningfully. What exactly are you trying to say? Chen Shangyuan frowned. His patience was gradually waning. He had a feeling, if they didn't go to war now, perhaps dragging it out further would be a huge variable for the Shangyuan army. Even in terms of morale, they would completely lose their ability to resist. War is all about morale. If the troops are scattered and their spirit is low, the battle is already lost before it even begins. That's why Chen Shangyuan deeply understood that the situation of the Shangyuan army was far from being as easy as imagined. To break the deadlock, they had to find a way to take the initiative, even to dampen the enemy's spirit. General Chen, I believe you've also heard from Wen Qingyu about the combat methods of my troops? Linji was very patient. He even gestured behind him. I don't mind telling you, this thing is called a musket. Not only does it have a longer range than a crossbow, but its firing speed is also very fast. Most importantly, its destructive power is extraordinary. Wen Qingyu was lucky to survive. Chen Shangyuan's face changed dramatically upon hearing this, his eyes filled with disbelief. This indeed exceeded his imagination. He had heard rumors before, but now, facing those dark muzzles, an invisible pressure enveloped him like a tide. If it was truly as Wen Qingyu said, these weapons fire projectiles so fast that they can't be seen or reacted to, given the battle lines constructed by the Northern Border Army here. To confront them head-on, they would need several times more troops to even reach the enemy's front. It would truly be a path paved with the lives of soldiers. And now, Chen Shangyuan only had a few thousand men under his command. The forces were almost equal. Using such a suicidal tactic, there would be no chance of victory. Even if it wasn't the Northern Border Army, Chen Shan wouldn't be foolish enough to send his soldiers to their deaths. What is this? Pressure? Chen Shangyuan asked coldly. If General Chen insists on seeing it that way, then I have nothing to say. But I still want to clarify my true intentions, because I came here with sincerity. Linji said slowly. The smile on his face gradually disappeared. This was not a joke, nor was it a deliberate provocation. Instead, he genuinely believed that there hadn't yet been a need for actual combat between the two sides. Although he had indeed suffered a setback at Chen Shangyuan's hands last time. But the Northern Border Army and the Shangyuan army hadn't yet formed a grudge. At least, that's how he saw it. After all, there were no casualties on his side. General Chen, you are indeed a rare talent. I know that you have always believed in defending the Great Xia, but in my opinion, this country is no longer worth protecting for someone like you. Chen Shangyuan's face changed instantly upon hearing this. He also guessed what the other party was trying to say. Linji, stop spouting nonsense here. How dare you criticize the Great Xia dynasty? General Chen, take a good look at this northern border. From the time you arrived in Liuzhou City until now, it's been nearly a month, hasn't it? Can't you see anything about the people of Liuzhou City? Linji said firmly. His voice was full of confidence and righteousness. Chapter 514. Must you taste the power of technology? Linji was never one with grand ambitions. He had never even considered seizing the throne and ruling over the lives of millions. For in his mind, even though he was born into a military family, he still harbored the mindset of a commoner. He cared little about the state of the world as long as he could live a peaceful life, content with his lot. This led to the initial conflicts he had with all the nobles in the capital, including princely Jingzhen, being purely personal grievances. At that time, Lin Ji was alone in the capital, helpless and friendless. Although there were people like Yun Songfeng and Gao Feihu willing to help, and even an unwed princess, his meager strength was no match for the entire court. Thus, Lin Hao decided to establish the Lin Trading Company, hoping that wealth would grant him some influence. However, Li Jingzhan couldn't stand to see him prosper in the capital. A decree was sent to the northern border, and all of Lin Ji's hard-earned foundations were wiped out in an instant. It was only thanks to the loyalty and gratitude of his comrades in the Lin Trading Company that he wasn't left penniless in the northern border. It was returning to the northern border and shouldering the responsibilities of a general that truly opened his eyes to the harsh realities of the era. This realization was the most significant factor driving him to compete with the great Xia for the throne. If those on the throne couldn't fulfill their duties, and if the officials only cared about forming factions and seeking power, then what use were they to the common people? Instead of wasting time, it would be better to overthrow the great Xia dynasty. If these people couldn't fulfill their promises to the people and ensure a good life for them, then they might as well do nothing, lest they cause further suffering. However, it couldn't be denied that the great Xia dynasty had managed to establish itself in the Central Plains due to the capable people supporting it, including generals like Chen Shangyuan, who were brave and skilled in battle. General Chen, don't you wish to create a new era? The people of the north are suffering, and you have no sympathy for them? Lin Ji said with righteous indignation. He never considered himself the embodiment of justice. He simply wanted to do what he believed was right. Regardless of the outcome, at least when he looked back decades later, he wouldn't be ashamed of his youthful actions. Skills and loyalty. The man was indeed worthy of respect for his loyalty, but Lin Ji would treat such a person seriously. Chen Shangyuan, you need to think clearly. This is your final path, Lin Ji warned. Chen Shangyuan laughed heartily. You, a mere child, dare to lecture me, a general? Let's fight. No need for words. He scoffed at the idea of Lin Ji's few thousand men attempting to defeat his Filong army, calling it a pipe dream. Lin Ji's lips curled into a smile. Haven't you realized? It's been so long, yet your reinforcements haven't arrived. The reason for that, I'm sure, you understand better than I do. Chen Shangyuan was taken aback and cursed inwardly. Before he could respond, a distant shout rang out, "Attack!" In an instant, countless muskets fired, and many in the Shangyuan army were injured. Chen Shangyuan's face paled as he witnessed the power of muskets for the first time. Find cover and don't expose yourselves. Fortunately, the Shangyuan army was battle-hardened. Though caught off guard, they quickly adapted, even attempting to counter with bows and crossbows. However, the power of technology was beyond their comprehension. Initially, Chen Shangyuan still intended to resist, but after experiencing the firepower of muskets and thunder bombs, he understood why Lin Hao was undefeated in the northern border. These weapons were too formidable. The Shangyuan army had no chance to leave the valley and engage in battle. They could only wait for the enemy's assault to end before countering. What is this? The soldiers of the Shangyuan army hid behind their fortifications. Thankfully, they had raised their defenses several zhang high beforehand, or many would have been hit by the musketeers. How would I know? These guys must be mad. They had no opportunity to retaliate, and all eyes turned to Chen Shangyuan, hoping for guidance. The once invincible Shangyuan army now faced an unprecedented crisis. Who could have imagined that upon arriving at the northern border, they would be so thoroughly defeated, losing their reinforcements and any chance to fight back? Chen Shangyuan's heart was in turmoil. No matter how formidable the enemy had been in the past, they always found a way to counter and exploit weaknesses. Chapter 515. Shangyuan's first retreat. However, for some unknown reason, Chen Shangyuan felt as if he had fallen into an impasse this time. Lin Ji, although appearing carefree and even somewhat erratic, exuded a deadly pressure whenever he acted. It was so overwhelming that it left no room for resistance. What kind of person could possess such formidable strength? Could it be that he had been hiding his true abilities under the guise of a playboy all these years? If that were the case, this man was the most formidable enemy Chen Shangyuan had ever encountered, far surpassing even Lin Tianhao. What baffled him the most was how Lin Tianhao could cultivate such a talent, one that even he could no longer handle. General! When Chengyu, with his injuries, approached Chen Shangyuan, "Let me go and fight the enemy to the death." "No, General 1, General Chen. The enemy's combat power is too fierce. We should avoid their onslaught. They haven't deployed any forces in the north yet, which is our only escape route." The adjutant spoke urgently by the side. Without reinforcements, the enemy had no concerns. They relentlessly attacked them. The key point was that the Beijing army led by Lin Ji had not advanced a single step. Yet, the Shangyuan army guarding the front line kept losing soldiers. The gap had become enormous, and it was impossible to bridge it in a short time. In other words, they had no chance of winning. If Lin Ji continued to attack in this manner, he could easily defeat the Shangyuan army without any casualties. By then, they wouldn't even have a chance to escape. In the era of cold weapons, military strength was the most crucial weapon of an army. So when the death toll exceeded about 20%, any general would choose to retreat. Because as long as they regrouped and found another opportunity, there was hope for a comeback. However, if a military's casualties exceeded 50%, it was a sign of a crushing defeat. Even if given a chance, the morale could no longer be boosted. The so-called dead end often occurs when they know they cannot break through, but still have enough forces to fight to the death. What are you babbling about? We are the Shangyuan army. Our purpose here at the northern border is to annihilate the northern army and capture Lin Tianhao and his son. When Chengyu grabbed the adjutant by the collar, "You want us to be deserters? Do you still have the honor of the Shangyuan army in your heart?" His eyes were filled with anger. He clearly couldn't accept this, feeling it had completely exceeded his imagination. "General 1, the situation you see now, it's not that we don't want to continue, but there's simply no chance." The adjutant pleaded earnestly. As a general, one should play the role of inspiring morale. He understood this. But if they continued, when the situation completely spiraled out of control, even a deity couldn't change the outcome. That would be the most troublesome and headache-inducing. The role of the adjutant is to make the most accurate judgment of the situation, to achieve the greatest victory at the smallest cost. And if that can't be done, then the only option is to preserve the army's combat power by incurring even smaller losses. There is no other way. Shut up. Your words are clearly undermining the morale. When Chengyu said furiously, having suffered losses from Lin Ji, he couldn't bear a third defeat. It would be a stain on his entire military career. So while there was still a chance, he would rather bite off a piece of the enemy than retreat. Chen Shangyuan's expression was grave. His mind was racing. To fight or not to fight? If they didn't fight, they surely had a chance to detour back to Liuzhou City via the Liao River, regroup, and then fight the northern army to the death. The only loss would be the important position of Kongming Valley and the soldiers who had already died. But if they fought, the odds of winning were too low. The enemy hadn't even truly engaged their left and right wings in battle yet. They were merely holding key positions. After several considerations, Chen Shangyuan finally chose to compromise. Notify all Shangyuan soldiers to retreat immediately towards the Liao River. What? When Chengyu was stunned. He never expected that the usually lofty and formidable General Chen Shangyuan of the Shangyuan army would make such a humiliating decision. "General, we are not necessarily their inferior. Why do this?" Enough nonsense. Chen Shangyuan was already in a bad mood. Hearing Wen Chengyu's words, he became even more furious. "Don't you remember how you got injured? Do you want to risk everyone's lives now?" But Wen Chengyu was dazed. His eyes were filled with disbelief. "This is a disgrace, General. Can you really endure it? On the battlefield, military orders are paramount. Wen Chengyu, do you want to disobey orders?" Chen Shangyuan didn't want to explain further. He was afraid that if he hesitated any longer, he would be overwhelmed by anger and unable to make the right decision. By then, who would take responsibility for this defeat? Himself? How would he repay the lives of those countless soldiers? No more nonsense. Retreat immediately. Meanwhile, outside the valley, Lin Ji's northern army soldiers were firing wildly, their firepower orderly and leaving no breathing space for the enemy. Although the Shangyuan army tried several times to charge, they failed each time. Not only that, the casualties were heavy. Young general, they are preparing to flee. The deputy pointed to the gradually diminishing Shangyuan army in the distance. Lin Ji's face lit up with joy. All soldiers, put away your muskets, draw your blades. Charge into the valley. Yes. Although it was the Northern Army's first real battle with Lin Ji, their execution was extraordinary. In no time, all soldiers had put away their muskets and drew their long weapons. Charge! With a roar, the deputy led the soldiers into the valley. Almost simultaneously, Ding Yun and Shang Yuan Daoist led the left and right wings in simultaneous attacks. The battle began unusually quickly. The Shang Yuan army had no resistance, fleeing in panic, discarding armor and weapons along the way, and swimming across the Liao River without hesitation. Chapter 516, Crushing the Enemy. At this moment, the morale of the Northern Army had reached an unprecedented high. Even individuals like Ding Yun and Master Yunlong were overcome with excitement. Follow me to the Liao River and crush the enemy. Wait. Chapter 516, Crushing the Enemy. At this moment, the morale of the Northern Border Army had reached an unprecedented high. Even figures like Ding Yun and Master Yunlong were excited beyond measure. Follow me to the Liao River, crush the enemy. Wait. Just as everyone was about to charge forth, Lin Ji rode over on horseback. From across the Liao River, they could see the remnants of the Shangyuan army on the opposite bank, many of them in disarray. Chen Shangyuan, in particular, was disheveled, his face filled with dissatisfaction and anger. General, are we really going to flee like this? When Qingyu couldn't accept it. Having served in the Shangyuan army for years, he had never felt such humiliation as he did today. Not just him. All the soldiers felt the same, their heads hanging low as if their spines had been broken. Move out. Seeing the Northern Border Army approaching the Liao River, Chen Shangyuan didn't hesitate. It was always right to retreat first. As long as you survive, you can fight another day. On the battlefield, one shouldn't dwell on such things. Nothing is more important than staying alive. One's integrity is merely a result of the situation. Now, there was no need for the Shangyuan army to defend the Kongming Valley, as there was no one else there but them. Lin Ji, just you wait. One day, I will make you and your father pay tenfold for today's actions. Chen Shangyuan took one last deep look at the valley, the white-robed figure he would never forget. Then he followed the army in fleeing north. Young general, why don't we pursue them? The Shangyuan army is now devoid of morale. If we continue to attack, we will surely achieve a great victory. Ding Yun said, puzzled. If they could annihilate the enemy and capture Chen Shangyuan, the Northern Border Army would be unshakable in the north and even more respected in the court. Since they had decided to break away from the Chalting, their tasks now were to strengthen themselves and create momentum. Throughout history, those who achieve great things do so by sun surwe. When the momentum reaches a certain height, they can accomplish feats beyond imagination and even change the world. There's no need. Besides, one shouldn't pursue the desperate. Lin Ji said meaningfully. His goal was to capture the Kongming Valley. Now that the goal had been achieved, there was no need for unnecessary sacrifices. Moreover, the Shangyuan army now only had a few thousand men. Even if they captured Chen Shangyuan and killed everyone, what would be the point? At most, it would just waste ammunition and time, possibly increasing casualties in the process. In any case, it was an unwise move. Lin Ji wasn't foolish. He understood the principle of taking what you can and stopping when you should. It's like playing cards. Winning and wanting more will only lead to greater losses. All right, enough is enough. Lin Ji said calmly. Having spirit is good, but I hope you can maintain it. Everyone listen up. Return to the valley immediately to reorganize and clean up the battlefield. If there are any surviving Shangyuan soldiers, do not harm them. We must ensure they remain alive. What? The surrounding people were surprised. Young general, this is too merciful. These captives will only be a burden to us. Ding Yun said, feeling it was unnecessary. The Northern Border Army may be short on manpower compared to the entire Dashawangchal, but with 100,000 men, they could easily march into the Central Plains, let alone the capital. The Huns and Turks had tried to invade the capital with 100,000 men. In any case, they didn't need to recruit more soldiers, especially those from the Shangyuan army, who might not be loyal. I've said it before, we are all Zhongyunzerdi. Leave some room for future encounters. Linji said slowly. Moreover, if we want to hold on to the Kongming Valley, we must transform it. The Qingjia fortress alone cannot deter enemies. This place is indeed a strategic point, but its location is awkward, it's well connected, and if attacked by a large army, it could be approached from multiple directions. This time, the Shangyuan army was undermanned, otherwise, Linji wouldn't have won so easily. All right, everyone, go clean up the battlefield. Linji waved his hand. In the following half-day, Ding Yun deployed troops to guard the vicinity of the Kongming Valley and set up multiple posts. Master Yunlong and the light cavalry cleaned up the interior of the Qingjia fortress to ensure no Shangyuan soldiers were left behind, and they properly injured the survivors, treating those who were injured with the Northern Border Army's medical staff. The methods were naturally crude, cutting open the flesh to remove bullets and wrapping them with rough cloth. Whether they survived depended on their own vitality. Over the next 2 days, Lin Ji led several thousand soldiers to renovate the Qingjia fortress, especially the northern part by the Liao River, setting up watchtowers and using items from the fortress to create defenses to prevent anyone from passing through casually. In front of the valley, Lin Ji expanded it by dozens of meters, digging 3 trenches and stacking sandbags to form several lines of defense. This ensured they could reduce the enemy's forces before they reached the valley and set up many traps and obstacles around. On the 3rd day, Lin Ji gathered everyone, including the Shangyuan army captives. These once proud and formidable soldiers now looked like wilted eggplants, spiritless and dejected, like lambs waiting to be slaughtered. If not for their appearance, no one would believe they were once one of the 4 elite armies of the Dashawangcha. Report to the young general, all captives have been brought here. Please give your orders. Ding Yun saluted with both hands clasped. Seeing Lin Ji nod, he stepped aside. Everyone, I believe you all know me by now? Lin Ji slowly approached the crowd, still dressed in his white robe, looking like a humble and elegant gentleman. If not for the context, no one would imagine he was a fierce and decisive warrior on the battlefield, truly embodying the spirit of Zhao Zilong's 7 charges into and out of the enemy's ranks. I know you are all loyal and have made great contributions in the Shangyuan army, worthy of being proud sons of Zhongyan. Now that the Northern Border Army has had to fight the Shangyuan army, we did not want to harm any of you or your comrades. General, must we really flee like this? When Chengyu found it hard to accept. Having served in the Shangyuan army for years, he had never felt such humiliation as today. Not just him. All the soldiers felt the same, their spirits broken, as if their spines had been removed. Move out. Seeing the Northern Army approaching the Liao River, Chen Shangyuan did not hesitate. Fleeing first was always the right choice. As long as there's green hills, there's no fear of running out of firewood. On the battlefield, one shouldn't dwell on such things. Nothing is more important than survival. So-called integrity is merely a product of the situation. And now, the Shangyuan army had no need to defend the empty Brightness Valley, as there was no one else there. Linji, just you wait. One day, I'll make you and your father pay tenfold for what happened today. Chen Shangyuan took one last look at the valley, the white-robed figure he would never forget. Then he followed his troops in fleeing north. There's no need for that, and besides, one should not pursue a cornered enemy, Linji said with profound meaning. His goal was to capture the Kongming Valley. Now that the objective had been achieved, there was no need for unnecessary sacrifices. Moreover, the Shangyuan army now only had a few thousand men. Even if they captured Chen Shangyuan and killed everyone, what significance would it have? At most, it would waste ammunition and delay their time, possibly increasing casualties in the process. No matter how one looked at it, it was an unwise trade. Linji wasn't foolish. He understood the principle of taking what you can and stopping when it's enough. It's like playing cards. Winning and wanting more will only lead to greater losses. All right, enough is enough, Linji said indifferently. Having morale is good, and I hope you can maintain it. Everyone, listen up. Return to the valley immediately to reorganize and clean up the battlefield. If there are any surviving Shangyuan soldiers, do not harm them. We must ensure they remain alive. The surrounding crowd was astonished. Young Marshal, that's too merciful. These captives will only be a burden to us, Ding Yun said, feeling there was no need for such leniency. The Northern Army might be short on personnel compared to the entire Great Xia dynasty, but with 100,000 men, they could easily march into the Central Plains. The Huns and Turks had tried to invade the capital with 100,000 men, so there was no need for them to recruit more soldiers, especially from the disloyal Shangyuan army. I've said it before, we are all sons of the Central Plains. Leave some leeway for future encounters, Linji said slowly. Moreover, if we want to hold on to Kongming Valley, we must transform it. Qingjia Fort alone cannot fend off invaders. The location was indeed strategically important but awkwardly positioned, accessible from multiple directions. If the Shangyuan army had been stronger, Linji wouldn't have won so easily. All right, everyone, go clean up the battlefield. Linji waved his hand. Over the next half-day, Ding Yun deployed troops to guard the area around Kongming Valley, setting up numerous posts. Yulong the Taoist and the light cavalry cleaned up the interior of Qingjia Fort, ensuring no Shangyuan soldiers were left behind and ensuring all survivors, treating the wounded with the Northern Army's medics. The treatment was naturally crude, cutting open the flesh to remove bullets and wrapping the wounds with rough cloth. Whether they survived depended on their own vitality. In the following 2 days, Lin Ji led several thousand soldiers to renovate Qingjia Fort, especially the area near the Liao River in the north. They set up watchtowers and fortified the fort with various items to prevent unauthorized passage. In front of the valley, Lin Ji expanded the defenses by tens of meters, digging 3 trenches and stacking sandbags into several lines. This ensured they could reduce the enemy's forces before they reached the valley and set up many traps and obstacles around. On the 3rd day, Lin Ji gathered everyone, including the Shangyuan army's captives. These once proud and formidable soldiers now looked like wilted eggplants, spiritless and dejected, like lambs waiting to be slaughtered. If not for their appearance, one would never guess they were once part of the Great Xia dynasty's 4 elite armies. Reporting to the young marshal, all captives have been brought here. Please give your orders. Ding Yun saluted with clasped hands and stepped aside after Lin Ji nodded. Everyone, I believe you all know me by now, Lin Ji said, approaching them. Dressed in white, he looked like a humble gentleman. Who could imagine he was a fierce and decisive general on the battlefield, akin to Zhao Zilong of Changshan, who charged into battle 7 times. I know you are all loyal and have made significant contributions in the Shangyuan army, worthy of being proud sons of the Central Plains. Now that the Northern Army has had to fight the Shangyuan army, we did not want to harm any of you or your comrades. There's no need. Besides, one should not pursue a desperate enemy, Lin Ji said meaningfully. His goal was to take the empty Brightness Valley. Now that it had been achieved, there was no need for unnecessary sacrifices. Moreover, with only a few thousand men left in the Shangyuan army, even if they captured Qin Shangyuan and killed everyone, what would be the point? At most, it would waste ammunition and delay their time, possibly increasing casualties in the process. No matter how one looked at it, it was an unwise move. Lin Ji wasn't stupid. He understood the principle of knowing when to stop. It's like playing cards. Winning and wanting more will only lead to greater losses. All right, enough is enough, Lin Ji said calmly. Having determination is good, but I hope you can maintain it. Everyone listen up. Return to the valley for reorganizing and clean up the battlefield. If there are any surviving Shangyuan soldiers, do not kill them. We must keep them alive. What? The surrounding men were astonished. Young Marshal, that's too merciful. These captives will only be a burden to us, Ding Yun said, finding it unnecessary. The Northern Army might be short on personnel compared to the entire Great Xia Empire, but with 100,000 men, they could easily march into the Central Plains, let alone the capital. The Huns and Turks had tried to invade the capital with 100,000 troops. In any case, they didn't need to recruit soldiers, especially those from the Shangyuan army, who were likely disloyal. I've said it before, we're all sons of the Central Plains. Leave a way out and we'll meet again in the future, Linji said slowly. Besides, if we want to defend the empty Brightness Valley, we need to transform it. Just the Qin family fortress alone won't stop invaders. This place was indeed a strategic point, but its location was awkward, with multiple approaches. If a large army attacked, they could assault from various directions. This time, the Shangyuan army had few troops. Otherwise, Linji wouldn't have won so easily. All right, everyone, clean up the battlefield. Linji waved his hand. The following half-day saw Ding Yun deploying troops to guard the vicinity of the empty Brightness Valley and setting up numerous posts. Master Yunlong and the light cavalry cleaned up the Qin family fortress to ensure no Shangyuan soldiers were left behind, and they properly accommodated the survivors, treating the injured with Northern Army medics. The methods were naturally crude, cutting into flesh to remove bullets, then wrapping them in rough white cloth. Whether they survived depended on their own resilience. Over the next 2 days, Linji led several thousand soldiers in repairing the Qin family fortress, especially the Liao River area in the north, setting up watchtowers and using items from the fortress to create defenses, preventing anyone from passing through casually. In front of the valley, Linji expanded by dozens of meters, digging 3 trenches and stacking several lines of sandbags. This ensured they could reduce the enemy's forces before they reached the valley and set up many traps and obstacles around. Chapter 5:16. Crushing the Enemy. At this moment, the morale of the Northern Army had reached an unprecedented high. Even seasoned veterans like Ding Yun and Master Yunlong were exhilarated. Follow me to the Liao River and crush the enemy. Wait. Just as everyone was preparing to charge, Linji rode over. Across the Liao River, they could see the Shangyuan army on the opposite bank, many of them in disarray. Chen Shangyuan, in particular, was disheveled, his face a mix of frustration and fury. General, must we really flee like this? When Qingyu couldn't accept it. Having served in the Shangyuan army for years, he had never felt such humiliation. Not just him, but all the soldiers were dispirited, as if their backbone had been broken. Move out. Seeing the Northern Army approach the Liao River, Chen Shangyuan didn't hesitate. Retreating was the right choice. As long as they survived, they could fight another day. In war, survival was paramount. Linji, just you wait. One day, I'll make you and your father pay tenfold for today's events. Chen Shangyuan glared at the valley one last time, the image of the white-robed figure etched in his memory, before fleeing north with his troops. Young general, why not pursue them now? The Shangyuan army is demoralized. If we keep attacking, we're sure to win big. Ding Yun questioned. If they could annihilate the enemy and capture Chen Shangyuan, the Northern Army would be unshakable in the north, even gaining more attention from the court. No need. Besides, don't pursue the desperate, Linji said meaningfully. His goal was to capture the Kongming Valley. Now that it was achieved, there was no need for unnecessary sacrifices. With only a few thousand Shangyuan soldiers left, even if they captured Chen Shangyuan, what would it matter? It would just waste ammunition and time, possibly increasing casualties. Linji knew when to stop. It was like playing cards. Winning more could lead to greater losses. Enough is enough, Linji said calmly. Having spirit is good, but keep it going. All, return to the valley to reorganize and clean up the battlefield. If any Shangyuan soldiers are still alive, do not kill them. We need to keep them alive. Surprised murmurs spread among the crowd. Young general, that's too merciful. These captives will only be a burden, Ding Yun protested, finding it unnecessary. The Northern Army might be short on personnel compared to the entire Great Xia Empire, but with 100,000 men, they could easily march into the Central Plains. I said it before, we are all sons of the Central Plains. Leave a way out for others, and there will be a way for us. Linji explained slowly. Besides, to defend the Kongming Valley, we need to transform it. Qinjia Fort alone can't stop invaders. The location was strategically important but awkward, with multiple access points. If not for the limited number of Shangyuan troops, Lin Ji wouldn't have won so easily. All right, everyone, clean up the battlefield. Lin Ji waved his hand. Over the next half-day, Ding Yun deployed troops around Kongming Valley, setting up numerous posts. Master Yunlong and the light cavalry cleaned up Qinjia Fort, ensuring no Shangyuan soldiers were left behind and treating the survivors, even performing rough surgeries to remove bullets and bandage wounds. The following 2 days saw Lin Ji leading several thousand soldiers in renovating Qinjia Fort, especially along the Liao River, setting up watchtowers and defenses. They also expanded the front of the valley, digging 3 trenches and setting up multiple lines of defense to minimize enemy forces before they reached the valley. On the 3rd day, Lin Ji gathered everyone, including the Shangyuan captives. These once proud and formidable soldiers now looked like withered eggplants, spiritless and dejected, like sheep awaiting slaughter. If not for their appearance, no one would believe they were once one of the 3 Da Wang Paizhi Sir of the Da Xiao Wang Cha. Report, young general, all captives are here. Please give your orders. Ding Yun bowed and stepped aside after Lin Ji nodded. I believe you all know me by now, Lin Ji said, stepping forward in his white robe, looking like a humble gentleman rather than a fierce warrior on the battlefield. I know you are all loyal and have achieved much in the Shangyuan army, worthy of pride as sons of the Central Plains. Now, our northern army had to fight the Shangyuan army, not wanting to harm any of you or your comrades. Report, young marshal, all captives have been brought. Please give your orders. Ding Yun saluted with clasped hands and stepped aside after Lin Ji nodded. Gentlemen, I believe you all know me by now? Lin Ji slowly approached them, still dressed in white, as elegant as a gentleman. If not for the context, no one would imagine he was a ruthless and invincible warrior on the battlefield, truly embodying the gallantry of Zhao Zilong charging 7 times into and out of the enemy ranks. I know you are all loyal and have made great contributions in the Shangyuan army, worthy of being the pride of the Central Plains sons. Now that my northern army has had to go to war with the Shangyuan army, I did not wish to harm any of you or your compatriots. Chapter 517, 3 choices for you. So today, I offer you 3 choices, Lin Ji said, pacing back and forth. His gaze was profound, his voice devoid of any emotion, yet an intangible aura of authority emanated from him, pressing heavily on the hearts of those present. First, join our northern border army, and together we will defend the north and protect the people. Second, if you do not wish to join, we will not force you. You may remain in this empty brightness valley, responsible for daily maintenance, and we will ensure your food and clothing. The crowd exchanged glances, seemingly unwilling but powerless, as they were unarmed captives with no means of resistance. Betraying the Shangyuan army and opposing the Great Xia dynasty was out of the question. Enough. I choose the 3rd option. Oh. Lin Ji stopped pacing and turned to see a man with his arm in a sling standing up. He was burly and exuded a certain gallantry, especially with his resolute gaze, as if declaring his final decision, even if it meant death. I haven't even said it yet. Why are you in such a hurry? Lin Ji couldn't help but smirk. No need to say more. Today we find ourselves in your hands, acknowledging our inferiority in skill. But we are men of integrity. There are things we must do and things we must not. To have us work for you. Absolutely impossible. The man spoke decisively, leaving no room for negotiation. Do with us as you will. This elicited immediate agreement from many. Those who could join the Shangyuan army were all tough men. Better to die standing than live on their knees. Many had families, but years of military life had taught them that a soldier's final dignity was choosing a dignified death. Why would I kill you? Lin Ji tilted his head, a cryptic smile on his lips. This left the man momentarily stunned. Why? How would he know? This was a given in warfare, where it was either you or me. Leaving survivors would only breed future trouble. The Shangyuan army's treatment of captives was always either extermination or enslavement to serve the court. In essence, captives had no choice, depending solely on Qian Shangyuan's mood. Hearing this from Lin Ji, The captives of the Shangyuan army felt bewildered and unable to comprehend. Are you sure you want the third option? Linji continued to ask. The man hesitated slightly before nodding resolutely and closing his eyes, lifting his neck as if awaiting the enemy's blade. Ding Yun, standing by, had already placed his hand on his sword hilt. Executing one enemy general to make an example wouldn't affect him in the slightest. But to everyone's surprise, Linji slowly said, "All right, since you've decided, I won't say more. Taoist master, take him to the side, record his name, give him 10 taels of silver, and let him out of the valley." What? The entire room fell silent. No one expected Linji to say such a thing. Even the tough man couldn't help but open his eyes in disbelief. What do you mean? Didn't you say you wanted the third option? Linji blinked innocently. The man felt as if he were being mocked. On the battlefield, how could anyone be so merciful to a captive? Letting them go, and even providing travel money was unheard of. After a moment of silence, the man's expression became extremely complex. He shouted harshly, "Linji, you are the descendant of a military family. Don't you know the rules of the battlefield? To kill is to kill. Why humiliate me before death? Please, I don't have time to humiliate you specifically. I'm busy." Linji sighed. He hadn't thought of lecturing these men. The third option has always been to let you go. Impossible. This must be a trap of the Northern Border Army. I think so too. I've heard Linji is fickle and cunning. He might say he'll let us go but secretly attack us. What now? Should we just fight to the death? At least we can take one with us. The crowd murmured among themselves. Even Ding Yun expressed his confusion. Young general, are you really going to do this? If they all choose to leave, it's quite a number. There were nearly 200 to 300 captives here. If they all received silver, it would amount to several thousand taels. If it were for the northern civilians, it would be a good deed. But these people would return to target the Northern Border Army. The story of the farmer and the snake was well known. Even if Linji wanted to be merciful, there was no need to be so kind to the enemy. We are the Northern Border Army, with vast resources. Do we lack these few taels? Linji glanced at him, speaking calmly. Ding Yun wanted to say more, but Taoist Master Yunlong stepped in to stop him. Enough. Don't you know the young general's temper? Whatever he decides, he won't change. Taoist Master Yunlong wasn't sure of Linji's purpose in doing this, but there must be a reason. Since he knew Linji, the man's actions, though sometimes unconventional, had never been wrong. The results always proved that his choices were the best. You just need to do as I say. This isn't Yuzhou or Mingxing County, so you are now under my command. Linji's gaze was calm but unyielding. Ding Yun finally nodded. Anyone else want to leave? Linji turned to the crowd. They exchanged glances, unsure of what to choose. After a long silence, someone slowly raised their hand. All eyes turned to him with complex expressions. I want to go home. I still have a mother, and I don't want to die here. The man spoke with great shame. As a soldier, his compromise at this moment was akin to betrayal, drawing disdain from many. Linji nodded. Indeed. Those with parents, step forward. Dozens of captives moved forward. Only sons, step forward. Another few dozen stepped out. Chapter 518. Take the money and go home. Step forward if you have a wife and children at home. After repeated rounds of selection, soon, only a few dozen captives remained in the middle. And the man who had first stepped forward to challenge was among them. It seems you've been quite fortunate to have survived on the battlefield until now, Linji said with profound meaning. Master Yunlong, send all these people away. Give each of them 30 taels of silver. Remember, do not harm any of them. But once they are out of our defensive range, it's no longer our concern. Master Yunlong nodded. Then he called everyone to move towards the side of the valley. There, several soldiers were waiting, and they handed out silver one by one. Even those in the middle received money. Are you really letting us go? The captives looked at each other, unable to believe what was happening before their eyes. It was too bizarre. Who would do such a thing? What are you standing there for? Don't tell me you want us to send someone to escort you back to Liuzhou City? Linji said arrogantly. Escort them away.
Yes.
Ding Yun immediately called his subordinates to urge these captives. It didn't seem inappropriate to send them away. After all, these were all wounded. Staying here would only waste food and not serve much purpose. At that moment, the man who had spoken earlier suddenly looked up and asked, "Why are you doing this? Are you trying to win people's hearts?" Lin Ji, who had already turned to leave, stopped upon hearing this. He looked at the man with interest. "You really want to know?" "Of course. If you're deliberately trying to humiliate us, I want to ensure that my brothers can at least die with dignity. And now we are unarmed, no threat to you. Don't you even want to tell me the truth? Could this be the northern border's young general?" Linji couldn't help but laugh. It was easy to see. This man was indeed very spirited. He also had his own skills. Otherwise, he wouldn't be so defiant at this time. On the battlefield, the most needed are brave warriors, because they often can do what others cannot. "What's your name?" "Deng Chunggong, the cavalry captain of the Shangyuan army of the Great Xia dynasty." "A very impressive name." Lin Ji's eyes showed approval. He didn't stint on his appreciation. "Then I'll tell you, yes, my northern army does have the intention to enter the Central Plains. But that doesn't mean we are bloodthirsty killers. As fellow Central Plains people, we didn't have to meet this way, but since we serve different masters, I can understand. You all have made great contributions to protecting the Central Plains. Killing you is like killing our own brothers. Now that you are captives and no longer a threat to us, why should we exterminate you?" Lin Ji spoke eloquently. "So, if you are willing to stay, I welcome you. But if you want to return to the Central Plains and join the Shangyuan army again, I won't force you. Just remember, if we meet again on the battlefield, then it's a matter of life and death. Fortune depends on the heavens. Don't blame me, Lin Ji, for being ruthless." These words left everyone present in silence. Who would have thought that the young general of the Northern Army, who had a bad reputation, was actually a righteous and loyal person? No wonder so many people in the North were devoted to him. This man was far more worthy of following than many in the dynasty. Deng Qinggong was also the first time he questioned his own identity. But for him to stay and pledge allegiance, it seemed he still couldn't break through that barrier in his heart. "All right, now that you know the reason, there's no need to waste time with each other. I have many things to do, and you all should hurry home. If possible, there's no need to continue risking your lives at the northern border, because neither the Shangyuan army nor the Tian's army will be a match for my northern army." These words, Lin Ji said with extreme arrogance. His confidence from within made him seem somewhat conceited. But he had the capital to be so, because the battle at Kongming Valley had already made the Shangyuan army aware of the terrifying methods of Lin Ji. Not to mention anything else, just the rifles and thunder bombs had already surpassed the ordinary. The Shangyuan army was powerless to resist. It was known that in these 5 years, the Shangyuan army had been invincible, killing gods and Buddhas. Their fame once stood undefeated in the Northwest. Even the 36 states of the western regions were terrified upon hearing their name. But such a brave and skilled army, now in the north, was like a rat crossing the street. Pitifully. Wait. Just as Lin Ji was about to leave, Deng Qinggong called him back again. "You are so capable and come from a noble family. Why would you want to be a rebel general? If you were to serve the court, you would surely go down in history and be renowned throughout the world. Isn't that better?" He asked the question that was on the minds of all the captives present. Lin Ji's skills, looking at the entire Great Xia dynasty, there were really no peers among his contemporaries. Don't look at many famous sons in the imperial city who boast a lot, but there are very few who can actually be pulled onto the battlefield, let alone become famous in one battle. That is truly 1 in 10,000. Brother, what you said really makes me want to laugh. Lin Ji couldn't help but grin. If I could have 2 acres of fertile land, why would I need to wear the seal of 6 states? The situation in the north, you have seen it with your own eyes. The common people's lives were in deep trouble half a year ago. Bandits, Turkic, Hun, and other forces were entrenched here, often plundering and killing. Yet the court and the royal family turned a blind eye. Why should I serve such a royal family? Instead of letting them sit on that high position and ignore the lives of the people, it's better for me to create a pure land for the people of this world. No one will have to worry about their homes being in disarray and wandering. Deng Qinggong was slightly stunned. Somehow, he felt an extraordinary radiance from this man before him. Many heroes in the world, vying for the central plains, are mostly for power, wanting to achieve subjugation of 10,000 people, to be equal with heaven and earth. But those who truly think about the common people are few and far between. Although these soldiers serve the court, many of them are ordinary people by birth. After years of fighting, they have not seen how miserable the common people's lives are. But being powerless and insignificant, and being in the military camp, naturally, they didn't say much. Now, Lin Hao's words seemed to awaken the passion and dreams of many when they first joined the army. Serving the court, protecting the country. Unfortunately, too many people lost themselves along the way. Even forgot the reason they set out. Deng Qinggong also began to ponder. Chapter 519. I am willing to stay. For a soldier, the most direct way to earn money is with their life. This is the most basic. Not everyone has grand ambitions, and not every soldier's dream is to pacify the world. After all, it is also a profession. It is just more dangerous than that of ordinary civilians. Of course, what they can get is also quite different from others. For example, the people in the imperial city. They can live a peaceful and stable life. Although they sometimes have to endure the ridicule from the nobility and the wealthy, they can still live a worry-free life by working diligently. Compared to the soldiers who go to battle, there is naturally some gap. If given a choice, they would also hope to live such a life after retirement. However, not all common people in the world are like this. The people in the north have been wandering between war and displacement for years. Natural disasters and man-made calamities make their lives even more difficult. The proverb, misfortune always befalls the unfortunate, is a true portrayal of the common people in the north. Some people's lifelong dream is just to live a good life. So noble. Although 10 taels of silver may not seem like much, for many ordinary people, it is more than a year's income. In terms of his era, it is most intuitive to be worth at least 100,000 yuan. This amount of money is even equivalent to the retirement allowance for some ordinary soldiers. As a colonel, Deng Qinggong's position in the army is naturally not ordinary, but he is not at a point where he lacks money. Their salary is not high. Didn't the young general just say that only those who leave take money? I'm not leaving, so why should I take it? Deng Qinggong said meaningfully. Not leaving? So you're planning to stay and serve us? Lin Ji raised an eyebrow. If that's the case, just say so. Young General Lin, don't misunderstand. I was born a subject of the Great Xia, and I will die a ghost of the Great Xia. But I want to see if you are as noble as you claim. If you really want to save the people of the north from the fire and water. Hearing this, Lin Ji couldn't help but chuckle. It seems this colonel is quite proud. Clearly, he has agreed in his heart, but he just won't admit it with his mouth. As you wish. Then he turned to look at the others. Anyone else who wants to stay now still has a chance. The Northern Border Army is not waiting. Perhaps the previous words touched many people's hearts. Although everyone is indeed loyal on the surface. But who doesn't know about the changes in the Great Xia dynasty now? Why is there such a huge difference in the lives of the people in the four directions? The imperial city is indeed a scene of prosperity, but after all, it is constantly sucking blood. And for ordinary people, who else can they rely on to live a good life besides the court? And when the court has lost its credibility, the common people can only choose to find their own way out, which is one of the reasons why the Great Xia dynasty has been unstable in recent years. Troubles emerge one after another. Moreover, the young General Lin Ji of the northern border is indeed very sincere. He let them go and even gave them travel money. In this regard, he is indeed chivalrous. Now even the Colonel Deng Qinggong has chosen to stay. Although he said it was to supervise, everyone knows the truth. We are willing to stay. If the Northern Border Army really does things for the people, staying here is not a bad choice. Yes, we soldiers aim to protect our homeland and country, following whom is the same. Everyone discussed. They unanimously returned the silver to the soldiers who distributed the money. Seeing this scene, Linji couldn't help but reveal a smile. Anyone who is willing to help sincerely is a friend. As for these captives, they still have a layer of concern. This time, the Shangyuan army suffered a crushing defeat, and Chun Shangyuan must be extremely angry upon returning, and it is likely to implicate others. It is better to stay in the Kongming Valley than to return to the Shangyuan army with anxiety. At least they can live more peacefully. And from previous experiences, Lin Ji's troops not only have strong combat power, but also treat the soldiers very well. Who to serve is the same, as long as it is for the people of the Central Plains. Good, from today on, everyone is family. But you cannot join the Northern Border Army yet. You will follow us to defend the Kongming Valley next, as a way to make amends. Lin Ji said meaningfully. Colonel Deng, you will be in charge of leading all the soldiers of the Shangyuan army. Do you have any objections? I accept the order. Meanwhile, Liuzhou City. The general is back. With a shout, many soldiers came out to greet him. After several days of running and escaping, those who returned with him were in a sorry state, disheveled. If not told, no one would have thought that this was once one of the 4 elite armies of the Great Xia dynasty. General, what happened? Why did you end up like this? A deputy general asked in shock and disbelief. Everyone knows Chan Shangyuan's ability to command troops. And this time, facing the Northern Border Army, the odds of winning should not be low. So why is it like this now? Chun Shangyuan was furious. He grabbed the leading deputy general's collar. His eyes looked like they were going to kill. Hashtag chapter 520. The furious Shang Yuanjun. Why didn't you send reinforcements? Are you waiting for me to die in that empty valley? Chun Shangyuan roared. Everyone present was stunned, feeling even more bewildered. General, what are you talking about? The deputy general stammered, looking utterly confused and innocent. He didn't even know what had happened. Are you still pretending to be clueless? Didn't you receive any orders? When Chengyu chimed in, do you know how badly we were beaten this time? It's all because of you people that our Shang Yuanjun suffered an unprecedented humiliation. What? The surrounding generals exchanged glances, unable to believe that the force led by Chen Shangyuan to the empty valley had lost, and judging by the situation, the casualties were severe. Only 1,000 men had returned alive. The leading deputy general finally understood some key points and quickly said, General, we have always been loyal to you. I believe you are very clear about this. If we had received orders and failed to go to your aid, we would never have waited here in silence. It's true that we never received any messages from the beginning to the end. Seeing this, the staff officer also stepped forward. General, please calm down. We have also been waiting for news from the empty valley these past few days, but have received nothing. Even the messengers we sent haven't returned. Chen Shangyuan frowned, sensing a hint of conspiracy in this. Given Lin Ji's confident demeanor at the time, it was highly likely that he had cut off communication between Liuzhou City and the empty valley. But this was impossible, as it would leave no communication between the two sides. If the messengers sent from the camp were after the Northern Frontier Army's arrival, it could be understandable. And if they were sent from Liuzhou City, whether Lin Ji could intercept them or not, it could affect the situation. However, the messengers sent from the empty valley had left before the enemy arrived. By all logic, they should have already reached Liuzhou City and could not have been intercepted by Lin Ji and his men. Yet, the camp never received any news? There must be something fishy. Damn it! It must be that Liuzhou prefect. He's always been unhappy with the general, and he must be taking this opportunity to retaliate. When Chengyu suddenly blurted out, his mind racing. These soldiers often looked down on local officials, considering them mere talkers. Plus, there had been discord between them since their arrival in Liuzhou. Naturally, they suspected him first. This remark also gave Qin Shangyuan a clue. Have the soldiers who returned rest in the camp, and the rest of us will go to the prefect's residence. Today, he had to get to the bottom of this. Everyone immediately moved. The Shang Yuanjun had never suffered such a crushing defeat in 5 years. Everyone was holding their breath, so they had to find the cause. They had to catch the culprit. A large group of them arrived at the Liuzhou prefect's residence. At that moment, the Liuzhou prefect was in his room, engaging in intimate activities with his beloved concubine, right in the middle of the act, when he was once again interrupted. Upon learning that the visitor was General Chen Shangyuan of the Shangyuan Jun, he was furious. Did this guy really have it in for him, trying to make sure his family line died out in his generation? Chen Shangyuan, you are going too far. I want to ask you clearly, what exactly do you want to do? The Liuzhou prefect, holding a kitchen knife and storming out, saw the large crowd outside and immediately lost some of his bravado, instinctively smiling and bowing. General Chen, weren't you guarding the empty valley? Why are you back in Liuzhou at night, and why didn't you inform me in advance? Liuzhou prefect, did you do this? When Chengyu, naturally hot-tempered and having suffered great grievances, couldn't hold back his anger and directly grabbed the Liuzhou prefect, treating him like a criminal. The prefect was scared out of his wits, looking utterly innocent and in pain, howling in agony. What are you talking about? What did I do? I don't even know what you're talking about. The staff officer accompanying the prefect quickly tried to smooth things over. General, let's talk things out. Why resort to violence right away? We are all serving the same government. If this gets out, it might tarnish your reputation. Although Chen Shangyuan was furious, he still had a shred of reason and immediately had when Chengyu let go, then asked sternly, did you intercept all the messengers from my camp and prevent them from sending reinforcements? The prefect felt a huge relief. Now he couldn't care less about the other's authority and cried out in grievance. Chen Shangyuan, are you crazy? Ever since you arrived in Liuzhou, you've been targeting me, not only giving me the cold shoulder but also making faces at me. Now you blame this on me? Do you have any shame? He unleashed a barrage of curses. Chen Shangyuan hadn't expected such a strong reaction. After all, the Liuzhou prefect was also a local magistrate of equal rank. The matter was indeed strange. Chen Shangyuan had to put aside their past grievances and asked patiently, Prefect, I apologize. Perhaps we were wrong before, and I hope you can understand. The Liuzhou prefect blinked in disbelief. It was as if he couldn't believe that Chen Shangyuan was apologizing to him. He stood there in shock for a while. Prefect, this matter is of great importance and also concerns the safety of Liuzhou City, so please be honest with us. Seeing this, the Liuzhou prefect calmed down. After a moment, he slowly said, General Chen, I am just a local administrative officer. I have no involvement in military affairs. Besides, commanding troops is your authority. Even if I said so, would the soldiers in your camp listen to me? Seeing that he couldn't get a clear answer, Chen Shangyuan felt what he said made sense. To exercise power in the military, one must have both military authority and position. Neither of these did the Liuzhou prefect possess. Chapter 521. Triumphal Return, Strengthening Our Military Morale. After some deliberation, Chen Shangyuan decided to return first to rectify military discipline and regroup. As for the situation here, he would send someone to investigate secretly. If he couldn't get to the bottom of it, he feared he wouldn't be able to rest easy. Watching the massive army leave, the governor of Liuzhou finally let out a sigh of relief. The adjutant beside him couldn't help but say, Your Excellency, those soldiers are truly intimidating. Fortunately, they didn't do anything otherwise. We might really not be able to handle it. Their demeanor was like they were about to kill someone, terrifying beyond belief. Compared to these local officials, they were indeed full of killing intent and bloodthirst. The governor of Liuzhou sneered upon hearing this. This fellow is really lucky to have returned under such circumstances. I see the northern border army is not much to speak of. The adjutant widened his eyes in disbelief, unable to believe such words would come from the governor's mouth. Your Excellency, could this matter really be related to you? If the Shangyuan army were to lose, wouldn't Liuzhou City also be in danger? The governor of Liuzhou dismissed it with disdain. Even if the Shangyuan army were annihilated, we still have the Heavenly Strategy Army. As long as they defend Liuzhou City, do we need to fear Lin Tianhao and his son? He continued, Besides, it seems Chen Shangyuan has indeed suffered. Look how much better his attitude towards us has become. The governor said proudly, thinking of Chen Shangyuan's submissive manner earlier, which brought him a secret sense of satisfaction. It's time to let Sima return to his post and discuss the matter of the Shangyuan army with him. The adjutant replied, Sima hasn't returned from his hometown yet. It might still take a few days. All right, send someone to deliver a message to him, urging him to return as soon as possible. The governor of Liuzhou hummed a tune, the previous gloom now dispelled, feeling his spirits restored as he strolled towards the government office. Meanwhile, in Yuzhou, Lin Ji led his troops in a triumphant return. Despite it being night, the Northern Border Army and General Lin Tianhao personally greeted them. Upon meeting, Lin Tianhao enthusiastically approached. Well done, lad. That was a splendid victory. Though not all of the Shangyuan army was annihilated, reclaiming the Kongming Valley and severely damaging the enemy's morale was indeed a significant victory. Lin Tianhao was filled with pride and approval from the bottom of his heart. Seeing his son achieve such feats on the battlefield was the greatest joy for a father. Not at all. I must thank the Northern Border Army soldiers for their great assistance. Without them, I wouldn't have won so easily, Lin Ji replied. The returning soldiers who heard this were filled with admiration. To be honest, this was their first true battle under Lin Ji's leadership, and it was their first time truly fighting after years of hiding in the northern frontier. Unexpectedly, the young general was so astute, considering the entire situation. The Northern Border Army not only achieved a great victory but also suffered minimal casualties, with only a few dozen soldiers sustaining light injuries, caused by their own actions during the skirmish, not by the enemy. This brilliant victory made the soldiers of the Northern Border Army revere Lin Ji, seeing him as a truly worthy leader to follow. Not only was he brave and resourceful, but also versatile and talented. Such a prodigy was indeed something for the Northern Border Army to be proud of. Where's Ding Yun? Lin Tianhao asked, looking behind him and only seeing the figure of Master Yunlong. Deputy General Ding stayed at Kongming Valley. We have recruited a batch of Shangyuan army soldiers, and they are now rebuilding defenses there to ensure Kongming Valley's future resilience. Lin Tianhao nodded in satisfaction. You're growing more capable by the day, now handling matters thoroughly. Well done, you'll be able to carry on our Lin family's legacy in the future. This was something he had always worried about. Although he was the Northern Border General, it wasn't as easy as it seemed. On the battlefield, from soldiers to generals, everyone's life was on the line. If fortune favored them and they could keep winning battles, it would be a joyous occasion. They might even return to the capital to be promoted and no longer need to go to war. But if fortune didn't favor them, even if they won 99 out of 100 battles, losing just one could cost them their lives. Lin Tianhao had never really intended for Lin Ji to become the young general of the Northern Border Army. No one could predict whether tomorrow or death would come first. So when Lin Ji indulged in trivial pursuits, Lin Tianhao didn't pay much attention, hoping his son would join the military only as a formality, a way to gain some credentials. After all, when questioned about his background and achievements in the capital, at least he had something to show. But now, things were different. Lin Ji's military talents were astonishing, especially this time at Kongming Valley. Achieving such a victory was beyond Lin Tianhao's expectations. He had originally thought they would have to pay a heavy price. But who could have foreseen the Shangyuan army would suffer such a crushing defeat? The first battle back at the northern frontier was so resounding. How could he not be delighted? The group returned to the general's residence, while the other soldiers went to receive their rewards and rest. As soon as they sat down, Lin Tianhao couldn't wait to ask Lin Ji to recount everything that happened on the battlefield. On one hand, he wanted to see the prowess of the Northern Border Army led by his son, and on the other, he hoped to understand the strength of the four elite armies of the Central Plains dynasty. Kongming Valley was not the entirety of the Shangyuan army's forces. Lin Tianhao knew this well. If the entire Shangyuan army were to attack, it would also pose a significant pressure on them. Knowing some information about the enemy in advance would certainly facilitate subsequent actions. Lin Ji then recounted the entire battle experience in detail, without any reservations towards his father. Moreover, on the battlefield, he could indeed feel many areas where he was lacking. Chapter 522. Huang Diming, the Magistrate of Liuzhou. To become a good general, one must constantly reflect on and improve their actions. For many, simply returning safely might be a cause for joy and pride. However, reality often proves otherwise. Lin Ji and his son Lin Tianhao have no room for retreat, so they can only continue to excel in their tasks without a single mistake. The effort required to reach the end is unimaginable, and under such circumstances, both naturally hope to optimize themselves, be it on the battlefield or in other fields. Only by doing better can they ensure a greater chance of success. Moreover, no one can guarantee invincibility. Even those who once claimed to act on behalf of heaven and serve the common people often end up in unimaginable directions, with failure coming unexpectedly. Therefore, Lin Tianhao and Lin Ji have agreed to review every battle, making improvements where necessary and reinforcing where not, never becoming complacent. Pride leads to defeat, a crucial point. Not bad, your deployment this time was excellent, and it seems you understand the importance of coordinated combat better than before. Lin Tianhao nodded approvingly after hearing Lin Ji's account. On the battlefield, the most important thing for a general is to make the best arrangements. Strategic deployment and plan improvements are not difficult, but ensuring every action moves towards the best outcome is extraordinary and worthy of learning and contemplation. Father, the victory at Kongming Valley was greatly aided by the soldiers of the Northern Expedition, Lin Ji said thoughtfully, brows furrowed with confusion. There's something I haven't figured out on the way back. Tell me, Lin Tianhao nodded. Chen Shangyuan is experienced in leading troops, and his understanding of warfare might even be deeper than mine. Given the situation, knowing we would face the Northern Army and not having a significant advantage in troops, he should have requested reinforcements from Liuzhou City. However, Lin Ji had not detected any movement from Liuzhou. He had indeed cut off Liuzhou's access to Kongming Valley, but that didn't mean there was no communication. Such a basic mistake, Chen Shangyuan would not make. Moreover, someone mysteriously sent me a letter. After capturing Kongming Valley, I sent people to investigate but found no clues, Lin Tianhao said with a mysterious smile, his lips curling slightly. I didn't expect you to notice such details. I was even planning to investigate further, he said. Of course, father, think about it. If someone truly knows the forces of Liuzhou inside out and can tip us off in such a situation, they could be formidable enemies if they are not friends, Lin Ji said seriously. War is essentially about information disparity. Those with more information can dominate the battlefield, even if outnumbered. Many historical cases of overcoming odds with fewer troops are like this. If such a mysterious force exists in the northern border, capable of infiltrating Liuzhou and knowing Shangyuan army's every move, they could also target Yuzhou and Mingqing County. Lin Ji doesn't even know their identity, which is concerning. Seeing Lin Tianhao's enigmatic smile, he felt even more perplexed. Didn't his father understand the seriousness? Just then, Lin Tianhao gestured. I was just about to introduce you to an old friend. Who? Lin Ji blinked, full of doubt. A man walked in, dressed in plain robes but exuding an air of authority uncommon among ordinary people. He is the magistrate of Liuzhou, an old friend of mine, Huang Deming, Lin Tianhao introduced. What? Lin Ji looked incredulously at the scene, finding it surreal. The magistrate of Liuzhou was his father's old friend? This was too coincidental. Huang Deming humbly nodded. Lin General, it's an honor to serve you. What's going on? Lin Ji frowned, feeling even more puzzled. How could the magistrate of Liuzhou be here in Yuzhou, and their relationship so special? No need to be alarmed, my son. All the strange things you noticed on the battlefield were orchestrated by Magistrate Huang, Lin Tianhao said with a confident smile, clearly proud. Chapter 522. Liuzhou Sima Huang Deming. To become a good general, one must constantly reflect on and improve their actions. For many, simply returning safely might be cause for joy and pride. But reality is often different. Lin Ji and Lin Tianhao, father and son, had no room for retreat, so they had to excel continuously and avoid any mistakes. The effort required to reach the end is unimaginable, and under such circumstances, they naturally sought to optimize themselves, be it on the battlefield or in other fields. Only by doing better could they ensure a greater chance of success. No one can guarantee invincibility. Even those who once claimed to act on behalf of heaven and represent the common people often end up in unimaginable directions, with failure coming swiftly and unexpectedly. Thus, Lin Tianhao and Lin Ji agreed to review each battle afterward, correcting mistakes and reinforcing successes, never becoming complacent. Arrogance leads to defeat. This is crucial. Not bad. Your deployment this time was excellent, and it seems you understand the importance of coordinated operations better than before. Lin Tianhao nodded approvingly after hearing Lin Ji's account. On the battlefield, what matters most for a general is making optimal arrangements. It's not difficult to improve strategies and plans, but ensuring every action moves towards the best outcome is extraordinary and worthy of study and reflection. Father, the capture of the Northern Army at Kongming Valley was greatly aided by the soldiers, Lin Ji said, looking thoughtful. But there's one issue I haven't figured out. Lin Tianhao nodded. Go on. Chen Shangyuan is experienced in leading troops. His understanding might even be deeper than mine. Given the situation, knowing we'd face the Northern Army and not having a significant advantage in troops, he should have requested reinforcements from Liuzhou. Yet, I found no signs of activity from Liuzhou. I did cut off routes to Kongming Valley, but that doesn't mean there was no communication. Lin Ji continued. Also, someone mysteriously sent me a letter. After capturing Kongming Valley, I sent people to investigate but found no clues. Lin Tianhao smiled mysteriously. You noticed that small detail? I was even considering pursuing it further. Of course, father. Think about it. If someone knew Liuzhou's military situation so well and could tip us off under those circumstances, they'd be formidable enemies if they were against us. Lin Ji said seriously. War is about information disparity. Those with more information hold the initiative. Even with vastly different troop numbers, those with enough information can turn the tide. Many historical examples of small forces defeating larger ones are like this. If such a mysterious force existed in the northern border, capable of infiltrating Liuzhou and knowing Shangyuan army's every move, they could also target Yuzhou and Mengqing. Lin Ji didn't even know their identity, which was troubling. Seeing Lin Tianhao's enigmatic smile, Lin Ji felt even more puzzled. Did his father not understand the seriousness? Just then, Lin Tianhao gestured. I was about to introduce you to an old friend. Who? Lin Ji asked, eyes full of curiosity. A man in plain robes, yet exuding an air of authority, walked in. General, this is? He is the Sima of Liuzhou, and my old friend, Huang Deming. What? Lin Ji couldn't believe it. Liuzhou's Sima was his father's old friend? Too coincidental. Huang Deming humbly nodded. Lin General, it's an honor to serve you. What's going on? Lin Ji frowned, more puzzled. How could Liuzhou's Sima be in Yuzhou, and their relationship so special? No need to be alarmed, son. All the strange things you noticed on the battlefield were orchestrated by Sima Huang, Lin Tianhao said proudly, as if planning everything. Huang Deming was an undercover agent planted by Lin Tianhao and Liuzhou over the years, never revealing their connection but secretly passing on information to the Northern Army. Lin Tianhao's thorough knowledge of the border situation, even while stationed outside the pass, was largely due to Huang Deming's intelligence. Liuzhou, being a crucial city for north-south traffic, easily gathered information on court-ordered troop movements and border wars. On the day Lin Ji arrived in Liuzhou, Huang Deming had already sent word to Lin Tianhao, asking if assistance was needed. But Lin Tianhao wouldn't risk these assets for his son alone. If Lin Ji proved worthy of the title of young general, Lin Tianhao might consider it. But at the time, everyone saw Lin Ji as a mere playboy, and Lin Tianhao wouldn't activate his long-hidden operatives for him. Chapter 523. The Hidden Helper. After hearing the entire sequence of events, Lin Ji was enlightened. His eyes revealed disbelief. He found it even more incredible. Well done, old man. So you really weren't joking with me? To have such influence in the northern border, you really went all out with your arrangements. Lin Ji said with great admiration. He thought himself to be quite cunning and deep-thinking. However, compared to Lin Jinqiu, the old fox, he was still outmatched. Over the years, he had arranged numerous wives to various cities in the north, not only gaining control over the northern border to some extent, but also acquiring countless pieces of information. These individuals had also gradually gained considerable status in the northern border. Similarly, they could also plan for Lin Tianhao's grand ambitions. You still have the nerve to say that, if it weren't for Chen Xiangyu taking over Kongming Valley this time, I really wouldn't have wanted Huang Diming to be exposed, Lin Tianhao said with a profound smile. Chen Xiangyuan had no reinforcements at Kongming Valley, and Liuzhou showed no signs of movement, all thanks to Huang Diming. He had subtly caused the governor of Liuzhou to become dissatisfied with Chen Xiangyuan and used this to deliberately slack off on military mobilizations. Although the local prefect had no authority over Xiangyuan's army, the governor of Liuzhou was well informed about the local situation and the conditions outside the city. At the time, Xiangyuan's army stationed far away in Kunming Valley had sent several scouts to deliver messages. All were intercepted by the governor of Liuzhou. Not only that, none of these scouts survived. At the time, the governor of Liuzhou had intended to frame Linji, even thinking his plan was foolproof. Little did he know he was doing someone else's bidding. Everything was quietly orchestrated by Huang Diming from behind the scenes. Although it didn't have a significant impact on Linji's direct confrontations, it did disrupt the enemy's morale, which was of great importance. So, the letter we unexpectedly received outside the valley was also sent by Huang Sima? Linji was enlightened. He immediately understood everything from the past. Huang Diming nodded. Indeed, the situation was urgent, and I wasn't in a position to show myself. So I had to send someone to inform the young general in this manner. Fortunately, it didn't cause too much impact, otherwise, I would be truly sorry. Linji was quite moved. Huang Sima, your words really make me feel somewhat embarrassed. The information you provided was of immense help to us. If not for that, we might not have been so successful. As long as it helps the Northern Border Army, I am willing to do anything, Huang Diming said earnestly. Despite being in a high position, he had never changed his original intentions. This showed his genuine loyalty to Lin Zhenxiu. Such talent is extremely rare. No wonder Lin Tianhao dared to confront the great Xia dynasty with 100,000 northern border troops. The hidden strength behind this is immeasurable. Even Lin Ji now doubts whether he truly understands all of Lin Tianhao's capabilities. Perhaps the old fox has already arranged various plans, just waiting for the right time. Once the timing is right, the chess game will be revealed. By then, even the world will be shocked. The great Xia dynasty's million-strong army may not be able to truly cope with it. Thinking of this, Linji also began to have an idea. The so-called accumulation and sudden eruption. What is displayed is often just the tip of the iceberg. People always think that the little bit above the water is the entirety of the iceberg, so they will approach without hesitation. But they do not realize that the part of the iceberg below the water is far more spectacular and magnificent than above the water. The same goes for the Northern Border Army and the Lin family if they truly want to dominate the Central Plains. What people see is only what they see, not the full picture of the Lin family. Huang Sima, can you elaborate on the current situation in Liuzhou City? Lin Ji asked thoughtfully. Young general, I left before you and Chen Xiangyuan went to war, using the excuse of going home to visit relatives. Huang Diming nodded without hesitation. So my knowledge of Liuzhou City is limited to before I left. As far as I know, at that time, Xiangyuan's army had stationed 30,000 troops in Liuzhou City, and there was a steady stream of troops moving from the Central Plains towards the north. On the other hand, the Tian's army, due to its previous assistance being farther away, would take more time to reach the north. And this time, it is said that the Tian's army's northern troops number 50,000. They will arrive in Liuzhou City within 2 months at most. The Lin father and son couldn't help but take a deep breath. The Tian's army and Xiangyuan army, two of the great Xia dynasty's elite forces, were now gathered at the northern border. Just in terms of military strength, they were not inferior to the Northern Border Army. Huang Diming then detailed the deployment of Liuzhou City and the surrounding terrain. General Lin, young general, if you plan to attack Liuzhou City, I suggest attacking from the west gate. Xiangyuan's army camp is set up in the north, and the Tian's army's camp is yet to be determined. But outside the west gate is a plain, Connected to the south gate is a forest, very suitable for an attack and sneak attack. Just feign an attack from the front and send a team to circle around the forest, then you can take advantage of the situation and approach the city gate. Lin Tianhao didn't immediately respond, instead turning to look at his son. Lin Ji was deep in thought. Huang Sima, I don't have the intention to immediately attack Liuzhou City, and as you said, Shang Yuan's army has stationed 30,000 troops here, not an easy target to defeat. Huang Diming blinked, his eyes showing great surprise. Clearly, he hadn't expected such an answer. Haven't I told you? The Tian's army will arrive in Liuzhou in 2 months. Now is the best time to attack. Once the Tian's army and Shang Yuan army join forces, their strength will greatly increase. It will be extremely difficult to take down Liuzhou City. Why waste time here? Young General, Shang Yuan's army is now weakened, its morale damaged, its military heart unsettled. If we take this opportunity to attack Liuzhou City, we will surely be like a fish in water. If we delay, by the time the Tian's army arrives, it will not be easy to attack again. Huang Diming expressed all his thoughts without any concealment. Lin Ji smiled meaningfully. I am waiting for the Tian's army to arrive. It's better to catch them all in one go. Why bother fighting one after the other? What? Huang Diming was incredulous upon hearing this. Chapter 524. A glimpse into the secrets of machinery. The situation at the northern border was relatively complex, with various factions intertwined. As a native northerner, Huang Diming was well aware of this. The reason he was willing to serve Lin Tianhao was because he learned that Lin Tianhao's goal was to create a truly peaceful and prosperous environment for the northern people, which made him willingly become an undercover agent. After so many years of patience, Huang Diming finally saw hope. Perhaps change was just around the corner. The Lin family father and son did not disappoint those who trusted them. From Lin Ji, who held Mengqing County with only 2,000 men, to Lin Tianhao leading the northern army to reclaim the northern border, almost everything was falling into place. Marching south to seize the capital and changing the fate of the nation had become an inevitable situation. For this reason, Huang Diming felt that many things might finally turn out as imagined. They were about to usher in a new era and world. The Shang Yuan army and the Tian's army were the two biggest obstacles to the northward advance. Therefore, all the undercover operatives and personnel were doing their utmost to gather information to better strike against the enemy. But unexpectedly, the information Huang Diming obtained now seemed to be treated like child's play by Lin Hao, not taking advantage of an opportunity and instead going for the hard nut to crack. Countless northern soldiers would die. Never underestimate these two armies. Even though Chen Shangyuan lost in the valley battle, it did not prove he was incompetent. On the contrary, under such circumstances, Chen Shangyuan could decisively make a decision and retreat back to Liuzhou City unscathed, which already proved his extraordinary nature. If given another chance, he would not make the same mistake. Young General, it's only natural for the young to be spirited and eager for battle. But this matter concerns the lives of countless civilians and hundreds of thousands of soldiers. One must not act on impulse, Huang Diming earnestly advised. Logically, his position should not allow him to say such things. Lin Tianhao was the upcoming new king, and Lin Ji was naturally the exalted prince. Even if they were to be rewarded in the future, they would still be mere subjects. How could they casually discuss the royal family? Minister Huang, have you heard of Blackwater? Lin Ji said meaningfully. Huang Diming shook his head. Blackwater is a highly flammable liquid, black in color, hence the name. I see, young general is referring to water and fire. Huang Diming suddenly understood. More or less, just different names. You get the idea. Lin Ji did not dwell on it. Father, Minister Huang, do you know why I must retake the Kongming Valley? Isn't it because it's a strategic location? Lin Tianhao also showed curiosity. As the main general of the Northern Army, he was well versed in the northern border's terrain. The Kongming Valley was intentionally left to Qin Hongmian. Otherwise, if Lin Tianhao had obtained it earlier, he would have fortified the entire northern border, leaving no chance for the Huns and Turks to invade. As I know, To the north of the Kongming Valley, there is a blackwater mine. If we can obtain this blackwater, our combat power will be elevated to an unprecedented level. Then, taking Liuzhou City will be a breeze. Even if the Tian's army and Shangyuan army are powerful, they will never be able to stand against us. Lin Ji confidently said. How important oil was, he was well aware. Not only could it be used as the power source for vehicles, but it also had numerous applications. In other words, if they could obtain oil, Lin Ji could truly unlock the technology tree in the northern border, even leapfrogging the first and second industrial revolutions, directly entering the oil era. Once cars and tanks were developed, not to mention Liuzhou City, they could easily march to the capital, leaving the great Xia dynasty with no resistance. Huang Deming and Lin Tianhao exchanged glances, both showing disbelief. They found it even more incredible. Why didn't I know about this before? Lin Jinxiu said meaningfully. Dad, because we hadn't truly located the Blackwater mine, we didn't mention it. But after defeating the Shangyuan army, I immediately dispatched Elder Yunlong and my soldiers to explore northward, finally discovering its traces. Lin Ji said seriously, his eyes filled with confidence. At that time, based on the information on the scroll, Lin Ji deduced that the true location of Eagle's Beak Mountain should be to the north of the Kongming Valley. But his character was such that he wouldn't reveal anything without sufficient certainty. Otherwise, if it became a big deal and then failed, it would only become a joke in others' eyes and affect morale. Now, Lin Ji had enough confidence, so he disclosed this to the two. Young General, where did you get this information? Huang Deming asked incredulously. Water and fire were indeed rumored to exist in the northern border, but few had seen them. It was an extremely precious resource. To think that Lin Ji could find it was talent that even Huang Deming couldn't help but admire. It's quite coincidental, and it has something to do with Shunwan San. Lin Ji then recounted the whole story. Upon hearing this, Huang Deming's face changed. Young General, the famous geographer and traveler Shunwan San mentioned, could it be Huang Lingji? It seems to be, Lin Ji nodded. After learning about Shunwan San's extraordinary background, he immediately arranged for people to investigate. After several turns, he indeed found out the name of the geographer who had traveled with Shunwan San. Dad, I've been looking for you in the northern border for 10 years. I never thought you had already been harmed. My son is unfilial, just to let you rest in peace. It's my sin. Huang Deming shed tears, his words full of sorrow and helplessness. Lin Ji was a bit confused by this scene, blinking his eyes in bewilderment. Dad, what's going on? Lin Tianhao said meaningfully. You don't know. Huang Deming became my informant because when he returned to the north, he unexpectedly learned of his father's mysterious disappearance. By chance, we met, and I promised him that I would find clues about his father. Who would have thought that it would take so many years to get some news? Hashtag chapter 525. How many tricks does the old fox still have up his sleeve? Young General, where is that scoundrel Shenwanson now? Huang Deming asked with great sorrow. Lin Ji shook his head. That man is cunning and sly. He has fled and remains missing. Seeing the hint of sorrow in Huang Deming's eyes, he continued. But you need not worry, Minister Huang. We have investigated and found that he may be connected to the Jianghu sect, Huitian Gate. Once we capture Liuzhou and enter the Central Plains, I will surely give you an answer. Even if we cannot find your father's remains, we will definitely deliver the person who killed him into your hands. Thank you, young general. Huang Deming was deeply moved. He felt a surge of emotion and even considered kneeling to express his gratitude. This matter was personal, and although Lin Tianhao had indeed promised years ago, even Huang Deming himself had begun to waver over time. But he never expected that Lin Tianhao had always kept it in mind. Not only that, but now Lin Ji had also promised that if they found the culprit, he would be severely punished. This made Huang Deming even more touched. As a leader, winning the hearts of his subordinates was a given, but being sincere with them was truly rare. Huang Deming felt he had not followed the wrong person. Both publicly and privately, the Lin father and son were exceptional heroes. No need to rush. The matter is not yet settled, and I cannot accept your gratitude just yet. But once the northern matters are resolved, or if there is any news from the Huitian sect, I will inform you immediately," Lin Ji said with a serious tone. At that moment, a knock sounded at the door. A servant entered and reported, "Your Excellency Lin, someone has sent a letter for Minister Huang." "Oh." The three turned around, surprised. Lin Tianhao couldn't help but ask, "Did you inform anyone that you were here?" Huang Deming shook his head. "I claim to be returning home to visit relatives. To prevent my whereabouts from being leaked, I arranged for a trusted old servant at my home. If anyone seeks me, he will come to Yuzhou to inform me." No one else knew of his relationship with Lin Tianhao. Since someone had sent a letter, it must be the old servant. He took the letter and, after reading it, his expression changed. "General Lin, the prefect of Liuzhou is urging me to return, saying there is official business to attend to." "The prefect of Liuzhou?" Lin Tianhao frowned. "Could it be that he has discovered your identity and is using this excuse to lure you back to set a trap?" "Indeed, Minister Huang. This time you have helped the Northern Border Army so much. Why not stay in Yuzhou City and avoid returning to Liuzhou where there is no one to watch your back?" Lin Ji also agreed. To put it bluntly, Huang Deming was a spy planted by Lin Tianhao. This task was no small feat. It was extremely demanding and required constant vigilance. Not to mention the Sangyanjun and Tansijun. According to rumors from the northern border, the prefect of Liuzhou was no easy character and likely even more ruthless than Yang. If he uncovered Huang Deming's true identity, he would undoubtedly seize him to claim credit from Chanshanguan. "Thank you for your kind intentions, young general, but I have spent years in Liuzhou to reach my current position. To give it up now would be a pity," Huang Deming said earnestly. "Moreover, if I return to Liuzhou, I can continue to provide more information for the two of you and even get a chance to learn about the first moves of the court. This will definitely help the Northern Border Army better control the situation at the northern border." Seeing his firm attitude, Lin Tianhao and Lin Ji could say no more. They helped him pack and saw him off. Before leaving, Lin Tianhao earnestly advised, "This return will be very dangerous. After Qin Shangyuan's defeat in the valley, he will surely try to find the cause. If there is any problem, immediately contact others. I will do everything possible to get you out of Liuzhou." Huang Deming chuckled lightly, his eyes calm. "General, you underestimate me. Don't you know my capabilities? If I had really slipped up, how could I have stayed in Liuzhou for so many years?" Lin Ji, however, did not smile. He changed his usual frivolous demeanor. "Minister Huang, what my father says is indeed true. What you do is different from ours, and you are in the enemy's camp, facing various dangers at any time. Rest assured, I will fulfill my mission." With that, Huang Deming left in a hurry. Lin Tianhao couldn't help but sigh. How many loyal subjects does my great Xia dynasty have? Yet in the court, they are all scheming and plotting against each other. If it weren't for Li Jingzhen's opposition, he would never have entertained the idea of declaring himself king. Who would want to bear the title of a rebel general? It would be a stain that could never be washed away. But the situation had come to this, and Lin Tianhao did not want to continue playing dead. The consequences of doing so would be unimaginable. "Old man, how many tricks do you still have up your sleeve?" Lin Ji suddenly asked, catching Lin Tianhao off guard. "What do you mean?" "Dad, it's just you and me now. Do you have to hide things from your son?" Lin Ji teased. Ever since Lin Tianhao returned to Yuzhou, he had seen just how cunning and calculating this old fox was. Clearly, even before leaving the northern border, Lin Tianhao had already started his plans. And these informants in Liuzhou and other places were not the work of a day. How many more tricks did he have? Lin Ji couldn't even begin to guess. "You don't need to know this. Just understand that everything I do is part of a well-thought-out plan," Lin Tianhao said with a meaningful smile, turning to walk towards the general's residence. Lin Ji pondered, his eyes filled with suspicion. He felt he might have underestimated his father. An inexplicable doubt even arose that Lin Tianhao might one day become another Li Jingzhen. That was something he absolutely did not want to see. "Forget it, I shouldn't think about this now," Lin Ji shook his head, dismissing the distracting thoughts from his mind. He had too much to do and couldn't afford to be sidetracked by such baseless speculation. He then headed towards the general's residence. In the following days, Lin Ji handled affairs in the camp. Although the Northern Border Army did not need his concern, he had to keep an eye on Mingxing County. Hashtag Chapter 526. The emergence of the triangular military spike. It wasn't that Lin Ji didn't trust the abilities of Zhou Yu and others. It was just that the current situation was extremely special. There was no room for any mistakes. Moreover, as an important developing city in the north, Mingxing County was crucial for the future of the entire northern region. If done well, the north would gradually move towards true prosperity before they even conquered the world. At that time, there would be no need to fear the Turks or the Huns turning against them. On this day, Lin Ji was contemplating the expansion of Mingxing County. Yunlong the Taoist approached. Young general, still busy? Isn't that obvious? Lin Ji couldn't help but grin. His desk was piled with a large amount of documents, including some blueprints. Among them were improved cold weapons. What is this? Yunlong the Taoist picked up a blueprint. His eyes were filled with confusion. The drawing depicted what looked like a dagger, but there was no handle, and the design was extremely simple. Apart from being slender and long, it seemed to lack any other description. Master Taoist, you truly have a discerning eye, managing to spot the latest thing at a glance. Lin Ji couldn't help but chuckle. This thing is called the triangular military spike. Triangular military spike? Yunlong the Taoist blinked in surprise. The name was unheard of and unseen before. Yes, you must not underestimate this. It is the ultimate romance of cold weapons. Lin Ji said, taking out a prototype from the drawer. He had the blacksmiths in the city help create it. Although the craftsmanship was not particularly refined, many parts were relatively rough. However, it basically met all the requirements Lin Ji had designed. To some extent, this was also due to the limited current technology. It was impossible to create a truly high-strength steel triangular military spike, but it would definitely suffice on the battlefield. Young general, are you praising your own product? I don't see anything special about this. Although he said so, when Yunlong the Taoist held the triangular military spike in his hand, he immediately felt a sense of deadly menace. For some reason, this ordinary-looking weapon gave him a deadly sense of oppression. The deathly and icy aura transmitted from his fingertips to his back. His hair stood on end inexplicably, especially when the tip of the spike was pointed at him. Yunlong the Taoist even subconsciously wanted to dodge. This thing was too exaggerated. It felt like something from hell to take lives. The 3 blood grooves were particularly terrifying. Master Taoist, you've seen a lot. You don't need me to explain the blood grooves, do you? Lin Ji pointed at the triangular military spike, saying matter-of-factly. The reason it was called the ultimate romance of cold weapons was that this thing had a very terrifying combat power. Once stabbed, if not immediately stopped from bleeding, one would quickly become unconscious due to excessive blood loss. On the battlefield, especially in a chaotic fight, no one would pay attention. Its lethality was also extremely terrifying. In other words, once this thing enters the body, the person's blood will continue to flow out, even without the injured person noticing. Unstoppable, extraordinary power. Upon hearing this, Yunlong the Taoist couldn't help but take a deep breath. His eyes were filled with shock and disbelief. As a Taoist, he didn't know much about weapons, but due to his travels and always being by Lin Tianhao's side, he had heard of them to some extent. Weapons on the battlefield usually had blood grooves. The purpose was that once the weapon cut into the human body, due to certain pressure, it would be difficult to pull out. This had been proven countless times in previous wars. So a general had once developed weapons with blood grooves, including spears and halberds. But there had never been any weapon like this triangular military spike, which seemed like an enlarged needle, piercing deeply into the enemy's body. Even if pulled out, it could still take a life. Just thinking about it made one's hair stand on end. Too terrifying, young general. How did you come up with these strange things? Yunlong the Taoist said with a complicated expression. Lin Ji was sometimes like a benevolent immortal from the heavens, and sometimes like a cruel, bloodthirsty devil from the depths of hell. Which normal person would develop such things? It was purely for the purpose of killing. Even without actually using it, Yunlong the Taoist could feel the extreme terror. Humans inherently have infinite possibilities, Master Taoist. Why dwell on it too much? Moreover, these things, when developed, depend on how they are used. Everything in the world is a double-edged sword. It can harm or kill. It all depends on who is using it. Linji said calmly. Human history itself is a history of wars. Once on the battlefield, one is bound to face the most brutal and ruthless situations. To limit oneself from developing with so-called benevolence and morality at such times is a very short-sighted view. So, the same principle applies. Linji understood that once these extremely brutal weapons were designed, they would undoubtedly have a significant impact on the war. It would also make the battlefield situation even more bloody and cruel. But in any case, it could never be the reason to stop. Yunlong the Taoist couldn't help but twitch the corner of his eye. So, those who can achieve great things are really not ordinary people. Each has their unique qualities. Even someone like Linji, who appears to be a debauched young master, is no less than a ruthless character. Compared to many others, not only is he not less intelligent, but he is also not less ruthless. That's the reality. Many people say that fate is in their own hands, but they don't know that some things are already destined from the beginning. By the way, you didn't come here today just to inquire about this, did you? Linji suddenly realized. He also didn't intend to continue discussing this issue too much. Although Yunlong the Taoist was very clever, he might not be able to provide much useful help in developing new things. Oh, yes, young general, the message from Kongming Valley. They have found the location of Engsub Mountain and also discovered the black water, but the transportation is a huge problem. So they wanted to ask the young general if there was any good solution. Upon hearing this, Linji's eyes showed a thoughtful expression. Indeed, due to the special nature of oil, transportation was a major problem. Chapter 527. Simple and practical wooden barrel. Moreover, due to the flammability of oil, if any accident occurs during transportation, the consequences are unimaginable, and it could even lead to numerous casualties. This is one of the most terrifying aspects. Linji chose to extract oil not only to change the current situation, but also because he did not want anyone to pay an extremely painful price for it. Young general, the soldiers are afraid to dig deeper, so the situation has reached a stalemate. If it continues like this, it may affect many of our subsequent affairs, said Yunlong the Taoist with a serious expression. Because Linji had previously warned everyone, they knew the terrible power of the black water. Under such circumstances, who would dare to act rashly? That would be tantamount to seeking death. Linji pondered, his eyes showing a grave expression. After a moment, a flash of joy suddenly appeared in his eyes, as if he had found a breakthrough. Wait a moment. He then went out and instructed his servants to call the best carpenter in the city. Yunlong the Taoist watched all this with confusion. A carpenter? Did the young general really think a carpenter could help solve the current problem? That seemed too far-fetched. Moreover, how could something made by a carpenter transport the black water? It was highly flammable. Using wooden materials would be like adding fuel to the fire. If it leaked and caught fire during transportation, the consequences would be unimaginable. Linji didn't say much more. After the carpenter arrived, he immediately directed him to start working. Soon, the carpenter used high-quality wood to make one wooden board after another. Yunlong the Taoist watched more and more curiously. Was this trying to solve the problem? It felt more like building a house, especially these wooden boards, which seemed completely unrelated to transporting oil. After about an hour, under Linji's direction, the carpenter assembled a wooden barrel. It was surrounded by iron strips and secured with iron wire, with only an opening at the top that could be sealed with a wooden plug. Young general, are you planning to use this to transport the black water? Yunlong the Taoist asked incredulously, finding it even more unbelievable. It just didn't seem reliable at all, and he couldn't see any connection to transportation. Linji smiled mysteriously, his eyes showing a profound expression. You mustn't underestimate this. It can be of great help, and most importantly, it doesn't need to worry about leaks. As long as the wood isn't impacted, it will be fine. He had previously considered using jars, but they were very heavy and inconvenient to transport. But this wooden barrel was different. It was not only convenient to carry, but also reduced weight, leaving more space for oil during transportation. Although the conditions were somewhat crude, it was still better than being helpless. Really? Young general, don't deceive me. Although I may not be as smart as you, I've seen quite a bit. Yunlong the Taoist blinked, feeling even more different from his expectations. Try it and see. Practice is the only criterion for testing the truth, Lin Ji said, leading the carpenter and Yunlong the Taoist to the backyard. Yunlong the Taoist was still pondering Lin Ji's words, finding them quite profound. Throughout history, there have been many who talk eloquently but lack practical experience. Many officials in the court are like this. They think that being high in the temple means they don't need to concern themselves with the affairs of the world, and much of what they say is just empty talk. For example, when it comes to war, many wouldn't expect that those in the court who advocate for fighting foreign tribes are often not the generals but the civil officials. They have never been to the battlefield and think that war is a very heroic and romantic affair. So whenever they hear of any foreign tribe's offenses, they unhesitatingly suggest fighting. But for the generals, war means death, and death means countless families will be torn apart. Even they themselves may be in danger. If not forced by circumstances, who would want to risk their lives on the battlefield? Those generals also wish to live a peaceful life. War is something they have no choice but to do. It is this contradiction, combined with the court's trust in civil officials, that forces great generals like Lin Tianhao to walk a path from which there is no return. The root of the problem lies in the court's flawed system. As Yunlong the Taoist fantasized about what he would do if he ever truly held power and could change the world, they arrived at the backyard. Lin Ji instructed the carpenter to fill the barrel with water and seal it with the wooden plug. Taoist, try to see if you can pour the water out of this barrel, he said. Of course, without using your martial arts to deliberately break the barrel. This challenge piqued Yunlong the Taoist's competitive spirit. He immediately tried various methods, moving the barrel around or rolling it on the ground. But the barrel remained extremely sturdy, and not a drop of water leaked out. This filled him with surprise and disbelief. Young general, this barrel looks ordinary, but its sealing effect is so good. This problem had troubled Yunlong the Taoist for days. He had tried various methods, but besides using plates, there was no other way. The problem was that plates were difficult to transport, especially when filled with oil, which was very heavy. If they were broken during transport, it would be quite troublesome. That's why he had no choice but to come and ask Lin Ji for advice. To his surprise, he truly gained an unexpected and delightful solution. These are minor matters. It's just transportation. We can also arrange for a tar road to be built between the valley and Eagle's Beak Mountain, making transportation even more convenient, Lin Ji said seriously. His inspiration for the barrel naturally came from the Middle Ages. At that time, many countries expanded their territories by gradually opening up sea routes, and transportation became a problem. The most famous at the time was their wine. To store and transport it for a long time, they had to find a way, and the wooden barrel was indeed a good development. Chapter 528. Shocking the Court, the Lin family rebels? Although this invention wasn't particularly groundbreaking, it did indeed promote trade to some extent. Everything that has been eliminated or developed in history has its reasons. Not everyone has the leisure to research fancy things. Master Yunlong nodded. All right, I'll head to the valley immediately to share this good news with Ding Yun and the others. I believe we'll soon be able to start truly exploiting the oil. Remember to prioritize safety during the extraction process. Given our limited technology, we should stick to the most basic methods. Absolutely no sparks must occur during the extraction. We must ensure the safety of everyone's lives. The thought of an oil field exploding was terrifying. Lin Ji didn't need to imagine to know that within a 5-mile radius, nothing living would survive. That's the horror of oil. Master Yunlong nodded gravely. He then left with the carpenter. Lin Ji watched their backs and stretched to relieve his fatigue. These days, he had been sleeping for only about 3 hours each night. If it were before, he definitely couldn't have endured it. But now, With the protection of the dragon elephant skill, it was relatively easier to cope. With the successful commencement of oil exploitation, Linji gradually brought many matters to the agenda. Moreover, the asphalt road project in Mingxing County was proceeding steadily, as if everything was moving in a positive direction. Military, technology, and economy are the foundation of a nation's survival. Each is indispensable and closely related. Single-handed development is impossible. It would even impose a significant burden on the entire North. It seems there's still a long way to go, Linji sighed. However, he was full of confidence. He would never be discouraged or retreat because of minor difficulties. Compared to the current situation, the past was truly dire. Even under such circumstances, he had endured. Now, building a towering structure on flat ground was naturally much easier. The imperial city, the palace. The ministers' faces were grim. Emperor Li Jingjin, seated on the dragon throne, was also visibly angry. Just moments ago, he received news from the north. The Shangyuan army, originally stationed in Liuzhou City, had suffered their first defeat in 5 years. What's more, the assailants were the Northern Frontier Army, whom Li Jingjin had always feared, and the one leading the troops was none other than Lin Ji, who had once been to the imperial city. Your Majesty, I believe the matter at the northern border is urgent. We must act immediately to resolve it. The Northern Frontier Army daring to engage in battle with the Shangyuan Army clearly means they are against our great Xia. Exactly, Lin Tianhao was nurtured by imperial grace into an outstanding general. Not only is he deeply strategic, but after disappearing for years, his reappearance has caused such a stir. He's a despicable scoundrel. Your Majesty, the Northern Frontier Army is a highly combat-effective force with strict discipline. They are now quite influential in the north. We may need to dispatch a large army to suppress them. Otherwise, they will surely become a major threat to our dynasty. In the court, officials were unanimously condemning. Even those who had once praised Linji had changed their tune. For these officials, the court was the ultimate boundary. No matter the reason, betrayal was unforgivable, and the Northern Frontier Army had just crossed that line. The left and right prime ministers remained silent, constantly exchanging glances. They had long anticipated this scenario. They had repeatedly advised Li Jingjin about Lin Tianhao's character. Brave, strategic, and skilled in both literature and martial arts. He had fought from the northwest to the north, striking fear into all foreign tribes. His mysterious disappearance a few years ago had already hinted at something. But Li Jingjin had never truly considered Lin Tianhao as one of his own. Instead, he harbored disdain. Now, Lin Tianhao had stopped pretending, ultimately leading Li Jingjin to lose all trust in Lin Tianhao. Now he was targeting the Shangyuan army. What exactly did he want? Minister of War, aren't your words a bit excessive? A general stepped forward. He had come from the Shangyuan army and couldn't stand hearing malicious slander. How so? Zhu Biao snorted. I ask you, has the Shangyuan army ever lost in battle in these 5 years? The general shook his head. And it just so happens that their first battle in the north ends in such a complete defeat? Not only does it embarrass the court, but now many in the northern border consider Lin Tianhao's Northern Frontier Army the true saviors. If there's no intrigue behind this, who would believe it? These words left the general speechless. Victory and defeat are common in war. No one can claim a lifetime without a single defeat. Even the strongest of the great Xia's 4 generals wouldn't dare. But if someone maliciously twists the truth, it can indeed smell of something sinister. So these court officials are indeed skilled in sowing discord. The general was furious. Lord Zhu, General Chen, is loyal to the court. Over these 5 years, he has achieved much. Should one defeat negate all that? Of course not. Zhu Biao replied arrogantly. But who knows if he's secretly colluding with Lin Tianhao? Who could have foreseen that Lin Tianhao would commit such a despicable act? In other words, all military leaders are the same. You're spouting nonsense. The general couldn't hold back any longer. At that moment, Li Jingjin's voice rang out. Chapter 529. Zhenzi's Wrath, Lin Family's Rebellion. How dare you make a scene in the court? Do you think this is a marketplace? The military officers immediately bowed their heads. Zhu Biao, however, wore a smug expression, showing no signs of dissatisfaction. Li Jingzhen furrowed his brows, equally shocked and enraged. He had thought that with Lin Tianhao's appearance, there would at least be some restraint, but instead, his true ambitions were revealed so quickly. Did he really think that with the emperor far away, the court couldn't control him? Minister of War. Here, we will set aside the matter of Qin Shangyuan for now. What about the Taiyan's army? Order them to take all their forces to the north. They must annihilate Lin Tianhao and his band of rebels at all costs, and personally deliver the heads of Lin Tianhao and his father to the court. The entire court was horrified. They knew that Li Jingzhen was truly furious this time and was determined to deal with the north decisively. Seeing this, the left prime minister wanted to speak up but was stopped by the right prime minister. Furthermore, notify all local military commanders. Anyone associated with Lin Tianhao is to be executed without exception. Anyone who dares to defy the emperor will be treated as a rebel. Zhu Biao was overjoyed, ecstatic. This was the imperial decree he had been waiting for. The reason? He could use this decree to do as he pleased. Anyone who defied him could be branded a traitor. This effectively expanded the power of the Minister of War once again. The court then discussed various matters concerning the north, confirming many important points and labeling this issue as the most critical matter at hand. After the court session ended, the officials dispersed. The left and right prime ministers walked out last. Wang Prime Minister, why did you stop me just now? The left prime minister was surnamed Guo, and the right prime minister was surnamed Wang. They each had their duties and addressed each other as left and right in court, but calling each other by their surnames indicated the seriousness of the situation. Guo Prime Minister, can't you see? The emperor is blinded by anger and won't listen to anything we say. Wang Prime Minister sighed. Having served the emperor for many years, he knew Li Jingzhen's character all too well. While he wasn't a tyrant, he had indeed done many beneficial things for the country in the past few years. But recently, Li Jingzhen seemed to be obsessed with power struggles, or perhaps felt that someone was threatening his throne, leading him to purge dissenters. Such actions often clouded one's vision, making it impossible to see the true situation. Or perhaps, since Li Jingzhen wasn't the founding emperor, he didn't understand the principle of patience. Compared to previous emperors of the Xia dynasty, he had thunderous methods but lacked depth. He was even being manipulated by the Minister of War, Zhu Biao, and trusted him greatly. But can we really just watch as the Xia dynasty plunges into the abyss? Guo Prime Minister exclaimed in anger, his heart in turmoil. Regardless of the reason for Lin Tianhao's rebellion, his northern army was undoubtedly the true elite force of the Xia dynasty, its combat strength comparable to that of the 4 elite divisions. The recent defeat of Qin Shangyuan was a clear indication of this. This battle would undoubtedly be extremely fierce, and whoever emerged victorious would be a significant internal drain for the Central Plains. With foreign tribes already eyeing the Central Plains, a large-scale war now could have unimaginable consequences, benefiting only the enemies. But how can we stop it? The emperor won't listen to anything we say. Wang Prime Minister sighed, equally helpless. To think that during their tenure, they would witness the Xia dynasty facing such a crisis, yet be powerless to act. Being prime ministers, it was a profound humiliation. The only way now is to contact Lin Tianhao and gather intelligence. Perhaps only from him can we find a breakthrough, Guo Prime Minister said resolutely, his eyes filled with determination. Wang Prime Minister stared in disbelief. Are you sure? If this gets out, we'll be branded as traitors. We won't be able to defend ourselves. Wang Prime Minister, in times of national crisis, can you only think of your own safety? If we don't act now, there may be no chance later. Guo Prime Minister said without hesitation. Wang Prime Minister's expression was complex, remaining silent for a long time before finally sighing. Perhaps this is the will of heaven, destined for our Xia dynasty to face this calamity. Whether we can survive it depends on fate. In the Minister of War's residence, Zhu Biao returned home in high spirits, his smile lingering on his face. The thought of Lin Tianhao, and his father perishing at the northern border filled him with immense satisfaction. You two dogs, you bullied my son and now me. As the saying goes, a gentleman's revenge is not late for 10 years. Now, with the emperor's decree, let's see how long you can remain arrogant. As he was basking in his triumph, the butler came to report. Master, there's someone at the door asking to see you. Who is it? They claim to have an appointment with you. Zhu Biao's expression changed immediately. He quickly composed himself and straightened his attire. Quickly, invite them in.
Yes.
Soon, a man in a robe entered, his face hidden under a hood. Minister Zhu, it seems you're in good spirits today? Your complexion is glowing. The visitor spoke without hesitation. I didn't expect it to be the envoy personally. My apologies for not welcoming you properly. Zhu Biao's eyes showed respect, and he quickly dismissed the servants. Only then did the visitor remove his hood, revealing a terrifying scar running from his forehead to his cheek. Zhu Biao was taken aback. This was the first time he had seen the envoy's true face, and it sent a chill down his spine. I'm honored that the envoy reveals his true face today. Minister Zhu, we've heard about your actions in court today. You truly haven't disappointed us. The envoy exaggerates. The Huitian sect aims for the world, and I, Zhu Biao, am willing to do my part. Chapter 530. Secretly colluding with the Return to Heaven sect. It would be unimaginable for anyone to discover that the current Minister of War, a key figure in the court, is secretly in such close contact with the notorious rebel organization recognized by the court. Perhaps Li Jingzhen, upon learning of this, might be even more furious than upon hearing of Lin Tianhao's rebellion. Minister Zhu, let's not mince words. There's no need for such tricks between us, the man sneered. We promised you that if we were to seize power, you would be appointed prime minister. Now, as the great Xia dynasty faces unprecedented turmoil, it is the perfect time for us to strike. If Minister Zhu hopes to one day rise to the highest ranks, you must perform exceptionally well this time. Our sect leader, if he sees your efforts, will surely reward you accordingly. Zhu Biao's eyes lit up with excitement, his heart swelling with joy. He had long grown dissatisfied with merely being the Minister of War. Although he enjoyed the trust of Li Jingzhen, there were many others in the court of equal standing. Moreover, the other ministers and the prime minister often opposed him. Many times, Zhu Biao's plans were thwarted by these individuals, leaving him deeply frustrated. But if he were to become the prime minister, he would be second only to the emperor. Then, he could do as he pleased, and no one in the world could stop him. Envoy, I have a favor to ask. I wonder if you could assist, Zhu Biao said with hidden meaning. The man nodded. Please speak, Minister Zhu. If we can, we will do our utmost. The Lin family, father and son, are now entrenched in the north, commanding an army of 100,000. They are a significant threat to us. Now that Li Jingzhen has ordered their extermination, this might be our once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. We could take advantage of the chaos to eliminate them and seize their army. Then, we can rise up and reap the benefits. Zhu Biao's eyes glinted with sinister intent. His venomous tone almost painted his desire for revenge on his face. His collusion with the Return to Heaven sect was partly driven by his desire to eliminate the Lin family. Li Chengtian was too indecisive, too concerned with royal dignity. If it were Zhu Biao, he would have already ordered their eradication. How could he have allowed them to grow so powerful? The envoy looked at him meaningfully. It seems Minister Zhu holds a deep grudge against the Lin family, so eager to see them dead? Zhu Biao nodded without hesitation. Indeed, they are my sworn enemies. If I can eliminate them, I will be eternally grateful and serve the sect leader even more faithfully. The envoy smiled knowingly. I will convey your thoughts to our sect leader. Whether it will be done depends on his will. But before that, Minister Zhu must keep a close eye on the court's movements. It would be best to deploy most of the troops to the northern border. This will give us the opportunity to enter the central plains. Zhu Biao nodded in agreement. Rest assured, envoy. The emperor has granted me full authority. As long as we can eliminate the northern army, no cost is too great. Just thinking about it filled him with a dark sense of satisfaction. Lin Tianhao, Linji, I want to see how long your luck will last, escaping me time and again. In the past, that was fine, but now, things are different. Eliminating the two is a must. He can now freely deploy troops. Good. I hope this cooperation goes smoothly. In the north, Yuzhou City. Has the young general not emerged yet? Princess Li Qingyue passed by Linji's door and saw the servant bringing food. The servant shook his head. What is the young general doing? He's been locked in for 7 days, barely eating or drinking. How can his body endure this? Li Qingyue's eyes filled with worry. She knew Linji was under immense pressure. Though he never showed his vulnerability in public and often maintained a carefree demeanor, all the pressure in the north rested on his shoulders. Lin Tianhao was the spiritual leader of the Northern Army, but his preparations were basic. Food, weapons, troops, and strategies in battle. These were clearly insufficient for the current situation in the north. They were up against the entire Great Xia dynasty, with millions of troops. Even with the support of the Turks and the Huns, they were still outnumbered by a few times. They had to march long distances, eliminate the Great Xia dynasty, and then prevent the Turks and Huns from turning against them. There were too many things to consider. Li Qingyue watched Linji's closed door every day, her worry growing. Though she was born into the royal family, proficient in music, chess, calligraphy, and poetry, she couldn't help in this situation. Linji had saved her from peril and given her the care and warmth of a husband. Li Qingyue wasn't the type to sit idle. She wanted to share the burden, even if just a little comfort. As she hesitated over what to say, a voice suddenly came from inside. Been standing outside for so long, why not come in? Li Qingyue was taken aback. She pushed the door open and entered. The room was in disarray. Tables, bookshelves, and the floor were strewn with various plans and documents. It looked like a mess. Linji wasn't as disheveled as imagined, but he did look somewhat haggard. Days of hard work had left his complexion pale. Is there something you need? Linji asked without looking up. His Shenlong Bai Xianggong had already reached the 7th level, so recognizing people by sound was basic. He had heard Li Qingyue's voice when she passed by the door. Why don't you take a break? You've been working so hard these past few days. You'll wear yourself out, Li Qingyue said with concern. This scene felt familiar. She remembered seeing her father, Li Jingzhen, handling court affairs like this when she was young. But back then, her father ignored her, showing no affection. If not for the evidence, no one would believe Li Qingyue was the emperor's daughter. Chapter 531. The Princess Invitation, Unrefusable. Linji looked up, forcing a smile. Is that why you came to see me? Yes, you are crucial to the safety of the entire North. If something happens to you, who will take over these responsibilities? Li Qingyue felt increasingly pained the more she looked at him, and the more she suffered for not being able to share his burdens. The only man she had ever deeply loved. Now, she could only stand by and watch helplessly. Li Qingyue never imagined that she would experience such a thing in her lifetime. It's okay. You know my health well enough. Even if I stay up all night, it won't affect me at all, Linji joked casually. Li Qingyue immediately understood what he meant, her face turning red. She casually swept a lock of hair behind her ear. At a time like this, you still have the mood to joke? So, you really don't need to worry about me, Linji waved his hand. If you need anything, just tell the servants here. If they can't do it, come to me. Will you always agree to help me, no matter how busy you are? Of course, you are my wife. Your matters are my matters. How could I ignore them? Linji said while busy with his work. He found it difficult to analyze. These days, technology was extremely backward. Not to mention other things. Even drawing blueprints could only be done with a brush. Only those who have drawn blueprints would know that using a brush and a pencil are two completely different concepts. For this reason, Linji had to find a way to grind charcoal very finely and use it as a pencil core, while also supporting the paper, otherwise it would easily be punctured. That's why he had to work overtime to complete it. Otherwise, there would simply not be enough time. Linji also knew that his recent busyness had neglected Li Qingyue. She was different from others. Those military commanders, like Yu Yan and Zhou Yu, were naturally busy with their own matters. Everyone was so busy that they rarely appeared, unless it was something particularly important. Even among women, they were different. Xiang Lian had always lived in the northern border, in the general's mansion, and now it was like coming home, free to do as she pleased. Moreover, she didn't have to serve Linji, so she was even more leisurely, doing whatever she wanted. No one controlled her. Yu Luoyu was still working at the textile factory in Mingqing County, also busy. The only one who might be as free as Li Qingyue was Wu Luo. But this woman, probably because she was born in the Tujue tribe, had a cheerful and lively personality, quickly integrating with many people in Yuzhou City. She had close relationships with many young women, like sisters, and was constantly invited out. Only Li Qingyue, with her reserved nature and the pride and elegance of royalty, rarely left the house. Even now, her personality had changed a lot, but she still couldn't be as sociable as Wu Luo. In other words, others might have their own lives. Li Qingyue really only had Linji. This was also why, when she learned that Linji was alone in Yuzhou and Mingqing County, she was willing to share life and death with him. Leaving the court meant a complete break with her father, Li Jingjin, and being unfamiliar with the northern border. Even after staying for a few months, she still felt out of place. What if I want to go shopping? Li Qingyue suddenly said. Huh. Linji was slightly taken aback. Why ask me for such a thing? You know I'm not very familiar with those things. Shopping was almost a nightmare for all men. No matter how successful a man was, it was truly a torment. Even Linji didn't understand why women were so fond of shopping, whether in the world he used to live in or now. Whether in the imperial city or in the northern Yuzhou, it was the same. What caused these women to be so united in this matter? Why don't you let Xiaolian accompany you? She has nothing to do anyway, Linji suggested. Didn't you just say you'd agree to anything I ask? Can't you even agree to this small matter? Li Qingyue said softly, her eyes flashing with grievance. Linji was momentarily speechless. He suddenly regretted his earlier promise. Now it seemed he shouldn't have said it so definitively. The problem was, there were still so many things to do. Going out would just waste time. Can't even half a day work? Just consider it a day off for yourself? Li Qingyue asked tentatively, her eyes pleading. Even my father, the emperor, isn't that busy. Li Qingyue even brought up Li Jingjin, making Linji chuckle. This made it impossible for him to refuse. He then nodded. All right. Since it's an invitation from the princess, how could I refuse? It's been a few days since I went out. It wouldn't hurt to see the changes in Yuzhou City. Wait for me to pack up, Linji said as he began to tidy up the materials in the room. Li Qingyue was overjoyed and hurried to her room to get ready. About a stick of incense later, Linji waited in the courtyard, hearing footsteps behind him. He turned around. Li Qingyue had chosen her most beautiful and elegant outfit. Her face was exquisitely made up, her demeanor graceful, truly like a fairy descending from the heavens, untainted by any dust. This royal aura was something that ordinary women could not imitate. Perhaps only a princess like her could pull it off. Aren't we just going shopping? Is it necessary to dress so formally? Linji blinked. Could it be that she was going to meet someone important? He didn't have the mood for that now. A gentleman dies for his friend. A woman adorns herself for her beloved. General, haven't you heard that saying? Li Qingyue said with a smile, her eyes filled with affection. This dress was the first piece of fabric Linji had given her in the imperial city, and Li Qingyue had always cherished it. She rarely wore it out. Now, going out with Linji, she felt this dress was the most fitting. In her heart, it even surpassed the princess's robe. All right, Linji chuckled. To receive the favor of the princess is indeed an honor. Since that's the case, let's go. The two then walked out of the general's mansion. Li Qingyue instinctively linked her arm with Linji's. They walked side by side on the streets of Yuzhou, like a real couple, attracting many glances from passers-by. Chapter 532. As long as he's happy. Isn't this the young general? Truly extraordinary and impressive. Who is the woman beside the young general? She's as beautiful as a celestial maiden, truly a perfect match for him. This must be the princess of the great Xia. What ordinary woman could possess such a demeanor? A perfect match of talent and beauty, like a golden boy and jade girl. The young general and the princess are indeed a well-suited pair. Perhaps only they could walk the streets so radiantly. The pedestrians continued to murmur among themselves, their eyes filled with admiration and envy. Linji was now renowned throughout Yuzhou City. Everyone knew that this young general was not only young and promising but also broad-minded. He had once defended the entire Yuzhou single-handedly, an act that earned him praise across the entire northern region. How many could boast such courage and strength? Li Qingyue's cheeks flushed slightly, rarely enjoying such compliments, especially when they were about her alongside Linji. Her heart felt warm and content. For Li Qingyue, from the moment she lost her princess title, her life had taken on a new pursuit. She cared not for wealth and fame, only for being with the man she loved, to grow old together. The experience of separation had only deepened this understanding. This was why, upon arriving at the northern frontier, she had no intention of returning to the imperial city. She never wanted to endure that anxious longing again. Linji, however, did not notice these subtle emotions. His gaze was fixed on the surroundings. With the development of the northern frontier, Yuzhou had become more prosperous than before. Moreover, the common folk seemed to be faring better. In his memory, while Yuzhou was a major city in the north, only the wealthy merchants lived comfortably. The common people merely had enough to eat and wear. But now, perhaps due to the significant changes in Mengxing County, the entire northern economy had been stimulated, allowing many to earn a living and improve their conditions. Seeing this, Linji felt that the efforts he had put in over the past year had not been in vain. At least he could see the results with his own eyes. And who knew what the future held? Perhaps it would become even better. As Linji pondered these prospects, Li Qingyue suddenly stopped. Linji was a bit surprised and turned to see a bustling cosmetics store. Many young women were eager to explore it. Want to take a look? Linji asked tentatively. Li Qingyue nodded and then shook her head. What does that mean? Linji couldn't help but chuckle. I'm not interested in such cosmetics. No need to waste time, Li Qingyue said, her gaze lingering. Certain things held irresistible allure for women, like shopping or cosmetics. Li Qingyue was no exception. After leaving the palace, her lifestyle had changed dramatically. Once accustomed to luxury, she now lived a simpler life in the northern frontier. Linji had never neglected her needs, providing the best available, but it couldn't compare to the royal standards. Yet, Li Qingyue never complained, finding joy in whatever Linji provided. Linji saw through her reluctance. She wasn't disdainful. She just didn't want him to squeeze through the crowd. So, he took her hand and led her into the cosmetics store. Why? This store seems new. I'll check if there's anything nice to gift to Yueluo and Wulua. Li Qingyue's eyes clouded with disappointment. For a woman, such words felt like a stab to the heart, though not fatal. They could be remembered forever. Entering the store, it was packed. The owner and staff eagerly promoted their products. Seeing Linji and Li Qingyue, they were overjoyed. Young general, distinguished guests, we didn't expect you to come. What can we show you? Linji surveyed the store thoughtfully. I don't recall this cosmetic store before. Is it new? Yes. The owner bowed. Thanks to the young general, I had the capital to open this shop. If you fancy any product, just tell me. It's on the house. That won't do. Business is business. Besides, it's a small venture, and I don't lack the money. No need to take advantage of your generosity. Linji joked, well aware of the hardships of doing business, especially in such times. He then strolled through the store with Li Qingyue, comparing nearly every item. The surrounding women couldn't help but envy. Wow, the young general is so thoughtful. He even accompanies the princess to buy cosmetics. If only I had a husband like him. Dream on. Finding a man like the young general, who is both formidable and caring, is a fantasy. The women whispered, their faces flushed. Many harbored secret crushes, though Linji was already with Li Qingyue. The more others praised, the more it stung Li Qingyue. This wasn't for her. It was for other women. She was just a tool. In the past, Li Qingyue might have wept and left. But now, having endured so much, her spirit had toughened. Today, she had come to ease Lin Ji's stress, so she would let him be. Chapter 533. Of course, they're for you. Before they knew it, several boxes of cosmetics were placed beside Lin Ji. Almost all of them were the most expensive in the shop. How much? In total, it comes to 100 taels of silver. Lin Ji directly took out 10 silver ingots from his bosom and tossed them onto the table. Wrap them up for me. Right away. The shopkeeper was beaming with joy. The young general's visit to their humble shop naturally brought them great honor. Most importantly, they had not only done a favor but also earned money, truly a win-win situation. Who among businessmen doesn't like making money? In the midst of everyone's envy, Lin Ji led Li Qingyue out of the cosmetics shop. How about it? Are you satisfied with so many? Ah. Li Qingyue was slightly taken aback. It seemed she had not yet recovered from her disappointment. She then replied, I wonder if Lady Yu and Lady Wulua will like these cosmetics. Whether they like them or not, what does it matter? Lin Ji casually said, Aren't you picking these for them? If they don't like them, isn't the effort wasted? Come on. It's not like it's a festival. Where do I get the face to make a special trip for them? These are for you. Me. Li Qingyue's eyes revealed astonishment. She was very surprised. Of course, you couldn't take your eyes off them just now. Probably haven't bought new cosmetics in a while, right? Lin Ji said with a light laugh. If I didn't use this excuse, I'm afraid you wouldn't have been willing to accompany me inside. Li Qingyue's heart was filled with warmth. A smile couldn't help but appear on her lips. Then why didn't you just say so? Come on, what kind of temper you have, don't I know? Besides, I'm not blind. I could see your disappointment just now. Lin Ji's lips revealed a mischievous smile. Li Qingyue's face turned bright red with embarrassment. She hadn't expected her every move to be watched by the other. She had tried her best to hide her disappointment, only to realize she was deceiving herself. In the future, just say what you want. There's no need to hide anything between us two. Lin Ji said softly, Since I'm willing to accompany you out for a stroll today, of course, I want everyone to be happy. If we don't enjoy ourselves, what's the point of coming out? Women, to some extent, are reserved. This has its pros and cons. Lin Ji has seen many women. Although he hasn't had deeper relationships with many, he really doesn't like those who are coy. What's the point of guessing? If you want to do something, just do it. Isn't it better to be straightforward and carefree? Li Qingyue nodded vigorously. All right, I won't be like this in the future. Before they knew it, it was noon. The two strolled on the street, chatting and laughing. Lin Ji also felt inexplicably cheerful. It seems that occasionally going out for a walk can indeed help relieve stress and make it easier to work harder when returning. The saying work and rest in balance is indeed not just talk. Before they knew it, it was noon. The two arrived at a restaurant. Zui Xianju? Li Qingyue blinked her eyes. Her gaze was filled with doubt. Isn't this a restaurant in the capital? How did it appear in Yuzhou City? When the two were in the capital, Zui Xianju was a restaurant they often frequented. It was the most prestigious restaurant in the entire capital. The chefs there were not only skilled but also made dishes that were a feast for the eyes, nose, and mouth. It was said that they had even learned from imperial chefs. Even Li Qingyue, who had been accustomed to the food in the palace, highly praised it. But she never expected to encounter it in this remote place. It was quite unexpected. As you might have guessed, the chefs here are originally from the Zui Xianju in the capital. Lin Ji said meaningfully. Really? Li Qingyue asked incredulously. Her eyes were full of disbelief. Don't believe it? Let's go in and try. Lin Ji said, and walked into the restaurant. The shopkeeper greeted them extremely warmly. Young general? What a rare guest. Please come in and sit down. Just this short sentence attracted the attention of many around them. Young general? I've heard of him before. Today I finally get to see his true face. Indeed a handsome and talented young man. To meet the young general in this restaurant today, it's worth the meal money. While everyone was discussing, the shopkeeper brought out the menu. Li Qingyue only glanced at it and couldn't help but feel strange. All the dishes listed in the menu were exactly the same as those in Zui Xianju in the capital. If this was a coincidence, it was too much of a coincidence. The key point is that Zui Xianju was originally in the capital. So many dishes were made according to the capital's ingredients. And these ingredients are not available in many places. For such a menu to appear in the northern border was quite suspicious. Huangxiang chicken, Zhuixian fish, bring these all out. Linji didn't want to waste time and directly asked the shopkeeper to bring out all the signature dishes. After the shopkeeper left, Li Qingyue couldn't help but ask in a low voice, "Why would Zui Xianju move to Yuzhou City? There's no reason for that, is there? If I say this is a gift I prepared for you, would you believe it?" Linji said meaningfully. Ah. Li Qingyue blinked her eyes. She found it hard to believe. She was very surprised. Impossible. When did you do this? Why didn't I know anything about it? Linji smiled lightly. Since returning to Yuzhou City, he had indeed been very busy, almost spending all his time on public affairs. This was unavoidable. With the tense situation, a war with the Great Xia dynasty could break out at any time. Chen Shangyuan, after retreating to Liuzhou City, had not sent troops out again, obviously recuperating. Perhaps a bloody battle would come soon. For this reason, he could only make thorough preparations to ensure the North had sufficient defensive capabilities. However, in his spare time, Lin Ji occasionally observed Li Qingyue, having lived in the border area for half a year. Although Li Qingyue had gradually started to adapt to the climate and life here, she was still a delicate lady from a noble family. Having lived in the capital for over 10 years, the sudden change to the north inevitably brought some differences, especially in terms of diet. Even though Li Qingyue never mentioned it, Lin Ji could see that she couldn't get used to the northern food, especially the main diet of bread and buns. Moreover, the north was short of food, with very few things to eat. Lin Ji kept this in mind. He had always hoped to find an opportunity to let Li Qingyue taste the flavors of home. Later, when the Lin family's business moved to the north, Lin Ji took the opportunity to inquire about the news of Zui Xianju. Chapter 534. Is there something wrong with the dish? To their surprise, these individuals acted with remarkable speed and efficiency. Within half a month, they had managed to poach the head chef from the establishment. They also took the opportunity to start a business, selling goods from the north to the imperial capital of the Central Plains. In turn, they purchased ingredients from the imperial capital to bring back. Of course, since these ingredients couldn't be stored for too long, the cost was relatively high. But this was already considered quite commendable. When Lin Ji learned of this news, he immediately came to taste the dishes, and the flavors were indeed not much different. The ingredients were slightly less fresh, but the chef certainly had some skill. He was able to alter the flavors with the use of seasonings. Unfortunately, Lin Ji had been too busy lately and hadn't had the chance to visit. Today, while out shopping, he decided to let Li Qingyue taste it as well. Soon, the dishes and wine were served, and the familiar aroma and appearance immediately stirred emotions within her. Try it. Lin Ji picked up a piece of chicken, a signature dish of Zui Xiangju. Li Qingyue gently placed it into her mouth. The familiar taste instantly filled her mouth. In that moment, she suddenly felt tears welling up. She looked up at Lin Ji with teary eyes. What's wrong? Not good? You wouldn't cry over that, would you? Lin Ji blinked, at a loss. He tried to bite himself. The taste was fine. How could it make someone cry? If you don't like it, that's okay. We'll pack these dishes and take them back. I'll have the chef at the general's residence make you another meal. No, Li Qingyue shook her head repeatedly, her eyes filled with tenderness. I just didn't expect to have the chance to taste these dishes again in this lifetime. Time had flown by, and it had been over half a year. After coming to the north, Li Qingyue learned of Li Jingzhen's actions against the Lin family and realized she might never have the chance to return to the imperial capital. So she felt that perhaps she had to let go of everything she once knew. To say she didn't miss it at all would be impossible. After all, it was the place she had lived for over 10 years. That's why tasting the flavors of the imperial capital again made her unable to describe her feelings at that moment. Most importantly, Li Qingyue could clearly feel Lin Ji's affection for her. Whether out of duty or a desire to care for her, she felt it was enough. Is it good? Lin Ji asked curiously. If his efforts left Li Qingyue dissatisfied, it would be a bit disappointing. It's good. Li Qingyue nodded vigorously, like a little girl who had found her long-lost treasure. Seeing her innocent expression, Lin Ji couldn't help but smile. If you like it, eat more. If you get used to it, I'll have Zui Shangju deliver meals to you every day. How can that be? I live in the general's residence. If I'm treated specially every day, won't people gossip? What's the big deal? Lin Ji blurted out. You are the rightful young general's wife. Besides my father, who would dare to say anything to you? Even the stepmother, Qin Hongmian, couldn't point fingers. After all, it wasn't an issue. Li Qingyue felt her whole body light as a feather. The feeling of being loved was truly indescribable. It wasn't just the delicious food in front of her. Even a bowl of bitter water would taste sweet. For some reason, whether due to excessive joy or something else, Li Qingyue felt her head spinning. Could it be that wine was added to the dish? Why do I feel a bit dizzy? Lin Ji blinked, tasted a bite. No, right? In his era, adding cooking wine to dishes was common practice, both to remove fishy odors and to enhance flavors. But in this time, such practices were rare. Who would add wine to dishes? The chefs wouldn't even think of such methods. As he was puzzled, Li Qingyue suddenly slumped over onto the table, as if drunk and unconscious. Lin Ji's brow furrowed. He suddenly felt a wave of dizziness. Something was wrong. There was something wrong with the dish. Lin Ji immediately sensed it. Just as he was about to call for the proprietor, a few burly men walked in from the door. The leader, with a face full of meat and a rugged build, was extremely crude. Haha, who would have thought that the wife of the young General Lin is such a beauty? Who are you? Lin Ji's brow furrowed. He had a vague sense that something was very wrong. Us? The leader glanced around at his companions. Seeing Lin Ji's unsteady state, he became even more arrogant. We're just some insignificant characters, young general. You don't need to pay attention to us. I just came today to see what kind of beauty the famous princess of the Great Xiao is. She truly looks like a fairy. Lin Ji's eyes flashed with coldness. He struggled to stay upright. You bunch of idiots, do you have to kick a steel plate to be happy? Knowing my identity, you still dare to covet the princess's beauty? Looking for death. Ha ha ha. The man seemed to hear the funniest joke in the world, laughing wildly and exaggeratedly. Did I hear that right, young general? At this moment, you still dare to put on airs? I thought you were something special, but a dose of sleeping powder knocks you out. I guess you're not much after all. One of his underlings chimed in sarcastically. Boss, if we take this guy back to the Xiao army in Liuzhou, we might even get a reward. That would be great. A double harvest of wealth and beauty. Seeing that Lin Ji hadn't moved for a long time, the leader, who was initially cautious, completely relaxed. He even boldly approached Li Qingyue. Just one glance and his eyes lit up with greed. In this northern frontier, where had they ever seen a beauty as delicate as the princess? Truly like a heavenly moon, a flower in the water. Not only was she of unparalleled beauty, but her appearance was also one in 10,000. She truly deserved the title of a peerless beauty. Oh, I heard the young general has been very busy lately, neglecting the general's wife. Following you, the princess is practically living like a widow. Today, we brothers will take good care of the princess. As he spoke, the leader reached out to touch Li Qingyue's collar. But just as he was about to make contact, a hand suddenly reached out. Like a pair of iron pliers, it grabbed him, and he couldn't break free no matter what. The man's face changed. He was about to curse, wondering which blind fool dared to interrupt his good time. Turning around, he saw Lin Ji sitting up. His expression calm but exceptionally cold. Hashtag chapter 535. A sleeping drug to deal with me? You. What's going on with you? The man's face was filled with horror. You were supposed to be drugged with a sleeping potion. How can you be completely unaffected? They had been watching from the shadows. Only after seeing the two of them eat the dishes laced with the sleeping drug did they reveal themselves. How could they be completely fine now? Linji snorted coldly. He was disdainful. With your measly tricks, do you really think you can deal with me? You're delusional. In Yujo City, you are the first to dare to attack me. You have courage, but that's also why you're asking for death. Before he finished speaking, Linji exerted force with his wrist. The man's face immediately showed pain. A piercing pain shot through his wrist. But before he could even scream, he felt a punch to his face. He passed out on the spot. The few men behind him were also in panic. They all knew Linji's methods. This guy could single-handedly fight tens of thousands of Xiongnu. How could they, a bunch of local ruffians, be a match for him? But it was too late to be afraid now. Linji wouldn't give them any chance. Daring to covet Li Qingyue's beauty? That was the biggest crime they had committed. In an instant, Linji's figure flashed, creating a gust of wind that blew the men's eyes shut. Before they could recover, Linji knocked each of them down with a punch. Some suffered broken ribs. Others were left barely breathing. A bunch of useless trash. With such skills, you dare to cause trouble? Linji snorted coldly. It was only because they hadn't succeeded that he gave them a slight punishment. If those men had actually touched Li Qingyue with their filthy hands, they would have been made to suffer unimaginably. As for the man who didn't understand where he went wrong, it was because he underestimated Linji. Even after eating the dishes laced with the sleeping drug, Linji had the Dragon 100 Elephant technique protecting him, which could not only delay the effects of the drug. By using his internal energy, he could easily dissolve it. If he couldn't handle such a small trouble, how could he be invincible on the battlefield? The commotion also alarmed the innkeeper downstairs. He hurriedly ran up. When he saw the scene in the private room, he was stunned. What exactly happened? I was about to ask you. These people intended to do harm, even putting sleeping drugs in the dishes. As the innkeeper, how could you be unaware? Linji questioned coldly. Upon hearing the mention of the drug, the innkeeper lost his soul and hurriedly knelt down to beg for mercy. Young General, I really didn't know. These people have nothing to do with me. I don't know how they got in. As for the drugging, it has nothing to do with me. Please, young General, spare my life. Seeing the innkeeper's genuine plea in his eyes, Linji could tell he wasn't lying. He then waved his hand. All right, I can let this go, but from now on, you must manage this improperly. If such incidents happen again, don't blame me for replacing you. In Yujo City, what I say still carries a lot of weight. The innkeeper felt like he had walked through the gates of hell and was granted a reprieve, gasping for breath. Thank you, young General, for your mercy. I will remember this and ensure such incidents never happen again. All right, I won't pursue this matter anymore, but remake these dishes and send them to the General's mansion. But I'll only pay for one portion. Any problem? The innkeeper didn't dare to argue about this. Even if Linji said he wouldn't pay, would he dare to say no? In Yujo City, who didn't know the power of the Lin family was now greater than even the young officials. Plus, the war between the Central Plains and the North could break out at any time. If they offended Linji, they wouldn't be able to stay here. Besides enduring all kinds of grievances, there would be no other outcome. Don't worry, young General. I'll have the kitchen prepare it right away. Or should I send someone to escort you two back to the General's mansion? The innkeeper wiped the sweat from his forehead and said repeatedly, that won't be necessary. Also, send these cosmetics over. If I find any issues, I'll hold you accountable. As Linji spoke, he picked up Li Qingyue and walked out. Not far after leaving, Linji stopped. I say, Suibo, how did you become like this? You saw everything. Why didn't you step in to stop it earlier? As soon as he finished speaking, a man appeared behind him. It was Suibo, Princess Anning Li Qingyue's personal guard. Hee, young General, what you're saying, if those few small-time thugs could succeed so easily, I'm afraid your reputation as the young general wouldn't be so well known in the northern border. Everything that happened in the inn, Suibo had watched from the shadows. He didn't step in because he believed Linji could easily handle the situation. If it weren't for that reason, he would have already stepped in and would have killed those scoundrels clean. Now you've learned to slack off, isn't it just because no one's paying you? Go to the general's mansion's accounting department for payment in the future. Linji complained helplessly. He didn't step in because he wanted Sui Bo to come out. But it turned out, both had the same idea. Clearly, neither wanted to waste energy. In the end, it was Linji who couldn't hold back. Young General, Princess Li Qingyue might be in danger with anyone else, but never with you otherwise. Why would I not show up from the beginning? Sui Bo said with a light smile. Now, the relationship between the two was closer than before, truly becoming friends. Naturally, there was no need to quibble over these details. All right, take the princess back. Linji gently placed Li Qingyue on the ground and handed her to Sui Bo. Sui Bo looked a bit surprised. Young General, why don't you take her back yourself? I still have something to deal with. I trust you to take her back. Li Qingyue had already lost her consciousness. Anyone with ill intentions could easily take advantage of her. Linji trusted only one person in this regard, Sui Bo, who would rather die than let the princess suffer even a bit. Sui Bo paused. He didn't ask further. Then nodded and carried Li Qingyue towards the general's mansion. After watching the two leave, Linji turned into a small alley. The further he walked, the more secluded it became. In the end, he was almost at the Yuzhou city walls, with no one around. Chapter 536, Different Paths, No Common Ground. Linji gradually slowed his steps. He spoke with profound meaning. Friend, isn't it tiring to follow all day long in broad daylight? How long do you plan to wait? Do you really want to accompany me back to the general's residence? His self-talking manner was exceptionally comical. If anyone else were to pass by at this moment, they might even suspect that Lin Hao had some issues. After all, he wasn't speaking to anyone in particular. Lin Ji seemed to be addressing someone invisible, never moving from his spot. After a while, a slight noise came from above, and two figures descended from the sky. One wore a red dress, the other a black robe, both heavily made up and unrecognizable. However, it was clear that the one in red was a woman, and the one in black a man, given their distinct physiques. Linji raised an eyebrow. I thought it was some divine being, but it turns out to be two clowns? Dressing up like this, are you afraid people will see your true faces? The woman, with a flirtatious demeanor, said, It's rare for anyone to see us. The young general is indeed famous. It seems you've long known we were trailing you. The black-robed man, equally eerie, had empty, lifeless eyes, exuding a murderous and bloody aura. Nonsense, Linji scoffed. If you wanted to make a move, could you choose a more decent method? Relying on these thugs and knockout drugs to trick me? Linji couldn't help but laugh. When he saw the thugs causing trouble in the tavern, he sensed something amiss. Everyone in Yuzhou knew him. Those who dared to oppose him must have some backing. A few thugs acting so brazenly? There had to be someone behind them. After leaving the tavern, Linji slowed down intentionally, observing his surroundings. Sui Bo was the most obvious. With his current hearing, even from several dozen zhang away, he could sense someone following. But these two were different, their steps and breaths elusive, sometimes close, sometimes far. Linji then confirmed someone was up to no good. Thus, he didn't startle the snake, but had Sui Bo take Li Qingyue back to the general's residence, planning to deal with the situation himself. Indeed, it seems our petty tricks are amateurish before the young general. The woman continued, her voice seductive, her eyes flirting. Such trivial matters are unnecessary, Linji said calmly. Since you two are from the martial world, why not speak directly? What's the point of these childish tricks? Linji remained composed, unaware of their origins but sensing something peculiar. Yet, he showed no weakness. He believed in dealing with any enemy swiftly, no matter who they were. Young general, why be so confrontational? We have no grievances, no need for conflict, the woman said softly. Today, we merely bring a message. Spit it out, Linji said impatiently. Time was pressing. he had work to attend to. Our sect leader wishes to collaborate with the young general. Sect leader? Lin Ji sneered. From your shady dealings, I can tell your sect leader isn't virtuous. What makes him think he's qualified to collaborate with me? How dare you insult our Huitian sect leader? The silent man suddenly roared, lunging at Lin Ji, catching all three off guard. Lin Ji, agile, dodged and kicked back. The man retreated but landed lightly, showing exceptional lightness skills and internal energy. Don't be hasty. Remember the task the sect leader assigned us, the woman hissed, the man nodding, no longer explaining. Lin Ji realized these two were from the Huitian sect. Aren't you supposed to be the descendants of the previous dynasty? Why act like jokers from the martial arts world? The young general judges by appearance. We thought someone of your talent would be above such things, the woman taunted, trying to provoke him. Don't try this on me. I have no interest in collaborating with you. If you want to overthrow the great Xia dynasty, find someone else. I'm not interested. It was an unprecedented opportunity. Huitian sect, known from Yunlong and Ding Yun, was a highly secretive and powerful organization. Even the richest man in Yuzhou, Xinhuan-san, was just a pawn. Their strength was undeniable. Collaborating with them could hasten the overthrow of the great Xia dynasty. But Lin Ji didn't want that. Not out of fear, but because the Huitian sect aimed to restore the previous dynasty, another monarchy. Whether it was the previous dynasty or the current great Xia, it was still a hierarchical society. Changing the ruler wouldn't change the system. Lin Ji's goal was to end such an era completely. Even the most virtuous ruler, like Emperor Taizong of Tang, couldn't prevent chaos after his death. Lin Ji sought a new order, not just a change of rulers. Chapter 537. Inviting disgrace upon oneself? He wanted to lead all the people of the world into a new era. This world would be one of equality. Everyone would have the right to live freely. They could become officials, engage in commerce, study literature, or practice martial arts. They could do anything they wanted without the current restrictions. Just like the world Lin Ji originally lived in. This was what he wanted to see. As for returning to the Celestial Gate, different paths do not share a common goal. There was no room for negotiation. You don't need to waste your time. Today's matter, I won't hold it against you. But if you dare to cause trouble in Yuzhou again, I will make sure you pay a heavy price. After saying this, Lin Ji turned to leave. Also, tell your sect leader that one day I will come for Shanwan-san's head. Make sure this guy doesn't die prematurely, or I will make the Celestial Gate regret it. The red-clad woman and the black-robed man's eyes flashed with a sharp glint. Killing intent suddenly radiated. Lin Ji instantly sensed it. He turned back and couldn't help but laugh. What? No deal. So you're going to get rough? I thought the Celestial Gate was so orthodox, but it turns out you're just a bunch of bandits. Young general, you misunderstand. The red-clad woman reached back to her waist. She pulled out two scythe-like weapons and began to play with them in her hands. Our sect leader hopes to collaborate with the young general on a grand endeavor. After all, talents like the young general are rare. With the young general and the Northern Army's support, overthrowing the great Xia dynasty would be a breeze. However, our sect leader also said that talents like the young general, if they cannot be used by us, must be eliminated as soon as possible, otherwise, they will become a serious threat in time. At this point, the woman's face showed a strange smile. Young general, it's not that we want to do anything to you. It's just that we can't disobey orders, and you insist on being stubborn. Then we can only say sorry. In the blink of an eye, as soon as the words were finished, the woman turned into a blur, and the black-robed man also disappeared instantly. Lin Ji frowned. What incredible speed! It was the fastest he had ever seen anyone move to evade his gaze. In the moment of hesitation, a chill swept from behind, accompanied by killing intent and the scent of blood. Lin Ji instinctively leaped forward, somersaulted, and rose into the air to dodge. Almost simultaneously, the sound of weapons clashing rang out where he had just stood. When he landed, the two had somehow circled around to his rear. You claim the Celestial Gate is orthodox, yet you gang up on me, a weaponless man, and strike with such viciousness? How is that heroic? Lin Ji said meaningfully. Before leaving, he had only intended to accompany Li Qingyue for a stroll, so he hadn't brought any weapons. Now in an open area, finding something to use as a weapon on the spot was not easy. Those who achieve great things do not quibble over trifles. Young general, don't you understand this? If so, the Northern Army won't go far. It's better to just fulfill our wishes today and let us report back. Saying this, the red-clad woman threw her weapons forward. Lin Ji realized those scythes were truly like the Grim Reaper's scythes, terrifying and even chained. No wonder the woman hid them behind her, clearly to conceal them. Lin Ji wasn't flustered. Now that things had come to this, if these people wanted to fight, he would give them a good fight and see who would survive in the end. Seeing the razor-sharp scythes approaching, Lin Ji sidestepped. At the same time, he accurately grabbed the scythe's handle. Then, with a strong pull, there was a crisp sound. The entire chain was yanked out by Lin Ji, even making the woman stagger. Is this all you've got? You want to fight me? You must be joking. Lin Ji grinned lightly. His tone was full of mockery. Clearly, he was mocking them to the core. In essence, these two did have some skills, but if they thought they could take Lin Ji's life, they were delusional. The man was clearly angered by Lin Ji and couldn't help but curse. You bastard! How dare you act so arrogantly here? Do you really think we're easy to bully? In the blink of an eye, the two charged forward again. This time they clearly used all their strength, and the battle immediately became intense. Lin Ji, with a scythe in hand, could barely hold his ground. Soon, Lin Ji roughly understood their style. They seemed to be self-taught. While they did have some strength, due to lack of proper training, there were significant flaws in many areas, even glaringly obvious. Under such circumstances, taking the initiative was not a difficult task for Lin Ji. As long as he seized the opportunity, he could deliver a fatal blow to the two. After an unknown amount of time entangled in battle, the two gradually revealed their flaws. Although they were indeed swift, their foundations were unstable. Once prolonged, they gradually fell into a disadvantage. Lin Ji seized the opportunity. He turned around with a palm strike, followed by a kick, directly repelling the two, striking them until blood spilled from their mouths. Their eyes filled with disbelief. What incredible skill, to fight two opponents and not fall behind. Not only that, but also to seriously injure us both. The woman's eyes showed shock. Clearly, she couldn't believe what was happening before her. Although she had heard of Lin Ji's extraordinary skills, she never expected it to be to this extent. It was truly inconceivable and unbelievable. What should we do now? The black-robed man couldn't help but ask. If they continued, they would surely fall into a disadvantage. But if they chose not to, they would certainly disobey the sect leader's orders. As long as we stay alive, there's always a chance. After all, he's in Yuzhou City. We have plenty of opportunities. The red-clad woman's gaze was stern. 36 strategies. Retreat is the best. Before the words were finished, the two turned around and sprinted back. In an instant, they disappeared behind the houses. Lin Ji snorted coldly. With such skills, you dare to come for my life? Truly overestimating yourselves. I really thought you were something. Chapter 538. Young General, are you trying to get the entire general's mansion killed? Lin Ji did not intend to pursue them, knowing it would be meaningless. The two in front of him were clearly well prepared. Even if he caught up, he might not learn anything about the Huatian sect. So why waste time? Looking at the scythe in his hand, Lin Ji pondered. This mysterious organization hidden in the fog of history was now gradually emerging, even targeting him. It meant they were ready to act. In Lin Ji's view, such a sinister sect must be eradicated. They were different from the anti-Qing, pro-Ming Tiandihui. Their cause was based on national righteousness, while the Huatian sect seemed driven only by personal desires. Once power consumes you, there's no turning back. But why target him? Just to recruit him? No reason. After thinking it over, Lin Ji decided to return to the general's mansion. The two probably wouldn't come back soon, but the Huatian sect wouldn't let it go. As they said, mountains and rivers meet again. They would encounter each other again someday. Thinking this, Lin Ji put away the scythe and headed towards the mansion. Upon returning, Sui Bai greeted him. How was it? How what? Lin Ji asked, unruffled. Young general, while my skills may not match yours now, it doesn't mean I'm useless. I could sense those two visitors too. As the princess's personal guard, his priority was to protect Li Qingyue's safety. Regarding the two strangers, Lin Ji's confidence in dealing with them meant Sui Bai didn't need to interfere. You old man, why don't you understand human feelings? If I didn't want to say, why bring it up? Lin Ji chuckled. The Imperial Guards indeed had their strengths. If it came to a fight, Lin Ji wasn't entirely confident in winning. Their experience and extensive knowledge gave them an edge. Things would be easier. It would help him better understand the origins. Though they were from the Huatian sect, this sect was enigmatic. With figures like Shenwan San and two highly skilled, unknown origin individuals serving them, the Huatian sect seemed extraordinary. In Lin Ji's view, with wealth and manpower, why hide in the wilderness? They should rise and target the Central Plains dynasty. Sui Bai showed surprise. Master, is this the deadly poison from the southern barbarians Miaojiang? Isn't it just a weapon? What's with the poison? Lin Ji frowned, feeling unease. Learning it was toxic now seemed late. He had carried it all the way. Young general, you may not know, but there's a tribe in Miaojiang skilled in making poison. There's also a sect in the martial world called the Five Poison Sect. Master Yunlong said gravely. He subconsciously stepped back, covering his nose. Sui Bai quickly opened the windows. Both nearly retreated to a corner. Lin Ji was speechless. Do you two need to be so dramatic? I carried this back. If anything happens, I'd be the first to die, right? Young general, you're too bold. Bringing this home, do you know it could turn the entire mansion into a death trap? Master Yunlong said fearfully. Even a well-read, well-traveled man like him couldn't stay calm. Really? Lin Ji's mouth twitched. Initially, he suspected they were playing a prank. But now, their reactions didn't seem fake. If it truly was highly toxic, it could be disastrous. But now, discarding it seemed too late. After thinking, Lin Ji had an idea. He took a box made of 1,000-year-old agarwood from a cabinet and placed the scythe inside. The 1,000-year-old agarwood can temporarily neutralize the scythe's poison. You two don't need to worry. Lin Ji waved. Sui Bai and Master Yunlong looked at each other, hesitant to approach. Facing enemies was one thing, but toxic items were life-threatening. Who would joke about that? Seeing Lin Ji safe and sound, they cautiously moved closer after a while. Really no problem? That's strange. Young general, where did you get this? Carrying it all the way and no issue? Master Yunlong said incredulously. Lin Ji was speechless. Am I a ghost sitting in front of you now? Not explaining clearly, just creating an eerie atmosphere. What exactly is it? You two haven't even clarified. Sui Bai examined Lin Ji. Seeing his normal complexion, he sighed in relief. He also couldn't help but show surprise. Hashtag chapter 539. Poison so deadly even it couldn't harm Lin Ji? Young general, it's not that we want to stir up trouble, but this soul-stealing scythe is incredibly sinister, Sui Bai mused thoughtfully. It's said that the Miao tribes in the south are masters of poison. 80 to 90% of the world's poisons originate from there. There are also women skilled in raising goo, with their goo arts being both bizarre and extremely vicious. That's why there's a saying in the martial world, better provoke 10 northern men than one Miao woman. They may look beautiful and gentle on the surface, but when they reveal their true nature, it's terrifying. So, what does this have to do with the scythe? Lin Ji said slowly, suppressing his irritation. These two men were not only acting overly dramatic in front of him, but also speaking in circles. What were they trying to do? Tell ghost stories to scare him? When he was telling ghost stories, these two were probably still playing somewhere. Young general, please don't be impatient, Sui Bai continued. The three most infamous misconceptions about the Miao tribes are their women, poison arts, and goo arts. It's said that 10 years ago, the Five Poison sect of the Miao tribes entered the Central Plains. With just a group of women, they caused a massive uproar in the martial world, with countless martial experts falling to their deadly poisons. At the same time, a mysterious weapon called the soul-stealing scythe appeared. Although it looks like an ordinary scythe, it is extremely vicious and highly toxic. It's said that during its forging, toxic substances were mixed with high heat to continuously temper the iron. After being forged into a scythe, it was then submerged in 100 poisons for a full 49 days. Not only does each scythe have a different poison, but even the users themselves don't know the antidote. Truly a terrifying weapon of death. A poison even its creator doesn't know. Once touched, it's certain death. Lin Ji's eye twitched. He couldn't help but curse inwardly. Damn, the most venomous are women's hearts. That red-clad woman did indeed have some charm, but her methods were so ruthless. The soul-stealing scythe had such terrifying power. As far as I know, any hero in the martial world who encounters the soul-stealing scythe has not survived. Either they die a horrible death or their remains are never found, Suibo added. Lin Ji's mouth twitched again. Now he understood why the two had reacted so strongly. What kind of terrifying thing was this? It made one's heart race and the back grow cold. But it's strange. Why did the young general remain unharmed after being in contact with this for so long? Yunlong Taoist frowned. Maybe because the young general wasn't injured, so even if the scythe is highly toxic, it couldn't harm him, Suibo speculated. But along the way, the young general might have inadvertently touched the poison on the scythe. There are countless possibilities, but seeing someone unaffected is unprecedented. Suibo and Yunlong Taoist discussed earnestly, as if conducting an academic study, throwing out various conjectures. But deep down, they both thought that while the scythe was highly toxic, it could only affect ordinary martial experts. If one's strength had reached the level of a top-tier expert, or even transcendent, their internal energy alone could withstand the poison before it could infiltrate the body. If that were the case, didn't it mean that Lin Ji had already reached the level of a peerless expert? Anything external, if he put his mind to it, he could easily handle. They couldn't help but marvel. My goodness, what kind of talent does the young general possess? Since arriving at the general's mansion, they had been well acquainted with Lin Ji's daily routine. He used to practice martial arts to strengthen his foundation and abilities. But later, as the situation in Mingqing County and the northern border with the Turks and Huns became more intense, Lin Ji devoted all his time to war. Even if he took good care of himself, if he couldn't lead the army to victory, it would all be for naught. So, he gradually stopped daily practice. After all, he had too many things on his hands. Yet, despite this, Lin Ji's strength continued to grow. Now, he could easily withstand poisons like the soul-stealing scythe, truly baffling and unbelievable. Are you two done? Are you treating me like a lab rat? Lin Ji said, exasperated. Were they too lenient with him? His authority as a general seemed to have diminished. He needed to reassert his image sometime. Otherwise, he'd be underestimated. But at the same time, he gleaned a clue from Yunlong Taoist and Suibo's conversation. You mean the Miao woman also entered the Huitian sect? What? Yunlong Taoist was taken aback. Young general, this scythe came from the Huitian sect? Yes, Lin Ji confirmed, then recounted the events of the journey to the two. Yunlong Taoist's expression turned grave. I didn't expect them to actually make a move. You don't seem surprised? Lin Ji said with interest. He hadn't expected the Huitian sect to target him. Did Yunlong Taoist know something else? To be honest, I had a hunch that the Huitian sect might come for the young general. I just didn't expect them to resort to such underhanded means after failing to negotiate. Yunlong Taoist frowned. Logically, the Huitian sect aimed to overthrow the Great Xia dynasty, but Lin Ji's northern border army and the northern garrison had the same goal. Yet, they would go to such lengths to achieve it, which was truly baffling and unbelievable. I say, there must be something fishy about this, Suibo said meaningfully. Lin Ji nodded in agreement. I also feel their intentions are too obvious, and this failure has forced them to choose another method. Most importantly, why did they target me? This question left all three of them puzzled. After a long silence, Yunlong Taoist finally spoke. There's a possibility that the Hui Tian sect intends to benefit from the situation. How so? Linji asked. The whole matter was too strange, even leaving him at a loss for a moment. Hashtag chapter 540. Intelligence is the eyes. Young General, imagine this. If it were you, and you learned that a faction was planning to make a move against the court. An enemy's enemy is a friend. Clearly, this faction is not our sworn enemy, but we can still use each other. Elder Yunlong spoke eloquently. So, under what circumstances would the young general take action against them? Either if they threaten my own safety, or if someone secretly offers a high price. Linji blurted out, then seemed to realize the crux of the issue. Are you saying there's someone behind the scenes pulling the strings? It's not impossible. Elder Yunlong said meaningfully. But who would want the young general's life? Suibo couldn't help but ask. In terms of intelligence, he was clearly not on the same level as Elder Yunlong and Linji. Need you ask? The court is the one who most dislikes me in this world. Linji chuckled, his tone full of disdain and contempt. Impossible. Suibo widened his eyes. He found it hard to believe and utterly inconceivable. He had heard of the Huitian sect during his time in the palace. They were extremely secretive, and their strength was unfathomable. Moreover, they had always been a thorn in the side of the court. Over the years, they had appeared and disappeared intermittently, and Li Jingjun had repeatedly sent people to search for their whereabouts in the martial arts world. After all, they were a hidden threat. Not eliminating them would make one uneasy. He had heard that the Huitian sect could cooperate with anyone, but surely they would never team up with the court to deal with Linji? Suibo, it seems you still don't understand human nature. Linji said meaningfully. When the benefits are insufficient, anyone can stick to their bottom line. But when the benefits and risks are balanced, many people will carefully weigh their options to ensure they can gain greater benefits. And when the benefits far exceed the risks, reaching 10 times or more, some people will be willing to take the risk. Similarly, if they can eliminate the court and the Huitian sect can strengthen their power, killing me would give them control over the 100,000 soldiers in the north. With such a great attraction, why wouldn't the Huitian sect be willing to cooperate with the court? There are no permanent friends in the world, only eternal interests. This is why Linji is unwilling to cooperate with the Huitian sect. Although they claim to restore the previous dynasty, fundamentally, they are no different from the current court. The leader of the Huitian sect is merely using this pretext to attract and incite a group of loyal followers. Apart from that, he has no other unique qualities. Suibo listened, deep in thought. If the Northern Army were only facing the court, it would already be in great danger. The Shangyuan army is still stationed in Liuzhou City. The Tian's army is also on its way. And now, the Huitian sect is against Linji. The trouble is evident. No one can afford to be enemies with the entire world. Not even the court. Examples of dynastic changes in history are not rare. And those royal families often end up in the hands of the world. Young General, it seems our situation hasn't improved, but has only worsened. Elder Yunlong said meaningfully. Why don't I sneak back to the capital and gather information for the north? If there really is someone in the court colluding with the Huitian sect, I can also obtain more useful information? Suibo volunteered. Since all the people connected to Linji in the capital fled to the north, they have temporarily lost all sources of information from the capital. Even the informants arranged by Lin Tianhao can only have a clear understanding of the entire northern border. Their control over the central plains has long been lost. No, you are a palace guard, and although the people in the capital may not know, with your appearance, if you were seen in the city, they would immediately find out, and you wouldn't have a chance to return. Linji refused without hesitation. But young general, the situation is critical. If we don't find a way to deal with it, the situation will only get more troublesome. Suibo said gravely. If Linji becomes the target of all factions and is attacked by all sides, once the Northern Army is defeated, people involved like them will almost certainly lose their lives. including Princess Li Qingyue. For public and private reasons, Suibo should do his best, even at the cost of his life. Indeed, young general, we should indeed find a way to infiltrate the capital and the central plains to ensure we have enough sources of information. Elder Yunlong also nodded in agreement. This matter is extremely important and non-negotiable. He is a smart man and has been with Lin Tianhao for so long. He understands even more the importance of information for the north at this time. Lin Ji frowned. His gaze was full of solemnity. The atmosphere in the room also dropped to freezing point, and everyone was considering how to break the current predicament. After a long time, Lin Ji suddenly said, I think your suggestions make sense, but this matter cannot be done by any of us. Ah! Elder Yunlong and Suibo looked surprised. They were very surprised. Young general, do you want to find outsiders? This matter is so secretive. If others leak it, the consequences will be unimaginable. Suibo asked incredulously. Who said outsiders can't be trusted? Lin Ji's lips curled slightly. It also depends on who it is. How about it? Do you two have time to go out with me? Suibo and Elder Yunlong were both curious and also wanted to see how this famous northern general at the border planned to solve the current problem. Since there's nothing to do now, if the young general is in the mood, we naturally accompany you. The three immediately set off. Leaving the general's mansion, Lin Ji headed directly towards the east of the city. Along the way, the two became more and more curious. What exactly is the young general selling in his gourd? And how does it relate to solving the current trouble? Soon, they arrived at the city's shelter. This was established by Lin Ji after he arrived in Yuzhou City. It is specially responsible for taking in homeless and orphan children, and even some homeless people who have no place to stay can come here. They provide food and lodging. Of course, there are also special people in charge of management. Otherwise, with more people, naturally, it would be easy to cause trouble. Chapter 541. Thank you, young general, for your kindness in taking us in. Arriving at the entrance of the shelter, an elderly man was sweeping the ground. Young general? His eyes filled with shock and disbelief upon seeing Lin Ji and his companions. He probably never imagined that the renowned young general of the northern garrison would come to such a place. Uncle Xiang, you're in such good health? Still sweeping the yard yourself? Didn't Magistrate Yang assign 2 people to help here? Lin Ji approached with a gentle smile. Uncle Xiang was so excited he could barely speak, hurriedly inviting them in and preparing tea. The people in the shelter were equally astonished. Children of various ages played in the courtyard, clearly curious about the unexpected guests. Come, come, meet the famous young general. Uncle Xiang called the children over. The children flocked around, their eyes filled with admiration. To them, Lin Ji was akin to a savior, providing them a place to live and freeing them from the hardships of wandering. Young general, thank you. Without you, I wouldn't have survived to this day, said a teenager, about 15 or 16, his thin face bright with hope. Yes, yes, big brother, this is a wooden plaque I made. Always wanted to give it to you. And this is a small pouch. It can hold flowers. It smells so nice. Big brother, can you tell us about your battles? The children chattered excitedly, their innocence and joy touching even Yunlong the Taoist and Suibo. About that? Lin Ji hesitated. How about next time? I have something to attend to today. I'll find you later, okay? Uncle Xiang chimed in. Don't be impatient, children. The young general is very busy. It's precious enough that he came to visit today. You mustn't push it. Though disappointed, the children dispersed obediently. Only the teenager paused at the door, hiding behind it. In the quiet of the living room, Uncle Xiang respectfully said, Young general, the children are a bit too playful. Please forgive them. That's nothing, Lin Ji chuckled. I was probably even more mischievous as a child. It's just their nature. It's more the trouble for you, taking care of them here. The shelter was originally a mortuary. Uncle Xiang was the sole caretaker. Such places, though not wealthy, could at least provide basic sustenance. Essentially, they were for the dead. However, in the northern garrison, the poor were numerous, many dying without anyone to care. The mortuary often spent more than it earned, making Uncle Xiang's life very difficult. With his advanced age and lack of other skills, he could only linger here, hoping to have a place. Uncle Xiang, though trustworthy, quickly denied it. Could it be Magistrate Yang? Though Linji considered him a corrupt official, the man had some limits. Skimming such a meager sum was despicable. No, I would never dare. Uncle Xiang hastily denied. I didn't mean you. Just wondering if someone was taking advantage. No, Uncle Xiang sighed in relief. The shelter has no income, and I can't earn much. So Magistrate Yang suggested taking half of the silver you gave and putting it in the government treasury. We take some out monthly to ensure everyone here has food and clothes. Linji nodded inwardly. Despite his shortcomings, Magistrate Yang proved reliable in a pinch. Clearly, there was a big difference between civil and military officials. It's fine now. Go find Magistrate Yang later. On my word, have him take out all the silver from the treasury and rebuild this place. Chapter 542. Establishing an intelligence organization. As for the future expenses of the entire shelter, I will send 30 taels of silver to the official treasury every month, which should be enough for your current expenditures, Linji said indifferently. If there's any surplus, keep it. If there's a shortage, you can come to the general's residence at any time. As long as it's a reasonable request, I will agree. Xiang Shu's eyes filled with gratitude, almost to the point of kneeling on the spot. We will never forget the great kindness of the young general. No need, Linji quickly helped him up, unable to resist teasing. If you say that, it might shorten my life. After all, you can be considered a senior. By the way, earlier outside the door, I asked you something, and you didn't answer me. Didn't I assign 2 people to you? Why are you the only one here? Fearing that Linji might misunderstand, Xiang Shu hastily explained, Actually, we 3 are a bit short-handed, so we decided that each of us would come here for a day to clean and cook for them. This way, we can also rest. Linji nodded, understanding the situation. It was simply a shortage of manpower. Previously, this place served as a mortuary, and no one ever came by. Although Xiang Shu was old, he could manage on his own. But now, with many homeless people, including many children, even with the 3 of them, it was a bit overwhelming. There were dozens of people here now, quite different from before. In that case, I'll find 2 more people, not only to manage everyone's daily life, but also to teach them to read, write, and practice martial arts. Really? Xiang Shu's eyes lit up with surprise and joy. To be honest, having no children of his own, he had never experienced the joys of family. But since these children arrived, Xiang Shu truly felt the warmth of home. However, he couldn't let these children just play forever. Eventually, they would choose to go out and make a living on their own. If they had no skills, they would only end up aimlessly or on the streets. Seeing Linji in person, he had been wondering how to bring it up, only to have Linji propose it himself. This made Xiang Shu even more grateful. If everyone in the world were like the young general, how much better off would the common people be? Xiang Shu, people are varied, with good and bad. So even in this shelter, you must be vigilant. If some children or homeless people have bad habits, you must correct them. If there are incorrigible ones, you can also expel them from the shelter. Linji genuinely wanted to do good, but he wasn't a naive do-gooder. He was well aware of the story of the farmer and the snake, especially as someone who had dealt in business. A little help breeds gratitude, but too much breeds resentment. Human nature is unpredictable, so one can't be too kind. Otherwise, it will only backfire someday. Xiang Shu was slightly taken aback. This was the first time he felt the general's authority from Linji. He nodded dumbly, Yes, young general. At that moment, Xiang Shu suddenly remembered something. By the way, young general, what brings you here all of a sudden? I want Xiang Shu to find some trustworthy people to go to the Central Plains. The Central Plains? Xiang Shu's eyes widened in surprise. Not to find someone, Linji shook his head. These people will stay in the Central Plains, mainly around the Imperial City. If the number increases, they can expand further. Their main goal is to gather information for us. As for their life there, besides finding a livelihood on their own, I can provide additional rewards for each piece of information they provide. Teaching a man to fish is better than giving him a fish. Linji understood that these unfortunate people, if given a chance to make a living and earn money, would certainly do their best. Whether they would repay him or not didn't matter. It was a matter of being paid to do a job. The royal family also maintains a network of informants outside, which is a huge expense. That's why the National Treasury collects high taxes every year, not only for officials and daily expenses, but also for these hidden operatives. Xiang Shu was thrilled. Young general, this is our duty. How can we accept payment? It's different. You're in the shelter, and I provide for your food and lodging, which is my personal matter. But working for me, you should be paid. Linji's answer was calm. He knew too well that in this world, all sentiments and grudges ultimately couldn't compare to the word interest. Only with interest could true trust be established. Otherwise, why would someone help him? And this wasn't a one-time thing. It could be half a year or even several years. It was impossible to expect people to work for free, even if they were strangers, let alone his own father, Lin Tianhao. In that case, help me select a few trustworthy people, Linji said slowly. Preferably adults, and those with a skill would be even better. Xiang Shu nodded and headed outside. Suibo and Yunlong Taoist also caught on. So that's your plan, young general? Using them to open up channels in the Central Plains? That's a good move. Both of them expressed their approval. This was something they hadn't thought of before. Finding a group of people unrelated to the Northern Border Army to quietly enter the Imperial City and the Central Plains. No one would suspect they were working for Lin Ji. Moreover, these people, having been helped by Lin Ji, would be more loyal than outsiders. As long as their identities remained hidden, they would certainly play a significant role for them. Of course, though when I established the shelter, I didn't think of using it for my own benefit, Linji said indifferently, a smile tugging at the corner of his mouth. His original intention was merely to ensure that the people of the North could live better. Imagine, if there were too many refugees, it would inevitably affect the security of the city. Over time, it would create a vicious cycle. This is why many cities throughout history didn't accept refugees easily. These people not only couldn't provide any output, but also continuously consumed resources and disrupted the original order. Therefore, dealing with these homeless individuals was a must. Chapter 543, Wishing You a Safe Journey. Soon, Uncle Xiang returned, bringing with him several trusted adult males from the shelter. Upon learning that the young general had a task for them, they did not hesitate and rushed over immediately. Young general, they are all here. Please feel free to instruct us, Uncle Xiang said. Linji nodded and scanned the group. To his surprise, he noticed a smaller figure hiding at the back. You, come out, Linji commanded. The figure, about half the height of an adult, slowly stepped forward, his eyes flickering and expression evasive. Is this considered an adult? Linji asked, turning to Uncle Xiang with a look of doubt. The boy was clearly only 15 or 16 years old. Moreover, he was the same youth who had expressed deep gratitude towards Linji in the courtyard earlier. Lin, what are you doing here? Why did you come in? Uncle Xiang exclaimed in surprise, attempting to push him out. This has nothing to do with you. Get out now. Don't ruin the young general's important matters. I know. I heard everything from outside. Lin struggled to say, his attitude resolute. I came in because I know the young general needs people. This revelation surprised the three present. Wait a minute, Linji said thoughtfully. You said you know? Yes, young general. Aren't you sending people to... Linji walked around the group and then spoke with a serious tone. Uncle Xiang must have told you that I need some people to gather information in the Central Plains and near the imperial capital. This mission will be long, not something that can be completed in 2 or 3 days. You may even have to stay in the imperial capital for the rest of your lives, and it will be very dangerous. If anyone here is unwilling to take this risk, you can step back now. I will not force anyone. The group looked at each other, all resolute. Young general, you saved our lives. If it weren't for the shelter you established, we wouldn't have survived to this day. Now, you're just asking us to gather information, not to sacrifice our lives. What reason do we have to refuse? Lin Ji's lips curled into a smile. Good. From now on, you will no longer use your real names, and only you will contact me. When the great cause is accomplished, I will certainly reward each of you according to your merits. I wish you all a prosperous future and a smooth journey. He raised his teacup, toasting them with tea in lieu of wine. The others reciprocated the gesture, and after drinking, Lin Ji nodded to Master Yunlong, who immediately understood. From today, you will leave Yuzhou every other day. Your goal is to stay near the imperial capital and gather information about the major and minor dynasties. Apart from the four of us, no one else knows your identities. You will be on your own. Be careful. He distributed a small sum of money to each of them, enough to reach the imperial capital and sustain them for 2 months unless they indulged in luxuries. After arranging the espionage matters, Uncle Xiang sighed. Young general, it seems you truly intend to attack the imperial capital? Where did you hear that? Lin Ji asked, raising an eyebrow. Everyone in Yuzhou knows, especially after your battle with the Shangyuan army. Uncle Xiang's eyes were filled with worry. I am indeed limited in my abilities and can do little for the young general. I only hope for your smooth journey and safety. Naturally, Lin Ji nodded. Soon, he believed, the people of the world would all live in prosperity. After some casual conversation, Uncle Xiang saw the three off at the door, with the others following. Their faces were filled with reluctance. After a brief farewell, the three set off on their journey. Young general, your establishment of the shelter has won the hearts of the people. I believe the citizens of the city also revere you as a deity, Master Yunlong remarked with a sigh. As a hermit, he understood deeply the power of public support. Many rulers, believing they controlled the masses with their authority, failed to realize the truth. A truly wise ruler must earn the admiration of the people. Emperor Li Jingjin of the Great Xia dynasty had indeed shown brilliance in the past, worthy of his imperial title, but in the eyes of the common folk, he was not the kind of ruler who would be praised for generations. In the north, however, Lin Ji was both militarily and economically worthy of the people's praise and admiration. But young general, why didn't you inform General Lin about this? With the personnel General Lin could provide, the mission might be better accomplished, Suebwa asked, puzzled. Lin Ji pondered. He had some reservations about this matter, especially concerning the Huitian sect. The main reason he was sending people to the Central Plains was that he had lost his informants there. If his father, Lin Tianhao, knew about this, he might not refuse the Huitian sect's demands. Lin Ji believed that Lin Tianhao was a truly ruthless man, capable of decisive action without hesitation. Many might find it hard to sacrifice the northern border for the sake of attacking the Central Plains, but Lin Tianhao was precisely the kind of person who could make such a decision without flinching. Chapter 544. Request to enlist. Determined attitude. Back then, he could steel his heart to sacrifice the entire northern frontier. Now, if he knew that returning to the Celestial Gate would help him conquer the Great Xia dynasty, Lin Ji believed that Lin Tianhao would agree without hesitation, because the principle he followed was the dark law of the primordial jungle. Only the winners and the survivors have the right to talk about rules and fairness. Everything else is just an illusion. What's the big deal? My father is a general of the Northern Army, and now I am the general of the entire northern frontier. Have you ever seen a superior needing to report to a subordinate for official business? Suebo and Yunlong Taoist exchanged glances upon hearing this. Wow! The two couldn't help but take a deep breath inwardly. Perhaps only Lin Ji would have the guts to say such a thing. But there's no denying that throughout the entire northern frontier, Lin Ji's control is no less than his father Lin Tianhao's. Returning to the general's residence, they found a soldier from the northern garrison waiting at the gate. Young general. The soldier stepped forward to salute. General Zhou requests your presence in Mingxing County. What's the matter? Is there trouble? Not really, but General Zhou says this matter must be discussed with you in person. Lin Ji pondered for a moment. He then instructed Suebo and Yunlong Taoist to stay in Yuzhou. He himself accompanied the soldier to Mingxing County. 2 days later, when he arrived, Zhou Yu was already waiting at the city gate. What's the hurry? Why did you call me over so urgently? Lin Ji was puzzled, even more baffled. Young general, Come with me to the barracks and you'll understand. Zhou Yu's expression was complex, unsure whether it was good or bad. Arriving at the barracks, it was packed with people. Lin Ji blinked, his eyes full of confusion. What's going on? Why are there so many people here? It was as chaotic as a marketplace. These are people who want to enlist. Enlist? Lin Ji frowned. He found it hard to believe. War has never been a game, so throughout history, most soldiers on the battlefield were conscripted. Whether in times of peace or turmoil, it was always the case. Those who dared to face the bloody and brutal scenes were always in the minority. Many civilians still hoped to live a peaceful and happy life. Yet now, in Mengxing County, so many people were volunteering to enlist. It was like the sun rising in the west. Young General is here. Let's go over. Someone with sharp eyes spotted Lin Ji at the barracks entrance, and a crowd swarmed towards him. If it weren't for Mengxing County, one would suspect an enemy attack. The crowd surged forward. Every face was filled with determination. Young General, please let us join the fight alongside your soldiers. Wait, what's going on? Why are you all so eager? Lin Ji blinked. These civilians couldn't have been kicked by a donkey, could they? War means sacrifice. That means today's comrades might not return tomorrow. This isn't a joke. It's a real matter of life and death. For such a dangerous endeavor, to be so enthusiastic. If there's no problem, then there must be ulterior motives. Young General, we are all from Sankai County and nearby towns. We heard that you were short of men, so we came to help you conquer the world. Yes, the Emperor of Great Xia doesn't care about our lives. Thanks to you, young General, our northern region is temporarily stable. Now that you are marching south, we naturally should go with you. Perhaps because the northern frontier borders the Turks and Huns. Although they are Han Chinese, they have also developed a fierce character. Compared to the Central Plains and the South, the people here are more wild. Everyone, I understand your goodwill, but this isn't something you can just join. Lin Ji was a bit speechless. Never did he think that one day he would face the problem of having too many people. If it were other generals, having people eager to enlist would be the best. These people could not only serve as porters to transport supplies, but also as cannon fodder on the battlefield. To put it bluntly, these people entering the barracks were initially planned to be used as sacrificial pawns. Because during times of frequent warfare, there is not enough energy to cultivate a sufficiently excellent army. Moreover, with constant personnel turnover, new soldiers might not even be familiar with the rules of the battlefield before being pushed to the front line. That's why there are so many forced conscriptions. Because with enough cannon fodder, even if these people lack experience and combat power, they can still pose a significant threat to the enemy. But Lin Ji didn't want that. He didn't want anyone to go to war to die. The reason he developed so many things and continuously improved the construction of the northern frontier was to ensure that his soldiers could have better combat power. Otherwise, why bother? Around him, generals like Zhou Yu also felt a mixture of emotions. They were originally soldiers guarding the frontier. After Lin Tianhao and the Northern Army disappeared, due to the lack of support from the capital and reinforcements, the soldiers under Zhou Yu's command gradually thinned. Later, even recruiting soldiers outside became impossible. So, the general guarding the northern frontier only had a mere 2,000 or 3,000 soldiers. How pitiful it was, self-evident. And now, under Lin Ji, the situation has undergone a dramatic change. Countless civilians are vying to join the army, even if they have to break their heads, hoping to get a chance to serve and make contributions for the young general. Is the gap really that big? Zhou Yu couldn't help but inwardly sigh. In terms of personal strength, he lost to Lin Ji, which was understandable and even acceptable. The young man was highly skilled in martial arts. It was reasonable that he wasn't a match. But he didn't expect that in terms of the barracks, he couldn't compare with Lin Ji at all. It was like comparing heaven and earth. The old saying goes, generals are not the same, which he didn't believe before. Now, seeing Lin Ji, he knew how vast the gap really was. People really can be compared to death. This saying isn't without reason. Why? Young general, do you think we are not qualified? A young man asked. I used to be a hunter in the mountains, familiar with hunting. Fighting on the battlefield should be similar to hunting. Linji couldn't help but chuckle. Although the spirit was commendable, such blind confidence was indeed laughable. Chapter 545. The start of the nationwide Great Construction. Is war the same as hunting? If it were that simple. Dear citizens, I am deeply grateful for your trust and support. But war is not what you think it is. It involves death, whether it's the northern garrison or the northern border army. They have all crawled through mountains of corpses and seas of blood. Can you really be sure you will have the chance to survive and return to claim your rewards? Linji said meaningfully, appealing to their emotions and reasoning. No matter how skilled one is, the first time on the battlefield, one is bound to be nervous, and many people, faced with the horrific scenes, don't know what to do. If it only costs one's own life, that would be bearable, but it could potentially affect others and cause a huge chain reaction. This is the most terrifying and unacceptable thing. He doesn't want to see such a thing happen. The crowd fell silent. For a moment, they looked at each other. Indeed, it seems that war is not what they originally thought. Under such circumstances, what will happen is unpredictable. But young general, we do want to help you in some way. Someone couldn't help but say. Linji couldn't help but chuckle. I say, everyone, have you not understood the situation? Now the court has defined me as a rebel. If you join me, you will also be in the same predicament, hunted by the court. Why get involved in such a troublesome situation? He really didn't understand. Aren't the common people supposed to seek benefits and avoid harm? When faced with such a troublesome issue, shouldn't they choose how to avoid it? Why throw themselves into it? Young general, we have long been utterly disappointed with the court. They allowed the Huns and Turks to wreak havoc on our northern border, and now, when a great hero finally arrives to protect our lives, they still label you as a rebel. Isn't this trying to push all the people of the north to the brink of despair? Yes, since it's all a matter of life and death, why don't we try to carve out a way to survive? If we can follow the young general and achieve something, we can live a better life in the future. No longer having to suffer under the court's oppression. These words reignited everyone's enthusiasm. Clearly, they had an immense admiration for Linji and believed that only this man could lead them to true prosperity and hope. Linji was utterly speechless. This was a problem that seemed impossible to solve no matter what he said. Zhou, seeing the situation, whispered, Young general, although I know we can't expand our forces this way, the people's enthusiasm is so high. If we repeatedly decline, it might cause a bad influence among the populace, even dampening the enthusiasm of the northern people. Linji also found this a headache. Sending them to the battlefield would be like sending them to their deaths. But not letting them participate, given their support, would be ignoring them. After much thought, he suddenly had a flash of inspiration. Everyone, please calm down and don't get excited. I understand what you mean. You just want to build a truly livable homeland, right? Everyone nodded. Learning medicine can't save the country. Studying literature can't change the world. So only by taking up arms and defending dignity is the only way out. Since ancient times, only under military power can political power emerge, and only then can the common people truly live in peace. The northern people clearly understand this better than those in the central plains. If we want to overthrow the Great Xia dynasty, it's not just about building an army. The entire north needs to be rebuilt. So, everyone, we need great talents in all aspects and your full support. If you don't mind, you can engage in other things, not necessarily going to the battlefield. As soon as these words were spoken, the people around looked at each other, confused and somewhat puzzled. Clearly, they didn't quite understand. Young general, are you asking us to leave? Not at all. Linji shook his head and returned to his usual decisive demeanor. I'm sure everyone knows that the entire North is currently building asphalt roads, right? Yes. This requires a huge workforce, so if you're willing, you can join the great construction of the North. From transportation, economy, and agriculture, fundamentally change the entire North. Linji said with conviction. Throughout history, the status of workers, farmers, scholars, and merchants has been clearly differentiated because, in the primitive era, both workers and farmers played a crucial role in building a nation. They are the most useful talents for a country. Even in the era he lived in, where merchants amassed great wealth, the role of workers and farmers remained indispensable. Without farmers planting crops, how would millions of people eat? This is the true foundation of the nation. Lin Ji's goal is not just to defeat the great Xia dynasty, but ultimately to ensure the people live a good life. Can this really help the young general? Someone asked incredulously. Of course. The North has always been barren, with low land productivity. If we can change this situation and start a true great construction, we will be more competitive than the great Xia dynasty in many ways. Lin Ji's eyes shone with determination. This was the most important project before the rise of the North, and with so many willing to help, it would be greatly enhanced. Chapter 546. The First Comprehensive Meeting. Upon hearing this, everyone present showed a curious expression in their eyes. If it came to construction and farming, they were indeed more adept. It was far more effective in showcasing their abilities than fighting wars. Seeing that no one objected, Lin Ji said lightly, "All right, my fellow citizens, I cannot let you return empty-handed today. Since you are willing to serve, as the young general of the North, I naturally cannot turn a blind eye. Please leave your names, addresses, and what you are skilled in. In the future, if we need help, we will notify you. We can also find better jobs for everyone. Don't you all want to earn money peacefully and live a good life?" The crowd suddenly understood and nodded one after another. If the young general can arrange such jobs for us, we would be more than grateful. But I wonder how long we would have to wait? A few days would be fine, but if it were months or even half a year, many would find it hard to accept. By then, the war might have already ended. There would be no way to continue. "Don't worry, I will give you an answer as soon as possible," Lin Ji said with certainty. He had no reason to deceive everyone, and this matter would be of great help to him. Who would put themselves in such trouble? After temporarily settling the civilians who came to the military camp, Lin Ji immediately took Zhou Yu to Mingxing County Magistrate's office and asked him to notify Yang Feng and the main responsible persons for all related matters. An emergency meeting was called. Half an hour later, all the responsible persons gathered at the Mingxing County Magistrate's office. They hadn't expected Lin Ji to suddenly arrive, but everyone's face was filled with joy. To see the young general again was an honor for them. "Everyone, I believe you are aware that our northern region is in a stage of development. How are the tasks assigned to you progressing?" Lin Ji looked around. Yang Feng, who was in charge of building asphalt roads, was the first to stand up. "Young general, the road from Mingxing County to the asphalt mining site is now completed and very smooth. We arrange a large number of carriages to transport asphalt back and forth every day. As for the method of transportation, it was the same as that used for oil. Ever since Lin Ji taught Yunlong Taoist the method of making wooden barrels, it has been applied in various aspects. Not only oil, but also asphalt and gunpowder transportation were done in the same way. This method effectively protected the materials from trouble during transportation. It also promoted the development of Mingxing County and the surrounding construction areas to a certain extent. Currently, the asphalt road is advancing towards the Kongming Valley. As for the roads connecting Yuzhou City and the northern Huns and Turks, they are still in the planning stage and lack sufficient manpower." Yang Feng answered seriously. Although he was once a general, now he was doing the work of a supervisor. But he had no complaints. With the completion of the asphalt road, Yang Feng truly experienced what progress could bring about change. Previously, it took at least 2 days and 2 nights to travel from the asphalt mining site to Mingxing County by carriage. This was under the condition of not resting. Now, with the asphalt road completed, both carriages and horses moved faster. This improved efficiency to a certain extent. During the construction of the asphalt road, there were even strange scenes where workers stopped working and materials could not be transported to the destination. It couldn't even be called intentional delay. It was simply because they couldn't transport enough goods in time. So it affected the progress efficiency. Now, with the completion of the asphalt road, the carriages could carry more goods than before. It wouldn't overwork the horses. Lin Ji listened carefully. If we were to start building 3 roads at the same time, how many more workers would you need? Yang Feng thought carefully. Now the main focus is on building the road to Kongming Valley. Neither the road to Yuzhou City nor the northern road needs to be rushed. So if we were to build these 2 roads at the same time, I think adding 1,000 workers should be enough to start. How long do you estimate it will take to complete the Kongming Valley Road? At least another 3 months. Yang Feng estimated carefully. Although the number of workers building the road under his command was several times more than before, the distance from the valley to Mingxing County was naturally farther. There were also the transportation of raw materials and production that needed manpower. The consumption and expenditure in all aspects forced them to slow down the efficiency. This was only a conservative estimate. Yang Feng didn't dare to be too sure. Otherwise, if it affected the war, he wouldn't be able to bear the consequences. No, 3 months is too long. Lin Ji's expression was serious. I'll give you another 10,000 people. You must complete it within a month. What? Everyone present was stunned. Yang Feng was even more incredulous. Young General, where can we get 10,000 people? Isn't it only possible to transfer soldiers from the military camp? Even if they could afford the food, lodging, and other expenses for 10,000 people, the problem was that they might not be able to find them. Currently, the garrison in Mingxing County still had tens of thousands of troops, but some were assigned to Kongming Valley, and others were assigned to other areas. Only 1 or 2,000 were left. This was only possible because the northern Huns and Turks had signed an alliance with Lin Ji. Otherwise, it would be impossible to leave so few people. As for the 100,000 Northern Border Army in Yuzhou City, it wasn't easy to transfer them. They had to always be prepared for the Xia Dynasty army from Liuzhou City, so they couldn't be easily transferred. You don't need to worry about the number of people. Just do as I said. Linji said seriously. What about the other responsible persons? Report one by one. Young Laotu, in charge of the textile factory, also stood up. By his side was his little granddaughter. Perhaps due to his advanced age, many things were beyond his capability. Previously, managing just a few people was fine. Now managing a large textile factory was indeed challenging. Young General, we know that the cloth needed by the civilians and the military uniforms needed by the soldiers require a lot of textile materials, but the problem is that we don't have enough people. Chapter 547, Labor Shortage. Young Laotu spoke with deep remorse. Young General, and with my advanced age, you entrusted such an important task to me, and I initially thought I could manage it. But now, with more and more people and the increasing responsibilities, I truly feel overwhelmed. Initially, Linji had suggested that the Yang family manage the textile factory for several reasons. To provide them with a means of livelihood and to leverage their knowledge of textiles to expedite the training of the weavers and improve factory efficiency. He even sent Yu Luoyu to assist. Now, Yang Laotu was considering stepping back, which came as a slight surprise to Linji. Are you saying you don't want to manage it anymore? Young General, I don't want Central Plains to ensure sufficient income. Internal circulation only ensured normal operations. To make significant profits, they needed to look outward. Master Yunlong, among the people from the Lin Trading Company, are there any skilled in management? Linji asked meaningfully. Yunlong pondered for a moment and nodded. Yes, but they are currently managing the trading company. No problem, transfer them to the textile factory. Also, establish 5 textile factories across the north, doubling the scale. Each region will have a dedicated manager responsible for clothing and fabric production. Understood. Yang Laotu's eyes filled with gratitude. The young general's trust in him was immense. Even in such a situation, he had not considered replacing him. For many, old age brings the issue of being useless. Such people are inevitably forgotten, regardless of past achievements. Many become melancholy and reclusive, ultimately passing away in sorrow. Subsequently, heads of commercial trade, infrastructure, and military construction all reported their current situations, facing a common issue: labor shortage. Roughly, if the entire North were to be rapidly established, at least 100,000 workers would be needed. The cost would be enormous, and even the relocated Lin Trading Company might struggle to support it. After the meeting, Lin Ji, Master Yunlong, Zhou Yu, Yang Feng, and other key figures gathered. Young General, you agreed to so much in the meeting, but how can we quickly find so many people? Zhou Yu spread his hands. The total population of Mingqing County was only several 100,000. Excluding the elderly, infirm, and minors, only about 100,000 young laborers remained, all currently engaged in various tasks. Draining them for northern construction would cripple Mingqing County, a crucial hub for economy, transportation, and goods distribution. Indeed, recruiting labor across the entire north, while increasing the pool, is not easy. People leave their homes for work, hoping to earn a wage, increasing economic pressure. Master Yunlong analyzed. Everyone voiced their opinions, putting aside their titles for the greater good of northern border development. War is indeed a terrible thing. Insufficient logistical preparation can lead to catastrophic consequences, erasing all efforts. Historically, emperors faced immense challenges in the early years of ruling a newly conquered nation, with the land in disarray and people displaced. Achieving stability requires time and effort, with no guarantee of sufficient returns. There's another way. Lin Ji suddenly spoke up. If our young labor is insufficient, we can look elsewhere. Elsewhere? The group looked surprised and skeptical. Given the current state of affairs, finding labor elsewhere seemed implausible. Yes, if the Northern Territory is treated as a taboo by the Central Plains, we can seek labor elsewhere. It's not impossible. Lin Ji's words sparked hope and intrigue among the group. Chapter 548, 200,000 laborers in place. Have you forgotten that there is another place outside of the Central Plains with a vast number of laborers, and their living standards are far inferior to ours? Lin Ji's lips curled slightly upwards. His gaze was bright. As soon as these words were spoken, the few people present looked at each other in surprise. For a moment, they were all quite taken aback and found it even more inconceivable. What exactly did the young general mean? How could they not understand it all? Apart from the Central Plains. But the northern regions border the Central Plains. If it's not there, then it must be the north. Are you suggesting that we go to the Turks and the Huns for people? Zhou Yu tentatively asked. This idea was too bold, and he simply didn't dare to think further. Why not? Lin Ji said confidently. Think carefully. Why do the Huns and the Turks attack the north, and why do they always want to occupy the Central Plains? It's simply because they hope to provide a better environment for their people, and they can also gain greater benefits and rights. Although the main purpose of his alliance with the Turks and the Huns was merely to resolve his worries. But now, since they are allies, naturally, they can develop together. If the Huns and the Turks completely integrate with the entire north, in the future, he might not even need to attack the Turks and the Huns to completely control the entire north. Subduing the enemy without fighting is the best strategy. War is always the last resort. Otherwise, why would so many emperors in history agree to things like marriage alliances? Who doesn't know that sending their princess daughters over is suffering? But if one person can bring peace between two countries, why wouldn't they be willing to make such a choice? But will they agree? The people of the Huns and the Turks have always been very hostile to us northerners from the Central Plains. Even if we are indeed allies now, how could they possibly be willing to come and live here, let alone work for us? Yang Feng found it inconceivable. He had experienced countless battles and seen all kinds of people, but someone as bold as Lin Ji was truly the first time. Asking the Huns to come and work for them? Not to mention anything else. If these people cause trouble in the north, what then? To manage or not to manage? After all, on the surface, everyone is still an ally. This is already extremely complicated to handle. Lin Ji chuckled lightly. You're being too pessimistic. It's true that the barbarians of the Huns and the Turks are indeed more savage and fierce than the people of the Central Plains, but that doesn't mean we can't assimilate them. You must know that the culture of the Central Plains is profound, which is why the Central Plains has stood for thousands of years. Even with countless changes of emperors, it's extremely difficult for foreign tribes to invade. Hearing this, everyone felt that it made quite a bit of sense. But who should handle this matter? I will go myself. Linji said with certainty. Upon hearing this, the few people present once again revealed looks of astonishment. Young general, this is very dangerous. If the Huns and the Turks turn against us, you might not return. Indeed, this matter probably needs to be considered repeatedly. We absolutely cannot make a decision so easily. Everyone tried to dissuade him. They didn't want Linji to take this risk. He is now the spiritual leader of the entire northern border. In other words, everyone else can die, but he cannot. If the leader is killed, then the rest would be a disorganized rabble. Without a backbone, there would be no combat effectiveness. They would only be at the mercy of others. Don't worry, back then I could escape unscathed from the Huns' camp alone. Now, on the surface, we are still allies. Besides, if they dare to make a move, they must be confident in facing the northern border army head-on. Linji said confidently. This was the most direct impact on him from his father Lin Tianhao and the northern border army returning to the north. It was an extremely strong card. As long as this card was still in his hands, both the Central Plains and the northern barbarians would inevitably be cautious and on guard. Seeing that Linji had already made up his mind, the few people didn't say much more. They could only let him proceed. 3 days later, Linji led Zhou Yu and Master Yunlong to the border of the Huns and the Turks. Since this matter needed to be discussed with two tribes, it had to be handled with care, and it had to be resolved quickly. At the same time, in Yuzhou City, Mengxing County, and other major cities in the north, a notice was posted. From today onwards, the north will enter a comprehensive construction phase. For this, we need the support of all talents. Here, the young general of the Northern Border Army, Linji, as the highest commander of the North, hopes that all the people can enthusiastically sign up, contributing to the prosperity of the North. This news, once released, immediately attracted the enthusiasm of countless people. What? We have the opportunity to serve the young general? This is too good. What is comprehensive construction? Are we going to destroy all our cities and rebuild them? Are you stupid? Comprehensive construction is not just about basic buildings, but also agriculture, industry, commerce, military, and many other aspects. To put it bluntly, the young general wants to make our north as prosperous and thriving as the imperial city. With such rumors circulating, in an instant, Count was extremely surprised. His mouth couldn't help but reveal a meaningful smile. This kid really has some skills. Never expected that he could actually get the entire north to serve him. It seems I underestimated him after all. General, the young general surpasses the old in blue. Perhaps this time we really can achieve great success. Chapter 549. Borrowing your people. On the border between the Turks and the Huns. At this very moment, Lin Hao and his companions rode their horses slowly towards the scene. In front of them stood a formidable force of over 100 men. Both the Turk and Hun leaders had each brought 200 elite soldiers, positioned at their respective borders, poised for action. It seemed as though a battle could erupt at any moment. Wow, these guys are really serious, aren't they? Master Yunlong couldn't help but exclaim. Zhou Yu's expression was grave. Young general, this might be a trap. With just a few of us here, escaping if a fight breaks out won't be easy. Linji, alone, could face 10,000 men and even fight to the death without hesitation. But the problem was, both the Turks and Huns had firearms. Even if Linji was a master warrior, he couldn't be impervious to bullets. Retaliation would be nearly impossible in such a situation. What do we do now? We're already here. Can't turn back now? Master Yunlong joked, appearing quite relaxed. Seeing this, Zhou Yu couldn't help but ask, Master, why are you so calm? Aren't you worried about losing control here? Master Yunlong smiled lightly. When in Rome, do as the Romans do. If the young general is confident, why should you worry? Saying he wasn't afraid of death would be a lie. But in times like these, it's crucial to remain composed. Otherwise, it would only make the northern barbarians look down on the people of the Central Plains. Linji nodded in agreement. Indeed, we're not here to be laughed at. Since we're here, we must show our true mettle. With that, he rode forward boldly towards the Turks and Huns. Soon, the three parties met. The Hun and Turk leaders greeted each other like old friends. "Young general, it's been a while. I hear you've been quite active, even defeating one of the great Xia dynasty's 4 elite armies, the Shangyuan army. Truly extraordinary for someone so young." The Turk leader nodded in agreement. Indeed, who could have imagined that the Northern Frontier Army, once a bulwark protecting the Central Plains, would now turn their guns against the great Xia dynasty? The shifting tides of the world are truly unpredictable. Both leaders couldn't help but express their amazement. Although an alliance had been formed, trust among the three factions was as fragile as paper, ready to crumble at any moment. Yet, under such circumstances, Lin Ji had the audacity to come here so openly. It was truly beyond comprehension. His courage was unmatched, leaving everyone in disbelief. Even they began to feel that losing to Lin Ji was understandable. After all, such a genius is one in a million. Looking back through the history of the Turks and Huns, such a figure had only appeared once in a century, and the achievements they made expanded their territories tenfold. Sadly, their successors failed to maintain the legacy. It was a great pity. "Well, at least they were more challenging than the forces you command," Lin Ji said with a deep smile, subtly giving them a warning. The two leaders exchanged glances, feeling a tinge of displeasure. Did he really not take them seriously? However, for the sake of the greater good, they decided not to dwell on this minor matter. If they could conquer the Central Plains, being teased by Lin Ji would be a small price to pay. Most importantly, Lin Ji now commanded over 100,000 troops, most of them being the renowned Northern Frontier Army. This alone was enough to make the Turks and Huns wary, reluctant to stir any trouble. "Young general, what brings you here to meet with us today?" the Hun leader asked. "I've come to borrow some people from you." "Borrow people?" The Turk leader raised an eyebrow. "Young general, are you not taking us seriously? You agreed that your Northern Frontier Army and Northern Garrison would lead the charge, while we provide support. Now you want to borrow troops? Are you going back on our treaty?" Though they seemed amicable on the surface, each side remained wary. The Turk leader certainly wouldn't lend his troops to Lin Ji. Their alliance was merely a northern coalition, each commanding their own forces, unable to cross that line. The Hun leader thought the same. "Don't you have those firearms and cannons at the northern border? We're just barbarians in your eyes, right? Young general, you actually want our warriors?" Lin Ji couldn't help but tease. "Both of you are leaders of your tribes. Do you really have to be so petty? Besides, I said I want to borrow people, never mentioned borrowing troops." The two leaders looked puzzled. What was the difference between borrowing people and troops? "Do you want to borrow our civilians? Even our warriors aren't good enough for you, and you want civilians?" Lin Ji smiled meaningfully. "That's right. I want the civilians of the Huns and Turks." "What do you mean?" Lin Ji's words left the two leaders baffled. They had no idea what he was getting at. Not borrowing troops but people. What was he planning? If it were anyone else, everyone would just laugh it off. But this was Lin Ji, the young general of the northern frontier. Both Turk and Hun leaders had suffered defeats at his hands. It was hard to believe he had gathered them here just for a joke. There was no point. Moreover, Lin Ji was more eager than either of them to develop quickly and conquer the Central Plains. "I have a question for both of you. Why do you want to invade the Central Plains?" The question caught them off guard. Should they answer truthfully or just make small talk? Either way, it seemed this topic wouldn't be easily brushed aside. "We're friends now, no need to hide anything. At least until we conquer the Central Plains, we shouldn't have any disagreements over such matters, right?" Hashtag chapter 550, the reason for heartbeat. Lin Ji's words dispelled the doubts of the two leaders. The leader of the Huns spoke first. "Indeed, the situation in the north is something the young general should be aware of. Although this place is vast and sparsely populated, resources are extremely scarce. In contrast, the Central Plains are entirely different. Not only is the land fertile, but resources are abundant, making it very suitable for survival. water flows downwards, and people move towards better places. Although the Turks and Huns are located in the northern borderlands, it doesn't mean they are unaware of the Central Plains. That is a great place to live. The people can farm, transportation is convenient, and the key is not having to worry about constant snowfall and food shortages. At least it's much better than the north. This is why the Huns and Turks have been trying every possible means to expand southward. Only by taking over the Central Plains can they strengthen themselves further. The people can also live better lives. Just by looking at the appearance of the people in the Central Plains and those in the north, one can see the difference. Especially the women in the Jiangnan water towns who are delicate and tender. This is extremely rare among the tribes of the Turks and Huns. Even the royal families still carry that rugged aura. Right, now we are being honest with each other. Isn't this good? Why do we have to play those fancy tricks? Linji couldn't help but tease. Similarly, if your people could live like those in the Central Plains, would you be willing? Don't joke, young general. In the northern borderlands, the Huns and Turks have worked hard for so many years, yet we have gained nothing. You wouldn't be trying to use this opportunity to make us give up our idea of attacking the Central Plains, would you? The leader of the Turks said meaningfully. He always felt that this meeting was extraordinary. Now that Linji had mentioned such an incredible thing right from the start, it made him feel an inexplicable unease. If it really turned out as he thought, could it be that the other party wanted to lead the 100,000-strong northern army to the Central Plains alone and leave them in this remote and desolate place? If that were the case, they certainly wouldn't agree, although they wouldn't stab someone in the back. As soon as the northern army attacked the Central Plains, they would unhesitatingly follow, burning, killing, and looting along the way. It wouldn't matter what happened to Linji. Flipping the table was something the Huns and Turks had done before. In the face of national interests, face was something that didn't matter at all. It was just something with a hollow name. Of course not. The attack on the Central Plains is inevitable, and we three parties signed an alliance agreement before. I was worried that the two of you might betray us. Linji said proudly, full of confidence and arrogance. Now, in the northern borderlands, he could have such confidence in anyone, because the strength of the north was already formidable. The Turks and Huns wanted to go to war, and their chances of winning were definitely less than half. As for the army of the Central Plains, even if they wanted to take down the Lin family, they would at least suffer heavy losses. Maybe it would end in mutual destruction. Then what exactly do you mean? The leader of the Huns couldn't help but ask curiously. His eyes were full of doubts. The reason I want to borrow people is to truly build up the entire north. Linji no longer hid anything. Now the northern borderlands are under full construction, and each city is also building various new buildings and transportation routes. I think if the people of the Huns and Turks are willing to come and work with us, not only can they gain experience, but if we can connect the northern borderlands, the Huns, and the Turks, it will make our southward journey more convenient. As soon as these words were spoken, the leaders of the Huns and Turks both showed thoughtful expressions. No matter how you look at it, it seems like we're working for free for Linji, using our people to help you. And we gain nothing. And they call it gaining experience? Don't joke. If you really want to drive the development of the Huns and Turks together, why not send people to teach their citizens advanced technology, but instead let your citizens help them work? Young general, you're really playing your cards well. The leader of the Turks squinted his eyes, said without any concern. In the end, the north is built solidly, but our Hun areas are still barren, and it doesn't seem to benefit us at all. I knew you would care about these. Linji couldn't help but chuckle. So sometimes, pattern really determines vision. No wonder the Huns and Turks have been trapped in the northern borderlands for so many years. These two leaders are too short-sighted. They can only think about immediate interests. But this is also good for Linji. If there really was someone who could see as far as he could, even 500 years ahead, and possess extraordinary knowledge to change the times, that person would become his most troublesome opponent. As for the Turks and Huns, a little sweetness might make them ecstatic. Maybe their appetites will keep growing. But by then, Linji would have already achieved his goals. He wouldn't have to care what they used as leverage. After all, it's a matter of having a trump card. Now, the Turks and Huns in front of Lin Ji are like women stripped naked. No matter how hard they try to act tough, at most, they can only have the determination to die together or break the boat. Can they really hurt the foundation of the northern borderlands? Don't worry, we are allies now, and I naturally won't mistreat you. This time, it's borrowing people, and we'll pay the 2 leaders per person. Similarly, if you need to build your tribes in the future, we can also send people over, and we won't charge any fees. During this process, our 3 places can trade with each other, and the northern borderlands will fully support it. However, the 2 leaders can't take advantage of the situation. After all, it's not me doing business, but the people of the northern borderlands. As soon as these words were spoken, the 2 leaders remained silent. For them, it seemed like there was indeed a significant gain. But if they agreed so easily, wouldn't they be at a disadvantage? There's still time. How about the young general wait here for a while? Let us discuss it and then make a decision? Of course. Lin Ji spread his hands. Full of composure, the leaders of the Huns and Turks then led their respective guards back to their troops. Seeing this, Zhou Yu couldn't help but ask, "What should we do now, young general?" "Didn't I just say, wait here?" Lin Ji smiled slightly. Then he had Yunlong the Taoist open the box they brought. Inside were various instruments. There were even fresh beef and mutton that had been cut this morning. Hashtag Chapter 551. Learning is the key to progress. What is this? Zhou Yu widened his eyes. He had never expected this. It felt like they were out for a picnic. Was the young general planning to grill meat here? It's almost noon now. Aren't you hungry? Lin Ji's lips curved upward. Master Yunlong was quick and efficient, assembling the iron frames into a barbecue grill. Soon, a grill was formed, complete with a place for charcoal below. Seeing Zhou Yu still standing idly by, Lin Ji immediately called him over. "Come on, help out. Do you expect us to just sit here all day while they discuss? Come and enjoy the outing. Appreciate the scenery of the north." At the border between the Huns and the Turks, there was a river with several branches. Small streams flowed through. With spring already here, the snow had melted. This was the best time to venture out in the north. It was neither as hot as summer nor as cold as winter. The climate was pleasant, and the air was filled with the fragrance of grass. Zhou Yu, realizing what was happening, quickly joined in. The 3 of them worked efficiently, each taking their part. As the bonfire was lit, the barbecue soon took shape. Master Yunlong placed beef and lamb on the grill without hesitation. Soon, the sizzling sound of oil from the raw meat being grilled filled the air. Meanwhile, far away, the Hun leader returned to his troops. This meeting, Huolua, Zhamu, and Nura, the 3 great generals, had accompanied him. However, they had not approached, so they were not clear about the content of the discussion. Seeing the Hun leader return with a complex expression, Zhamu couldn't wait to ask, "Leader, what did Lin Ji want from us?" "Yeah, they only came with 3 people. It doesn't seem like they are here to discuss anything about sending troops." Huolua also couldn't help but ask curiously, "You might find this hard to believe, but this guy wanted to borrow people from us." Borrow people? Upon hearing this, the 3 present all showed expressions of surprise. They found it both unbelievable and incredulous. Did the leader agree to it? That won't do. Even though we have 100,000 troops, if we lend our forces to the northern border, what if the Turks suddenly turn their guns on us? We would have no resistance. Zhamu said worriedly. He was afraid that the Hun leader might have agreed to this absurd request on a whim. Hee. The Hun leader smiled meaningfully. At the time, I thought the same as you, but I was wrong. Lin Ji didn't want to borrow our soldiers, but our people. He then told them the details of the discussion. The 3 were silent. The Hun leader sighed inwardly. In this regard, among those present, Nura was the only one truly reliable. The others were good at leading troops, but knew nothing about governing a country. "Leader, in my opinion, we can cooperate with them this time." "Really?" The Hun leader showed surprise. He never expected Nura to give such a definite answer. "Yes, what Lin Ji said makes sense." Nura nodded. As a Hun, he grew up on the grasslands. He was one of the few who could both read and fight. So, he saw the situation of the tribe more clearly. He chose to lay down his pen and take up arms because he knew that to change the current state of the Huns, they had to expand their territory. Why could the great Xia dynasty thrive in the Central Plains? Even with vast territories, they could sustain for decades. It was simply because the environment there was more suitable for survival. The same logic applies. If all the northern Hun tribes moved to the Central Plains, rapid development would be inevitable. The environment here limited the growth of their population, unlike in the Central Plains. They had a huge disadvantage in population. A tribe with insufficient population couldn't have complete combat power. After all, wars result in deaths. If all the young men died, how could the tribe survive? If what Lin Ji said is true, and they can build cities like the northern border and the grasslands, it would definitely improve the lives of our people. Moreover, their agriculture is highly developed. If it could be introduced to the Huns, hard work in the north could also be a way to expand our territory. Nora said seriously. The Central Plains had always been good at farming. This was something all barbarian tribes had to admire. Whether in the north or the west, there were vast barren lands. Due to natural environments, farming techniques, and the lifestyle of these tribes, they were not good at farming. They couldn't guarantee stable food income like the Central Plains. This, to some extent, determined the slow growth of the population of the northern tribes. Without enough food, what else could they talk about? It was simply absurd. Even if we lend our people to Lin Ji, if we can truly learn their construction techniques and various technologies, it will definitely bring great changes to our Hun tribe. Nora said meaningfully. Do you remember the Uncle Sangba who previously transported wool for Lin Ji? The Hun leader thought about it and had some impression. Later, I sent someone to investigate why Lin Ji needed such a large amount of wool. It turned out that they used the wool to weave and make sweaters, which could greatly resist the cold in winter. That's why our soldiers, even when attacking the northern border in winter, couldn't gain any advantage. The Hun leader widened his eyes in disbelief. Why didn't you ever mention this to me? Nora's face showed embarrassment. After I found out, I've been sending people to learn and research this weaving technique. But no matter how we make it, we still can't achieve the effect of the sweaters worn by the people of the northern border. Without success, how could he mention it to the leader? If it failed, wouldn't it disappoint the leader? Nora was very clear about such survival strategies. These were the most basic principles. Chapter 552. An irresistible reason. With Narachi's words, the decision was finally made by the leader of the Huns. The goods from their tribe were worthless, yet after passing through Lin Ji's hands at the northern border, not only did their prices double, but they also gained such great practical value. Wasn't this enough to demonstrate how advanced their technology was? If the Huns and the Turks could indeed achieve the same level of advanced technology and mature systems as the northern border, then building cities outside the northern border and ensuring that their people also had a better living environment would become a reality. By then, whether the invasion of the Central Plains was an urgent matter might not be as crucial as it is now. The main reason why the Huns and Turks become restless every winter, and even consider attacking the south in summer, is because, whether it's the royal family or ordinary citizens, they live in a constant state of uncertainty, often without knowing where their next meal will come from. The cattle and sheep they raise indeed provide them with abundant food. But without grass or grain, these animals have nothing to eat, and how can they grow? Once they lose these cattle and sheep, the people of the northern barbarians will fall into a prolonged famine, which would be a national disaster. They are fundamentally different from the Great Xia dynasty. If the Great Xia dynasty faced such a situation, they could mobilize grain from the south or the south of the Yangtze River to support the north or the west. However, the Turks and the Huns have their entire nation in such a small area. If they encounter natural disasters or man-made calamities, it would be equivalent to the entire nation falling into a huge crisis. This is why they are so persistent in wanting to move south, even at the cost of repeated bloodshed. In essence, it is because they have no other choice. Moving south to the Central Plains is their only chance to extend their survival space. Since that's the case, we won't say any more. Lin Ji is willing to cooperate with us in this way, so we will do our best to help them, the leader of the Huns said earnestly. This is not only helping the northern border, but also helping themselves. He finally understood this truth. Indeed, while they were discussing, a sudden aroma wafted from a distance. Everyone turned their heads to see Lin Ji, Yunlong Taoist master, and Zhou Yu already setting up a barbecue. What's going on here? You are here today to discuss important matters with the leaders of our two tribes. Yet you have the leisure to enjoy grilled meat. Do you really not take us seriously? Even the leader of the Huns couldn't help but chuckle at the sight. To be honest, before Lin Ji returned to the northern border, I really thought no one could stop us from moving south. But Lin Ji is indeed a completely different person from his father. Only those who have truly interacted with him understand the vast difference between these two individuals. For the entire northern border, Lin Tianhao's greatest threat was the 100,000 northern border troops under his command. However, for the entire north, Lin Ji's greatest threat is himself. Even the Huns and Turks have been affected to some extent. Now, with rifles in their hands, without Lin Ji, it would take at least 200 more years to develop such advanced weapons. Alright, since we've decided, let's go over, the leader of the Huns said meaningfully. He then led his 3 generals towards the distant barbecue. Meanwhile, Lin Ji and the other 2 were immersed in the joy of grilling, especially watching the raw meat slowly turn into cooked meat. The anticipation and joy of being able to eat it soon were beyond words. Turn it over quickly, it's going to burn. Don't waste such good meat. Lin Ji urged. Young general, you can't expect me to handle all this by myself, can you? I only have 2 hands. Zhou Yu said, looking helpless. He now had 2 clamps in his hands, constantly flipping the beef and mutton. The meat was also coated with seasonings and oil. The aroma made people drool. You know, you really can't handle even this small task, and you want to lead troops into battle. Lin Ji couldn't help but complain. Zhou Yu felt a bit wronged by this. Young general, I've never flinched on the battlefield. If you told me to go die, I wouldn't hesitate. As he said this, he suddenly froze. Lin Ji also turned around. They saw the leader of the Huns, leading the other 3 generals approaching. Young general, what a fine mood you have. I didn't expect you to come to discuss matters with us and bring your own food, the leader of the Huns said meaningfully. He was also tempted by the aroma, swallowing his saliva involuntarily. Beef and mutton could smell so good. The Huns have eaten beef and mutton generation after generation, but they had never experienced this kind of flavor. So, how did you decide? Lin Ji asked without hesitation. We agree to your proposal. How many people do you need? We'll prepare them right away. How about 100,000? I think that should be enough. Don't worry, when they work at the northern border, each of them will be treated the same as the northern people of the Central Plains, with food, lodging, and wages. This treatment is truly quite good. Hashtag chapter 553. A toast to reconciliation. The Huns leader nodded. But let me make one thing clear. Since we are sending our people to help you build, our citizens must not be subjected to the slightest grievance. If I find out they are being mistreated at your northern border, I believe you, the young general, will need to give us an explanation. Lin Ji raised an eyebrow, his eyes showing approval. I can accept that condition. However, I also want to make it clear that since your citizens are coming to our northern border to work, they should also abide by our rules. If they break our rules, they will be punished accordingly. We should all treat everyone equally. I assume the Huns leader has no objection to this? The Huns leader nodded again. Yes, as long as they are not wronged, everything can be accepted. In that case, let's toast to the success of our cooperation. Lin Ji stood up. At that moment, Master Yunlong suddenly said, Young general, the meat is roasted and ready to eat. Lin Ji turned his head and made an inviting gesture. How about it, leader? Would you like to try our cooking? The Huns leader hesitated. It wasn't for any other reason. After all, he was a king, and sitting here in the wilderness eating like this was a bit beneath his status. What, are you worried I'll poison you? Lin Ji teased. The Huns leader, probably a straightforward man, couldn't resist the provocation. He sat down without hesitation. Lin Ji looked at Huolua, Jamu, and Nura. We're all old acquaintances. Today, We have the rare opportunity to sit down and have a drink together. It's also a celebration of our temporary truce. Huolua and Jamu had long wanted to do this, but refrained due to the Hun's leader and their tribe's honor. Now that the leader had accepted, they had no reason to refuse. They all gathered around the grill. Master Yunlong took on the role of cook, placing the roasted meat in front of them. It's a bit crude. I hope you won't mind. The Hun's leader took a piece and tasted it, his eyes lighting up. This is delicious. How did you manage to make it? I didn't expect the Hun's leader to be so complimentary of our cooking. Linji couldn't help but chuckle. It seems that when Master Yunlong and General Zhou return, if there's no more war at the northern border, you might consider opening a restaurant. I'm sure the business would be good. If that day comes, I'll be the first to invite the young general and the Hun's leader. Master Yunlong couldn't help but laugh. Even Zhou Yu was infected by the relax. However, this wine is much stronger than your Central Plains wine. I wonder if the three of you can handle it. That sounds like something we should experience. Linji didn't back down. On the battlefield, he had never let others underestimate him, and the same went for the drinking table. Moreover, in his previous life, he was a businessman and knew everything about wine. He never expected to have the chance to taste Mare's milk wine here. It was also a way to reminisce about his past life. Soon, Nero returned with 3 large jugs. The jugs were made of leather and very heavy, each probably weighing about 20 jin. Young general, let's drink until we drop. Don't worry, if you pass out here, we'll send someone to take you back to Mingqing County. Setting aside the war and national stance, Huolua, Jamu, and Nura all had a sense of admiration for Linji. When the northern border was understaffed and unable to cope, Linji took on the challenge and expanded from 2,000 troops to what it is today. It was incredible and awe-inspiring. Even the other people present couldn't imagine doing such a thing. In just 1 year, from 2,000 to tens of thousands of troops, and bringing stability back to the northern border. It was truly commendable and inspiring. Under such circumstances, who wouldn't give Linji a thumbs up? It was only because their positions were so different that they might face each other on the battlefield. Even if they admired him, they couldn't express it. Today, having the opportunity to sit down and drink together was fulfilling a wish. Those who have been on the battlefield know that there's no guarantee of tomorrow. No one knows whether death or tomorrow will come first. So, if given the chance, they naturally want to drink to their heart's content. At least they won't have any regrets when they die. Come on, let's drink. Cheers. This roasted meat is incredibly delicious. Young general, you must tell me how to make it. Don't worry, I'll have Master Yunlong give you the detailed process and ingredients. You can study it when you get back. Linji was not stingy. He was a straightforward person by nature. If not for his identity and experiences, he would never have taken the path of war. Chapter 554. Heroes recognize heroes. In the distance, the Turkic leader was deliberating with his subordinates on whether to accept Linji's proposal. Just as they were hesitating, they noticed that the Hun's leader had already started toasting with Linji in the distance. Their laughter echoed across the grasslands. It seemed incredibly joyful. What's going on here? The Turkic leader's eyes were filled with confusion. He found it even more baffling. Just a short while ago, the two sides were at each other's throats, yet now they were acting like old friends. One would think they had a deep friendship. Leader, it seems they have reached an agreement, and now it's our turn. A Turkic general spoke in a hushed tone, his eyes serious. The matter was no trivial affair. If they truly intended to proceed, they had to make a decision, either agree or refuse. Judging from the current situation, even if the Turks rejected Linji's proposal, it wouldn't amount to much. However, for some reason, the Turkic leader seemed to have a competitive spirit. He didn't want to be outdone. Leader, I think we should agree to their terms. A general couldn't help but say, give me a reason. The Turkic leader was still hesitant, perhaps feeling that agreeing to Linji's terms wouldn't be a bad idea. But the matter was significant. To agree so hastily left a lingering sense of unease. If the Huns get too close to the northern border, once they develop, they will undoubtedly surpass us. The gap between us will only grow larger. Perhaps in the future, we will even be powerless to resist the Huns. The general spoke earnestly. These words immediately resonated with the Turkic leader. This was his greatest concern. If the Huns truly developed and surpassed the Turks, then after conquering the Central Plains, they would lack the strength to compete. How could they then divide the vast Central Plains? All of this would lead to a chain reaction. Although the Turkic leader's vision was indeed short-sighted, it didn't mean he lacked any sense of the big picture. Otherwise, how could he have risen to the position of Turkic leader? In their tribes, the competition was exceptionally fierce. If one didn't have the necessary capabilities, they would be replaced by others. This was why both the Turks and the Huns had such strong combat abilities. They were constantly at war, either internally or externally. The various expenses also contributed to their inability to increase their numbers. All right, if that's the case, then we agree as well. With that, the Turkic leader led his subordinates over. Wouldn't it have been better to do this sooner? Look at how much time it's wasted, Linji said with a beaming smile upon hearing their response. Turkic leader, you're a bit late. Look, most of the food is almost gone. You might not get to eat your fill. The Turkic leader raised an eyebrow at this. Linji, you underestimate our Turkic tribe too much. Though we may not be as prosperous as the Central Plains, we can still provide some mutton and beef. With a wave of his hand, he immediately ordered his men to slaughter a fresh sheep. Hearing this, one of his subordinates quickly returned to the group. Within half an hour, a freshly skinned whole sheep was brought before them. Excellent. Today we can have a good, hearty drink? Linji was overjoyed. Nothing could make him happier. It was this meal that, without realizing it, brought the three parties closer together. The drinking continued from noon until late in the evening. Many were already drunk. Linji, with a tipsy expression, couldn't help but laugh loudly. I never expected that although you all talk tough on the drinking table, you're no match for me, a Central Plains man. Among the Turks and Huns, only one person remained sober, Hulua, the general who had initially fought with him. His face also wore a smile. Young general, your drinking capacity would make you a drunk Khan in our tribe. Khan, in their tribes, means the son of heaven. Both the Huns and Turks leaders are named Khan. Now, Hulua's term, drunk Khan, was meant to praise Linji's drinking prowess. It also indicated that his abilities had indeed earned the recognition of these people. He could also be considered a son of heaven. I like that name. From now on, I'll be called Drunk Khan. Linji laughed loudly. Never had he imagined that he would gain a new name. And it sounded pretty good. Seeing this, Hulua couldn't help but stand up. He raised his wine bowl again. Young general, in my life, I've only ever been convinced by two people, our Hun's leader and you. Me? Linji's eyes showed some surprise. He seemed quite taken aback by this. Yes. But I remember you lost badly under my command. I thought you would harbor enough hatred for me. Hulua shook his head. You may not know, but although we Huns are called barbarians by the Central Plains people, it doesn't mean we are truly only savage. On the contrary, in our tribe, we highly respect heroes. It's true that many of my comrades and kin have fallen by your hand, but that's something no one can avoid. If the young general had been born in our Hun's tribe from the start, I believe you would have also launched an attack on the northern border. And now, being able to sit here and drink heartily with you is something I've always dreamed of. To be able to drink heartily with a hero like you, even if I die on the battlefield one day, I will have no regrets. Linji blinked, his eyes showing curiosity. He hadn't expected Hulua to be such an upright man. People shouldn't be judged solely by black and white. Not everything in the world is so black and white. The Huns, for their own interests, launched an attack on the Central Plains, which, from their perspective, is understandable. If it were him, he would do the same. Of course, he wouldn't use such primitive methods, because war consumes both sides, and the benefits gained are not as great as imagined. In the era he lived in, warfare had undergone a new transformation. Information warfare, cultural output, and trade wars were all powerful tactics during peacetime. Similarly, if Linji had to choose, he would rather use trade to exploit other countries' resources. Chapter 555. The arrival of the Tian's army. At the same time, Liuzhou City. Chen Shangyuan was continuously directing his soldiers in drills within the camp. Ever since the defeat at Kongming Valley, the memory had been haunting him relentlessly. When he thought about it carefully, the loss had been utterly inexplicable. Under those circumstances, the enemy's tactics were actually quite simple. They continuously launched attacks using superior weapons. Yet, they had stubbornly defended the valley, with no advantages whatsoever. In terms of manpower, provisions, and weapons, they were completely overwhelmed by the enemy. To have returned with over 1,000 soldiers was already a stroke of incredible fortune. If Linji's northern border army had relentlessly pursued them, they might not have had the chance to return to Liuzhou City at all. There was even the possibility of losing their lives entirely. As the saying goes, knowing shame leads to courage. Although Chen Shangyuan had lost, and lost badly, he was still a general of his generation. He would not compromise so easily. Instead, he chose to continuously train and strive to regain his lost dignity. This was the only method he had at his disposal now. General, the soldiers have been practicing for half a month straight. Can we give them a break? The deputy general cautiously asked. Break? Chen Shangyuan raised an eyebrow at this. His eyes were filled with anger. Do you think the enemy will give you a break? Think about it. While you're saying this, the northern border army is probably still training hard. The more they train now, the more hope they have of surviving on the battlefield later. Hearing this, the deputy general immediately fell silent. He was well aware that Chen Shangyuan was holding on to a grudge, and it would only be released when they defeated the northern border army. Just then, a soldier hurried over. General Chen, the Tian's army has arrived. General Hua of the Tian's army requests your presence. So soon? Chen Shangyuan pondered. He had been preparing to petition the imperial court to let him defend Liuzhou City alone. Only by defeating the northern border army on his own could he truly regain his honor. Otherwise, he would always be criticized by others. Generals like them valued their reputation immensely, especially when it came to others pointing fingers at them. Perhaps this was the biggest difference between martial and civil officials. Why is he here? Didn't they say it would be another month? Chen Shangyuan frowned slightly. Hua Tianzi was from one of the 8 great families of the Great Xia dynasty, and in his youth, he excelled in martial arts and was adept at leading troops. At a young age, he had already joined the Tian's army and risen through the ranks. Eventually, he became the chief commander of the Tian's army, one of the 4 elite divisions. His status was only slightly lower than that of the 4 pillars of the Great Xia dynasty. This time, he had come to the northern border at the behest of the emperor. Otherwise, given his position, he would not need to undertake such a long journey. Even Chen Shangyuan was somewhat surprised. He had originally thought that another general would lead the Tian's army, but to his surprise, it was Hua Tianzi himself. I don't know, but after General Hua arrived in Liuzhou City, he immediately sent someone to inform the general. It seems he wants to discuss strategies with the general. Humph! Chen Shangyuan snorted coldly. If he really had such good intentions, there would be no need to worry. General Chen, this invitation from General Hua might not be friendly. Should we observe the situation? When Cheng Yu pondered aloud. Although the 4 elite divisions of the Great Xia dynasty were renowned, there was a lot of rivalry between them, each wanting to outdo the other. This situation was even more pronounced at the northern border. Although the Divine Navy and the Imperial Guard had not come, the 2 that had arrived clearly wanted to outshine the other. A blessing in disguise, a curse that cannot be avoided. Since he's here, we'll meet him. I want to see what Hua Tianzi is up to, Chen Shangyuan said meaningfully. Then he prepared himself. Half an hour later, Chen Shangyuan, accompanied by Wen Chengyu and a few attendants, arrived at the Tian's army's camp. As soon as they entered, the soldiers were all in high spirits, as if they were showing off in front of him. In the distance, Hua Tianzi stood with a sword in hand, clad in armor, looking like a divine warrior. General, this situation seems a bit hard to fathom. When Cheng Yu whispered, "After all, who would greet someone in such a manner otherwise? What's there to be afraid of? Can they eat us? Stand tall. Today we are the soldiers of the Shangyuan army." Externally, they were soldiers of the great Xia dynasty. Internally, they served their own masters. Upon entering the camp, Hu Tianzi laughed heartily. "Long time no see. I didn't expect General Chen to look a bit haggard." "Thanks for your concern, General Huar. I know if I'm haggard or not." "Is that so?" Hu Tianzi exuded an unparalleled aura of authority, truly a paragon of royal divine generals. As one of the oldest armies in the great Xia dynasty, the Tian's army not only had a deep heritage, but was also composed of elite soldiers. Now, the Tian's army had arrived at the northern border. By specifically inviting Chen Shangyuan, it was clearly to show their strength. "I hear General Chen suffered a defeat before? Not only did you lose men, but you were also toyed with by that rebel? This doesn't seem like the way of the Shangyuan army, does it?" Hu Tianzi said meaningfully, his words filled with veiled mockery. Chen Shangyuan raised an eyebrow. Indeed, on the surface, this man was informing him, but in reality, he was here to laugh at him. When Cheng Yu was indignant, however, his status was not sufficient. He could only endure. Victory and defeat are common in war. What's the big deal? Has General Huan never lost before? Chen Shangyuan asked calmly. After all, they were people who had seen great scenes. How could they be intimidated by such a situation? Hearing this, Hu Tianzi smiled meaningfully. "I have indeed suffered defeats, but not as miserably as General Chen described, being chased like a rat in the street. Has the northern border army become so powerful in these few years? Or is it that General Chen's reputation now exceeds his actual strength?" At these words, Chen Shangyuan could no longer hold back. He slammed the table and stood up. "Hu Tianzi, what exactly do you want? If you want to pick a fight, just say so. Why the veiled insults and sarcastic remarks?" The atmosphere instantly grew tense, and the generals following Chen Shangyuan glared angrily. Chapter 556. I hope you can be this confident in the future. Hu Tianzi watched Chen Shangyuan's tense demeanor and smiled meaningfully. He then stood up. "It seems General Chen has been holding back a grudge. Since that's the case, I won't waste words with you. This time, I invited you here to inform you that from today onwards, our Tian's army will take full control of Liuzhou City. Moreover, even your Shangyuan army will be under our command." "What?" These words left everyone in shock, their faces showing disbelief. As one of the four elite forces of the great Xia dynasty, they were naturally equal, yet now they were to be subjugated? Who could swallow this insult? The other generals were one thing, but as the commander-in-chief, Chen Shangyuan now had to demote himself. If this news reached the imperial city, he would surely be ridiculed by the entire court. How could he maintain his authority in the military? "Hu Tianzi, what nonsense are you spouting here? The Tian's army and the Shangyuan army are of the same rank, and you and I are both commanders. If the Shangyuan army is to be led by the Tian's army, then what am I supposed to be?" Chen Shangyuan questioned sternly, his eyes filled with anger. "Chen Shangyuan, it seems you still don't understand." Hu Tianzi said meaningfully. "Do you know why I arrived in Liuzhou City ahead of time this time? That's because the news of your defeat has already reached the imperial city. Now, the entire court knows you were defeated by Lin Ji, a mere playboy, who managed to humiliate you so badly. You, who call yourself the pillar of the great Xia, are a disgrace. So, this time, the emperor has shown special grace, ordering me to lead both the Shangyuan army and the Tian's army to jointly command the troops. And you, Chen Shangyuan, will serve as my deputy. Together, we will defend the northern border." Seeing Chen Shangyuan still in doubt, Hu Tianzi had someone bring out the imperial edict. Chen Shangyuan's eyes widened in disbelief and deep frustration. He had originally planned to redeem himself with this opportunity, but never did he expect the situation to turn out like this. Even if they managed to capture the northern border, killing the Lin father and son, and annihilating the northern frontier army, all the credit would undoubtedly go to the Tian's army. The Shangyuan army would have little to do with it and might even become a laughingstock in the imperial city. After this thought process, Chen Shangyuan found it even harder to accept. Why? Why does His Majesty deny all my previous efforts just because of one failure? Does he think so little of me? Chen Shangyuan, don't ask me about this. You should ask His Majesty. Hua Tianxi said meaningfully. Losing is losing. If it were me, I wouldn't make any excuses. And what can Lin Ji, a mere youngster, do even if he has great talent? Your Shangyuan army is inferior, so you should bow your head and admit your mistake. What are you still talking about? You. Chen Shangyuan was furious at these words, but he had no opportunity to refute. Although what the other said was harsh, it was the truth. Hua Tianxi, do you really think you have the ability to stand up to the Northern Frontier Army? Have you ever fought them? Do you know what kind of skills they possess? Chen Shangyuan said darkly, trying to salvage his dignity. He wanted to prove that it wasn't his lack of strength, but the enemy's skills were beyond imagination. Otherwise, the situation wouldn't have turned out like this. That doesn't matter. Hua Tianxi said meaningfully. In front of the Taiyan's army, all troops are treated equally. Even if they are heavenly soldiers, I have the ability to destroy them all. At these words, Chen Shangyuan's face suddenly showed a strange smile. Is that so? Then I am very much looking forward to seeing how General Hua leads the troops, and let us learn how to be as victorious as General Hua. Hua Tianxi's face showed a proud expression. Of course, the mere Lin father and son, along with 100,000 Northern Frontier troops, are nothing to fear. His words were full of confidence and arrogance. Seeing this, Chen Shangyuan couldn't help but show a meaningful smile on his face. Once upon a time, he had been like this too, but in the end, he paid a heavy price for his arrogance. Anyone who underestimates the Northern Frontier Army and Lin Ji will inevitably face consequences, even losing all trust. Then we eagerly await. Mingxing County. Within 4 days of Lin Ji and Master Yunlong returning, the Turks and Huns each sent 100,000 men to the northern border. This eased the previously strained labor force and allowed all aspects to start construction at full speed. Whether it was transportation or infrastructure, including the military factories, everything was in full swing. The people were also full of vitality. As spring arrived, everything was ready to be renewed. The people of the border regions began planting. With the potato varieties previously cultivated by Lin Ji, the enthusiasm of the people was greatly increased. Even the potatoes had begun to sprout. According to the time estimate, in another 1 to 2 months, the first batch of potatoes might be harvested. At that time, it would be enough to alleviate the food shortage in the northern border regions. On this day, Lin Ji was presiding over the construction work in Mingxing County. Everything was proceeding in an orderly manner. Someone came in. Young General, there is a problem at the military factory that may require your presence to resolve. The military factory? Lin Ji blinked. As the entire North began comprehensive construction, he had also recruited a group of capable individuals, including many scholars who had wanted to serve the country but had no opportunity. Now, a saying circulated in the northern border regions. As long as you have talent, no matter your origin, the young general will give you the opportunity to showcase your abilities and aspirations. So everyone was working very hard. The military factory, as the most important project, was also the one Lin Ji valued the most. All the people he sent there were trusted by him, including Yuejia army soldiers and craftsmen who had been by his side for half a year. Before this, they had been able to complete the tasks assigned by Lin Ji in an orderly manner. There had been no major issues. Otherwise, it would not have been possible to produce firearms, cannons, and a large amount of ammunition in such a short time. Now that he heard there was a problem at the military factory, it indeed surprised him. What's the matter? Young General, I can't explain it in a few words, and I'm not very clear about the specifics. You may need to go there personally. The messenger said hesitantly, likely limited in his ability to explain. What could be expected of a messenger? Besides being quick, what other unreasonable demands could there be? Chapter 557. Strike at the Arsenal? After a brief arrangement of tasks, Lin Ji prepared to set off. though he decided to bring along Master Yunlong. After all, he was one of the few versatile individuals around him, both scholarly and martial, with a wealth of knowledge. Whenever faced with any problem, consulting him always yielded unique answers and solutions. The arsenal was neither far nor near from Mingxing County, about 100 li away. However, with the newly constructed asphalt road, the journey there was quite convenient. 2 hours later, they arrived at the arsenal. Inside, the craftsmen and soldiers were all in disarray, sitting in the central resting area, looking utterly helpless. "What's going on here?" Lin Ji exclaimed, his eyes filled with surprise. This arsenal was one of the earliest to be established, and its personnel were among the most trusted. Moreover, the craftsmen and soldiers here were very diligent, never causing any trouble for Lin Ji. Such a large-scale strike was unprecedented. Could it be that they felt the work was too arduous or the pay insufficient, leading to a protest? But such matters didn't warrant this level of disruption. Lin Ji was known for being very approachable. If the demands were reasonable, he wouldn't refuse them. At this moment, the head of the arsenal hurried over, his eyes filled with joy. "Young General, you're here. What exactly happened? Why are you all acting like this?" Lin Ji asked, his brow furrowed, without mincing words. Regardless of the reason, it shouldn't be an excuse for them to slack off. "Young General, please don't be angry. It's not that we intended to do this. We really had no choice," explained the head of the arsenal. There were two in charge, one from the Lin Trading Company, who was responsible for management, and the other a former military officer with a good understanding of military weapons and some craftsmanship skills. This combination had made the arsenal run smoothly. "We encountered difficulties during production and couldn't proceed, so we had to halt the work." "Difficulties?" Lin Ji blinked, his eyes revealing curiosity. This was the first time he had heard of such a thing. Previously, no matter what task he assigned, these people could always complete it effortlessly. Why was it so troublesome this time? "Yes, young General. The parts you asked us to produce, we simply couldn't make. We tried almost all the materials available in the arsenal, but now we're forced to stop." The head quickly led Lin Ji to the workshop. After a thorough inspection, Lin Ji discovered that the issue was with a part whose data no one could understand. This part was crucial for the stability of firearms and cannons, and all subsequent production relied on it. "You just need to match these data on the mold. Is there really no one who can understand it?" Lin Ji asked, his eyes wide with surprise. The shape of this part was relatively special, and its function was significant, so it couldn't be produced using the usual hand-forging technique. A mold was necessary, but to his astonishment, such a simple problem had stumped everyone. "Young General, to be honest, there are very few literate people in our arsenal. If your data were simple numbers, we could manage. But the shape you drew, we just can't comprehend," the head said helplessly. This really couldn't be blamed on him. Even the mold making had consumed a lot of time, yet they still couldn't produce anything satisfactory, let alone use it in actual production. "All right, I'll make a sample for you. Just follow the sample." Lin Ji waved it off. Since progress had already been delayed, teaching them step by step was pointless. Fortunately, this part wasn't particularly difficult. The main challenge was the special proportion required in the smelting process. It was surprising that such a small issue could stump the entire arsenal of over 1,000 people. After 3 hours of intense work, they finally finished, and it was already dark. The head looked at the freshly made mold with eyes full of delight. "Indeed, young General, you're amazing. We've been studying this for 3 days with no progress, and you managed it in 3 hours." The other craftsmen around couldn't help but show their admiration. No wonder Lin Ji had won the hearts of the people in the northern border region. He truly had his unique talents. "All right, just follow this mold to produce the parts. Pour the molten iron into the mold, but make sure the iron has been filtered and purified beforehand. Any impurities will affect the outcome." After arranging the work, Lin Ji checked the arsenal. Overall, there were no major issues, but there were many small details that needed attention in the future. However, problems had to be solved step by step. One couldn't achieve everything at once. Lin Ji didn't intend to rush things. Resolving the current issues was the best course of action. Since there were still many issues to handle in Yuzhou City and Mingxing County, they didn't linger and immediately set off back. On the way, Linji couldn't help but sigh. I never expected that 1,000 people would be stumped by such a small problem, delaying our trip for a whole day. Think about it. If we have to produce more complex and precise instruments in the future, it'll take even more effort. Master Yunlong couldn't help but chuckle at this. Young General, you can't expect everyone to be as smart as you. What do you mean? Although it's the Great Xia dynasty and a time of prosperity, this place is in the northern border region, where the people suffer and live in poverty, unlike the noble families in central and southern regions. They are well-read and skilled in various arts, while here, most people learn a trade just to make a living. Chapter 558, Talent Reserve Plan. Hearing Yunlong Taoist's words, Linji couldn't help but feel a sense of reflection. Indeed, in a chaotic world, many people struggle to survive, let alone read and write. The northern border, if it wants to continue developing, seems to be facing insurmountable obstacles at present. There are people, there is labor, but the problem is the lack of talent. Even among those currently appointed as management, many are former destitute scholars who can read and write and handle basic clerical work. However, there are far too few technically skilled individuals. If I could have a few more like Taoist Yunlong by my side, it would be wonderful, Linji thought for the first time about the difficulties of talent scarcity. Currently, it's manageable. Only Yuzhou City and Ming County are undergoing vigorous construction. But if the entire North encounters any issues in the future and they all come to me for solutions, I simply won't be able to handle it. I'm not a deity, nor can I split myself into multiple beings. By then, I'll be so busy I'll be flying off the handle. Young General, I can assist you with other matters, but this one, I truly feel powerless, Yunlong Taoist said meaningfully. After all, talent is indispensable in any era. Especially for an outstanding talent to mature, it takes at least a decade. Where can one find so many exceptional individuals? Linji nodded. This indeed made perfect sense. He even began to understand the frustration Liu Bei felt, who despite having the world in his heart, had no way to achieve it. He had Guan Yu and Zhang Fei by his side, yet lacked someone to help them strategize on a grand scale. The same situation now faced him. Many in the northern border were willing to follow him, but few could provide significant assistance. Troublesome, indeed. Suddenly, Linji had a flash of inspiration. Taoist, what if we change our approach? Could it solve our current problem? Yunlong Taoist frowned upon hearing this, his eyes revealing surprise and curiosity. Young General, what kind of change are you referring to? We could gather a group of talents to work for us. Of course, there's an element of uncertainty and potential impact. This was inevitable. After all, talent is subjective and varies. Yunlong Taoist nodded. Wasn't this what they had been doing all along? Another approach is to establish our own school, to cultivate our own talents. Yunlong Taoist's eyes lit up upon hearing this. Young General, do you truly have such an idea? What? Did it coincide with your thoughts? Linji couldn't help but tease, his voice tinged with joy. Having support was the best outcome. As for the specifics, they could be determined based on the circumstances. I've actually had this idea for a while, but due to numerous complications and potentially high costs, I never mentioned it. As one of the few advisors to the young general, Yunlong Taoist knew his responsibilities were paramount. The spread of education was something he had long hoped for. Though a Taoist, he also wished to see the prosperity of the world. Many northern border residents, having not been educated, suffered due to their lack of knowledge. If a school were to be established, it could not only cultivate a group of outstanding young talents for the North, but also potentially improve the lives of many. These were invaluable endeavors. You should have said so earlier. Military, education, medical care. These are the pillars of a nation, Linji said earnestly. Although the North was not officially a nation, as it fell under his jurisdiction, it was his duty to ensure the people lived better lives. He also knew that for a nation to be stable and continuously develop positively, it needed to secure various critical areas. In his era, education was paramount. Whether it was universal or elite education, it was aimed at improving the lives of ordinary people. So, we are in agreement then? Yunlong Taoist said meaningfully. Absolutely, we must thoroughly discuss this matter once we return. Even if it costs a fortune, we must do it. Lin Ji said confidently. It was a long process, though there were quicker methods, such as retraining existing talents to excel in specific fields. Becoming an overnight success was impossible. For instance, even if they established a school and arranged for people to study, at most, the craftsmen would understand the principles of machinery. To leap directly into the electrical era was impossible. First, they needed to master the steam age before discussing anything else. At this thought, Lin Ji felt a surge of excitement. The previous gloom dissipated. What could be more exhilarating and joyful than this? Even the journey back to Ming County felt quicker. Upon returning to Ming County, Lin Ji was about to discuss the establishment of a school with Yunlong Taoist when Zhou Yu hurried in. Young General, something major has happened. What is it? Lin Ji frowned, his eyes revealing confusion. News from Yuzhou City, the Tiansu army has reached Liuzhou City. Not only that, they have taken over the Shangyuan army. They might soon attack the north. Lin Ji exchanged a glance with Yunlong Taoist upon hearing this. They hadn't expected the Tiansu army to arrive so quickly. New officials often start with a blaze of activity, but the Tiansu army's fire seemed too intense, directly taking over the Shangyuan army. Really? Chen Shangyuan is a proud man. How could he just hand over his troops to the Tiansu army? Lin Ji found it incredulous. He realized the situation was far from ordinary. Zhou Yu shook his head. I'm not entirely sure, but it's a message sent by General Lin. The credibility should be high. Hearing this, Lin Ji knew it must be a message sent by Liuzhou Sima, making the information highly reliable. If the Tiansu army was indeed going to wage war, their top priority would no longer be development but how to protect the north from being taken over by the Central Plains. Chapter 559. An immediate challenge upon arrival? Lin Ji looked at Yunlong Taoist. Taoist, it seems that I will have to trouble you a lot with the establishment of the school ceremony. Now, I need to hurry back to Yuzhou City and discuss with my father how to deal with this sudden situation. He naturally knew what was more important. Managing a country was far more complex than managing a company. A slight oversight could lead to all previous efforts being in vain. Therefore, this time, Lin Ji would not relax his vigilance. Yunlong Taoist nodded upon hearing this. Young General, rest assured, I will handle the matters in Mingxing County for you. If there is anything in Yuzhou that requires my assistance, I am at your service any time. Taoist, do you doubt my abilities? If I really need your help, you won't be able to refuse. Lin Ji said meaningfully. After giving some specific instructions, he immediately set off for Yuzhou City. Upon arriving in Yuzhou, Ding Yun was already waiting at the city gate. Young General, General Lin is already in the camp. Please come with me immediately. Lin Ji nodded. Without further delay, he immediately headed there. Upon reaching the camp, he found all the generals of the Northern Border Army gathered in one place, each with a solemn expression. Their demeanor was as if a war had already begun. Lin Ji's eyes were filled with confusion. Father, what exactly happened? Yesterday, our patrol soldiers sent to the border between the north and Liuzhou were ambushed, and none survived. What? Upon hearing this, Lin Ji's face changed instantly. There was no doubt that this must have been the work of the Tiansu army. But how could they have such audacity? Are they trying to intimidate us right from the start? What exactly is the background of the Tiansu army? Lin Ji asked meaningfully. You must not be complacent just because you have been at the northern border for over half a year and have never lost a battle. Lin Tianhao said sternly, with unwavering seriousness. The Tiansu army was almost selected as the royal guard, but due to their long years of fighting on the battlefield and their fierce style, they were not suitable for the steadiness required of the imperial guards. So they were not selected. As for Hua Tianzi, he is a formidable character. At this point, Lin Tianhao's expression changed slightly. As the commander of the Northern Border Army, he was very familiar with all the generals of the Xia dynasty, especially those who were well known. It is said that he once led 18 white-clad light cavalry into the territory of the southern barbarians, killing 3,000 of them. Not only that, but he also killed all 3 chieftains of the southern barbarians. Lin Ji blinked. Impressive. He never expected that the commander of the Tiansu army, Hua Tianzi, would have such valor. To be able to retreat unscathed after a deep incursion, was he the contemporary Hua Zubing? And both were surnamed Hua. Could he be the descendant of that young man? In Lin Ji's knowledge, there were many famous generals and brave men in the long history, and Hua Zubing was definitely one of the most ferocious. Like Bai Qi and Xian Qiji, Hua Zubing was also renowned. It was said that he once led 24 men on a midnight raid, killing over 1,000. Moreover, he achieved fame and success at the age of 24, becoming the youngest Biaoqi general of the time, and was granted the title of Champion Ho. If this Hua Tianzi really had the same valor as the legendary Hua Zubing, then Lin Ji certainly could not underestimate him. This guy really is coming in strong, causing such a stir as soon as he arrives at the northern border, as if he wants us to know they are here. Lin Ji said, his eyes carrying a hint of mockery. From a strategic perspective, one must take the enemy seriously, but from a tactical perspective, one must also underestimate them. This was one of the most important survival tactics on the battlefield. No matter what plans they have, it is clear that Hua Tianzi's arrival is not just to defend Liuzhou City, but to take us down in one fell swoop. Lin Tianhao said meaningfully. Currently, we do not have enough information about their forces and deployment, so we cannot act rashly. Today, I called everyone here just to rearrange the deployment in the north. From the geographical perspective, it was clear that Yuzhou was not close to Liuzhou. Moreover, centered around Yuzhou, there were 3 cities and nearly 10 counties, all nearly in a straight line. If Liuzhou truly intended to take over Yuzhou in the north, it meant that these places must all be garrisoned. Otherwise, once taken by the Tiansu army, the consequences would be unimaginable. If the situation escalated, it could even lead to an encirclement. Originally, the northern border army did have the advantage of forces and terrain at the northern border. However, if a war broke out with the Central Plains, this advantage would be lost. Even if they fell into a disadvantage, they would have no choice but to retreat continuously, and everything they had built in the north could be for naught. If we really have to disperse our forces, it means that each place can have at most 20,000 soldiers. The Tiansu army can choose one place to break through, and even if we have reinforcements to support each other, we may not be able to turn the situation around. Lin Ji pondered, his eyes revealing a serious expression. Never had he expected that even after returning to the northern border army, they would face the same problems as before. It seemed that achieving something great was never easy. That's why throughout history, those who rebelled always emphasized the speed of their forces. It was to launch a surprise attack on the capital, but doing so was akin to fighting a desperate battle. Any small mistake during this process could lead to a chain reaction, ultimately leading to failure. Lin Ji did not want these historical events to repeat themselves on him. He wanted to succeed, and he wanted to take down the capital and the Xia dynasty. Otherwise, what was the point of staying at the northern border for over a year? It would just be a waste of effort. Indeed, but we must be prepared, and we must make continuous adjustments during this process. Lin Tianhao said solemnly. Lin Ji did not have much to say after hearing this. The current situation was different from before. Compared to the Xiongnu, the Tiansu army's combat power was undoubtedly stronger. And with Hua Tianzi's bravery, the consequences of dispersing their forces were uncertain. At that moment, a soldier rushed in, panicked. General, something has happened. Hashtag Chapter 560. The gift from the Heavenly Strategy Army. What's the panic for? Can't you see we're discussing important military matters? Lin Tianhao said coldly. Military discipline has always been strict. This not only affects the credibility of military discipline, it also serves to prevent the leakage of important information. If anyone could barge into the military camp so recklessly, important information could be leaked at any time. General, the Heavenly Strategy Army has sent someone. the soldiers said with complex expressions. Upon hearing this, everyone present looked at each other in astonishment, their eyes filled with disbelief. Lin Tianhao slammed the table and stood up. What, Tianqi? Aren't you pushing it too far? How dare you come so openly? General, the Heavenly Strategy Army has come to the northern border so ostentatiously, even sending someone to our camp. I wonder what kind of scheme they are plotting. It's highly likely they want to use this opportunity to probe our weaknesses. Yes, it would be better to kill these people and be done with it, so the Heavenly Strategy Army won't underestimate us. Everyone was discussing and expressing their opinions. Clearly, the current situation had exceeded everyone's expectations. They never imagined that Tianqi would be so bold. It was as if he didn't put any of them in his eyes. Lin Tianhao pondered. Seeing this, Linji said, Father, regardless of their intentions, we should at least go out and see them. We can't let them think we're avoiding them. If they didn't know, they could at least go and see what was going on. This would help better determine the current situation. Linji also wanted to use this opportunity to probe the other side's weaknesses. The Heavenly Strategy Army came with great momentum, taking over the Shangyuan army upon arrival at the northern border. What gave them such confidence? Lin Tianhao thought about it and felt what Linji said made sense. He then nodded. Everyone, follow me outside. In an instant, the entire camp moved towards the exit. At the camp entrance, a group of people stood. There were only about 10 of them, all fully armed, and a carriage followed behind them. Chen Ji of the Left Vanguard Army, under the Heavenly Strategy Army, pays respects to General Lin of the Northern Garrison. Cut the formalities. Lin Tianhao waved his hand. In the military, there is a rule that lower-ranking officers must salute their superiors. They were all originally sons of the Central Plains. The other side was indeed being polite. But Lin Tianhao didn't play along. He didn't care who they were. Since they were enemies now, there was no need to worry about those formalities. What does Tianqi want? Chunji smiled meaningfully. Why is General Lin so aggressive? We're not here today to fight the Northern Garrison Army. Besides, with only a dozen of us, how could we possibly stand against you all? Lin Tianhao raised an eyebrow upon hearing this. Then why are you here? We are here under the orders of our general to deliver a gift to General Lin. A gift? The surrounding crowd looked at each other when they heard this, their eyes filled with disbelief. What a joke. If it were anyone else, they might still believe it. But the one doing this was the commander of the Heavenly Strategy Army. That man was known for being ruthless. How could he do something like this? The gift is already in the carriage. You can inspect it. We are here for this purpose, so we will take our leave now. Chen Ji said, and led his soldiers to turn and leave. Wait. Ding Yun stepped forward and blocked their path. How do we know if there's any trick in the gift you mentioned? What if there's poison inside and it harms our soldiers? Chen Ji smiled meaningfully upon hearing this. I've long heard that the soldiers of the Northern Garrison Army are invincible. Today, I see that they are just cowards who fear death. If you don't even dare to open the box, why even oppose the court? Just go back to the northern border and live your leisurely lives. You. Ding Yun clenched his teeth with anger, his eyes filled with rage. He had never been so looked down upon before, and even insulted the entire Northern Garrison Army? What? Did I hit a nerve? Chun Ji said triumphantly. You've been hiding outside the northern border for so long. Isn't it just to avoid confrontation? If you're so timid, why come out now? Just continue being the turtle you were before. Ding Yun clenched his fists, his anger gradually taking over. Just as he was about to lose control, a hand suddenly restrained him. Lin Ji walked out from behind. You don't need to use provocation here, nor do you need to provoke us this way. Since you are here today to deliver a message, we naturally have no reason to harm you. Go back the way you came. Farewell. Chunji was quite surprised by the calm reaction of this young man. It seemed the Northern Garrison Army was truly filled with hidden talents. May I ask your name? Lin Ji, the young general of the Northern Garrison. Chunji's eyes flickered with surprise. He then nodded. I've long heard of the young general's reputation. Today, I see that it's well-deserved. Indeed, The offspring of a general's family are extraordinary. Our Hua general also wishes to have a match with you. I hope to see you on the battlefield, and please don't disappoint our general." After saying this, Chunji turned and left. Ding Yun wanted to say something but saw Linji signaling and had to give up. Only after watching the other side's figures disappear into the distance did the generals let out a sigh of relief. Indeed, the people of the Heavenly Strategy Army really had guts. With so few people, they dared to come to the Northern Garrison Army camp. Were they really not afraid of being beaten? It was only because Linji intervened that they didn't let these people taste their strength. Forget it. Defeating them openly on the battlefield will be more convincing than this. Ding Yun could only comfort himself. At the same time, his eyes couldn't help but show curiosity. But what exactly is the gift this guy brought? Just a glance at it and his face changed. He couldn't help but step back. Seeing this, everyone rushed forward, and they all reacted the same way. Linji, feeling puzzled, also walked over. When he approached the carriage, he finally saw what was inside. There were neatly arranged more than a dozen heads. All of them were soldiers of the Northern Garrison Army. Even in death, their eyes were wide open. Enough to show how unwilling they were. Ruthless. This was the first time Linji truly felt Hua Tianqi's methods. Chapter 561. Small indulgences can lead to big troubles. Lin Tianhao's eyes turned red with anger at this sight. It had been many years since anyone had dared to challenge him like this. Unexpectedly, not only did Hua Tianqi give him a show of force upon arriving at the northern border, but he also demonstrated his might in such a manner. It was as if he was saying, "What does the Northern Army matter? In front of me, they are just lambs that can be led to slaughter." Insolence. Lin Tianhao couldn't help but curse. The surrounding generals were equally indignant. Ding Yun was so angry that he was almost grinding his molars to dust. "We shouldn't have let that bunch leave just now." "Exactly. I should have flayed them alive to appease the spirits of our fallen soldiers." "General, I volunteer. Please grant me a swift steed, and I will ensure that those people die on their way back." "Me too. We must kill these bastards." Everyone was seething with anger, eager to devour their flesh and drink their blood. "What are you doing? Have you all been blinded by anger? How do you know they only came with a dozen or so people? If there are ambushes on the way, wouldn't going now be walking into a trap?" Linji's voice was like thunder. He knew that he absolutely could not sit idly by any longer. Otherwise, it might really lead to a big disaster. Seeing everyone silent, Linji stepped in front of Lin Tianhao. "Father, we must deliberate on this matter. The enemy's purpose is clearly to intimidate us. If we let our anger cloud our judgment now, we will fall into their trap." Lin Tianhao stared in the direction where Chan Ji and others had departed, his gaze sharp as a knife. Were it not for his position as a general, he might have already drawn his sword to pursue them. But his son's words served as a reminder. Indeed, if they acted rashly now, it might not avenge the dozen innocent soldiers who died, and could even worsen the situation. By then, it would be even harder to remedy. "Back to the council hall," Lin Tianhao ordered. Then, without looking back, he led the way. Seeing this, everyone followed suit. Linji signaled to the nearby soldiers. "Take good care of these brothers. If their families are in the north, make sure to provide generous compensation, and ensure their families will not struggle for a living in the future." Several soldiers nodded, their eyes filled with a mix of grief and anger. Back in the council hall, the atmosphere was extremely heavy. If previously, the arrival of the Tiansu army in the north merely made everyone vigilant, then what had just happened had truly angered the Northern Army. To kill our comrades in such a vicious manner? This vendetta must be avenged, or else justice itself would be denied. "General Lin, since the Tiansu army has come with such aggression and initiated a challenge, how can we not respond in kind?" "Exactly. We have already torn our face with the court. A battle is inevitable. Let's take this opportunity to fight the Tiansu army to the bitter end." At this moment, Everyone's fighting spirit was ignited. They had never been so martial as they were now. This was the Northern Army. They would never bow to the enemy, nor would they compromise. Lin Tianhao remained silent. He looked at Lin Ji, clearly hoping that he could propose a viable solution at this time, at least to ensure that the situation would not deteriorate further. Lin Ji slowly stepped in front of everyone. What is the most important thing for us and all our soldiers in the north right now? To overthrow the great Xia dynasty. Ding Yun blurted out. Whether it was the people of the north or the soldiers of the Northern Army, they were all working towards this one goal. And the reason? It was because the court had no intention of giving them any chance to live. If that was the case, they could only take matters into their own hands. There was no other way to resolve the current situation. Correct, that is our ultimate goal. Since we decided to turn against the court, we should have been prepared for all sacrifices. Lin Ji said solemnly, knowing that he had to stabilize the morale at this moment. If the anger of all the generals here continued to cloud their judgment, the consequences would be unimaginable. It could even lead to the situation spiraling out of control. Once that happened, no one could save the North. All their previous efforts would be in vain. But, young general, are we really going to tolerate these scoundrels trampling over us and doing whatever they please? A deputy general couldn't help but speak out, his eyes filled with anger. Clearly, they couldn't bear this. If those dozen soldiers had died a glorious death on the battlefield, they would have nothing to say. After all, from ancient times, the victor writes the history. That was the norm. But they were ambushed by the enemy, resulting in a total wipeout, and not only that, their heads were all sent back. Wasn't this an insult? I know you are all very angry about this, and I can understand, because I feel the same way. Lin Ji's tone was unwavering. Since the Tiansu army has officially declared war on us, we should be fully prepared. Even if we take the initiative to attack, we must not act rashly and ignore the risks. Lin Ji, do you already have a plan? Lin Tianhao said meaningfully. As the saying goes, a father knows his son. From his words, it was not difficult to sense that Lin Ji had already made up his mind. Lin Ji nodded. Yes, since ancient times, it has been customary to reciprocate. Since Hua Tianxi is so arrogant, we should also respond accordingly. However, we must handle it calmly and not act rashly. Do you understand? Lin Tianhao's eyes revealed a look of approval. Although he was as angry as the others, he had not completely lost his reason. He understood that military affairs were different from street brawls. Acting on impulse not only couldn't solve problems, but could only worsen them. Ding Yun immediately stood up. Young general, how do you plan to respond to the Tiansu army? Are we going to send in a large force? Of course not. A large-scale battle is not the best option for us right now, Lin Ji said meaningfully. From this incident, it was clear that the Tiansu army's combat capabilities were extraordinary, and being able to wipe out an entire patrol unit of the Northern Army without leaving a single survivor showed their exceptional execution. Defeating the Tiansu army was not the best solution for the Northern Army. Their goal was the Imperial City, so they had to preserve their strength as much as possible. In other words, Lin Ji wanted to maximize his interests even if he had to fight. An impulsive attack like this, even if won, would be of no use. Chapter 562. Unexpectedly, they didn't take the bait? If that's the case, what exactly is your plan? Lin Tianhao asked eagerly. I have a strategy that can demoralize the enemy. I ask Father to select 10 elite warriors to accompany me, Lin Ji said with conviction. You can choose from the 100,000 soldiers here. If you can avenge those innocent soldiers who died unjustly, it will be a great merit. Lin Tianhao agreed without hesitation. Father, rest assured, all the generals can trust me. Within 3 days, I will hang the heads of those scoundrels who killed our brothers on the walls of Liuzhou City. Lin Ji vowed confidently. Although it was not the right time for a large-scale battle, they could not let the Tian's army trample over them and act recklessly. So, this revenge had to be taken. We eagerly await the good news from the young general. The crowd stood up, their eyes burning with anticipation. This time, there was no hesitation. They were all firmly on Lin Ji's side. Meanwhile, in Liuzhou City, at the Tian's army camp, Hua Tianzi held the position of the commander. Chen Shangyuan, who had once been on equal footing with him, now had to settle for the position of deputy commander. Chen Shangyuan had reservations about Hua Tianzi's provocative actions against the Northern Border Army upon arriving in Liuzhou City. Who knew how the Northern Border Army would retaliate? Even those sent to deliver gifts might not return. General Hua, with such grand and ostentatious actions, aren't you afraid that the Northern Border Army will be driven to desperation and launch a large-scale attack? Chen Shangyuan asked meaningfully. Hua Tianzi sneered at this. Chen Shangyuan, I really wonder how you managed to become the commander of the Shangyuan army. Such cowardice and short-sightedness. No wonder you are played like a puppet by the Northern Border Army. What do you mean by that? Chen Shangyuan retorted, feeling humiliated. He had only lost once, yet Hua Tianzi repeatedly taunted him. It was as if Hua Tianzi enjoyed rubbing salt into the wound. Can't you understand such simple words? Hua Tianzi said disdainfully. If the Northern Border Army really attacks Liuzhou City, I would welcome it. It would be their grave here. In the age of cold weapons, siege battles were often the most brutal and bloody. The means of attack were too primitive, using weapons like trebuchets or large crossbows. Even if these damaged the walls, ultimately, it relied on soldiers risking their lives to breach the defenses. With the combined forces of the Tian's and Shangyuan armies totaling 50,000 men, they could withstand an enemy force of nearly 200,000. This meant that even if the Northern Border Army and Northern Garrison forces launched a full-scale attack, they would still be at a numerical disadvantage. Without reinforcements, even in a protracted war, the Tian's army would not be at a disadvantage. Chen Shangyuan was momentarily stunned. Despite his resentment, he had nothing to say. If the Northern Border Army were so easily defeated by you, perhaps the Emperor wouldn't have sent us both here, he finally retorted after a long pause. Hua Tianzi glanced at him indifferently. This only shows your own incompetence. How can you blame others? Chen Shangyuan couldn't help but curse inwardly. At that moment, a soldier reported, General, Commander Chen has returned to the camp. Oh! Hua Tianzi raised an eyebrow. How is it? Has the Northern Border Army, enraged, decided to send troops to attack Liuzhou City? Reporting to the general, it seems there is no unusual movement from the Northern Border Army. What? Hua Tianzi's smile froze, his eyes showing disbelief. How is that possible? Call Chunji here. Yes. Shortly after, Chunji entered the meeting hall. Greetings, General. What is the situation with the Northern Border Army? General, I have delivered the heads of the Northern Border soldiers back to their camp, but until we left, there was no indication that they would send troops. Chunji's expression was complex. After leaving the Northern Border camp, he did not immediately return to Liuzhou City, but instead, as per Hua Tianzi's prior arrangement, hid in the distance to observe. Any normal person would likely retaliate directly upon encountering such a situation. This was a blatant provocation. Yet, they waited for half a day on the road from Yuzhou to Liuzhou without any unusual movements. Even Chen Ji risked sending someone back to check, only to find nothing. This made him feel quite puzzled. Did the Northern Border Army not feel any anger? It made no sense. Even if Lin Tianhao was restrained, he still had the dignity of a general. This incident clearly touched a nerve. Yet, there was no sign of any reaction. Chen Shangyuan couldn't help but laugh, looking like he was enjoying the spectacle. General Hua, it seems your prediction was wrong? The Northern Border Army isn't so easily fooled. I've said before, they are no ordinary people. If you think you can sweep through as before, you will surely suffer. Shut up, Hua Tianzi said harshly. I am the commander now, and you are merely a deputy. What right do you have to command me? Your only duty is to follow my orders. Chen Shangyuan opened his mouth, his eyes filled with anger, but he ultimately suppressed it. It didn't matter. Whatever he said now, the other party wouldn't believe it. Only by suffering a loss would he realize the heat. He accepted the situation. After all, he was now a deputy commander. If anything went wrong, the blame couldn't be entirely placed on him. So, he might as well sit back and watch the show. He wanted to see what tricks Hua Tianzi could pull off. He expected Hua Tianzi would get a harsh lesson from Lin Ji. Hua Tianzi, unaware of Qin Shangyuan's thoughts, was still pondering where things had gone wrong to lead to the current situation. Could it be that the Northern Border Army had seen through their plan? Interesting, it seems the Northern Border Army is no pushover, Hua Tianzi said meaningfully. His strategy this time was straightforward, to lure the Northern Border Army into a fight, giving them the upper hand. Yet, in the first encounter, the enemy didn't take the bait. In that case, we will prepare for our second plan at any time, Hua Tianzi declared with conviction. Chapter 563, Robbery or Seduction. While Hua Tianzi was preparing for a second attempt to strike against the Northern Army, Lin Ji was not idle either. As night fell, the entire Liuzhou city was calm. Although it was a city of moderate size, it naturally couldn't compare to the bustling regions of Central Plains and Jiang'an. The chilly winds blew, and the common folk were mostly asleep. In the residence of the Liuzhou prefect, the prefect was in his room, gazing at his concubine, who was wrapped in light gauze, her beauty radiant. His eyes gleamed with desire. "My beauty, you've been on my mind day and night. I've been entangled by that haggard wife these past few days. Tonight, I finally have some time. It's no wonder everyone wants to be an official. Not only do you not worry about food and drink, but you also get to enjoy the company of beautiful women." The concubine blushed with shyness. "Master, why not just divorce that haggard wife? It would save you the trouble of her constant annoyance." "That won't do." Although the Liuzhou prefect was lustful, he understood the rules. As a local official, having multiple concubines was normal, but he had to have a legitimate wife. If he divorced his wife with a decree, it would surely cause dissatisfaction among others and have a negative impact locally. In essence, he wanted to have his cake and eat it too. Don't think this only happens among women. Many men are the same, often referred to as hypocrites. All right, let's make the most of this spring night. The Liuzhou prefect was eager, reaching out to remove the gauze from the concubine. But at that moment, there was a knock on the door. The prefect's face turned livid with anger. "Are you sick or something?" Ever since the Shangyuan army arrived in Liuzhou city, he had hardly had a moment's peace. Fortunately, after suffering a defeat at the hands of the Northern Army, Qin Shangyuan had redoubled his efforts in training. This had given him a few days of peace. But to his surprise, just as the Shangyuan army had settled down, the Tian's army started frequent nocturnal visits. Were these people out of their minds? Couldn't they do things during the day? Did they have to disturb him at night, when he had important matters to attend to? "Who's there? Don't you have anything better to do? Go home and sleep." With a belly full of grievances, the prefect opened the door. Standing outside was a young man he had never seen before, dressed in black, with a faint smile on his face. "Who are you?" The prefect's anger flared. If it had been someone from the Tian's army, he would have had to endure it. But now, it was just some random punk. It was truly bad luck. He could finally vent his anger on the intruder. "Do you have nothing better to do? Coming to my house, do you think you're someone special? I am the prefect of Liuzhou. Get lost, or I'll have you flogged 20 times. The young man smiled faintly, his gaze exceptionally bright. "So you're the prefect of Liuzhou. I was looking for you. As for me, I'm sure you've heard of my name. Who do you think you are? The King of Heaven? I've heard of your name." The prefect cursed loudly. Yet, he felt something was off. The courtyard was eerily quiet, as if no one was around. Strange, where had the night guards gone? Were they slacking off at a time like this? "I am Lin Ji, the young general of the northern garrison," the young man said calmly. "What?" The prefect was stunned, his eyes filled with disbelief. He thought he had misheard. That man wasn't supposed to be in Yuzhou City? How could he be in his home? After a moment of stunned silence, the prefect snapped back to reality. You're that rebel." He was about to shout, but Lin Ji quickly covered his mouth and pushed him into the room. The concubine was also terrified. Just as she was about to scream, Lin Ji threw a sharp dagger onto the table. "I have no intention of harming your lives, but if you don't cooperate, I might just cut out your tongues," Lin Ji said casually, yet his words sent a chill down their spines. Goodness gracious. You're really ruthless. Speaking and acting without any mercy? You're threatening our lives. The concubine immediately clamped her mouth shut in fear. The prefect was drenched in cold sweat, begging for mercy. Young general, spare us. We have no grievances or grudges against you. Why would you come to us for vengeance? How can there be no grudge? Many of the people of Yuzhou City were killed by your tyrant's army, and they even wanted to attack Yuzhou City. Don't you think this debt should be settled with you? The prefect couldn't help but curse inwardly. Damned bastards. Ever since the Tyrants and Shangyuan armies arrived, nothing good has happened. You couldn't kill the rebels, so why provoke someone like Linji? It's said that this young man, despite his age, is a ruthless killer. If I fall into his hands, my chances of survival are slim. And even if I wanted to call for help, the guards in the prefecture might not reach the room before I'm dealt with. Young general, if you're here for money, I'm willing to offer it all. If it's for seduction, I don't have that. Linji looked meaningfully at the concubine, who was revealing her charms on the bed. I never expected that while the people of the north live in hardship, the prefect's concubine is so enchanting, a sight to behold. Could it be that the young general has taken a liking to my concubine? The prefect cautiously asked. If that were the case, he would be willing to sacrifice the concubine to save his own life. Beautiful women are not hard to find in this world. As long as he could keep his life, what kind of woman couldn't he have in the future? He was the top authority in Liuzhou City. After all, I have no interest in women you've touched. As for money, that's acceptable. Linji sat down fearlessly. These two posed no threat to him. Even if he closed his eyes and slept, he could deal with them in an instant. All right, as long as the young general speaks, I'll do my best to provide. 100,000 taels of silver, in exchange for your and your woman's lives? Is this deal not a fair one? The prefect's eyes widened in disbelief. But saving his life was more important. He gritted his teeth and nodded. Chapter 564. The Sensible Governor of Liuzhou. 100,000 taels it is. Linji couldn't help but laugh at this. I didn't expect the governor to be such a generous man, not even blinking an eye at 100,000 taels. Young general, who doesn't know your capabilities? I am nothing but a small fry in front of you, utterly powerless to resist. The governor's face was a picture of despair. Since you want 100,000 taels, I have no choice but to give it. Can't possibly haggle with you, right? All right, since you are so sincere, I'll explain it to you. Linji flicked his hymn and also put away the dagger on the table. I didn't come here intending to harm the governor's life. After all, you are a local official, and if you were to die, it wouldn't be beneficial for me either. About this governor of Liuzhou, he had already learned from the Liuzhou Sima, not only greedy and lustful, but also narrow-minded. Perhaps this was not good for the local people, but undoubtedly, Linji knew that having such a person among his opponents was definitely a good thing. Even the strongest fortress can be easily undermined from within, as the famous strategist once said, and such a black sheep, for Linji, was precisely an absolutely helpful assistant. The governor of Liuzhou couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief upon hearing this, his face showing a relaxed expression. Young general, whatever you need, I will do my best. Don't worry, I won't ask you to risk your life. I just want you to deliver a message for me. Linji said meaningfully. Deliver a message? Yes, just send someone to the Tiansu army camp, inform Marshal Hua Tianqi that you have urgent matters to discuss with him, and invite him to the governor's mansion. Ah! The governor of Liuzhou blinked, his eyes full of confusion and doubt. What kind of plan is this? Could it be that the young general intends to assassinate Marshal Hua? How so? Do you want to save his life? Think carefully. This man is our mortal enemy of the Northern Border Army. If you protect him, you are against us. Ever heard of an eye for an eye? Upon hearing this, the governor of Liuzhou immediately stood up, his face showing a righteous expression. Young general, what you say? It is my honor to serve the young general. Linji blinked. Even he was taken aback by this. One would think this guy was his staunch follower. Governor, are you mistaken? We are enemies now? The governor of Liuzhou immediately smiled profusely. How could that be? The people of the Central Plains may not know, but don't I? I've heard from the people of the northern border. You are a great man. You not only protected the entire northern border from barbarian invasions, but also improved the livelihood of the common folk. If it weren't for my own limitations, I would have joined you. Indeed, a two-faced, opportunistic fellow. It seems the information obtained was accurate without a single flaw. Then, the governor of Liuzhou's face showed a troubled expression. It's just that, young general, under the current circumstances, it might be inconvenient for me to notify Marshal Hua. What if he reveals your whereabouts? Wouldn't that bring you trouble? Linji couldn't help but laugh at this. Didn't expect you to be so considerate? Of course, have to consider more for the young general. In that case, do you have anyone in mind? Linji said meaningfully. Someone the Marshal Hua can trust, and you trust as well at least, not to be suspicious. The governor of Liuzhou pondered. Then suddenly said, I do have someone in mind, always at my beck and call, the Sima of Liuzhou. Linji's mouth curled into a barely noticeable smile. In fact, that was who he had in mind, because this was their man. But since the governor of Liuzhou could bring it up, it saved a lot of trouble. And it also showed that the Liuzhou Sima had infiltrated very well, not revealing any traces at all. Good, let him deliver the message. Within an hour, I want to see Marshal Hua's men at the Liuzhou governor's mansion. Understood. Linji stood up, ready to leave. Before leaving, he suddenly said, Governor, don't try any tricks. I have someone in your mansion. If I find out you've revealed our tracks, someone will undoubtedly take your life without hesitation. After all, this time, we didn't intend to see blood. The governor of Liuzhou couldn't help but shiver at this. So it is. Linji is indeed a ruthless character. No wonder he dares to oppose the Tiansu army and the Shangyuan army. But for him, the best news was that the other party didn't intend to kill him, whatever the reason. He could at least keep his life. As for Marshal Hua, whether he lives or dies doesn't matter. Even if Liuzhou City is really lost, based on today's performance, even if he turns the tide, Linji would probably give him a way out. Even if Liuzhou returns to the hands of the Great Xia dynasty in the future, he could say he was coerced, forced to submit to the northern border army's might. Anyone who can reach the position of governor is not simple. No matter what the situation, they usually find their own way out first. As for other matters, take one step at a time. After all, it doesn't have much to do with them. Whether they can achieve something, it all depends on luck. Meanwhile, in the Tiansu army camp, most of the soldiers had already rested. But for precaution, there were still people patrolling and stationed around. This was a must in the military camp. There was no room for negotiation. In the marshal's tent, Hua Tianqi was still burning the midnight oil. On one hand, he hoped to lure the northern border army into battle. Of course, if the enemy didn't take the bait, he had to think of other ways, couldn't just hang on one tree. As one of the four elite armies, Hua Tianqi was never a rigid person. Moreover, the Tiansu army's main feature was its versatile combat style, keeping the enemy guessing. Otherwise, it wouldn't be known as an invincible army. From the south to the north, there was no opponent they encountered. But this time, the northern border armies in action surprised him. It seemed that Lin Tianhao's reputation was not for nothing, indeed had some substance. Chapter 565, Night Meeting with Hua Tianzi. As he was deep in thought, a soldier suddenly entered. Marshal, what is it? The Sima of Liuzhou requests an audience. What's this guy doing here at our place so late at night? Hua Tianzi's eyes showed a hint of confusion. Nevertheless, he still agreed to let the man in. Marshal, something terrible has happened. The Sima of Liuzhou rushed in hurriedly. What is it, Sima? There's no need to panic. Lord Lu says there's an urgent matter that requires the marshal's presence at the prefectural yamen for discussion. Upon hearing this, Hua Tianzi's eyes showed further confusion. Although he didn't have much contact with the prefect of Liuzhou, he had a general idea of what kind of person he was. Normally, the prefect was indifferent and ineffective. He indulged in eating, drinking, and pleasure, paying little attention to other matters in the city. In other words, he was a mediocre and incompetent person. Now, this man was summoning him in the dead of night? It didn't feel like a good thing. What can't be discussed during the day that has to be done now? Huatianzi raised an eyebrow. He wasn't easily convinced. Marshal, I know disturbing you at night isn't right, but this matter is indeed very urgent. The prefect didn't tell me the specifics, but it seemed extremely important, which is why he sent me to invite you to discuss it. The Sima of Liuzhou earnestly explained, his eyes filled with urgency. Huatianzi pondered upon hearing this. Although he was dissatisfied with the prefect's behavior, this was a border area prone to unexpected events. If the prefect knew something particularly important and he delayed because of it, it could lead to serious consequences. He didn't want to bear that responsibility. All right, I'll head to the prefectural yamen shortly. Huatianzi stood up, tidied himself, and ordered his deputy to be summoned. He also gathered over a dozen men before heading to the Liuzhou prefectural yamen in a grand procession. Upon arrival, Huatianzi sensed something was amiss. The entire yamen was eerily quiet. Apart from a few candlelights in the main hall, there was no one in sight. What's going on? Didn't you say the prefect was here? Huatianzi turned and coldly questioned the Sima of Liuzhou. The Sima looked equally bewildered. I don't know either. The prefect sent someone to summon me to his residence and told me to personally inform Marshal Hua about the meeting here tonight. Could it be that he hasn't arrived yet? Absurd. Is he mocking me? Huatianzi frowned. His military instincts told him something was off. A man like the prefect, who indulged in pleasure, wouldn't be so dedicated to official duties in the middle of the night. And the Sima had met the prefect at his residence. Was there something else at play? Suddenly, Huatianzi's expression changed. Could this be a ruse to lure him away? Just as he was about to leave, a voice rang out from around them. Marshal Hua, it's rare for you to be here. Why the rush to leave? At this, Huatianzi's face changed instantly. The guards around him drew their swords. Who's playing tricks here? If you have the guts, come out and show yourself. Hiding on the beams isn't very heroic. A figure descended from above. A young man in white, calm and composed, exuding an aura of nobility. Marshal Hua, there's no need to be so aggressive. Besides, how can I be playing tricks? I was waiting for you up there. The young man said meaningfully. Who are you? Huatianzi narrowed his eyes, filled with caution. No way. Marshal Hua, you've spared no effort in dealing with us, even sending the heads of our soldiers back to our camp. And now you pretend not to recognize me? The young man said slowly, a composed smile on his face. Huatianzi's expression changed slightly upon hearing this. Could you be Lin Ji, Lin Tianhao's son? Indeed, the renowned marshal of the Tian's army is exceptionally intelligent. A slight hint, and you see through my identity. It's an honor to be your opponent. Huatianzi, having learned the identity, became even more composed. He smiled faintly. Lin Ji, I've long heard of your valor and your many achievements at the northern border. Today, I see that the rumors are true. You dare to sneak into the Liuzhou prefectural yamen alone at night? If I'm not mistaken, you must have had the prefect send that message, right? That spineless coward. Huatianzi didn't even need to think much to guess that upon meeting Lin Ji, the prefect would have immediately surrendered. Correct. Lin Ji walked up fearlessly. Today, I came to meet Marshal Hua. As for the others around, there's no need for them to stay here, is there? Are you leaving on your own? Or should I make you? Absurd. We are the marshal's personal guards. How dare you, this scoundrel, make such a ruckus here? Brothers with me, let's take him down. The leader of the guards shouted fiercely. But before he could act, a whizzing sound came from the darkness. A crossbow bolt struck the man's shoulder. He fell to the ground, blood streaming. Marshal Hua, why go to such lengths? I didn't intend to harm your men, but if they seek their own doom, don't blame me for being merciless. Seeing this, Huatianzi's expression changed drastically. Looking at the fallen guard, who was motionless, clearly dead. Lin Ji, as a military leader, how can you be so despicable as to take his life directly? Marshal Huar, you can eat whatever you like, but you can't just say anything. Is he dead or not? Do you need to slander me here? Upon hearing this, Tianzi frowned and had someone else check. It turned out the man had just fainted. But how could a single crossbow bolt render a well-trained, battle-hardened soldier unconscious? Was there something else on the bolt? You used a sleeping drug? Of course. In this darkness, guess how many men I have hidden? Linji said meaningfully, smiling. His purpose this time was to deal with Tianzi. Naturally, he wanted the other party to see his means. Tianzi's heart was filled with anger. His eyes also couldn't help but reveal anger. Linji was indeed famous, both brave and wise. He had stealthily infiltrated Liuzhou City and even set up a trap here at the Yamen for him. Chapter 566. Being alive is more useful than being dead. Seeing that the opponent had clearly come prepared, Tianzi also knew that at this moment, a direct assault was not feasible. After all, the number of people hidden in the darkness was still unclear. If they rashly confronted Linji, they would fall into a very passive situation. If everyone were injured by the sudden crossbow bolts, who could bear the consequences that followed? What exactly do you want? Tianzi asked expressionlessly, while signaling the guards behind him not to act rashly. His mind was racing. The current situation was under Linji's control. Finding a breakthrough was not easy, and it could even lead them into troublesome circumstances. For instance, first, comply with Linji. Since he hadn't killed them, it meant he had a purpose. Second, try to detect the surroundings or make noise. But the Liuzhou government office was far from the military camp, so such noise wouldn't alert the camp. So finding help would be very difficult. The best scenario was to stabilize Linji while finding a way to turn the situation around. What do I want? Linji jumped off the table, his face full of meaning and a touch of mockery. I never expected the renowned Marshal Hua to ask such a foolish question. Do you think I came here for no reason? And what do you think I would do? His eyes glinted with a cold light, sharp and piercing. I know you're powerful, one of the 4 elite armies of the Great Xia dynasty, but so what? You came to the northern border to deal with us, the northern army, didn't you? Now I'm standing right in front of you, yet you don't even have the courage to draw your sword? Linji's mouth curled into a cruel smile. You're quite different from your former self. You ordered the killing of my northern army soldiers. If that was all, it would be understandable. Casualties are inevitable in war. But why? Why did you cut off their heads and send them back to our camp? Linji's voice sharpened, his anger flaring despite his efforts to remain calm. In any situation, casualties are certain on the battlefield, unless both sides have no intention to fight and can resolve the issue peacefully. But Tianzi not only set an ambush, killing the Northern Army's patrol team, but also humiliated them after their deaths. This was an unbearable insult to all soldiers. Linji could remain calm, but he couldn't tolerate such behavior in the north. It was a huge provocation to the entire Northern Army and himself. Tianzi's eye twitched, inexplicably awed by the aura of the young man before him. Frankly, as the commander of the Heavenly Strategy Army, he had seen it all. In his youth, he led 18 white-clad knights into the southern barbarian tribes, capturing the leaders of 3 major tribes and slaying countless enemies. But today, from Linji, he felt an extraordinary aura. This terrifying aura was as if a deity had descended, causing ordinary people to feel an inexplicable urge to kneel. Chapter 566. Alive is more useful than dead. Seeing that the opponent was clearly prepared, Tianzi knew that a frontal assault was not feasible at this moment. After all, the number of people hidden in the dark was still unknown. If they rashly confronted Linji, they would fall into a very passive situation. If all of them were injured by the sudden crossbow bolts, who could bear the consequences afterwards? What exactly do you want? Tianzi asked expressionlessly, signaling the guards behind him not to act rashly. His mind was racing. The current situation was under Linji's control, and finding a breakthrough was not easy. Moreover, it could lead them into troublesome circumstances. Firstly, they could comply with Linji. Since he hadn't killed them, it meant he had a purpose. Secondly, they could try to scout the surroundings or create a disturbance, But the Liuzhou government office was far from the military camp, and such a disturbance wouldn't attract the camp's attention. So finding help would be difficult. The best option was to stabilize Linji while trying to turn the situation around. What do I want? Linji jumped off the table, his face full of meaning and a hint of mockery. I never expected the famous Marshal Hua to ask such a foolish question. Do you think I came here for no reason? His eyes glinted coldly. I know you're powerful, one of the 4 elite armies of the Great Xia dynasty. But so what? You came to the northern border to deal with our northern army, didn't you? Lin Ji's smile turned cruel. You don't even have the courage to draw your sword now? Hua Tianzi's eye twitched, momentarily stunned by the young man's aura. As the commander of the Heavenly Strategy Army, he had seen many great battles. But today, he felt an extraordinary aura from Lin Ji, a terrifying presence that seemed like a god descending. No, it couldn't be. Hua Tianzi didn't believe anyone's aura could surpass his own. His eyes were filled with shock and disbelief. This young man was indeed formidable. No wonder he had survived from the capital to the northern border. He certainly had his unique strengths. But Hua Tianzi was not a coward. Young General Lin, we are both generals on the battlefield. You should understand that casualties are inevitable, especially since your northern army is not a foreign tribe. Lin Ji laughed angrily. You call this a warning? Killing my soldiers and humiliating my army. In your view, it's just a warning and a hope for us to turn back? Never in his life had he seen such a shameless and self-righteous person. I tell you, Hua Tianzi, don't think your Heavenly Strategy Army is so great. Even if it's famous in the Great Xia dynasty, this is the north. It's not a place where you can act recklessly. Lin Ji's face was frosty, his voice sharp, his eyes filled with killing intent. If that's the case, why waste words? Just kill me then. Lin Ji laughed again. Do you really think I'm that stupid? If I wanted to kill you, I wouldn't be talking to you here. I wouldn't have let you live this long. He was well aware that the situation at the northern border was far more complicated than imagined. Killing Hua Tianzi would be of no use. His Heavenly Strategy Army would still exist. Even if Qin Shangyuan couldn't control them, the court could send someone else. Moreover, if the old dog Emperor Li Jingzhen felt threatened, he might move all the forces of the Great Xia dynasty to the northern border. Lin Ji knew that even the northern army couldn't handle that. Those who manipulated power never cared about others' lives. They only cared about preserving their positions. So, if the threat from the northern army to Li Jingzhen became too great, the court would stop at nothing. Even if it meant turning the entire north into a hell on earth, they wouldn't hesitate. That was not the outcome Lin Ji wanted. Capturing the leader first was only applicable in certain situations, not all battlefield scenarios. To deal with the Heavenly Strategy Army and the Shangyuan Army, they needed to not only deal with Qian Shangyuan and Hua Tianzi, but also make all the soldiers lose their fighting spirit. Absolutely impossible. 霍天赐不相信有人的气场能比自己更强. His eyes were filled with shock and disbelief. This brat is actually quite formidable. No wonder he has managed to survive until now, even after being sent from the capital to the northern border. Indeed, he has his unique strengths. However, Hua Tianzi was definitely not the type to back down easily. There is no reason to comply. Lin, we are both generals on the battlefield. You should understand that casualties are inevitable, and besides, your northern army is not a foreign tribe. Sending back the heads of your soldiers was to warn you, to make you turn back before it's too late. Lin Ji laughed at this, never having seen such a brazen and righteous person. You call this a warning? Killing my soldiers, humiliating my northern army. In your view, it's just a warning to make us turn back? Don't joke. There's always a polite approach before force, never the other way around. Stabbing someone first, and then saying you want to talk is akin to bullying the weak. Such a terrible and rude request would never be accepted. I tell you, Hua Tianzi, don't think your Heavenly Strategy Army is so great. No matter how famous you are in the Great Xia dynasty, this is the north, not a place where you can run wild. Lin Ji's face was frosty, his voice stern, his eyes filled with killing intent. So why waste words? Just kill me if you want. Hua Tianzi said meaningfully. Kill you? Lin Ji laughed again. Do you really think I'm that stupid? If I wanted to kill you, why would I waste time talking to you? I would have already acted, and you wouldn't be alive now. He was very clear. The situation at the northern border was far more complex than imagined. Even if he killed Huatianzi, it wouldn't be of any use. The Heavenly Strategy Army would still exist. Even if Qin Shangyuan couldn't control them, the court could send someone else. Moreover, if it made Emperor Li Jingzhen too wary and mobilized all the military forces of the Great Xia dynasty to the northern border, Lin Ji knew that even the brave northern army wouldn't be able to handle it. Those who play with power never care about others' lives. They only care about whether they can keep their positions. So, if the threat of the northern army to Li Jingzhen exceeded expectations, the court would not hesitate to use any means. Even if it meant moving 1,000,000 troops to the north, turning the entire north into a living hell, they wouldn't hesitate. That was not the outcome Lin Ji wanted to see. Capturing the leader first is only applicable in certain situations, not all battlefield scenarios. Whether it's the Heavenly Strategy Army or the Shangyuan Army, to deal with them, it's not just about dealing with Chen Shangyuan and Huatianzi. More importantly, it's about making all the soldiers lose their fighting spirit. Hashtag chapter 567. Do you have the courage to die together? So this time, Lin Ji's objective was very clear. Firstly, he wanted to give Huatianzi a stern warning. Secondly, he aimed to capture the murderers who had killed their brothers. Are you going to war? I can accompany you on the battlefield. No problem. But today's humiliation must be avenged. This is something that cannot be alleviated or compromised under any circumstances. General Hua, I know you hold a high position and are always majestic, but today I only want you to do one thing for me, and that is to bring out the few who killed my northern border army soldiers. Lin Ji said emotionlessly. His gaze was unwaveringly firm. It seemed there was no room for negotiation. Are you negotiating with me? Asking for people from me? What makes you think I will definitely give them to you? Heh. Lin Ji nodded. Indeed, you are strong-willed. This is the posture a great general should have. As he spoke, he waved his hand. Then, a soldier beside Huatianzi silently collapsed to the ground. Using this trick again? Do you think this can threaten me? He furrowed his brow, feeling even more perplexed. He felt that the other's actions were more like a child playing house. Even if your crossbow bolt is laced with a sedative, so what? Even if you knock out all my guards, what then? Do you really think these actions can put the entire situation under your control? Isn't that too naive? You can take a look for yourself. Lin Ji said meaningfully. Huatianzi sensed something was amiss and hurriedly went to check, only to find that the soldier who had just collapsed had already stopped breathing. Unlike the previous one, this soldier was truly dead. How could this be? You actually killed him? Huatianzi's face changed slightly. He realized he had not anticipated the other's actions at all. How could this man be so unpredictable? The first time, he thought the man was killed, but he wasn't. The second time, he thought he wasn't, but he was? This feeling made Huatianzi extremely uncomfortable, as if he was completely under the other's control. At any moment, he could fall into the other's trap. This feeling was truly spine-chilling, terrifying, and filled with unease. Huatianzi felt for the first time that he was under someone else's control. As if everything he did could be predicted by the other, and there was nothing he could do. General Hua, I'm not here to negotiate with you today. I am here representing the 100,000 soldiers of the Northern Border Army to seek revenge. So don't try to challenge my bottom line, because my patience is limited. The smile on Lin Ji's face suddenly disappeared. That sharp, overwhelming aura surged forth once more. Indeed, he didn't want to kill Huatianzi, at least not in the current situation. But that didn't mean Lin Ji would compromise. Everyone here today was prepared to die. If Huatianzi wanted to continue this confrontation, Lin Ji wouldn't mind showing this man his methods. It would also let him know. In the north, it's not that your Heavenly Strategy Army can do as they please. Once you're here, you'll see how the Northern Border Army operates. Huatianzi gritted his teeth, his eyes burning with fury. He never dreamed that one day he would be manipulated by others, and now he was completely powerless to change anything. Not even able to see the enemy in the dark. For a general, this was nothing short of a great humiliation. Even if I hand them over to you, even if you kill them, you won't be able to leave Liuzhou City alive. Hua Tianqi said word by word. His voice was ice-cold. Lin Ji grinned. His eyes carried a playful look, as if mocking him. You don't think so? The famous General Hua actually asked such a foolish question. Do you think we dared to come here without the courage to die together with you? What? Hua Tianqi was stunned. For a moment, he couldn't accept these words. Die together? Are you kidding? If someone else said this, he could understand. But the one standing in front of him was the highest-ranking general in the north, the young general of the Northern Border Army. Even if Lin Tianhao was the commander of the Northern Border Army. But their positions were probably at least at the same level. To sacrifice the highest-ranking general for the sake of handing over a few murderers? Even someone like Hua Tianqi, who had seen much and fought countless battles, found it absurd. It was too absurd. It could be described as extraordinary. In his understanding, he had never seen anyone who could bring the situation to this point. It was even incomprehensible. Why? Don't you know how important you are? Don't you know you are responsible for the lives of millions of soldiers? Madman, you are truly a madman. After a moment of silence, Hua Tianqi finally spat out these words through gritted teeth. His eyes were filled with disbelief. Thank you for the compliment, General Hua, but I do things simply like this. Lin Ji said indifferently. Knowing there is a tiger in the mountain, I still go into the tiger's den. Once I enter this mountain, I will never turn back until I reach my goal. From now on, I can give General Hua some time to think, but every half hour, one of your guards will fall. Whether they die or just faint will depend on their luck. If everyone here is killed, I will move on to the people in Liuzhou City, or even your military camp. Lin Ji had no room for negotiation. He was simply informing. This statement completely changed Hua Tianqi's expression. If someone else had said it, he might not have believed it. But the problem was that the person in front of him was a madman. What he said was most likely true. That is, Lin Ji meant what he said. General, we absolutely cannot compromise with such a villain. Otherwise, even if we can leave safely today, we will surely become a laughingstock in the future. A guard whispered beside him. His eyes were filled with solemnity. Everyone's face was filled with determination. They had already prepared for a life-and-death struggle. Don't worry, General. We will ensure your safe departure from this yamen. Another guard said. At the same time, he quietly observed the dark surroundings. In the next moment, suddenly someone shouted, "Protect the general and leave." Swift as the wind. In the dark, dozens of crossbow bolts shot out simultaneously. Hashtag chapter 568. Manipulated in the palm. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. With a series of piercing sounds, countless crossbow bolts struck the bodies of the guards. Blood gushed out, and they fell one by one. Hua Tianqi's eyes widened in disbelief. The words, "don't," were stuck in his throat, even before he could utter them. When the guards expressed their resolute attitudes, Hua Tianqi already sensed something was amiss. He desperately wanted to stop them. Given the current situation, it was not permissible to fight to the death. How could they break through the encirclement without knowing the positions or numbers of their enemies in such darkness? However, due to his distraction, Hua Tianqi failed to warn his guards in time. Now, these loyal warriors who had followed him faithfully were all pierced by multiple crossbow bolts and lay motionless. He rushed forward to check on them. Even if some had been hit by arrows laced with sleeping powder, being shot like porcupines, how could they survive? Damn it! Bastard! Why didn't you kill me too? Hua Tianqi roared, his eyes bloodshot. Raging fury and hatred surged within him, as if wanting to tear the man before him apart. Yet, he knew he couldn't. If Lin Ji hadn't intended to kill him from the start, even now, the man had 1,000 ways to restrain him. Anger? Pain? Hatred? Lin Ji's lips curled into a faint smile, as if a victor towering above. His demeanor seemed to proclaim his dominance over Hua Tianqi. That's right. The pain we endured will be returned to you tenfold. Moreover, these men brought their deaths upon themselves. Did they think they could protect you and escape this way? How laughable. Linji spoke slowly. What kind of fools are they to be so stupid? Do they deserve to be your guards? They probably only drag you down. Shut up. Hua Tianzi snarled, his reason like a small boat tossed in the stormy sea of anger, on the verge of being swallowed. It's fascinating. So this is the power of hatred. How is it, Marshal Hua? My conditions are clear, and I believe you understand them well. Now, will you hand over the people or watch your subordinates die one by one? Lin Ji stared at Hua Tianzi, his voice devoid of emotion. He knew well what drove people to the brink of collapse. Massacring the entire Tiansu army at once was useless. He wanted Hua Tianzi to witness his men falling one by one, a far more devastating impact. Moreover, Hua Tianzi would bear immense pressure, torn between dignity and the lives of his soldiers. Lin Ji didn't enjoy this sadistic pleasure, but he had to make the Tiansu army pay the price. Don't think the Northern Border Army is easy to bully, or that one can act with impunity and gloat afterward. There are no such luxuries here. Have you decided, Marshal Hua? A new round is about to begin. Soon, you might see the first of your men's corpses brought in. Lin Ji said calmly. How many of you are there? Hua Tianzi asked after a long silence. Guess, Lin Ji shrugged. Maybe it's just me? Or perhaps it's all an illusion you're seeing. Are you willing to bet your dignity, honor, and the lives of others on this? Madman. Truly a madman. Hua Tianzi had been on the battlefield for over a decade, but had never encountered someone as insane as Lin Ji, using himself as a chess piece and laying out the entire game, manipulating the situation to an unimaginable extent. The only way to break through was to die together. Could any ordinary person conceive of such a scenario? It was simply unacceptable and unbelievable. All right, I agree. After a long silence, Hua Tianzi finally relented. He no longer wanted to struggle with the man, for it was meaningless. In front of this man, he found himself unusually helpless. Hearing this, Lin Ji chuckled lightly. I thought Marshal Hua was a tough man. So you're like this too. If you had agreed earlier, your guards might not have died. Why end up with a reputation for being scolded and gaining nothing? These words struck another blow to Hua Tianzi's heart. He looked at Lin Ji with a complex expression, unable to describe his inner turmoil. Say, how do you plan to take these people away? I didn't intend for them to leave. They're all from the Tiansu army. How could I take them away? I just hope Marshal Hua can issue an order for them to come to this yamen. Lin Ji said matter-of-factly. Who will deliver the message? Isn't there still one unconscious person? He can go, Lin Ji said, approaching the first person who had been shot down. He removed the crossbow bolt from his body and placed something under his nose. The man soon regained consciousness, his eyes wide with shock at the scene before him. How did this happen? Marshal, what exactly happened? Enough. Hurry to the barracks and bring the squad that ambushed the Northern Border Army here. Hua Tianzi waved his hand wearily, unwilling to explain further. This was an extremely painful memory for him. What? The guard was again taken aback, his eyes filled with confusion and disbelief. How could the commander of the Tiansu army compromise with the Northern Border Army? Wouldn't this dishearten the other soldiers? Before he could say more, Lin Ji interrupted sharply. Stop with the nonsense and go. Don't think about notifying others. Otherwise, your marshal might be crushed here before your reinforcements arrive. This was one reason he chose not to kill Hua Tianzi. At this moment, Hua Tianzi finally understood that from the moment he entered until now, every move he made was under the other's control. Chapter 569. A gentleman awaits his revenge. Half an hour later, a group of men entered the government office. Subordinates pay their respects to the marshal. 20 or so men were fully armed and armored. Clearly, they had come prepared. It was evident that the person sent to report had leaked the information. Hua Tianzi frowned slightly. He had an inexplicable feeling of impending doom. Lin Ji had been calculating from the very beginning, and although he had warned the guard sent to report, there was no way he would be completely unprepared. Marshal, why did you send for us in the dead of night? The leading captain asked gravely. At the same time, His eyes were constantly surveying the surroundings. It was not difficult to see that he already knew the situation here. Do not act rashly. Huatianchi lowered his voice. Indeed, following your leader's orders won't lead you astray. Lin Ji stepped out from the shadows, playing with a dagger in his hand. It was the latest composite high-steel dagger developed by the military factories at the northern border, possessing extreme toughness, in plain terms, capable of slicing through iron like mud. Could you be Lin Ji? The leading captain drew his sword, his face filled with a solemn killing aura. Surrender now if you know what's good for you. If you dare to harm our marshal, I will make sure you are left with no remains. Marshal Hua, it seems your subordinates are not very clever, are they? Lin Ji said fearlessly. I had already warned you before, yet you still act so brazenly? What's the point of blustering in front of me when you're about to die? Nonsense. The captain's face turned livid. Outside the government office, elite soldiers have been stationed. You have no chance of getting out. Before his words had even finished, suddenly, the outside of the government office was bathed in light. Judging by the appearance, there were at least 100 people, completely surrounding the government office. Who allowed you to bring men here? Huatianchi was now feeling somewhat restrained. What troubled him the most was that he couldn't figure out the other party's tactics. Did Lin Ji really not know? Or had he already prepared a countermeasure? Marshal, rest assured, today, we pledge to protect you with our lives. The captain stood in front of Huatianchi, his gaze resolute. His weapon was tightly gripped. Clearly, he was ready to fight to the death at any moment. What loyalty! Lin Ji walked up as if no one was around. If it were on the battlefield, I could call you a hero, but unfortunately, your only mistake was provoking the wrong person. Surrender now, and I can let your marshal go. Otherwise, the consequences might be beyond my control. Blatant lies. The captain roared. Men, capture this scoundrel. No. Huatianchi's face changed dramatically, but it was too late. The captain charged forward first. Lin Ji's expression changed, and his dagger was already in motion. It accurately pierced into the captain's chest. With blood spurting, the latter fell to the ground, and the pungent smell of blood once again filled the entire government office. At the same time, the hidden assassins did not hesitate, continuously firing crossbow bolts. The soldiers who had just arrived at the government office were wiped out in an instant, not a single one left alive. So ruthless. Huatianchi was furious. But right now, he was powerless. Even if he were to fight the other party, he didn't think he could gain the upper hand. Compared to death, Huatianchi was more wary of the other party's ability to plan and strategize. I said, an eye for an eye, a tooth for a tooth. Lin Ji calmly pulled the dagger out of the captain's chest, wiping the blood off the weapon. The matter today is done. You can go. Summoned at will. Dismissed at will? Huatianchi had never suffered such humiliation. But if he could temporarily exchange the lives of these dozens of soldiers for the stability of the Tiansu army, he would accept this setback. However, the commotion inside was also heard outside the government office. A voice shouted, "Someone is trying to harm the marshal. Brothers, follow me in, capture the villain, and protect the marshal." Almost at the same time, suddenly, the surroundings of the government office were engulfed in flames, and explosions followed one after another. Then came the wails of the Tiansu army soldiers. What's going on? Huatianchi turned sharply, his eyes filled with shock and disbelief. The sound was like a thunderclap, but in the clear and cloudless night, how could there be a sudden thunder? I said, only by listening to me can you minimize the loss. Unfortunately, Marshal Hua, your subordinates are brave but lack wisdom. Lin Ji's lips curled slightly. The grand play has come to an end. I hope the marshal enjoyed it. With that, he took out a few pellets from his bosom. Then he threw them forcefully onto the ground. A strong white light and thick smoke rose into the air. Huatianchi retreated repeatedly. At the same time, the surviving Tiansu army soldiers broke through the main gate of the government office. Marshal, do not act rashly. Huatianchi dodged the smoke, coughing frantically. After the smoke cleared, he found the courtyard of the government office empty, and the dead soldiers left only their bodies, their heads missing. Everyone was shocked and furious. They had never seen such a blatant and reckless rebel. Not only did they dare to cause chaos in Liuzhou City, but they also committed such a crime. Please, Marshal, give the order to capture these traitors. Hua Tianqi was completely trembling with anger. His eyes were wide with rage. In his 10 years of military service, he had never suffered such a great humiliation. Not only did he watch his subordinates die before his eyes, the other party had also decapitated his soldiers in an instant. Search, even if you have to turn Liuzhou City upside down, find them for me. Hua Tianqi clenched his fists. His rage drowned out his last shred of reason. Linji, you really have guts. One day, I will make sure the blood of you and your father will be used to consecrate my Tiansu army soldiers. With that, he roared to the sky. The night in Liuzhou City was destined to be unpeaceful. Unfortunately, Hua Tianqi mobilized thousands of men to conduct a carpet search in Liuzhou City, but even until dawn, there was not a single clue. Lin Ji and his men seemed to have evaporated into thin air, gone without a trace. Hua Tianqi did not sleep all night, sitting in the military tent until dawn. At daybreak, a soldier came rushing in. Marshal, something terrible has happened. What is it? Hua Tianqi slowly opened his eyes. His gaze was fierce. We found no trace of Lin Ji, and not only that. The soldier hesitated, stammering. Clearly, he was hesitant. Speak quickly. On the walls of Liuzhou City, we saw the heads of our soldiers. What? Hua Tianqi's face changed dramatically. His eyes revealed shock and fury. Chapter 570. Renowned throughout Liuzhou. Meanwhile, at the gates of Liuzhou City, the citizens were in a state of commotion. Goodness, what is going on? Why are there so many severed heads suddenly? The outside world is truly terrifying. When were these put up? We didn't even notice. There were none here last night. Haven't you heard? Something big happened at the prefectural Yamen last night. It's said that the young general of the Northern Expeditionary Army, Lin Ji, came to our city. What? The young general is here? Don't shout carelessly. You might bring about your own doom. Is there anything wrong with saying that? We all know the young general's reputation. The crowd whispered among themselves. They exchanged hushed conversations. Lin Ji's fame had now spread far beyond the northern border, reaching even the skies. Even cities at the juncture of the Central Plains and the north, like Liuzhou, had heard of him. To them, it was incomprehensible why the court would send troops to besiege the Northern Expeditionary Army, which had done nothing wrong and had always been dutiful. Was it just because of rumors of a possible rebellion? Even some citizens who had come from the northern border spoke highly of Lin Ji. Gradually, the public sentiment began to shift. Many now considered Lin Ji a true hero and magnate. How could an army led by such a person be anything but good? They must be working for the common people of the Central Plains. Now, with the heads on the city walls attributed to Lin Ji, the citizens' discussions were endless. They were also extremely curious. Why do you think the young general did this? Of course, it's to scare the monkeys by killing the chickens. Look at how arrogant the Heavenly Strategy Army has been since arriving in Liuzhou. They strut around as if they are untouchable, but the young general isn't afraid of them. Hua Tianzi, aren't you always so self-righteous and lofty? This time, you've tasted Lin Ji's methods, haven't you? And you accuse me? You let them raid your nest. You must be even more humiliated than me. Counting back, last time Chen Shangyuan's defeat was at least in a fair battle on the battlefield. Although he was outmatched, he still earned the title of a defeated general. But Hua Tianzi was different. Lin Ji led his men into their lair, coming and going freely, and even giving them a taste of their own medicine. This matter, not only in the northern border, but even if it reached the imperial city, no one could defend him. It was truly a case of insufficient strength, and it would make him the laughingstock of others. General, why don't we take this opportunity to have Marshal Hua return the military power to you? It would save us from relying on others in the future. His subordinates seized the moment to suggest. Chun Shangyuan pondered. He indeed had such thoughts initially, but then he reconsidered. Since Linji is so difficult to deal with, why should we provoke him again? What do you mean? His subordinates looked bewildered. They couldn't understand. The Northern Expeditionary Army is at its peak. Without a doubt, their combat power is extraordinary. Linji's ability to infiltrate Liuzhou City without a trace further demonstrates his exceptional skills. So, why not let Hua Tianzi be the one to pave the way for us? Chun Shangyuan said meaningfully. If the Heavenly Strategy Army suffers heavy casualties, and we, the Shangyuan Army, take over the battle, wouldn't that greatly increase our chances of victory? Once we capture the Lin father and son and the Northern Expeditionary Army, returning to the Imperial City, we would surely be rewarded with great merit. How could the Heavenly Strategy Army compete with us for the credit? Upon hearing this, his subordinates were enlightened. Their eyes showed admiration. Indeed, General Chun, you think things through thoroughly. So, we just stay put? Exactly. Since we can benefit from the situation without effort, why bother? This is the military of the Great Xia dynasty. Although they seem formidable, different factions have their own agendas. Even at critical moments, they take the opportunity to undermine each other or watch the other's misfortune. Just these facts alone prove that beneath the seemingly impenetrable defenses, there are flaws everywhere. Meanwhile, on the official road leading to Liuzhou City, a group of people were galloping on horseback. Leading the way was the young general of the Northern Expeditionary Army, Lin Ji, accompanied by over a dozen elite soldiers. Young general, we didn't expect this time we would achieve such a great victory, even avenging the deaths of our comrades. Speaking of the battle in Liuzhou City, everyone in the group was elated. They never imagined it would go so smoothly. Not only did they win the first battle, but it was also immensely satisfying. Especially seeing Hua Tianzi's furious expression, it was even more gratifying. I've said it before, trying to play these tricks with me? Hua Tianzi isn't qualified. Linji said indifferently. Back when he was a sales manager, the fierce competition and underhanded tactics in the business world were no less intense than in the court. Moreover, in the Imperial City, Linji had no subordinates or backing, yet he could stand equally with those ministers and even find some footing. It was truly extremely difficult. Under such circumstances, Linji had already honed rich combat experience. Playing dirty tricks? Who couldn't do that? Linji could play with Hua Tianzi for 3 days and 3 nights. The only pity was that he didn't manage to stir up the entire Heavenly Strategy Army camp, but that was enough. It's likely that the Heavenly Strategy Army is now furious about this incident. Young General, if this news reaches Yuzhou, I wonder how many people will be thrilled. It's also avenging our fallen brothers. One of the soldiers said. Right, but don't let this temporary joy cloud your judgment. For us, this is just the beginning of our real confrontation with the Heavenly Strategy Army. Chapter 571. Establishment of the Flying Tigers. Linji was acutely aware of the current situation. Although they had indeed won, there was still a long way to go before achieving true victory. Moreover, this victory would undoubtedly invite even more frenzied retaliation from the Tian's army. Brothers, hurry back to Yuzhou City, he commanded. Do not stop along the way. He knew that enemy spies could be lurking anywhere. Each moment of delay increased the risk. He absolutely did not want anything to go wrong. By noon, the group had returned to Yuzhou City. Back at the military camp, Lin Ji immediately reported to Lin Tianhao. Father, we have avenged our fallen brothers and given the Northern Border Army a much-needed boost in morale. Well done. Lin Tianhao exclaimed with genuine satisfaction. I've received news from Liuzhou City. Not only did you kill Hua Tianqi's men, but you also hung their heads on the city gates. Huh. I'd like to see if Hua Tianqi still dares to be so arrogant. Lin Tianhao's face glowed with joy, feeling both relieved and at ease. As a commander, he had to consider the bigger picture, but he also hated to see his soldiers killed in such a ridiculous manner. Linji had resolved this issue for him, and he felt immensely proud. However, father, I have a request. Speak, Lin Tianhao replied. The soldiers who accompanied me to Liuzhou, may they from now on be under my command? Oh, you have taken a liking to them? Lin Tianhao raised an eyebrow, puzzled. Although these soldiers were indeed elite from the Northern Border Army, Lin Tianhao had many capable warriors under his command. Why would Lin Ji single out these men? What do you intend to do with them? These soldiers are exceptional. I plan to train a special squad to carry out secret missions deep within enemy territory when necessary. This incident had sparked the idea in Lin Ji. If he could form a special squad capable of completing tasks beyond the reach of regular soldiers, it would have a significant impact on the entire North. This squad would be a true sharp blade, capable of unparalleled destruction, and even altering the course of the war at minimal cost under certain circumstances. Lin Tianhao pondered for a moment. Throughout history, renowned generals have always had a group of loyal warriors who undertake the most perilous missions, disregarding their own lives. You have good judgment. I can give these men to you, but you must treat them well. I do not want to hear of their deaths too soon. Lin Ji couldn't help but chuckle. Father, what are you saying? Although the Northern Garrison and the Northern Border Army have their separate roles, they are still our brothers. I wouldn't send them to their deaths. I just need this group of men. All right, let's see what you can make of them. Lin Tianhao nodded with approval, his eyes filled with anticipation. The next day, Lin Ji gathered the dozen or so soldiers in the wilderness outside Yuzhou City. Gentlemen, today I call you here to inform you that from now on, you are no longer part of the Northern Border Army. The soldiers' faces turned pale at this news, their eyes filled with disbelief. Young General, although we may not have achieved great feats, we have always been loyal to General Lin. Why are we being expelled today? Yes, what have we done wrong to deserve such severe punishment? These men had long served under Lin Tianhao, known for their valor and having earned their merits. To be treated this way without cause left them baffled. Lin Ji smiled calmly. Do not be alarmed. You are not being expelled from the Northern Border Army. From now on, you will only take orders from me. Furthermore, you will no longer have names, only code names. In essence, you will become my secret guards. At this revelation, the men's faces lit up with pride, each one vowing allegiance. So it was a misunderstanding. We thought the young general was expelling us. We almost mistook the young general for someone who would discard us after using us. Lin Ji couldn't help but laugh. Is my reputation really that bad in your eyes? The men chuckled, then Lin Ji turned serious again. That said, if you become my secret guards, you will undergo the most rigorous training. You will also be equipped with the most advanced weapons. Moreover, each mission you undertake will be extremely challenging and dangerous. If anyone wishes to withdraw now, I will not force them. While Lin Ji aimed to train these men into the most formidable squad, even he couldn't guarantee their safety in the future. He didn't want to force anyone. Young General, from the moment we followed General Lin, we were prepared to die on the battlefield. To be chosen by the young general as secret guards is an honor we would gladly die for. Good, Lin Ji nodded. From today on, you will be known as the Flying Tigers. As a special operations squad, they needed a striking name, and Lin Ji had long desired to use this one. Now that the time was right, he would ensure this squad under his command developed into a force of unparalleled combat effectiveness, eventually becoming the true elite operatives akin to the Flying Tigers. Flying Tigers? What a great name. Soaring tigers, like dragons in the 9 heavens. The men's eyes sparkled with excitement and pride. Lin Ji smiled faintly. You must understand that the name Flying Tigers represents more than just prestige. It means striking fear into the hearts of the enemy. From today on, you will all begin the most rigorous training, he declared, far more demanding than even the legendary Yu family army. For now, each of you will be equipped with the most comprehensive gear in the northern border, including your fitted uniforms, leggings, and the powerful crossbows known as the Zhuge crossbow, as well as these exceptionally sharp combat knives. Lin Ji signaled, and 2 large crates of equipment were brought forward, each item being distributed and explained in detail. Among the gear were functional tools like the flying tiger claw and thin ropes. Chapter 572. Establishing a school. The crowd was filled with curiosity and amazement at the sight of these brand new equipment. Who would have thought that the young general possesses such abilities and could provide us with so many resources? It's truly a blessing. Exactly. If we had these things and the same strength as the young general, we would surely be able to better protect the northern border in the future. It would also show the Tian's army and Shangyuan army what we're capable of, making them realize they aren't as great as they think they are and will pay dearly for their actions. The crowd buzzed with discussion, their eyes gleaming with excitement and anticipation of what might come. Just the thought of taking down their opponents and better controlling the situation at the northern border, possibly regaining its former strength, was exhilarating. No matter how many people the Great Xia dynasty sent, they would meet their end and pay a heavy price for it. From today onwards, you must train diligently every day. Moreover, you are no longer soldiers of the northern border army. Lin Ji said meaningfully. Henceforth, you do not need to return to the barracks. Just follow me. Regarding your former comrades, no matter what they ask, you must not disclose anything, especially the training programs and the weapons and equipment you possess. The purpose of this was to better protect these individuals. As they would be undertaking the most dangerous missions with Lin Ji in the present and future, they had to strive to safeguard what they had. Nothing else could hinder their progress. The most crucial reason was that they had to ensure their capabilities were sufficient. Otherwise, everything could crumble in an instant, becoming their greatest weakness. Under such circumstances, their actions were also to ensure they possessed the necessary capabilities. Hearing this, everyone nodded in agreement and then began their training. For the first few days, Lin Ji trained with them, aiming to guide them onto the right path, as the challenges they faced now were entirely different from before. Many training programs had never been seen before. Lin Ji had to ensure they completed the training to guarantee his own safety. Otherwise, any losses during the training would be a significant trouble for him, potentially causing his own issues. After handling the Flying Tiger Squad matters, Lin Ji temporarily left Yuzhou and headed to Mingxing County. Upon arrival, he immediately sought out Yunlong Taoist. How is the progress on establishing the school you mentioned? Young General, when have I ever let you down? Yunlong Taoist said with a hint of mystery, a faint smile on his face. You should know that my actions are not just to ensure my own strength. I also aim to ensure the better development of the entire North. So, since you mentioned the school last time, I've started working on it. Although it hasn't fully taken shape yet, we already have the first batch of students and have hired specialized teachers to instruct them. Hearing this, Lin Ji's eyes lit up with surprise and he couldn't help but nod in approval. Indeed, you are the one we can rely on. If it were someone else, it might not have been so easy. Now, we need to address all issues. First, take me to see the current state of the school. No problem. Yunlong Taoist led Lin Ji to inspect the school in Mingxing County. Soon, they arrived at the school. Since it was the initial construction and relatively simple, everything was built with wood, and the scale was not large. Here, they could already hear the sounds of children reading. Lin Ji couldn't help but step inside, where he found 3 teachers instructing only a few dozen children. Is this all? When will our plan be completed? Lin Ji frowned, the situation indeed surpassing his expectations. Previously, he had envisioned establishing a school to strengthen and consolidate technical talents in the North. As for educating children in basic literacy, that was a long-term process. It would take many years to bear fruit. With the potential outbreak of conflict between the northern border and the central dynasty at any moment, these children might not even grow up before Lin Ji faced a shortage of manpower. That scenario would be very awkward and could lead to a lack of talent, potentially hindering the development of the North. Young General, do you think I'm that unreliable? Yunlong Taoist said meaningfully. You intended to expedite the growth of the North, and education is inherently a lengthy process. Under such circumstances, all efforts made. So, I couldn't ignore this situation. But at least show me some results. These children, if they grow up and become talents, either I'll be long gone or I'll have become the emperor of the central dynasty. Lin Ji said, feeling helpless. He had always thought Yunlong Taoist was a very reliable person, but never expected this old fellow to do something so absurd. It was both bewildering and unbelievable. To expedite the enhancement of talents at our northern border, I've also arranged for a group of craftsmen and key factory managers to attend classes in the evenings. Yunlong Taoist said earnestly, having already arranged this in advance. Lin Ji's eyes showed approval, nodding. So that's how it is. Chapter 573, The North in Full Storm. After Master Yunlong provided a comprehensive introduction to the Academy's situation, Lin Ji expressed his strong agreement. Upon leaving the Academy, the two emphasized to the three teachers the importance of their roles in nurturing talent for the entire North. Whether Lin Ji's Northern Border Army and Northern Garrison could eventually seize the Central Plains, these individuals might become crucial pillars of the nation in the future, even the mainstays of the entire realm. Therefore, this matter was not just for personal consideration, but also for the entire dynasty. Lin Ji was well aware that in this era, to truly showcase one's talents, in addition to possessing sufficient capability, having connections was equally important. Only with both could one ensure a situation not too awkward or difficult. Otherwise, too many would suffer from unrecognized talents. The establishment of schools in the North aimed to change the fate of all its people and was fundamental for a nation's prosperity. Without sufficient talent, a country would inevitably fall into corruption and absurdity, eventually costing all its people dearly. Young General, rest assured, we will fulfill our duties diligently and educate each student here well, ensuring they learn enough, the three teachers solemnly promised. Lin Ji nodded appreciatively, his eyes revealing a sincere expression. Good, continue like this, and I believe one day you will achieve a place where students are everywhere. At that time, I will personally come to invite you for a drink. Hearing this, the three teachers exchanged knowing smiles. You can be assured that even if we cannot achieve that, we will do our best to cultivate enough people for you, young general. After leaving the academy, Lin Ji couldn't help but ask curiously, where did you find these three talents? Being selected by Master Yunlong and serving as the first batch of teaching staff for the Mingxing County Academy was enough to demonstrate their capabilities were recognized. Master Yunlong was a formidable figure whose standards were exceptionally high. Across the entire North, only a few could truly catch his eye. Even Zhou Yu and Yu Yan, who were already quite renowned in the North, were not considered truly outstanding and intelligent generals. Young general, my information comes at a price. You can't just take it for free. After all, this isn't easy, Master Yunlong said meaningfully, his eyes filled with pride and teasing. You rascal, who turns their back on friends for business? How dare you do business with me? Don't you remember who funded the construction of the academy? That's not the point, Master Yunlong said with a profound smile. I just want to say, don't underestimate these three. They each have their own backgrounds. One was a fallen noble, another a scholar who had traveled the north and studied in the Central Plains during his youth. However, later, he inadvertently offended a high-ranking official there and was exiled to the north, unable to return to the capital for life. The last one was my distant fellow disciple who happened to come to the north this time, so I took the opportunity to keep him here. So, young general, you needn't worry. These people are entirely trustworthy. Enemies of enemies are friends. These three, with their different experiences yet unresolvable conflicts with the Central Plains dynasty, chose to work for Lin Ji without hesitation. In the entire Central Plains and the Great Xia dynasty, only Lin Ji would give them this opportunity. Others wouldn't even spare them a glance. This is the tragedy of an era. When an era is destined to decline, various troubles will emerge endlessly, eventually leading to the complete collapse of the situation. Under such circumstances, countless signs will appear. Some might notice and prepare for retreat in advance, but most are still immersed in past glories. When disaster strikes, they feel it sudden. Yet the signs were already there. Good. You are indeed a trustworthy person. Lin Ji's face showed a satisfied expression. After confirming there were no major issues in Mingxing County, he threw himself into the intense construction process. Under the management of the Lin family, the North was gradually taking shape. The completion of the major transportation routes was the first step. Initially, only the section from the asphalt road to Mingxing County was finished, but with increased labor, the construction speed was extraordinary. In just 3 months, they connected Yuzhou to Mingxing County to Kongming Valley, and even linked up with the Huns and Turkic tribes. When the leaders of the two tribes saw the asphalt road, they were filled with astonishment and disbelief. My goodness, what is this made of? So hard and smoother to walk on than the previous roads. You're right, with such roads, our travel speed would be much faster, and even our horses would be more relaxed. The two leaders, like unsophisticated characters, engaged in a heated discussion about the asphalt road, hoping to extend it throughout their tribes. This would make their future actions more convenient and efficient, having significant implications for the entire nation. I used to think Lin Ji was just boasting, but it seems everything he said is true. It's truly incredible. We really need to work closely with him to address this situation, the Hun leader and the Turk leader said in unison, nodding seriously. Indeed, fortunately, we chose to ally with him. Otherwise, we would only have regrets now. Chapter 574. Declaring himself king. Clearly, only when they truly saw what was happening before their eyes did they realize how correct their previous decisions were. After all, few people could achieve such a feat, and it was possible that such a thing had never happened before. Now, an opportunity was presented to them, and for them. Only by seizing this opportunity could they ensure they had enough strength to face the upcoming battle against the great Xia dynasty with confidence. And now, both the Xiongnu and Tujue tribes could truly be considered to be standing with Lin Ji. What they needed to do was to work together and jointly confront the great Xia dynasty, which currently occupied the Central Plains. These people finally had to give up everything they had, as they had already gained too much and enjoyed too much in the Central Plains. A few months later, the entire North had undergone a dramatic transformation. Among this, the Shangyuan army and the Tian's army had been trying to find an opportunity to defeat the Northern Border Army, but they found that several engagements yielded no results. Not only that, they even suffered repeated losses. This was also something that was difficult for everyone to accept. I just can't understand why the North has become like this, Chen Shangyuan said meaningfully, his eyes revealing deep contemplation. Undoubtedly, the previous engagements had truly shown him the strength of Lin Ji and the northern soldiers. These men, although seemingly ordinary, possessed combat power that was beyond imagination. Moreover, the weapons they used were extremely advanced. Many times, the Tian's army and the Shangyuan army were attacked by the enemy without even seeing them. It seems we really need to unite now. If we continue as before, we are bound to suffer a crushing defeat, Hua Tianzi said, looking towards the north. His eyes revealed a solemn expression. Who could have foreseen that the situation would become so intense? Before coming to the north, he had thought he could easily resolve the crisis and ensure everyone had a good performance in this battle. But what was ultimately revealed was beyond imagination and disbelief, even more inexplicable and incomprehensible. Under such circumstances, the actions they could take seemed somewhat constrained. In any case, the paths before them were now very limited. Either they annihilate the Northern Border Army together, or they secure victory and defend the northern border. But the former choice did not inspire enough confidence in either of them, as they did not believe they had the strength to contend with Lin Ji. This young man was far too terrifying, possessing strength beyond imagination. The key was that the North, which had always been at a numerical disadvantage, now wielded an incredibly powerful force. At that moment, a soldier suddenly reported, "Both marshals, the latest news from the northern border. Lin Ji has declared himself king. He has proclaimed himself the king of Qin, and his father Lin Tianhao as the supreme emperor. The country is named Zhou." What? Upon hearing this, both men revealed expressions of shock and disbelief, even more unexpected and incredible. They never imagined this man had the audacity to do such a thing. He is now openly challenging our great Xia dynasty. Chen Shangyuan frowned. His eyes revealed a thoughtful expression. This situation came too suddenly. As the fighting in the north became increasingly intense, he could roughly guess that Lin Ji had not declared himself king earlier due to some concerns. But who could have thought this man would suddenly turn hostile without giving them any preparation time? What should we do now? Chun Shangyuan turned to look at Huatianzi, the rift between them having long since vanished. Now they knew that if they did not unite to resist, they might not have the chance to return to the Central Plains. What else can we do? With our current strength, it is very difficult to defeat them. Now we can only request support from the court. Only in this way can we ensure we still have a chance. Huatianzi said resolutely. His voice left no room for doubt, as he was very clear that if the situation continued to deteriorate, the consequences could be entirely beyond imagination. At that point, they would have no more opportunities and no more means to ensure they still held a sufficient position. Meanwhile, in the court, upon learning of the developments at the northern border, they received the news at the first moment. The Emperor of Great Xia was furious upon hearing this, his eyes filled with anger. These people are utterly audacious, actually daring to rise in revolt and declare themselves king. Notify all the armies of the Great Xia dynasty to immediately head north. No matter what, bring him back. I will personally interrogate him. Li Jingzhen said furiously. At the same time, the entire court also underwent changes due to this situation, gradually emerging a crisis. Leading to widespread panic, discussions about the Great Xia dynasty and the northern warriors were brought up by everyone. Many people were aware that the current situation had completely exceeded expectations. If it continued like this, the situation could undergo a dramatic change, at which point no one could be sure they still had the strength to contend with Lin Ji, whom no one had previously taken seriously. The news of the north declaring itself king quickly spread throughout the land. Everyone knew that a new state, the Zhou, had risen in the north. Moreover, the king of Zhou, Lin Ji, was spreading countless legends. It is said that the soldiers of the north are now extraordinary, not only capable of fighting 10 to 1, but also said to have divine assistance to ensure they are unstoppable. Do you know how terrifying this is? If this continues, it is certain that the entire Central Plains will fall into their hands. Actually, I think if the king of Qin could rule the world, it might not be a bad thing. Chapter 575. The Gathering of 300,000 Troops. This discussion naturally left everyone bewildered and even more incredulous, especially when some believed that even if Lin Ji had seized the reins of power, it might not necessarily be a bad thing. It only deepened the sense of disbelief. Think carefully, the Great Xia dynasty is already at its wit's end, and there are countless officials greedily absorbing the wealth of the common people. Just this alone proves that these people are not truly trustworthy. And I hear that the people in the north are living very comfortably, even making me envious. If I had the chance to go north, I really want to see how those common folks are living. Don't even mention it. The changes in the north have long surpassed imagination, far beyond what you can understand. Across the Yangtze River, although many indeed opposed Lin Ji's actions, because this was essentially rebellion. Who could accept someone else's rebellion? But for many ordinary people, even if the country changed hands, it made no difference to them. Those who opposed were all from the so-called scholar official class. These nobles and so-called aristocrats had built their prestige under the Great Xia dynasty, and if a complete change occurred, all their previous efforts might go to waste. For this reason, a huge voice formed throughout the world. Of course, the spies Lin Ji and Lin Tianhao had placed in the Central Plains were also continuously creating momentum for them. This is also why the Northern Border Army has not yet entered the Central Plains. The so-called timing, geographical advantage, and harmony of people. To accomplish such a feat, one must ensure they have sufficient strength. Moreover, they must ensure that there are no obstacles in each place they control. For this reason, the most prudent approach must be chosen. That is Lin Ji's so-called momentum building. Only by truly gathering the hearts of the people can they have the strength to fight. The strong often know how to go with the flow. What they are doing now is to become the supreme power in the north. A month later, on the vast land of the north, all the armies gathered here. In total, there were 300,000 troops. During this period, not only the northern garrison led by Lin Ji, but also the northern border army, including the Huns and the Turks, were constantly breaking through. It was precisely because they could win the hearts of the people and the efforts they made during this period that made both the Huns and the Turks in the north believe they could march into the Central Plains. If they could support a new dynasty and bring about significant changes, then for the common people, this would definitely be a good thing, even ensuring a better life in the future. This is what the common people hope to see. Gentlemen, from today onwards, our great Zhou will march into the Central Plains. No matter what, we must ensure that we have sufficient status and strength in the Central Plains. Are nobles born to rule? For the establishment of a new world, for everyone to live a good life, I hope you can lend me a hand. Lin Ji spoke eloquently. At the same time, he was constantly creating various situations. That's why for them, the most important thing at the moment is not just ensuring they have enough troops. More importantly, they need to have enough momentum, because this is currently extremely important. The 300,000 soldiers shouted in unison, "We are willing to strive for the prosperity of the future, even at the cost of our lives, without fear." The soldiers said solemnly. When Lin Ji saw this scene, his eyes revealed a satisfied expression. He nodded appreciatively. "If that's the case, then let's set off immediately. We must cut down the enemy." With a loud shout, the army set off in a mighty procession, directly heading towards Liuzhou City. This time, Liuzhou City had also received the news. The two marshals of the Tian's army and Shangyuan army, upon receiving this news, both revealed shocked expressions. They could not imagine how the situation could have become like this. Most importantly, once it became like this, it was uncertain how much of a chance of victory they had. What should we do? Should we fight to the end or use other methods? Chun Shangyuan pondered. If it were before, he would have unhesitatingly made the decision himself, because in this way, he could definitely understand the situation more clearly. But this time, the situation was different. They were facing an invincible enemy with two elite armies. If his judgment was wrong, it could lead to an uncontrollable final situation. For this reason, Chen Shangyuan wanted to give this opportunity to Hua Tianzi, and whether it could succeed depended on luck. Anyway, he didn't want to take the blame. What else can we do besides fighting to the death? Can we retreat? Unless we really don't care about our reputation. Hua Tianzi's face was extremely gloomy. He hadn't expected the situation to change like this, nor had he expected the situation to develop in such a bizarre way. But for him, the better part was that at least they still had troops in the city of Liuzhou. That's why the biggest opportunity they had was to find a way to solve the current problem. Besides that, there was no other way to alleviate the huge crisis they were facing. All right, since you've said it like that, I can't change it, but the things we can do are so few. Of course, we must ensure we can get something useful. Chun Shangyuan nodded. His tone was also filled with determination. As a soldier, what they could do was to put aside all worries at this time and fight to the death with the enemy. 3 days later, the mighty Great Zhou army arrived outside Liuzhou City, and the leader was none other than Lin Ji, who had now transformed into King Qin. People of Liuzhou City, if you lay down your arms now and surrender, we will not harm any soldier or civilian after entering the city. Hashtag Chapter 576, Swift Conquest of Liuzhou City. Lin Ji did not hold back due to his status. Instead, he took the lead and stood before all the soldiers. In a way, this also served as an unprecedented encouragement to the entire Zhou army. Only by doing so could they ensure they still had enough confidence. Meanwhile, Chen Shangyuan and Hua Tianqi, standing on the city walls, wore grim expressions. They never imagined that such a day would come. The renowned elite forces of the Great Xia dynasty now found themselves besieged within Liuzhou City by the Zhou army. Even the thought of going out to fight felt somewhat unsettling. They felt that if they were to engage in battle, their chances of winning were not high. There was even a possibility of falling into an unprecedented predicament. Lin Ji, as a former young general of the court responsible for guarding the north, You have already fulfilled your duties. Why are you now joining forces with foreign tribes to attack the Central Plains? Don't you think this goes against your responsibilities and obligations? Lin Ji couldn't help but chuckle at these words. I really don't know where your courage comes from. What gives you the right to think what I'm doing is wrong? And what gives you the right to think what you're doing is right? This was what he was adamant about, and it was a problem he had to confront. I can tell you, I've given you a choice. If you choose to stand with me now, all problems can be resolved. But if you think you still have a way to change the current situation, that's your problem. Lin Ji said earnestly. His actions were all to better prepare for the upcoming situation. However, if the enemy chose to abandon everything at this moment and force him to make more choices, he would not hesitate to attack. This was his responsibility, and it was also the ability he should possess. In any case, he should ensure better control of the situation. He could not let the current situation become so complicated and troublesome. You really are something. I never expected the situation to turn out like this, Chen Shangyun said gravely, his eyes filled with solemnity. Let me tell you, every action you take now, you may regret in the future. You may even pay a heavy price for it. Do you really think that with just 300,000 men, you can harbor any delusions about the great Xia dynasty? Hua Tianqi said earnestly. If there were other ways to resolve the situation, he wouldn't want to confront this man in such a manner. Because the opponent's strength was too terrifying, and what they possessed simply couldn't solve the problem. This was the most troubling and troublesome aspect. Under such circumstances, if a real battle broke out, neither of them was sure they had enough of a chance to win. There was even a possibility of a crushing defeat. So for them, since the court had already begun sending reinforcements to the north, waiting was the best choice. Hearing this, Lin Ji couldn't help but curl his lips slightly. His eyes revealed disdain. I really don't know where your confidence comes from. What gives you the right to think I wouldn't dare to strike at the entire court? Moreover, it was Li Jingjin and the entire court who drove me to a dead end, even forcing me back to the north. What I'm doing now is merely returning the favor. Can you two endure a beating without striking back? If so, I can only admire you as true heroes. Not only that, you've truly proven that you deserve the title of marshal. These words left Chen Shangyuan and Hua Tianqi speechless. They never expected the situation to become so intense, so inconceivable and unbelievable. Under such circumstances, the actions they could take were few, and what they could strive for was extremely daunting. Under these and those premises, achieving their current goals was very difficult. There was even a possibility of falling into an unprecedented stalemate. What should we do? What else can we do? Since this man is determined to fight us, we can only stake our dignity as marshals. Hua Tianqi's face was resolute, without any hesitation. Seeing that the people of Liuzhou City had no intention of laying down their arms, Lin Ji nodded. Indeed, true heroes. You truly are worthy adversaries, but what you're about to face is the true terror of my army's assault. With a command, the troops behind him drew their weapons. Over the past few months, the military factories at the northern border had already developed cannons. Their power was far greater than previous cannons. They truly had the effect of leveling cities and fortresses. Fire. With one shell after another hitting the city walls, the once thought to be impregnable Liuzhou City now seemed so frail before the 300,000-strong army. Both Chen Shangyuan and Hua Tianqi had previously sent people to prepare trebuchets. They also wanted to use them to counter the Zhou army, but their trebuchets were too cumbersome, and even installing boulders required a lot of time. Often, a trebuchet hadn't even started to be used before it was blasted to pieces by the enemy's red-clad cannons. In less than an hour, all the trebuchets constructed by the Taiyance and Shangyuan armies over several months were completely destroyed. Not only that, but the city walls were also on the verge of collapse. Clearly, it was on the brink of defeat. Seeing this, the leaders of the Huns and the Turks couldn't help but shake their heads. The Zhou army is truly terrifying. Fortunately, when we fought them before, this guy hadn't developed such powerful weapons. Otherwise, even if our forces were twice as many, we wouldn't be a match for these cannons. It was true indiscriminate killing. Anywhere hit by the artillery fire, whether it was the city walls or other things stacked there, was instantly shattered into pieces. The structures created also caused secondary damage to the surroundings. This was the most terrifying aspect of the red-clad cannons. Just 3 hours later, Liuzhou City could no longer hold out. Linji raised his spear. Chapter 577. Dividing forces to advance south. Attack. With a command given, the 300,000-strong army behind them began to march towards Liuzhou City in full force. The assault was fierce and unstoppable. It seemed as if they could destroy cities and fortresses with ease. The vaunted elite forces of the great Xia dynasty, once so formidable, now appeared like defeated soldiers, not only in disarray but also without any chance to retaliate. They could only flee in desperation. Upon entering Liuzhou City, the Zhou army indeed did as promised and did not harm any civilians. Even the Xiongnu and Tuzhou forces behaved similarly. After capturing Liuzhou City, the accompanying generals quickly reporting to Prince Qin, "We have not found any signs of the Tianjue and Shangyuan armies in the city. It is likely they have abandoned the city and fled." Linji, hearing this, did not pay much attention. After all, this could be considered a victory without battle. As long as there were few casualties on their side, it was entirely acceptable. As for the forces of the great Xia dynasty, let them run. It made no difference to Lin Ji. Moreover, this ensured they had even more strength and confidence, which was invaluable and had a significant impact on the overall situation. Under such circumstances, all their efforts were not in vain. At this moment, the prefect of Liuzhou City also hurried over. "Greetings, Prince Qin." "Prefect, I didn't expect us to meet again so soon," Linji said with a meaningful smile, his eyes calm. The prefect of Liuzhou City nodded obsequiously. "I always knew that one day Prince Qin would lead the army to take Liuzhou City. The people of our city have finally welcomed a good leader." To be honest, this prefect was indeed a man with his own survival strategies. Even before the attack began, the northern region had already established its reputation in the northern parts of the Central Plains. Everyone knew that under the jurisdiction of the Zhou dynasty, all the people could live and work in peace, enjoying a comfortable and prosperous life. This had attracted a lot of longing and anticipation in a short period. If they could also live such a life, it would be incredibly comfortable. Unfortunately, reality was often crueler than truth. Who could have imagined the situation would turn out like this? Due to these reasons, the current situation was far more complicated than imagined. Of course, for people in the north, it was good news. Being under Prince Qin's command meant the arrival of a good leader. "Prefect, from today onwards, you will still be in charge of managing the entire city. From now on, our northern region will also send people to assist you, ensuring that the people of the entire city live a good life." The prefect of Liuzhou City was overjoyed upon hearing this. He nodded repeatedly without hesitation, extremely happy. "This is wonderful, Prince Qin. We have been waiting for this day for so long." Moreover, even though the city gates of Liuzhou City were breached and shattered, the citizens had no complaints. On the contrary, upon learning that the Zhou army had arrived, they were extremely happy and welcomed them with open arms. Even the accompanying Xiongnu and Tuzhou forces found this scene incredible. Never had they seen such a strange situation. Clearly defeated, yet so joyful. It was unclear whether the great Xia dynasty was a failure or laughable. The citizens under their rule had no intention of siding with them. After taking Liuzhou City, the army took a brief rest. Continuous battles would inevitably lead to fatigue, and once entering the Central Plains, they could no longer rely on the asphalt roads in the northern border region to speed up their advance. Therefore, they had to consider practical factors. In the following half-month, the 300,000-strong Zhou army gathered near Liuzhou City and made final adjustments. Lin Ji also convened a meeting with all the generals, including the leaders of the Xiongnu and Tuzhou. "Everyone, from today onwards, we will engage in a real contest with the great Xia dynasty, and many soldiers will sacrifice themselves. But for our cause, this is unavoidable. So now I will assign tasks to everyone. From today onwards, The Northern Advance Army and the Northern Garrison Army will follow me and advance towards the Imperial City from the central route. Xiongnu leader, you will lead your warriors to encircle from the east along the East Sea direction. You must quickly capture all the cities along the way. Upon hearing this, the Xiongnu leader immediately stood up. He nodded. Don't worry, Prince Qin. We have prepared for this day for 5 years. If it weren't for you returning to the northern border region to defend it, we would have already led our troops south. How could we have waited until today? His face showed pride, as if he wanted to demonstrate the prowess of the Xiongnu through this battle. That's best. As for the Tujue leader, you will lead your warriors to detour through the western mountains and launch a surprise attack on the central plains. We will form an encirclement, not only taking the entire northern part of the Imperial City, but also preventing the enemy from gathering their forces. Stretching their front line will be most advantageous to us. Lin Ji's strategy was very clear. If it came to sheer numbers, they were certainly no match for the great Xia dynasty. Even a broken ship has 3,000 nails, and with a 1,000,000-strong army, even if only 300,000 were elite, they were enough to match their numbers. The remaining 700,000 could drown them with their sheer numbers alone. So the best strategy was to use the difference in frontline length to disperse the enemy's forces. This way, they could better utilize the advantages of their weapons. This decision was met with approval from everyone. It was indeed a good choice. With the deployment of the marching routes completed, Lin Ji's face showed confidence and determination. However, before that, I want to remind everyone that no matter what, there is one principle and bottom line that must not be violated. We must not harm the civilians or take any of their belongings, no matter where we fight. What? This statement made the Xiongnu and Tujue leaders look at each other. The soldiers of the northern border region naturally had such intentions. After all, they were all Central Plains people, and there was no need to trouble the civilians. Most of the soldiers here were also from the common people. But for the Xiongnu and Tujue, this was completely different. Chapter 578. The Promise to You. Their habit is to fight and plunder wherever they go. It's not just targeting the people of the Central Plains. Even their internal tribal conflicts follow this style. They never leave anything behind for others. This time, the main reason the Huns and the Turks were so proactive and enthusiastic in attacking the Central Plains was that they believed they could make a fortune through this opportunity. However, they never expected Lin Ji's words to instantly dispel their thoughts. Prince Qin, this long journey will undoubtedly consume a lot of manpower, material resources, and financial resources. Now you want us to refrain from harming the common people on the way. How can we bear such a huge expenditure? The leader of the Huns couldn't help but ask. His eyes showed reluctance. Clearly, he didn't want the situation to end this way, nor did he want their efforts to be in vain. After all, if things were to unfold in this manner, it shouldn't end like this. Hearing this, Lin Ji's face showed a solemn expression. Without hesitation, he said, "If you need money or other provisions on the way, we can arrange for them from the north. But no matter what, that is not a reason for you to harm the people of the Central Plains. Moreover, if you really want to make a fortune, once we capture the Imperial City, there will be countless noble families there. You can take all their gold and jewels as you please. But not the common people's." Lin Ji was such a principled person. On certain matters, he would never compromise. Those so-called noble officials and royal families had acquired much of their wealth through exploitation of the common people. Lin Ji could have chosen to return these things to the people, but he felt that was unrealistic. And this matter was too distant. The Xia dynasty had tens of millions of common people. If he were to distribute all these assets, the new country he planned to establish would likely face financial difficulties. Moreover, despite the alliance with the Turks and the Huns, they were not true allies. Both the Turkish and Hun tribes were people who would not act without personal gain. If they were not given some incentive, they would not be willing to contribute their efforts. The weapons and equipment were one aspect. Now, gold and jewels were another. So Lin Ji had to balance these relationships. Since certain sacrifices were inevitable, why not use the wealth of the true noble families to fill this gap? Compared to this, Lin Ji was even more unwilling to sacrifice the interests of the common people. Upon hearing this, both the Turks and the Huns' eyes lit up. Prince Qin, is what you said true? Of course, why would I lie to you? Linji said seriously. And do you think you can gain much wealth by plundering the common people? Don't look at the Disya dynasty as seemingly prosperous now. In reality, the common people's lives are very hard, and most of the wealth is still concentrated in the hands of a few. Maybe the wealth you gain from plundering from the northern border to the central plains is not even comparable to what you can get by capturing those noble families. The leaders of the Huns and the Turks showed thoughtful expressions in their eyes. Thinking about it carefully, it seemed to be true, just like the common people of the Turkish and Hun tribes. Don't look at the Turkish and Hun royal families as seemingly well off, but the common people actually have very little surplus. Plundering 10 households might not even yield as much as one soldier's home. Following this logic, the Central Plains dynasty was no different. Moreover, what Linji said was not wrong. Compared to those high-ranking officials, it was more interesting, and plundering one household could yield a significant amount. It was said that once the corrupt officials of the Central Plains dynasty were investigated, their wealth could easily reach millions of taels of silver. Some even reached tens of millions of taels. According to the average annual income of the common people, a household's normal annual income should be above 5 taels. That meant plundering 1 million households would only yield 5 million taels. And this number was theoretical. 1 million households might not even exist in the entire Liuzhou city. One wealthy family could match the wealth of an entire city's common people. The huge gap was self-evident. Prince Qin, that's what you said? If we capture the imperial city later, you can't go back on your word. The leader of the Huns said seriously. If conditions allowed, he might even ask Linji to write a contract. Is there any need for me to deceive you? Moreover, my purpose in attacking the imperial city is not just for money, so it's completely different from yours. You can rest assured on this point. Linji said meaningfully. His goal was to take over the entire country, so that all common people could have a new living environment. And it was also a way for him to find a space for survival. Under Li Jingzhen's dynasty, his life was truly miserable. From the north to the imperial city, countless assassins. He was left with only himself and Shaolian. If it were just that, it would be fine. Linji could start over in Tongqing. With his abilities, achieving this was not difficult, and it proved he did. But people fear fame, and pigs fear fatness. Even if Linji tried hard to establish his foothold in the imperial city, some people couldn't bear to see him doing well, and all his hard work of half a year was reduced to nothing in an instant. This grudge, Linji had always remembered. It was because of those high and mighty people that his efforts were denied so thoroughly, forcing him to return to the northern border and start over. Even the most patient person would feel resentment after such torment, let alone Linji. So when he learned of the court's intent to kill him, he rebelled without hesitation. I don't care who you are, or how you govern the world. If you don't let me live, then I won't let you live. At the same time, he also realized that the system within the Disya dynasty was indeed not suitable for the survival of ordinary people. Many people worked their entire lives, but could not match what an official earned in a day. Chapter 579. The People's Desired Outcome. This extremely distorted system and the bizarre social conditions have led to an extremely unbalanced wealth gap. In the long run, when the majority of wealth is concentrated in the hands of a few, it naturally makes the common people feel extremely hard-pressed, even causing countless commoners to harbor immense anger. Why have all dynasties throughout history never lasted more than 300 years? In part, it's because when a new dynasty is established, it signifies a complete reshuffle of power. Those fortunate enough to rise to prominence during this period often enjoy special status and immense wealth for a long time to come. Meanwhile, they continuously accumulate the wealth of ordinary people, whether through oppression or exploitation. The end result is that the common folk become increasingly impoverished, while those in high positions grow ever richer. This leads to a terrifying polarization, and once this polarization reaches a critical point, the consequences are unimaginable. It can even lead to the downfall of an entire dynasty. Linji wants to establish a new nation, hoping to change such a system to truly achieve equality for all. Equality is not just about equal status, but also equal rights. Everyone should have the opportunity to study and to enter public service, to serve the people. People should be able to live in peace, support themselves, and lead the lives they desire. Not to spend most of their time and energy chasing money, only to end up with nothing after much effort. Remember, the main purpose of our attack on the imperial city is to overthrow the great Xia dynasty. The common people will also be our foundation in the future. So I absolutely forbid anyone to endanger the safety of the people. This is my bottom line, whether it be the Northern Border Army, the Northern Garrison, or the warriors of the Xiongnu and Tujue. If anyone oppresses the people, I will make them pay a severe price, Linji declared solemnly. His aura exuded a sharp edge, leaving everyone present in awe. Indeed, the young general was still the young general, with an extraordinary presence, not something ordinary people could compare to. The Northern Garrison, led by Zhou Yu, stood up immediately. We swear to follow the Qin King to the death, supporting all his decisions. Seeing this, others also stood up and agreed. Good, from today on, we will divide into 3 armies. When we reach the imperial city, it will be the day we unite. Then, we will take the imperial city and continue our southward advance, aiming to bring the entire world under our control. Linji declared, then raised the wine bowl before him. This bowl of wine is to see us off and to witness the great achievements we will make. From today on, we must march out of the Central Plains and destroy the great Xia dynasty. Destroy the great Xia dynasty. The crowd buzzed with discussions and full of fighting spirit. They had never felt so confident before. They never imagined that one day they could rout the great Xia dynasty's army. Usually, these people boasted about how powerful they were. They looked down on this and that, but now they are paying a heavy price for it. Because in front of the Northern Garrison and the Great Zhou, all seemingly formidable defenses turned out to be as fragile as paper. This is the power of technology. When advanced civilization meets backward civilization, the huge gap often manifests in bloodshed and sacrifice. This time, the Liuzhou city was considered fortunate that the Tian's army and the Shangyuan army retreated quickly. Otherwise, they would have become Linji's victims sooner or later, with no chance of relief. 3 days later, the 3 armies, each going their separate ways, marched towards the Central Plains imperial city. Along the way, the 3 armies were invincible, with no one able to stand in their way. The power demonstrated by firearms quickly intimidated all the soldiers of the Great Xia. In no time, rumors about the Great Zhou spread across the land. It was said that these northerners not only possessed divine powers, but could also summon deities to aid them on the battlefield, killing from 100 zhang away without giving their targets a chance to escape. Meanwhile, these news naturally reached the imperial city. Here, panic had already set in. The common people were thinking about how to escape, while the city's nobles were pondering how to quickly take their fortunes and leave the place. After all, the enemy was heading straight for the imperial city. If they could escape this place, they would naturally escape danger. In the court, an atmosphere of unease pervaded, especially after learning of the crushing defeat of the Shangyuan army and the Tian's army. For the Great Xia dynasty, this was a significant blow. Before this, they had always believed that the 4 elite armies could ensure the safety of the Great Xia dynasty. No matter how powerful the enemy was, they could never pose a significant threat. However, the situation in the north had completely spiraled out of control this time. The Lin family not only established a new dynasty, but also declared themselves the Great Zhou, with Lin Ji proclaiming himself the Qin King. What's more, they had assembled an army of 300,000. To be honest, even Li Jingjin hadn't expected that the entire northern border could mobilize so many people. Weren't there only 200,000 or 300,000 defenders left in the north? How did so many people suddenly appear? But when you think about it, the Northern Border Army had 100,000. The Xiongnu and the entire Tujue together had close to 200,000, plus the several tens of thousands of the Northern Garrison and the newly recruited. This didn't include the soldiers who remained in the north later. If all were counted, the three forces combined would be at least 400,000 to 500,000 strong. With so many people, it wasn't impossible to conquer the Great Xia dynasty. Under such circumstances, Li Jingjin clearly realized the seriousness of the problem and moved all the Great Xia dynasty's forces to the north. But he didn't expect the enemy's onslaught to be so fierce. Chapter 580. The End of the Minister of War. Loyal ministers, can you now contribute some wise strategies to alleviate my worries? Li Jingjin said solemnly. The silence was filled with gravity. After all, if the current situation were not controlled, the result would be the northern army advancing southward, crushing towards the capital, a scenario he least desired. If it came to that, the entire Great Xia dynasty would face an unprecedented crisis. By then, no one could be sure they had the ability to cope. Your Majesty, I don't think we need to worry. No matter how formidable the enemy, they are on a long march, while we only need to set up checkpoints in every city along the way and resist their attacks. We can surely defend the north until they are exhausted, and then our army can launch a counterattack to easily take them down, someone said confidently, as if this were a flawless plan. However, this immediately drew rebuttal from others. What nonsense are you spouting? Our four elite forces have already lost 2 to the enemy. While part of it is due to numerical inferiority, can it really be just superficial issues? Li Jingjin was in a bind. He knew the situation was more complex than imagined, but he also understood that it was impossible to attribute all failures to mere luck. If Lin Ji could rely on luck to march from the north to the south, even nearing the capital, wouldn't that make him the chosen one of heaven? If so, he would surely conquer the world, which Li Jingjin could never accept. In any case, you must stop him by any means necessary. To kill him, no method is too extreme. Upon hearing this, the Minister of War also felt anxious. He had thought the situation was under control and could proceed smoothly, but never expected it to become so complex and unpredictable. The current situation had far exceeded expectations, making it impossible to foresee what would happen next. All actions thus became extremely tense and unacceptable. Under such circumstances, he naturally needed to find a better way to ensure his own standing. Your Majesty, I suggest we send someone to negotiate with him, to probe the strength of the Zhou army, and then launch a surprise attack. This would greatly increase our chances of victory, the Minister of War proposed. This suggestion was indeed approved by Li Jingjin. Very well, then the Minister of War will represent our entire Great Xia dynasty in the negotiations with him. What? The Minister of War's face showed shock and disbelief, never expecting to be the one to step into the fire. The situation had far exceeded his imagination. If he couldn't analyze and resolve it as it stood, the result might be losing everything, an unbearable pain. Your Majesty, wouldn't that be inappropriate? And you know I've always had enmity with Lin Ji, the Minister of War stammered, intending to send someone else to their death, but unwittingly digging his own grave. He never expected the situation to turn out this way. If the subsequent process continued, they might face great danger for a long time, possibly leading to complete loss of control. Under such circumstances, everything would spiral out of control. Most importantly, once he entered the Zhou army camp, he believed Lin Ji wouldn't let him leave unscathed. This man was on a rampage, aiming to eliminate him through this opportunity. So he wouldn't agree to the Emperor's command. What? Now you disobey my orders? Do you want to rebel too? Perhaps the northern situation was moving too fast, making the Emperor paranoid and unsure how to handle it. Under such circumstances, his anxiety grew, making the situation even more complicated. But if he didn't act, all previous efforts might be in vain. Allowing the Zhou to advance into the central plains would be disastrous. No, Your Majesty, I absolutely don't mean that. It's just that I might not have enough persuasion, and Lin Ji might just kill me, leading to the failure of the negotiations? The Minister of War desperately explained, hoping the Emperor understood the best course of action. Going himself was useless. After all, he was the exalted Minister of War. How could he do such a thing? That's exactly why I'm sending you. To show the sincerity of our Great Xia dynasty. And our goal isn't really to negotiate with them. Li Jingjin said expressionlessly. What? The emperor actually wants to send you to negotiate with that guy Linji. Is he crazy? How could he possibly make such a ridiculous move? Zhu Zheng expressed his utter disbelief. He simply couldn't wrap his head around it. The Minister of War, upon hearing this, was filled with anxiety. What's the use of saying all this now? Can you go argue with the emperor? So what should we do now? Of course, we flee under the cover of night. Minister Zhu Biao said without hesitation. He also leaned in close to Zhu Zheng's ear. Only you and I know about this. Go immediately and inform your mother to pack up overnight. We are leaving the city tonight. So urgent? Zhu Zheng could hardly believe it. Never had he imagined that even his father would choose to flee in such a disheveled manner. The current situation was indeed catastrophic for their entire family. Moreover, the situation was terrifyingly beyond the ordinary. If it continued like this, the consequences would be unimaginable. Even their entire family might lose their lives here. Why are you still standing there? Hurry up and prepare. Do you really want to die here? Use your brain and think. The Minister of War's eyes were filled with anger. Clearly, the situation was beyond description in words. Most importantly, what they were doing now was extremely dangerous, so there was a risk of life-threatening danger. And if the emperor had made up his mind, they couldn't change it. How could the emperor choose to sacrifice himself to save them? After all, people are the same everywhere. Humans die for wealth, birds die for food. So it was obvious that the emperor knew about the enmity between the Minister of War and Lin Ji, and wanted to use this opportunity to divert all of Lin Ji's attention to the Minister of War, thus ensuring one more chance of survival for the imperial city. No way. The emperor would be so vicious, and would harm us in such a way. Isn't that too much? Zhu Zheng said with an incredulous expression. But now, the situation had already become very complicated, leaving no room for further imagination. Meanwhile, the Zhou army had arrived at the Long River. Once across the Long River, they would truly reach the heartland of the Central Plains. Lin Ji stood by the roaring river, his gaze thoughtful. The last time he crossed here, it was when he traveled from the Central Plains imperial city to the north. He had only been here twice. The first time was when he entered the imperial city, hunted all the way. Unexpectedly, now he returned here leading an army to the Central Plains imperial city. The purpose was to overthrow the current emperor of the Xia dynasty. Such a change indeed caught everyone off guard, making one feel the fickleness of fate. In just 1 year, such a dramatic change had occurred. Who could have thought that a year ago, Lin Ji was directly expelled from the imperial city? Young general, what are you thinking about? At this moment, Zhou Yu walked over. His eyes showed a thoughtful expression. Accompanying him was Master Yunlong. Although both of them had followed Lin Ji later, they were not only loyal but also skilled in their own ways, and most importantly, they could greatly help Lin Ji. Of course, besides these generals, there were also a group of generals stationed at the northern border. The purpose was to prevent any accidents. It was impossible to bring all the troops here, after all, and to deal with the current situation. The Northern Border Army and the Northern Garrison, a total of 100,000 troops were mobilized, with the remaining several thousand stationed in various cities at the northern border. This was to better control the current situation. So under such circumstances, solving the current problem was the most crucial. For them, to solve the problem, they had to fight. I'm just thinking about how complex the current situation is for us. Lin Ji said meaningfully. Do you think we will definitely win this time? Young general, this should never come out of your mouth. No matter what path we face, you should maintain absolute confidence, because you are the leader of all of us. Master Yunlong said earnestly. His eyes were filled with seriousness. He clearly knew that at such a time, anyone would naturally have some concerns. This was within the realm of human nature. But others could. Only Lin Ji, as a general, couldn't. I know. I'm just thinking about what the meaning of war is. If the meaning of war is to bring a better life to the common people, then bloodshed and sacrifice are naturally unavoidable. Lin Ji said slowly. His eyes carried contemplation. From the northern border to the Central Plains, although they had always tried to avoid killing, the gains were very small, and moreover, it had greatly destabilized the situation. Under such circumstances, what they could do was very limited. That's why Lin Ji had begun to ponder, what is the meaning of war? For them, is this the only way? If bloodshed and sacrifice are unavoidable, then how can the benefits brought by these sacrifices be maximized? All these are things that need to be considered and also need to be carefully analyzed by the people at hand. If these are excluded, it may make the situation more complicated, and it may also make the previous efforts go to waste. Based on all these things, if they want to fundamentally solve the problem now, they must lay out the situation and make all the problems more relaxed and effortless. Young General, in my opinion, war is inevitable. From ancient times to the present, whether it is the change of dynasties or the alternation of power, it is accompanied by bloodshed and sacrifice. Although in the eyes of some people, this is cruel and incomprehensible. #### Chapter 582. Attempting to escape? But there is no doubt that this is something that must be done, and it is something that cannot be overlooked or changed under any circumstances. Zhou Yu said with utmost seriousness. Although he may seem a bit absent-minded on most days, as a general who has experienced countless battles, especially having once defended the northern border alone when completely isolated, his track record alone proves that Zhou Yu is a man with a brain. Otherwise, he wouldn't have survived. The same logic applies. Since Zhou Yu has achieved all this, it naturally indicates that he has indeed pondered over it beforehand and understands that some issues are far more complex than imagined. If one can only think about the most straightforward problems, it does not benefit the final outcome in any way. Indeed, everyone sees the young general as their leader, and the general once promised the people of the North a stable life. If we retreat now, it would be irresponsible to the entire northern border. Yunlong the Taoist said meaningfully. This statement indeed enlightened Lin Ji. Moreover, he was indeed thinking. It seemed that he had never considered retreating. From the day he embarked on this path, there should be no hesitation. No matter what happens in the future or what situations arise, for him, everything is not as far-fetched as it seems. The most important thing is that the opportunities left for him are not many. Under such circumstances, Lin Ji does not need to worry about irrelevant issues. He just needs to charge forward without hesitation. At this moment, a soldier ran over. "General, we have received news from the capital that the Emperor of Great Xia wishes to negotiate with us." Upon hearing this, the three of us present were all astonished and found it incredulous. Isn't the Emperor of Great Xia usually very tough? Why would he want to negotiate now? Zhou Yu couldn't help but mock, his voice filled with ridicule. Yunlong the Taoist also had a thoughtful look in his eyes. "General, I suspect this matter is highly suspicious. The options available to us are limited. If the court has ulterior motives, we can only prepare to deal with it." Lin Ji couldn't help but chuckle lightly, his face revealing a profound expression. "I never thought he would one day have to bow to me. This is something he has always been proud of. Everyone in the world knows. The Emperor is above all, especially the Emperor of Great Xia on the throne now. He has arranged everything perfectly. In the past, not to mention dealing with the soldiers under his command, even other tribes and minority groups outside the border would not have had any chance of reconciliation. In his view, these tribes could never have any chance against the Central Plains. But who could have foreseen that the situation would change so rapidly, catching everyone off guard? The current situation has undergone a dramatic transformation. If things continue as they are, it could lead to even more complicated and unpredictable situations. Under such circumstances, while the actions taken may seem reasonable, the final results are often unbelievable and astonishing. Based on all of this, the issues that can be addressed are very few, and for them, this is not a good thing at all. I wonder who the court will send to negotiate with us. Lin Ji asked thoughtfully. According to the news from the capital, it is the Minister of War. What? Upon hearing this, the three of them were all astonished. They found it even more incredulous and unbelievable. If it were anyone else, they could accept it, as the court's actions have always been like this. But never did they expect that the person the court would send would be the Minister of War. Doesn't the emperor know about the animosity between him and you? Yunlong the Taoist also laughed. The current situation completely exceeded expectations and was utterly unbelievable. It was unclear whether the emperor was doing this intentionally or if everything was meant to complicate the current situation. It doesn't matter. I want to see what kind of face the Minister of War has now. I want to see if he has the courage to enter our camp, Lin Ji said triumphantly, his eyes regaining their usual luster. When he learned that he was about to take revenge, he felt truly elated. Moreover, he wanted to see how the Minister of War's family would suffer. These people once dared to disrespect the princess. Now it was time for them to pay a heavy price. There was no way they would be allowed to gloat. This is great. I also want to see what kind of expression he will have. I want to let this guy know the consequences of what we do. Both of them had profound expressions on their faces. They were both extremely happy about this. Meanwhile, in the capital, D has a curfew. No one is allowed to enter or exit without permission, the officer declared, giving him no leeway. Instead of showing any panic, the man remained extremely composed and arrogant. Really, open your dog eyes and take a good look. This is a pass from the Ministry of Justice. I have urgent business to leave the city right now, so open the gate immediately. The soldiers guarding the city gate looked at this scene with suspicion in their eyes. After carefully examining the pass, they found that it was indeed issued by the Ministry of Justice, with no trace of forgery. But why would the Ministry of Justice send someone out at this late hour? Moreover, the person in question was a family of 3. It all seemed rather strange. Yet, strange as it was, since the pass had been produced, there was no reason to continue blocking them. So, the officer turned and gestured to his comrades to let them pass. But just then, a voice suddenly rang out. Where is Minister Zhu planning to go at this late hour? Are you trying to escape? The Minister of War's face changed slightly as he turned around to find the commander of the Imperial Guards standing behind him, with a deeply meaningful smile on his face. But his eyes were incredibly cold. The others might not recognize him, but the gate guards were very familiar with the commander's attire. Immediately, they bowed in respect. Subordinate greets the general. The commander waved his hand dismissively. He sauntered over to the Minister of War. Minister of War, if I remember correctly, His Majesty ordered you to negotiate with the enemy forces in court. But now, with your entire family in tow, where exactly are you planning to go? The general asked with a probing tone, his eyes filled with suspicion. The Minister of War forced a smile. General, that's quite a laughable accusation. How could I possibly be escaping? I am preparing to head to the enemy's camp. Is that so? But I don't see it that way. And why are you dressed in civilian clothes? Going to the enemy's camp like this is a disgrace to our nation's dignity, isn't it? The general circled around, his eyes still wary, his words sharp as a knife. It seemed he was ready to resolve the issue at any moment. The Minister of War cursed inwardly. But no matter how angry he was, he couldn't show it now. If he broke the peace, he would have no way out, and the situation could spiral into a complete mess. All he wanted now was to leave this place, leave the palace, this den of trouble. Once he left the imperial city, it would be like birds flying freely in the vast sky. Then, no matter how great the emperor's authority, it wouldn't matter to him. As long as he could survive, everything would be fine. General, we are all officials serving the same court. Why make things difficult for me? And now, I really need to leave, and it's for our dynasty. Otherwise, why would I leave quietly? The Minister of War kept speaking kindly, even offering bribes. As long as you let me go, all the money in my house is yours. I still have many valuable calligraphy and rare treasures at home. I can give them all to the general. How about it? I can promise you this. If you were to earn a salary, it would take you years to earn back that much. The Minister of War had begun to care less and less. Money was but external. He had already brought the most important things with him. Besides that, he was completely unconcerned about other matters. The money could be reclaimed later. For now, the most important thing was to save his life. The general sneered at this. You underestimate me too much. No matter what, I am a general by His Majesty's side. Do you really think I would accept bribes from you? Don't you think I would report this to the Emperor? The Minister of War couldn't help but chuckle. General, at this point, why deceive yourself? The entire dynasty is on the brink of collapse. The Northern Army could reach the imperial city in the blink of an eye. Instead of protecting the so-called royal family, it's better to think about your own future. Do you really think the royal family would bring you back to life if you died? Impossible. In the end, they only care about their own interests. The Minister of War exhausted all his arguments. All he wanted was for the other party to show some leniency. However, the general's expression changed immediately upon hearing this. Indeed, you are such a despicable and shameless person. You dare to say you are leaving for the sake of the country and the people? It turns out it's all just for your own selfish desires. Under such circumstances, how could I possibly let you leave? It was clear that the emperor had anticipated this man might flee, so he had specifically stationed him here to wait. Li Jingzhun, you bastard. You dare to kill the donkey after grinding it. Just you wait. I will make you pay the price. The Minister of War kept shouting to the sky. Chapter 584. Foes meet. Eyes burn with hatred. 7 days later, the Northern Army had crossed the Long River and was now only 500 li away from the imperial capital. Although this distance seemed far, under a rapid march, they could arrive within a few days. At the same time, both the Turkic and Huns, who were advancing from the left and right flanks, had also sent in their victory reports. Clearly, they were very confident in the current situation, and with the saying, "A defeated army crumbles like a mountain," the soldiers of the Central Plains dynasty were already beginning to crumble, with many even choosing to defect. Before this, although many things had never truly occurred, and no one had ever thought that the Central Plains would face the Northern Army in such an easy manner. But it must be said that it was precisely because of this situation that the strength of the North was constantly increasing. At the same time, all the common folk along the way were celebrating one after another. It seemed as if they had long been waiting for this day to come. For this reason, their efforts gradually gained recognition. The Northern Army became increasingly fierce. Moreover, the strict discipline of the Northern Army along the way further gained the recognition of the common folk. Countless people praised them. Under such and such circumstances, the situation could be further alleviated. This was the most important point at present. After such a situation, what they were facing was far better than imagined. For this reason, no matter what, they could only make the situation better. And this was what everyone present hoped to see. At the same time, the Central Plains dynasty also sent out a negotiation team. This day, they gathered by the Wei River. Lin Ji and the soldiers behind him had already prepared. In the distance, a team slowly approached. General, this should be the negotiation team from the Central Plains dynasty, Zhou Yu said with a serious tone. His eyes were filled with solemnity. They had already received the news, and now they needed to properly meet this so-called negotiation team. As for the result, everyone had already prepared for it. Either the Central Plains dynasty would surrender, or their army would continue to advance southward. Only by taking the imperial capital could they expand southward and eventually bring the entire Great Xia under their control. Soon, this team gradually arrived in front of everyone. But what surprised everyone was the Minister of War, who was the envoy from the Central Plains dynasty, was now bound and gagged. This scene made everyone on the spot burst into laughter. What's going on? How did it turn into this situation? Yes, weren't they sending someone to negotiate? How does it feel more like escorting a prisoner? Everyone was discussing, their faces showing disdainful smiles. Lin Ji stepped forward. Such a unique envoy. This is the first time I've seen it. Is this really the sincerity of your Central Plains dynasty? General Lin, we are here only to escort the Minister of War. Besides that, all other matters are none of our concern. As for the content of the negotiation, you don't need to tell us. Our mission is now complete, so we will leave immediately. The team escorting the Minister of War turned around and left in a short time without any hesitation. This scene made everyone on the spot feel quite surprised. Even more so, it was inconceivable. It didn't seem like the behavior of a real team. The key was that it was too bizarre. And judging from this situation, it seemed that they were not here to negotiate, but to be sent to the execution ground. Lin Ji's eyes showed a look of contemplation. Then he slowly walked up and removed the cotton cloth stuffed in the Minister of War's mouth. You bastards, using such a despicable method to send me here. Do you still have any face? I am the Minister of War. How dare you treat your superior like this? The Minister of War cursed for a long time. Only then did he gradually calm down. Lin Ji, seeing this, couldn't help but show a look of contemplation. Then he said meaningfully, "It's really unexpected, Minister of War, that we would meet again in such a manner." Upon hearing this, the Minister of War immediately put on a smiling face. "General Lin, can you untie me first? Let's talk properly." Lin Ji thought about it carefully, since the other party posed no threat to him. Moreover, in such a place, even if he really wanted to escape, he wouldn't be able to get out of his grasp. So naturally, he had no fear. And there was no need to give the other party any opportunity. Now, if the Minister of War wanted to play any tricks, it would be tantamount to seeking his own death. "All right, I'd like to see what kind of tricks you can come up with." Lin Ji shrugged, showing indifference. The Minister of War's mind was racing. He kept thinking about how to find a way to alleviate his situation. "General Lin, I know that there must have been misunderstandings between us before. This time, it was indeed the Emperor who sent me here to negotiate with you. But you know, I never had that kind of intention. I think someone like General Lin should have long been crowned Emperor. No one could match you." The Minister of War said earnestly. Those who didn't know would think he really had high expectations for Lin Ji. Is that so? But as far as I know, the Minister of War didn't think that way before, did he? What do you mean by that? The Minister of War's eyes showed unease. This was the situation he feared the most. In fact, if he had a way, he might have chosen to surrender directly. But the problem was that his wife and son were still in the Emperor's hands. If he really did such a thing, there was no doubt that the Emperor would order a ruthless execution. Although the Minister of War was indeed not a good person, there was no doubt that he cared very much for his son. Even if his wife died, it didn't matter. To put it bluntly, he could just replace her with a younger and prettier one. And if his wife died, no one would say anything here. But the problem was that no matter what, he should try. I remember when I was in the imperial capital. You wanted to kill me, didn't you? Even at all costs, you wanted to drive me back to the northern border? But unfortunately, my life was tough enough, so I didn't die at the northern border. Chapter 585. The Conditions of the Great Xia Emperor. Lin Ji smiled profoundly, his eyes filled with satisfaction but also disdain. You must understand, everything I've done is for the sake of survival. If not for you, I wouldn't be where I am today. The Minister of War's eyes flickered with surprise, sensing a glimmer of opportunity. General Lin, to be honest, we must have had misunderstandings, which led us to this point. I believe a magnanimous figure like you wouldn't hold a grudge against me. Spare me the flattery, Lin Ji retorted, not wanting to engage further with this cunning old fox. The more he spoke, the angrier he became. Since the minister was sent by the emperor to negotiate, he was curious to hear what Li Jingzhen had to offer. Tell me, why did the emperor send you? Isn't it obvious? He hopes you will negotiate with us, the minister blurted out, then quickly corrected himself. Actually, it's not as you think. I'm just here to deliver a message from that dog emperor. Whether you listen or not is entirely up to you. His words dripped with humility and respect, even referring to Li Jingzhen as that dog emperor. Such disrespect was rare in the entire empire. To speak so boldly, one must be a rebel. Yet, it was the Minister of War, one of the 6 ministers of the empire, who was doing this. Those around them showed disdain. Indeed, those who usually spoke of righteousness and virtue with shameless confidence had finally revealed their true colors. Speak, I want to know what the emperor intends, Lin Ji said meaningfully. The minister was taken aback. Surely, General Lin, you don't really want to negotiate with that dog emperor? You hold all the advantages now. Taking the capital would be easy. Why negotiate with them? Do you still think you have the right to speak to me? Or what makes you think you're qualified to discuss these matters with me? Lin Ji replied calmly, his expression unchanged. He didn't want to waste time on this man, but since the minister had shown his true colors, he might as well let him know where he went wrong. The minister pondered, seeing this as his best chance to escape. The emperor said he's willing to cede all land north of the Wei River to you, General Lin. But in return, you must promise never to attack the Central Plains again. You can govern the entire north as you wish. Lin Ji frowned, puzzled. Is that all? Does he really have no intention of fighting me? The land north of the Wei River comprises a significant portion of the Central Plains. The Great Xia Empire has at least a third of its territory there. And now, you're willing to cede so much land? He narrowed his eyes, contemplating the situation. Other generals exchanged puzzled glances. They hadn't expected the Great Xia Emperor to be so generous. Throughout history, ceding land and paying reparations were not uncommon, but such actions often damaged a country's dignity. Yet, Emperor Li Jingzhen was willing to do this to avoid conflict. Wasn't he always boasting about being the chosen one, about how powerful he was? Now, he was acting so cowardly, it was laughable. Such shamelessness was unimaginable. After numerous incidents, many had lost faith in the empire, especially the northern generals. Under such circumstances, things couldn't develop as smoothly as they had hoped. Through this, it became clear that dignity and pride were just empty words for these emperors. They only spoke of such things when they felt superior and in control. When faced with insurmountable power, they could only compromise. Who would have thought that the once unyielding Great Xia Empire under Li Jingzhen would become so weak? Interesting, Lin Ji mused. Doesn't he fear being cursed by his ancestors? The minister responded with obsequiousness. Oh, General Lin, why worry about that now? Chapter 586. I do not agree. If you ask me, there's no reason to refuse such a good offer. Look at how far he's gone with his words. You're practically getting such a vast territory for free. In a way, you can almost match the Elephant Dynasty, said the Minister of War, with a profound meaning in his words. His demeanor seemed to be considering Lin Ji's best interests at every turn. If it were me, I would definitely take such a large territory without hesitation, especially since that dog emperor has promised not to invade any more land from now on. Isn't that a great deal? Lin Ji grinned. You're still playing mind games with me at this point? Do you really think I don't know? The real revival of the Great Xia dynasty is in the south and the capital in the Central Plains. How impoverished the entire north is, I probably know better than you. It's both astonishing and hard to believe. What was even more astonishing was where Lin Ji's confidence and foundation came from. Compared to the entire Great Xia dynasty, even if they were currently advancing, the prolonged war would be a huge burden for the Northern Army. The Minister of War was all too aware of this, but he didn't want to delve into it. For him, the most important thing now was to grasp the current situation and steer all matters in a direction beneficial to himself. In essence, whether it was Lin Ji or the Great Xia dynasty, even if they fought to the death, it didn't matter to him. He just wanted to find a way to survive. If he could return to the court alive this time, he would consider it a win. He would have completed his mission, and whatever happened next would have nothing to do with him. Naturally, he wouldn't care about other things. General Lin, if you're not satisfied with any of the Emperor's conditions, you can tell me, and I'll convey your intentions to him as much as possible, the Minister of War said obsequiously. Of course, I will convey my intentions to him, but this doesn't need to be done by you, Lin Ji said meaningfully. What do you mean by that? The Minister of War was taken aback, his eyes showing disbelief and curiosity. What did this man want to express? Why was it so different from what he had imagined? Did he not intend to let him go? Or did he have other plans? Regardless, the situation was extremely tense, and solving the problem was definitely not an easy task for them. In my opinion, we should first solve the problem to allow the current situation to develop better, the Minister of War urged. General, rest assured, once I return to the court, I will speak well of you before the Emperor and fight for your interests. Lin Ji shook his head. Minister of War, you're really a cunning old fox. Undoubtedly, People like you are very important to us, and you have indeed fulfilled your mission." He patted the Minister of War's shoulder. "But you've made a mistake. You and I have a blood feud. Your son once tried to molest my wife, and that was even when I was in the capital. And you went to great lengths to try and kill me. Do you think I should forgive you? Or do you think I should give you a chance to leave?" At these words, the Minister of War's face turned pale. This was his greatest worry, and a fact he couldn't change or refuse. He had thought that once the other party's full attention was on negotiating with Emperor Li Jingjin, they would have no time to deal with their personal grudges. But who could have known that Lin Ji had always remembered this debt, including it as one of the main reasons for establishing his army in the north. One was to find a space for himself to live in, where no one would dare to harm him. The main reason, however, was the people in the capital. That's why Lin Ji ordered the leaders of the Huns and the Turks that once they entered the capital, all the high-ranking officials could be plundered. Most of these people were his enemies. Those who were truly related to him had already fled the capital beforehand, like Gao Feihu and the Vice Minister of Justice. In other words, if there were people he wanted to protect, the Turks and Huns couldn't touch them. As for the others, they could be dealt with as they pleased, especially the wealthy families. After all, those who had enough status and wealth in the capital usually accumulated their wealth over 3 generations and colluded with officials to oppress the common people. Don't look at these people as if they were noble, but every penny they had was stained with the blood of ordinary people. That's why Lin Ji had no feelings for these wealthy families in the capital. Chapter 587. The old era will eventually die. In essence, one could obtain immense wealth and significant prestige from their hands. Lin Ji would never show mercy or grant these people any chance to linger on. Under various circumstances, Lin Ji's choice was to ensure that his people gained sufficient benefits. Of course, this was considering the overall situation. From a personal, emotional standpoint, Lin Ji would never let the Minister of War off the hook. This man not only deserved to die, but should be killed in the most brutal manner. Lin Ji's intention was to make this man experience everything he had endured before his death, to understand what despair and cruelty were, to make him realize that in this world, there is such a thing as retribution. As for when it would end, it didn't matter. Lin Ji would not leave any hope for the other party. He wanted this family to completely vanish from the face of the earth. "Gentlemen, who among you has the courage to go to the imperial city and deliver a message to the emperor for me?" Lin Ji turned to look at the generals behind him. However, this mission might be fraught with danger, even risking your lives. So I hope you are aware of this beforehand and that someone volunteers willingly. Because I will not force anyone. Upon hearing this, the Minister of War's heart instantly filled with a glimmer of hope. Who would willingly go to their death? If no one volunteered, then he might have a chance to return to the court and survive. This was the best opportunity now. However, to his utter disbelief, all the generals stepped forward in unison and declared, "We are willing to lay down our lives for the general." The Minister of War's eyes widened in disbelief. It was inconceivable, insane. It was clearly a suicide mission. Yet so many were vying for it. Didn't they know how dangerous this was? Didn't they know that once they went, they might never return? Were these people mad? Lin Ji nodded in satisfaction. Then he looked at the Minister of War. "It seems you have no chance, as all my men are willing to go." "Why? You are clearly going to die, so why not let me do it? At least that way, you won't lose any men." The Minister of War shouted frantically, knowing this was his only chance. If he lost this opportunity, he would never be able to leave. Only watch helplessly as Lin Ji brought him to his end. "Don't harbor any illusions. The things you did to the general in the imperial city, we already know. You, such a despicable person, have no right to remain in this world. So you must die, without any hesitation or leniency." Zhou Yu declared firmly. Then he stepped forward and saluted. "General, I am willing to represent the entire northern army to go to the imperial city and deliver the message to the emperor, and tell them of our unyielding determination." Lin Ji nodded. "Good, since that's the case, go to the palace and tell him. I offer him 2 choices. 1. he abdicates his throne and becomes an ordinary citizen from now on, I can forgive and even spare his life. The second is if he insists on resisting, then our northern army will definitely march into the imperial city and slaughter the entire Great Xia dynasty to the last man. As for the third point, if he dares to harm anyone I send, even if a single hair on their head is touched, I will ensure the Li family is ground to dust. The third point was naturally for Zhou Yu. Clearly, Lin Ji still cared about his brother's life. At the same time, he couldn't truly disregard his well-being. And the matter was very troublesome, with the potential for significant changes, so the options were limited. For this reason, he had to ensure Zhou Yu returned safely. This statement also filled Zhou Yu with immense gratitude. His heart was filled with excitement. General, rest assured, no matter what, I will make the great Xia Emperor bow his head. That doesn't matter, Lin Ji said indifferently. You just need to deliver my message and return safely. The rest is none of your concern. I naturally know how to handle it. Understood. I will depart immediately, Zhou Yu said, then quickly mounted his horse and galloped towards the imperial city. Lin Ji looked at the Minister of War before him. A cruel smile curled his lips. He could be merciful to anyone else, but not to this man, because this man was truly wicked, abusing his power. Almost all the things despised by others, he was eager to do. Now was the time for such a person to pay the price. Come, take good care of the Minister of War. Until we have truly defeated the Great Xia dynasty, he must not die.
Yes.
Two soldiers then stepped forward, their faces expressionless. They understood what the young general intended, and now this man was the enemy of everyone present. So anyone would unhesitatingly want to strike him down. This was the most satisfying part. The Minister of War felt immense unease and panic, but there was nothing he could do. At this moment, he was utterly alone, even unable to call for help. He could only curse loudly, his voice venomous. You bastards, just wait. If I die, I will haunt you as a ghost. Lin Ji, you scoundrel, you will never get any information about the Great Xia dynasty from me. I will drag you down with me. No matter how loudly he shouted, no matter how righteous he seemed, Lin Ji pretended not to hear, his gaze fixed on the direction of the imperial city. Utterly resolute, for he had promised Princess Anning that one day he would bring her back to the imperial city. Although Princess Anning was not with the army at the Wei River now. For him, it was a good thing, at least ensuring she wouldn't witness too many tragic scenes. Brothers, be prepared. Perhaps soon we should launch our final assault. By then, this world will no longer belong to them, but to us. Lin Ji said with certainty. He intended to completely seal this system on this day. From now on, everyone in the world would be equal. Chapter 588. Envoy from the Northern Army. In the palace, Emperor Li Jingjin sat upon the throne. At the same time, a guard came to report, Your Majesty, the Northern Army has sent someone to negotiate with us. What? Upon hearing this, the Emperor's eyes revealed an unexpected expression, but he was quite puzzled. What does it mean to send someone to negotiate with us? Didn't we already send someone there? Did you let the Minister of War slip away on the way? How did I instruct you? If he has any accident, all of you will have to present your heads. Li Jingjin said impassively. His voice was unwaveringly firm. The guards standing below exchanged glances. Your Majesty, we indeed personally escorted Minister Zhu to the presence of the Prince of the Northern Army, even witnessing him ourselves. Under such circumstances, there is absolutely no possibility of any accident. If so, then why did he say he sent someone to negotiate with us? What kind of change has occurred here? Li Jingjin pondered. Now, the Northern Army was drawing ever closer to the capital. It posed an even greater threat to him. If it were in the past, dispatching the army to besiege them would have been sufficient. But the current situation was far from optimistic. Every army sent had ended in disastrous defeat. Moreover, the number of the Northern Army was growing. These common folk seemed to be infused with adrenaline, always joining them without hesitation. So much so that the Emperor was even suspicious. What kind of crooked methods had the Northern Army used to turn the people of the world into this? It was utterly inconceivable and unbelievable. Even more puzzling was the reason behind it. Just then, Zhou Yu entered the palace. His face bore a calm composure. "Who dares not to kneel before me? I am Zhou Yu, a general under the Prince of the Northern Army. Why does this name sound familiar?" The emperor's eyes revealed a thoughtful expression. He was even more surprised. At this moment, an official beside him whispered. He was originally a general guarding the northern border, but now he follows under the prince's command. Upon hearing this, Li Jingzhen suddenly understood. His eyes couldn't help but reveal a look of anger. A traitorous general dares to enter this palace? What qualifications and what guts do you have? What's the big deal? You are the emperor of the Great Xia dynasty, and I am not a general of the Great Xia. So why should I bow to you? Zhou Yu said with righteous indignation. Then what about our Minister of War? Someone couldn't help but ask. Their eyes filled with worry. Upon hearing this, Zhou Yu's face revealed a triumphant smile. This matter has quite a story. After all, your Minister of War is a pushover. The moment we met, he didn't even think about surrendering, but he did convey to our prince what you wanted to express. Thinking of the situation at the time, he felt very satisfying. These people in power, who always thought themselves extraordinary, revealed their true colors when real danger arrived. In essence, they were just a bunch of cowards. Where could they be considered as formidable figures? Under such circumstances, Zhou Yu wouldn't have any respect for them. How does it go? Once you ignored me, now you can't reach me. Now, towards these officials of the Great Xia dynasty, Zhou Yu held this attitude. What's the point of putting on airs in front of me? Aren't you just a bunch of bullies? The emperor's face looked grim, but there was no way. Since the prince had sent someone to negotiate, he naturally had to hear what the other party had to say first. What exactly do you want? Have you agreed to the conditions we proposed earlier? Zhou Yu shook his head without hesitation. Sorry, we directly rejected your proposal. Moreover, the prince has set 3 conditions for you. He then recounted everything Linji had said that day. Upon hearing this, everyone present exchanged glances, finding it inconceivable and unbelievable. My goodness, you are too arrogant. You truly don't put the Great Xia dynasty in your eyes at all. Even a dying camel is bigger than a horse, and a broken ship still has 3,000 nails. Even if you are currently in high spirits, advancing triumphantly, it doesn't necessarily mean you can conquer the entire Central Plains dynasty. At that time, you might not even have a way out. What gives you such confidence? Absurd. I gave him a bit of face, but he doesn't want it. This guy hasn't seen him for just over a year, and now his wings are so hard. It was because of this kindness that Zhou Yu was extremely grateful. He even hoped to make the current situation even smoother. So under such circumstances, all he could do was repay the favor of the young general with his own credibility. Nonsense, giving him a bit of face. Does he really think he's a big shot now? I absolutely won't compromise. Come, cut off his head. Li Jingzhen cursed furiously. His eyes filled with anger. Clearly, these 3 conditions had thoroughly enraged him. His fear of the situation was overwhelmed by anger. Under such circumstances, only by killing Zhou Yu could he vent his hatred. So, he didn't care about Linji's warning at all. Since it's already a broken pot, do I still care if you really annihilate my clan? Chapter 589. A Meeting of Fate. However, what the emperor did not expect was that shortly after he issued this decree, a sudden problem flew in from outside. It lodged itself directly into his throne, just a step away from the emperor's body. This scene left everyone present in stunned silence. But it was utterly inconceivable and unbelievable. Protect the emperor. In an instant, the entire palace was thrown into chaos, as no one had anticipated the situation would turn out this way. What was even more inconceivable was that the current situation had already exceeded their imaginations. It was almost incomprehensible. The most unbelievable thing was, this was not a problem that should have arisen, so why had it turned into this situation now? Meanwhile, after the initial chaos subsided, upon closer inspection, it was discovered that Zhou Yu had vanished without a trace. Damn it, I didn't expect this guy had already planted spies within the imperial city. The emperor was furious, unable to restrain himself from cursing, revealing a familiar face. Upon seeing this, Zhou Yu's eyes widened in surprise, and he suddenly realized. Strange, aren't you one of the Northern Border Army soldiers from back then? Indeed, we were already trained by the Prince of Qin into his secret guards, tasked with executing extraordinary missions. This time, it was because we learned that General Zhou might be in danger that we were arranged to infiltrate the imperial city to protect your safety. Upon hearing this, Zhou Yu was even more moved, his heart filled with indescribable joy. He hadn't expected. It seemed that the Prince of Qin had not forgotten him, but truly wished to protect everyone around him. Just for this sentiment, it was worth following him to the death. However, brother, the situation is extraordinary now. That dog emperor will definitely send countless people to search for my whereabouts, and if you stay with me, you will be in grave danger. Zhou Yu said seriously. Therefore, the best course of action now was to have the members of the Flying Tiger Corps leave immediately, while he stayed in the city to fend for himself. This was the most effective and reliable method. Don't worry, General Zhou. Since we came to protect your safety, we will surely escort you out of the imperial city unscathed. The man's face revealed a profound smile. Then, several men appeared. All of them were members of the Flying Tiger Corps. The captain had already arranged for us to leave the imperial city now. Upon hearing this, everyone immediately took action. Only when they truly left the imperial city did Zhou Yu couldn't help but exclaim, "My goodness, I didn't expect the Prince of Qin to be so prescient. It was truly inconceivable. Since you are so capable, why didn't you assassinate that dog emperor earlier? Perhaps this matter could have been resolved once and for all." Zhou Yu said excitedly. Everyone then left the imperial city. This incident had completely shaken the morale of the Great Xia dynasty. In an instant, everyone knew how formidable the Northern Army was. Of course, it was also due to the actions of the Great Xia Emperor that the entire situation had spiraled out of control. The Northern Army no longer had any intention of negotiating with them. They marched forward triumphantly, directly approaching the imperial city. The soldiers guarding the imperial city, upon seeing this, had already given up resisting. The enemy had hundreds of thousands of troops. Moreover, the Huns and the Turks were on their way. Now, the entire Northern Army, combined, probably already exceeded 500,000. It was an extremely terrifying number, and the total forces within the imperial city amounted to no more than 100,000. As for the other soldiers, some were dead, and some had defected, filled with indescribable complexity. Had I known this day would come, I should have insisted on killing you back in the imperial city. Otherwise, this calamity would not have befallen us today, Li Jingzhen lamented. Who could have imagined that his failure to act decisively that day, leading to not exterminating the Lin family, would result in such a tragedy? It was truly inconceivable and hard to accept. But regret was of no avail in this world. There was no opportunity for a do-over. It seemed as if everything was predestined. Who could have foreseen that a year later, the enemy would return with a formidable force, leading hundreds of thousands of troops back to the imperial city? Heh, Linji sneered upon hearing this. It seems you still haven't realized where the problem lies. Do you really think it's because you were lenient with me that led to the decline of the dynasty? Li Jingzhen's eyes showed confusion. Is there any other reason besides this? The people's disbelief and the suspicion of the world had led to him losing the people's hearts. Water can carry a boat, but it can also overturn it. For a ruler, the people are the foundation and an essential existence. Only by gaining the people's recognition can one ensure their continued rule. Otherwise, everything would fall into a state of unprecedented chaos. It could even lead to an unsolvable situation. In the face of so many problems, what right did he have to claim such achievements? It was a huge joke, and these matters, in the eyes of others, seemed not that important. So, in all these issues, the most important thing was actually just one. That is, Li Jingzhen had chosen an irreversible path. Moreover, he should pay a heavy price for it. Under such circumstances, all problems should naturally be explained reasonably. There could be no other way to resolve these contradictions. Be no more of your family in this world, and a truly ours dynasty will be established. Linji said emotionlessly. Then he raised his sword. With a burst of blood, an era came to an end, and the Northern Army truly took control of the entire Central Plains. This news naturally spread throughout the land in a short time. For a moment, countless people were in an uproar. Of course, what followed was the chaos of the entire Central Plains. The Northern Army had rebelled, and the many princes and lords in the south had long wanted to divide the Central Plains. Part of the reason why the Great Xia dynasty collapsed was that their elite Wangpaicher Sir had fallen before Lin Ji. Chapter 590. The Death of Li Jingzhen. The emperor's expression was extremely complex. Perhaps he never dreamed that such a day would come. Moreover, seeing Lin Ji standing before him, his heart was filled with indescribable complexity. If I had known it would come to this, I should have insisted on killing you back in the imperial city, and this disaster might have been avoided, Li Jingzhen lamented. Who could have foreseen that his hesitation back then, failing to exterminate the Lin family, would lead to such a catastrophe? It was both baffling and hard to accept. But alas, there is no such thing as a regret pill in this world. There is no chance for a do-over. Everything seems predestined. Who could have predicted that a year later, the opponent would return with a vengeance, leading hundreds of thousands of troops back to the imperial city? Heh, Linji sneered upon hearing this. It seems you still haven't realized where the problem lies. Do you really think it's because you were soft-hearted with me back then that led to the decline of the dynasty? Li Jingzhen's eyes revealed confusion. Is there any other reason? I don't believe it. I consider myself a wise ruler. For a ruler, the people are the foundation and the most important element. Only by gaining the people's approval can one continue to rule. Otherwise, everything will fall into chaos. In the face of so many problems, how dare he claim such achievements? It's a huge joke. These issues, in the eyes of others, are not that important. The most crucial point is that Li Jingzhen chose an unstoppable path. He should pay a heavy price for this. Under such circumstances, all problems should naturally be explained. There is no other way to resolve these contradictions. Your choices are your own, and your downfall is also your own doing. Don't blame others for your problems. You've always been arrogant and dismissive of everything, Linji said calmly. When he truly stood in the palace, the final outcome for both of them was already sealed. It was just too late. If Linji had awakened earlier, things might have progressed more quickly. As he said, it was all predestined. Without the help of his father, Lin Tianhao, at the northern border, Lin Ji wouldn't have risen so quickly. All efforts, seemingly accidental, were actually inevitable. The results obtained were extraordinary and significant. The main reason still lay in this. So, the current situation is crucial. Since you don't understand these issues, die with your doubts. From today on, there will be no more of your family, and a new dynasty truly belonging to us will be established. Linji said emotionlessly. With a swift motion, the blade fell. Blood spurted, and an era ended. The Northern Army had truly taken control of the entire Central Plains. This news spread rapidly across the land. For a time, countless people were in an uproar. Naturally, chaos followed in the Central Plains. The Northern Army's rebellion, along with the Southern princes and nobles' desire to divide the Central Plains, had long been brewing. The Great Xia dynasty's collapse was partly due to their elite Wangpaicher Sir falling before Lin Ji. Another reason was the Southern faction's own ambitions. They wanted to achieve something in this chaotic era, even becoming emperors themselves. They wouldn't submit to the Northern Army. Now, they could justify their actions as eliminating the Northern Army to restore the Li dynasty. But with the Li family wiped out, who would rule the world? Whoever seizes it will inherit the throne. This battle naturally didn't end there. Lin Ji stabilized the people and reorganized his forces for the impending new battles. The emperor's death had caused the world to change drastically, unable to calm down in a short time. But Lin Ji had anticipated this and wasn't surprised. In a very short time, he didn't let down his guard or indulge in his elevated status. He aimed to truly win a peaceful world for the people. What he wanted to do was to truly win a peaceful world for the people. That's why he had to continue to strive. Killing the emperor was just the first step. Chapter 591. Pacifying the Four Directions. On this day, Lin Ji stood atop the towering palace walls. Beside him was the Taoist master Yunlong. The situation in the imperial city had gradually stabilized, and the common people had returned to their normal lives after the initial chaos. This was good news for everyone, proving that their previous efforts had not been in vain. Under such circumstances, who could make the situation even better? Who could ensure that no unexpected incidents occur? Naturally, it was Lin Ji. This newly ascended ruler not only possessed extraordinary strength, but also had a heart that cared for the world. This was a great thing for everyone. Master Yun, it seems that the world we aspire to is getting closer, but Master Yunlong said meaningfully. He had stayed by Lin Ji's side because he was attracted by his vision and goals, which were extraordinary for this era. Such greatness often required risking one's life. Lin Ji was a skilled gambler, as everything now proved he had bet correctly and that his previous efforts had not been in vain. This was something that attracted and delighted people. Indeed, even if more sacrifices are needed for our goal, we will not hesitate. Lin Ji said solemnly. The current situation had reached a critical juncture. For them, grasping the present was the most important. Nothing else could change that. Under such circumstances, their options were limited. They could only forge ahead without looking back. Master Yun, this time, we may face even more brutal sacrifices, but no matter what, we cannot retreat. Master Yunlong nodded in agreement. Indeed, this was the most critical moment. The darkness before dawn is the darkest. Only by breaking through that darkness can one see the dawn. Rest assured, Your Majesty, if this world can be as you wish, we will surely see that dawn. With the Northern Army occupying the imperial city, a huge wave of unrest swept through the Central Plains. Moreover, the southern warlords were also stirring, leading their armies northward from the south. They claimed to be reclaiming the imperial city and restoring the great Xia dynasty, but in reality, their true goal was to proclaim themselves kings and emperors. As a result, the situation in the Central Plains underwent a dramatic change. The northern people lived in peace and contentment, unaffected by the war. However, the southern people were not so fortunate. The uprising of the warlords directly affected these common folk. The warlords needed money to fund their wars, and this money came from the people. Consequently, there were widespread lamentations, and many places became a living hell. The Northern Army was quite taken aback. They had initially thought that the war would harm the people of the Central Plains, but to their surprise, the Southern people were already suffering before the fighting even began. This situation was too bizarre and hard to believe without witnessing it firsthand. Your Majesty, I believe the most important thing for us now is to lead our troops south, to bring peace to the local people and let everyone know our might. Those who dare to oppose us are doomed. The generals vied to volunteer. They hoped to demonstrate their abilities and show the Southerners that the Northern Army was not just a name. They were all elite soldiers with extraordinary skills. Lin Ji did not hesitate and immediately ordered everyone to march south and quell the trouble there. This battle was unprecedented, shaking the entire south into chaos, even affecting the once tranquil Jiangnan region. The once beautiful Jiangnan water towns had become ruins, with countless people displaced and local noble families having fled, leaving many to suffer the loss of loved ones. Lin Ji walked along the roadside, his eyes thoughtful. This situation was beyond his expectations and somewhat incomprehensible. Under such circumstances, all he could do was ensure that everything developed in a better direction and remained under control. Lin Ji's resolve grew stronger. To truly let the people live well, all forces must be eliminated. So they no longer have their own armies, ensuring that the people no longer worry about being caught in the chaos of war. As the Northern Army fought more valiantly, the Southern warlords, who had been aggressive, surrendered one after another within 2 months. Chapter 592. A New Journey, the grand finale. The artillery fire brought by the Northern Army was exceptionally terrifying, making resistance impossible. This dire situation directly led to the Southern Army's collapse. Each encounter resulted in heavy casualties before they could even reach the Northern Army, felled by bullets and various artillery fire. As a result, the pacification of the Northern warlords was completed within just half a year. This battle truly became the pivotal one that stabilized the entire nation. With the South now at peace, the reputation of the King of Qin, Qin Huang, rang out loud and clear. The people across the 4 seas and 8 directions knew of their deeds and recognized them as a blessing for the common folk. Wherever they were, the people lived better lives and felt more secure. Such qualities were exceedingly rare and of utmost importance. As peace gradually settled across the land, the common people began to truly enjoy a better life. At the same time, Lin Ji brought his beloved woman and father from the northern frontier to the Central Plains, which had now become their new base. When Princess Anning returned to the palace, she was overwhelmed with mixed emotions, gazing at the opulent halls, unable to find words to express her feelings. Who would have thought I would have the chance to return to the imperial city in this lifetime, she sighed. After going to the northern frontier and learning about her father Emperor Li Jingzhen's true intentions, she believed that everything had been settled and that she might never return to her homeland. Yet, the reality was so bizarre and unbelievable that within less than 2 years, she was back, this time as the King of Qin's consort. Who could have foreseen such an outcome? I will fulfill all the promises I made to you. It just takes time. I will not deceive you. Every promise I made in the past, I will keep, Lin Ji said gently, his eyes filled with affection. He then gestured and soon, the father and son of the Minister of War were brought before them. Princess Anning's eyes showed a flicker of change, even unbeknownst to herself. Seeing these 2 men, her heart felt fragile, as if the past events were replaying before her eyes. Why have you brought them before me? She asked. I want you to witness how these men are dealt with. Since they committed such crimes, they should pay the price for their actions, Lin Ji replied without hesitation. He immediately ordered them to be pushed off the city wall. Neither of them could have imagined that this would be their end. Princess Anning couldn't help but nestle in Lin Ji's arms, her eyes filled with worry. She never expected to witness such a scene. It's true that debts must be paid. These 2 have finally paid a heavy price, she said. Indeed, from now on, you can live in peace without worrying about these matters anymore, Lin Ji said meaningfully, his eyes calm. Clearly, the change in this situation had altered the current circumstances. The ultimate beneficiaries for them were naturally these developments. The best news at present was that Lin Ji truly ushered in an era entirely his own. In the subsequent process, Lin Ji established a nation completely different from the surrounding countries, where the people could live in peace, with dignity and pride. This was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity for many. The greatest change was that they could choose their own way of life, no matter what they wanted to do. They had their own rights. Soon, the kingdom established by Lin Ji gained increasing power and unimaginable strength, far more formidable than imagined, ensuring their growing strength. Lin Ji gradually realized that merely conquering the Central Plains was not enough. To ensure lasting peace, he had to act against other nations. He needed to eliminate all countries in the world to form a true unification, ensuring no one could threaten the safety of the Zhou dynasty. Lin Ji also embarked on a new journey, continuously striving towards his goals. Everything he did was to ensure that one day, he could roam anywhere in the world without fear of any extraordinary social battle that stabilized the nation. With the South now at peace, the reputation of the Qin prince, Qin Huang, spread far and wide. People across the land knew of their deeds and recognized their benevolence towards the common folk. Wherever they were, people lived better lives and felt more secure, which was invaluable and of utmost importance. As the turmoil across the land gradually subsided, the people began to live better lives. At the same time, Lin Ji, Lin Chu, brought his beloved woman and father from the northern frontier to the Central Plains, their new base. When Princess Anning returned to the palace, her heart was a tumult of emotions. Gazing at the magnificent halls, She found herself at a loss for words to describe her feelings. Who would have thought I'd have the chance to return to the imperial city in this lifetime, she sighed. After going to the northern frontier and learning her father Emperor Li Jingzhen's true intention, she never expected to see such a scene. Justice has been served. These men have paid a heavy price, she murmured. Indeed, from now on, you can live in peace without worry, Linji said, his gaze serene. The change in the situation had altered the current circumstances, and the ultimate beneficiaries were naturally those who now had a place to live. With the Qin prince establishing the true Zhou dynasty, the people experienced unprecedented changes. Linji moved everything from the northern frontier to the central plains and expanded southward. With reforms in transportation and various constructions, the entire nation entered a phase of vigorous development. As time went on, their quality of life improved, and neighboring countries envied them, calculating their every move. Initially, these nations harbored intentions to devour the central plains, but facing the northern army's cannons and firearms, they suffered unimaginable and unbelievable consequences. Thus, their options were limited. The intense situation led Lin Ji to truly begin his own era. In the subsequent process, he established a nation distinct from its neighbors, where people could live in peace and dignity. This was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity for many. The greatest change was that people could choose their own way of life. Lin Ji's kingdom grew in power and influence, far surpassing expectations, ensuring their increasing strength. Lin Ji realized that merely conquering the central plains was not enough. To ensure lasting peace, he had to act against other nations. He embarked on a new journey, striving to unify the world to safeguard the Zhou dynasty's security. Years later, reflecting on the past, it was hard to believe that such a seemingly trivial event led to such a dramatic change in the situation. All of this stemmed from Lin Ji being inexplicably expelled from the imperial city. Ordered them pushed off the city wall. Neither could have imagined their end would be like this. Princess Anning couldn't help but nestle in Lin Ji's embrace, her eyes filled with worry. She never thought she'd see such a scene. Who would have thought justice would be served, finally making these two pay a heavy price, she said. Indeed, from now on, you can live in peace without worrying about these things, Lin Ji said meaningfully, his eyes calm. The change in the situation brought about a shift in the current state of affairs. The ultimate beneficiaries were naturally those who now had a place to live. Furthermore, with the establishment of the true Great Zhou by the King of Qin, the people experienced unprecedented transformations. Lin Ji relocated everything from the northern frontier to the central plains and continued to expand southward. Through reforms in transportation and various infrastructural developments, the entire nation rapidly. To ensure lasting peace, he had to act against other nations. To truly unify the world and ensure no one threatened the great Zhou dynasty, he embarked on a new journey, striving towards his goal. Everything he did was for the day he could roam the world unhindered and ensure no one dared to challenge him. Years later, people still found it hard to believe that such a reason led to a dramatic change in the situation. All of this stemmed from one event. Lin Ji was inexplicably expelled from the imperial city. The end.